can't stop us. gentlemen, hello and welcome. It is time for Challenge Elite Playoff. Stage 3 has been and gone. The groups are done. We say hello to 8 teams looking to grab this final championship ton.
Yeah, into playoffs after 3, well, very entertaining days of bracket play. I've got for the group stage, I should say, and now into really the nitty gritty of things between these squads, and it's going to be super interesting, Bryce. We've had a very interesting group stage, especially looking over towards Group A. Team Notorious no longer completely undefeated in groups. Mistaken Esports taking the first spot in that one. And over in Group B, a 3-way tie pretty much in a 4-1 record. Katana, Team Orchid, and Jumpshot France all getting the job done. It's so close this time around. I feel like we're going to have the best playoffs we've had all year long.
Yeah, it should do, especially getting this deep into the year. All of these teams, well, they've played enough of this game now to know better. But this is our bracket. As you can see, a couple of big names on the same side, ton.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that bottom side is absolutely stacked. It is a massive opportunity for Mistaken to get themselves through to a winners final. You would like to think they're on that top side, but you've got Orchid taking on P7. You've got Notorious taking on Katana. I mean, that's been a grand final in the first season. Of course, we didn't get it in stage 2. I just tweeted that we did have it in stage 2. Completely forgot that Crud Muffins actually managed to beat Katana out in the losers bracket final. Obviously, then going on to face Notorious. But these have been the best 2 teams in Europe, realistically speaking, throughout these elite stages. So the Notorious and Katana going up against each other makes very interesting viewing.
Yeah, it certainly should be. And, well, these teams have come this way. They will play their first games today. And, of course, we will finish out this bracket next week. But nobody wants to fall early so far. Who makes it all the way through the winners? And I think you're right on that call as well, Tan. If you're being honest here, Mistaken have got maybe one of the easier runs in so far.
Yeah, 100%. I think you look at that side, it's Jumpshot France who are going to be their biggest competition, but look, that's kind of the reward you get. If you've got a really close Group B, you go 5-0 and secure that first spot. If you're mistaken, the look at the draw can kind of go your way a little bit, and it does in this case. They have a fortunate side, absolutely, but you still got to beat who's in front of you. All these teams deserve to be here in this playoffs, but realistically speaking, their side does look a little lighter, considering you got Orchid, Katana, and of course Notorious, the top 3 finishing teams in the LAN that just went past a few weeks ago for the European side, with one of them finishing second, of course. So I think you really have dodged a bullet in a certain kind of way, but still just got to beat who's in front of you.
Yeah, you really do, and hopefully these teams are more than ready to throw down, of course, as when we go through this bracket, not only will you be able to see us here on the Alpha, but we do have Bravo and the Watch Party going as well. So you'll be able to catch up with all the games that are going on and see who rises and see who falls. Of course, this being a bracket, you do get a second chance in the lower bracket as well as they move through. And, well, that's going to be one of the ones we've seen teams come through that lower bracket before. But realistically, if you win 3 games and you're winners, you're into the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. You just need to make sure you can't make more than one mistake. For this bottom side, though, is going to make a extreme lower bracket, I would say, to be honest with you. There's going to be some very good teams dropping in there early, so it should be super interesting. But over on Bravo, we do have Team Orchid versus Project 7. That's our other game we're going to be keeping an eye on, of course, over on Bravo with Enigma and Seymour. Hacienda Hardpoint, Protocol Search and Destroy, Vault Control, Vault Hardpoint, and Hacienda Search and Destroy if we need it for maps 4 and 5. But for both these 2 teams, like Team Orchid are coming into this, had a really good performance across the LAN stage. Super close game with Katana last night, losing, what was it, 6-5, map 5 you were saying, Bryce? Yeah, I didn't quite catch the end of it, but a 1 versus 3 from a player in Katana to get the job done as well. So that's a stinger for Team Orchid to take that one away. But they were the squad that performed the best on LAN, and they'll be hoping to try and convert that result into something online as well.
They certainly will. Well, as we've got the maps all locked in and our players are all good to go, well, let's take a little bit of a look. Here's Orchid versus P7, straight into the hardpoint ton.
Yeah, this should be an interesting game. I think, realistically speaking, we'd expect Team Orchid to be able to take this one away. P7, I don't want to say they've quite been at their best over the regular season, so I'd like to see maybe a little bit more from them as we head into playoffs, but we talk about it quite often in the sense of that we want teams to be able to just make sure you get into playoffs, and then you've got to play your best card from there. And playing their best card to kick things off is Project 7. Some really nice kills coming through. No points to your name. It's all about the rotation that's coming on over towards P2 in 17 seconds. Team Orchid happy to find these kills. Lucifer trying to get something going. Denzel with a pre-fire. Harry can't find him. Denzel will take him down. Henry is there for the trade. So still fighting tooth and nail over these spawns right now. Looking like it's going to go Team Orchid's way, though.
Yeah, and I think I agree with what you said as well, Ton. Realistically, you know, you look at this one on paper, it should be a massive mismatch, right? Team Orchid, this team got second at the last major, come to their groups in second place as well. Project 7 squeezed through in their last game. But the truth is, the amount of times we've seen these two teams kind of throw down and the actual talent involved, I think it's going to be a very close game.
No, it should be. It really should be. Project 7 do tend to step things up when it comes down to this kind of stage. They want to make sure they just get through their group and then perform here. Shots coming in from Denza, rotation over towards P2, looking solid for Team Orchid. And in fairness, that scoreline doesn't necessarily lighten my mood for Project 7 to a certain degree. Henry trying to keep things going, has a little bit of backup here as well. Mythics can find one. Yep, trade simple for Team Orchid. Project 7 lose out on those couple of gunfights over towards New when we headed over towards P2. Starting to lose them over towards P3. I mean, Lucifer is not somebody you want to be challenging when he's firing like that. Really good shots on the Connor, but Team Orchid looking good here in map number 1.
Well, see, this is all going to continue going on Bravo, so you can catch up with Orchid and Project 7. Not only on Bravo, but the watch party will be watching as well. We're jumping on to our game of the moment, Team Notorious versus Katana. This game went down to the wire at the major just 3 weeks ago. And a lot of people wouldn't have been surprised to see this in the grand final. But so far, first round of the bracket, these two titans will throw down.
Yep, let's see how it's going to go down between these two because they are so evenly matched. But for the most part, it has been Team Notorious who have had the better of Katana Gaming, at least online. They went up against each other in Dallas, though, and it went the opposite direction. Katana were able to find it and I believe actually knocked Team Notorious out. So some Europe on Europe action is not necessarily what we want to see in the bracket, guys. If we can just organize it so it doesn't go that way in Miami, that would be brilliant. We want them all to face each other in the grand final, ideally. But at the same time, Team Notorious have seemingly had Katana's number the majority of the season, but only just. Looking over the last time that these two teams did play each other, it was Team Notorious who found both hard points. Wasn't a Vault one in there, though, in their previous series. So let's see how this one's going to go down. Team Notorious with a nice start. P2 rotation looking good in 14 seconds time. Decent time over towards P1 as well. Nice start for Team Notorious.
So far, so good. Eric Boom just trying to play his life here. Knows he's about to be chowed, and there's Vortex just to cut him off at the knees before he can get that scrap time. All fighting from the back foot here. Already can see Afro just trying to make sure nobody gets through, but a little bit of a headbutt here as Rafi cuts down a teammate.
Not necessarily ideal yet for Team Notorious in that aspect, but still in a good position on the map. Aspect, he can only find one. Rafi combining well. The trades are starting to come through. Spawns, well, one of them was over towards this back side. It's going to be down to one player to try his fight his way through. Cobra can't do it all on his own. Nice hold from Team Notorious so far. 30 seconds to go here on this hill. And eventually, Katana are going to find a way through. Cobra is their second time of asking. To be careful here, spawns were, well, not necessarily split, but one player got out, and that's caused a little bit of havoc in the lines of Katana. A couple of kills now going to come through for the side of Notorious and some more time alongside of it. Brilliant start for Team Notorious.
And this is one of the maps we do usually expect them to excel on, especially players like Afro. Every time I see him on this map, he seems to have a good time. Now the rotation coming over the P3, and Rafi will clean that one up for Afro before he has to do any more. And so far, a lot of positioning has kind of happened all the time on this P3 as well. You'll split, you'll go for it. Nobody's that comfortable until they have the numbers around the point. And while Afro is in a good position, Katana will take any opportunity to try to get points back in this game.
Maybe we'll get an opportunity here. Afro, though, finding these kills over towards this side. Dangerous. F-Dot will find two. And Team Notorious have just come out the hotter of the two sides to kick things off yet. Katana yet to really get things going. The SMG struggling a little bit. ARs are, well, there or thereabouts, but this moment in time, Afro is running the show. 9-3 from him. No surprise to see it. I mean, if a player like Afro, the way that he's been performing across challenges this season, you know, he is one of the guys in Europe that a lot of people will be looking at. But if he keeps this up, people will be in the DMs for next year, no doubt.
Left up, throws an aid, see if anybody tries to push him, but backs off as well. I think you're right. I mean, one of the biggest kind of storylines we talked about before, Team Notorious at the LAN, you know, not getting as far as Team Orchid, and I think there'll be no one more upset at that than Afro, right? Everybody's been gassing him up for 2 elite stages, and I mean, top 8's good, but not what they were expecting, especially when a rival European team goes further.
Yeah, and I think that's the difference, isn't it? I think if nobody else in Europe went as far as they did, then you could sort of say, well, okay, maybe Europe's just a little bit behind the curve, but they really did. I mean, we showed out. I'm saying we. Right now, it was Team
We're on the team!
No, we are on the team. I'm wearing the full European kit right now. And, well, Rafi is dominating this lobby is what's happening. This is, well, seemingly a bit of a mismatch so far. Brezzy really can't get anything going. 2-11 from him. You're looking at the numbers over on Team Notorious. It's dominant across the entire map so far. F dot. Can't find that gunfight. Maybe a little bit of onus for Katana to get in, but what, for 10 seconds? Team Notorious have bullied them around Vault over this final of last 4 hills. And Katana need to find something very, very quickly. A decent hold at P1, a rotation over towards P2. You're back in the game, but easier said than done.
Well, certainly will be easy if they can make it, but I mean, they are just being battered about a little bit. That is the issue. Everywhere they go, Team Notorious is winning the slaying game, and, well, there's another example. You can't get points if you're off the respawn. And if not looking for even more here, Cobra eventually does shut him down, and it's still been such a quiet game from Katana. Can they get something going P1 to P2? There's the first clearance. Bleed this time. Probably only expect them to get 20 from it if they can, but that rotation is now necessary.
Can't have this happen. If Team Notorious really... I mean, you're looking at one more good rotation out of Team Notorious, and they become a little bit out of sight. Aspect can't find anything. Rafi dealing with him. I mean, it's kind of up to the SMGs to try and get something going on these entries. The ARs, yes, okay, they need to be there for the cover as well. You need to be able to find a route through. Right now, they haven't been able to do anything of the sort. Cobra can find a fight there, but needs a little bit of help spawn over towards the backside. And, well, if they can find this kill, that will be massive. There you go. There's the collapse. And this is your opportunity now. 45 seconds remaining here. You can pick that up, get yourself to 80, or would be within a hill. You cannot allow Team Notorious to find a break here. You got to think about the rotation towards P3. Go even there and try and find a rotation to 4. Those are the steps. Let's see if they can execute.
Or just waiting. Aspect knows there's pressure coming. A little bit of time here is great, but you are right, Tom. They need to get this bounce going. It has to be back-to-back. It has to be everybody on point, and it does seem like they're alive. Cobra leading the charge on a 5 streak. So many kills now going the way of Katana, and maybe, just maybe, they will go to the ball and find that glass slipper.
It's still so difficult, though. You're still a long, long way back. But there you go. There's the 80 that we said they could break if they do get a hold of the time over towards P2. We can't allow free time to go on over towards P3. Still an 80-point differential between these two, and that's a kill feed you don't want to see. 2 over towards the side of Team Notorious. Keeping them off it, though. If you're Katana, some time yourselves would be brilliant, but you need to try and flip them out as quickly as you possibly can, and that might help you do so. Aspect Cobra can find a couple. Eric will find one just to slow them down. Spawns are split, though. May well work in Team Notorious's favor if you're looking to try and find a break back, but Brezzy has found a route through. Will find a kill on F dot, and potentially something on the cards here for Brezzy.
Or Eric, boom. I was going to say, could have been out movement there, and that would have been a lot of trouble for them. Just scrap time really available for Katana. They find Afro. They find Eric Boom. And now bodies on mash. You can see all of them swarming forward. That's a spawn out for Notorious as well, because it hasn't popped. But Rafi finds 2. They bring it back more or less even on this one. Currently in the parallel spawns, and it just hasn't been a good push from Katana. 4 flying through the map, and nobody finds anything.
I mean, that's just that moment where you need some... just go even. Give yourself an opportunity. Trying to get rid of Afro on the other side. Yeah, okay, you can be shot by every other angle that Team Notorious is spawning in from. 100-point difference. Rafi on a 5 spray. 25 and 16 out of him. Brezzy going in the spray. Did get things going. Is he going to be able to find anything with it? One towards the back will be falling. Push now going to come down that side, but this is for 25 seconds. You need to make sure it counts. Eric Boom, he can take down Rafi for you, but you need everything else to be going your way. Spawns towards this back side, but if you're Katana, you need to get inside the point pretty quickly. Trade's going to go back and forth. Pinstripe kill feed. Rafi still moving, though, and there's another. Afro will be there to pick up the pieces. Katana Gaming, it's not happened for you on the second rotation either. Now you find yourselves going to be, what, 120 points behind by the time we head over towards the third rotation. This has been a whitewash by Team Notorious.
It has been an incredibly dominant performance, and the question is thus: is this just a cold Katana a good map for Team Notorious, or a sign of things to come. Because so far, so good for Notorious. They took the lead early on and never really let off the gas. And I say that we're saying they're still with 30 seconds left for them to get the win. But it has been so one-sided. A comeback at this point would be miraculous.
It's so difficult to try and understand how they would be able to do it as well with what we've seen. Just not looking likely at any given stage. Kill feed looking like Team Notorious as all entire roster getting the job done. They are now going to find themselves 25 seconds away. Rotation for them is looking good. Katana Gaming nowhere near them this entire map. Brycey, honestly, it's been difficult to see a route back in for them after the first rotation. It's been very one-sided, and well, Team Notorious fully deserve it.
I'm always a believer that there is always a way back in the game, but even with the last 50 seconds, even with a perfect rotation, it would still be unbelievable. And with Notorious not really having slowed down, I mean, maybe just a little bit, it's equaled up a bit in the slaying. But they can bleed this now for every bit of scrap time they want. 6 seconds to go, and Eric, boom. That might just be the end there. It could have laid down at the end of the game, but doesn't matter. 3 seconds to go, 27 on this hard point. Katana have not had a good start.
No, not the start you would have wanted, but I think for Katana, they haven't really been able to challenge Notorious and Hardpoint, and that, the Vault is a very good showing as to why. Look at the slaying ability of Team Notorious here. Every single member heftily positive, apart from F. who's sitting here at 24 and 26, but I don't think it's going to matter. Katana have done well to hold it down over towards that hill, but now the rotation's coming in. Rafi will be there. I just don't think Katana can get here, or can they? Keep giving themselves hope here, Brycey. That's a 3 dead. It's still just... The problem they've got, it's not them finding 250. It's stopping the Notorious getting 3.
Yeah, that's the issue. I mean, it's one of those things, like, anytime a team gets above 200, it's very difficult to stop them winning. At 247, if you miss a gunfight, you lose the game, and there's going to be the end. It has been written for several minutes. And I didn't want to say that we gave up on Katana, but it was just so far behind. And now you've got to ask yourself, just how much is left in the tank for Katana against Notorious, considering that they did beat them at the major?
I think, honestly, the 154, it arguably gives more credit to Katana than they maybe deserve it in that one. It definitely felt like Team Notorious took their foot off the gas there when it was pretty comfortable. So, yeah, they'll be disappointed with that. That's a map number 1 that Team Notorious, though, will be extremely happy with. Incredible performance from the get-go. They never lost the lead. They picked it up from P1 and held it all the way through. Just good hold after good hold, just shutting them down across the board. And let's have a look at it, of how it's broke down as far as the kill to death from +6 at Afro. F.'s only -1. Rafi 38 and 22. Massive scoreline from him, and Eric Boom 23 and 20. Yeah, I mean, that's an outside 20 plus easily. You're talking 25 plus potentially, actually. Just doing my quick maths here. I mean, that's incredible performance coming in from Team Notorious. And what are you supposed to be able to do there for Katana? Every single exchange never seemed to go your way. There was a couple of wipes here and there, but even then they didn't make the most of it. We seen there was an opportunity over towards P4, I think, in the first rotation of Hills. Didn't take it. Maybe could have extended the game from there. And as mentioned, you know, towards the latter stage, just Team Notorious 3 seconds away, probably just taking their foot off the gas a little bit.
Yeah,
Katana, I think humbled in map 1 there, Bryce.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I kind of even... We said Rafi was doing well earlier, but that kind of scoreline at the end is quite frankly absurd. And, well, you see how we're shooting in these highlights as we go through it. Rafi, nothing but net in that one as the opener. Of course, I mean, there is some benefit going into the S&D next as the great equalizer, as has always been called. And that's where maybe Katana can strike back, because this respawn, they were not about it. And maybe it's a bit of a revenge tour. Like, realistically, Notorious and Katana, you got to remember, you know, being at that top so long, they kind of expect to see each other in these big games. And after the major, where Katana come up on top, bit of a grudge match, maybe.
Yeah, potentially. I think, though, at the same time, you know, we mentioned the Search and Destroy, and that's going to be something to question. Here are the maps that are going to be coming up in this series. Dealership coming up between these two teams, so let's see how that one's going to go. Well, they wouldn't have faced each other on this map at all, so it's going to be one to figure out. Vault Control then going to be coming up. That was a map that went over towards Team Notorious last time, at least on LAN. or at least online, I should say. Red card hardpoint. That's an opportunity, I would say, for Katana to maybe try and bring something back in the Hacienda search again is another opportunity. But dealership and bought massive maps in the grand scheme of things of this series. Interested to see how the dealership is going to go. Last time out, it was, as mentioned, it was a 3-1 victory for Team Notorious. Again, this was online. It was a protocol hardpoint that they won. Lost the search and destroy on protocol, if you remember that 1 versus 4 from Cobra in round 11 to get the job done. Incredible work. And, well, that was the only map that Katana won, thanks to, of course, Cobra finding that 1 versus 4. So I think, you know, looking at the rest of it, it was a vault control that went Team Notorious' way in a 3-2 fashion, and then a Hacienda hardpoint. So we're seeing completely different hardpoints in this series. I wonder if that's a bit of a curveball coming in from Katana after losing both of them last time out. I will double check out exactly what the series went down on the land side of things to see if that's maybe influencing which way we've went here. But irrelevant of that, a dealership search and destroy is a bit of a curveball for both these two teams. How have they been playing it? We haven't seen a great deal of Katana. We've seen them in week number 1, and did they play this map? I can't remember. It was literally last week, and it was the very first game that we casted, but I can't remember. Team Notorious, I believe we've seen them on this map a little bit as well, but it's just whether or not the teams have been able to adapt on this one. It's very fast-paced in the middle of the map. It's about trying to get yourself set up. If you're attacking teams, just about establishing that control as quickly as you can, whether that be in mid or on the bomb sites, and then making you move from there. So let's see how the teams are going to do here, Bryce, but very, very strong map number 1 from Team Notorious, has to be said.
I mean, yeah, kind of crazy strong. Like I said, a lot of people expect this to potentially be the final. I think even when we were talking about it before we went live, top 3 teams realistically on the same side of the bracket. Obviously, you could put Mistaken in one of those kind of in that slot potentially, but we're talking about, you know, the teams that we kind of expected to do well will all have to face each other. And this kind of matchup in that first round, it came as a bit of a surprise ton, realistically, just because of the fact, of course, Notorious were going for their flawless again, but it didn't happen.
No, it didn't. Mistaken looking like a very, very solid roster. I've seen a couple of tweets. I want to say it was from Eric Boom saying he didn't like the performance up against Mistaken last night. Said there were some mistakes across the board. GG's either way. But, well, I think they'll be liking this performance so far. Brilliant start for Team Notorious. Blew Katana out of the water on map number 1. Looking to try and add to their tally of maps here. F-Dot can find Brezzy, who had a really poor map number 1. Be looking to try and make some inroads on search and destroy to try and get things going. Eric Boom just trolling that on a Cobra. I'll say thank you very much. Afro will find Vortex. This one's falling apart already. Aspect in a 1 versus 4.
And they're chasing him as well. They're not even going to let him get anything down here. Very aggressive start. Notorious take that round in unbelievably quick fashion, Ton.
Yep, just get a lot of presence through the middle of the map. You find that first kill on Brezzy. Start to squeeze up the side. And the gunfights in the middle of the map, they're kind of 50-50. If it goes one way, then all of a sudden, you know, Katana in a really good spot. But the defensive team will be the ones that find it. Good job, though, from the side of Team Notorious to kick things off with a defensive round. Now onto the attacking side. Let's see how Katana deal with it this time.
Looks like an A hit. Nade's already going over the top, and well, they've got some bodies in as well. Eric Boom is going to be trying to push this up here. He's got to be careful. A lot of nades, a lot of bombs going off. 14 health, and chooses to get out of there just in case a second one comes in. He wants to get in a position to plant. He's almost going to get taken down. A little bit of smoke, a little bit of flame just obscures the vision.
Can't find a great deal of Rafi. Really big gunfight. To Brezzy, who was getting aggressive. F-Dot ready for Vortex. Now a 2 versus 2. So what was a 4 versus 2 for Katana has been spun on its forehead. And now all of a sudden, there's aggressive play from Cobra in that sense over towards B. You can kind of cover quite a bit there. Aspect is backed up, presuming that's the route it's going to come from as well. Well, it should be a free A plant. They're probably going to move together here, Katana. They're going to have to because this bomb's going down. Big flank coming through from Cobra. Aspect will try and work with him. Big gunfight going to go down though. Rafi finds Aspect. And that's a big, big kill. Cobra now left in a 1v2.
Not going to be easy. He's covered an awful lot of the map here and still has yet to find a player. They're playing for the trade, Notorious. This is going to be so difficult for Cobra. Basically has to line Perstic shots up as well as they duck around him. They throw everything at him as well, and Notorious will grab that round. A 2 versus 4.
Big round. Felt like it was just going to, you know, go back and forth to kick things off. Rafi with a kill to just about wrap things up here. It's not one you should be losing though if you're Katana, and that's one you're throwing away. They just seem a little off the pace at the moment, Brycey. And Team Notorious seem very much on it. They've come into this one lightning fast, and Katana Gaming struggling to get into things just yet. Grenades going to go off, so that'll give you the info that there's nobody over towards this A side if you're Katana, at least momentarily. Big stack over towards B. You've got 2 players over towards it, and a middle of the map push coming in as well from Team Notorious. They back down from that, though. And A is now wide open. Katana may have an opportunity here to get this bomb down.
So the nades coming through. Notorious have expended the war chest to try and keep that pressure off, but hasn't worked out. 4 versus 4. Full retake. Notorious are actually lining this up a little bit for a headbutt. F-Dot will be the different player, but everything's going through. Cobra getting that trophy out will keep him alive, but F-Dot finds one, so does Aspect, and this is all falling apart so fast. Only Vortex can do anything, and down he goes as well. What a retake from Notorious.
Yeah, but Katana are fully set up on this A site, and just they never had mid-map presence, so F-Dot's able to drop down the vent, find an easy pick, one that you can't answer at all, because you had no mid-map control. I think, you know, you push into that A site, you get that control. It's kind of a bit of a freebie as far as the plant goes. But then, kind of makes it tough because you're like fish in a barrel at that stage. You don't have any more presence. You're holding tight inside the site. Yeah, okay, it comes down to gunfights in the end, but there's a lot more angles that you can be peeked from than you can see. So, it's a tough one. Katana. I'm blown away right now. Team Notorious looking very, very solid here in our first game of the day, Bryce. This one could be over pretty quickly.
Maybe. Well, never mind. I was about to say, can Katana strike back? And yes, the answer is definitely yes. F-Dot left alone, and that round is over. And Katana finally get a round back in their pocket. And it's been a while since they've got a win.
Much needed. A little bit more mid-map presence and starting to find the round. That's realistically what we have seen Team Notorious try and do, is just mid-map control, mid-map control, mid-map control. So many ways you can pivot from there, and it just it makes it difficult for the attacking team. If you don't get a little bit of control over towards that side, a little bit better from Katana there, though. They can have a little swing at B. Attacks have obviously not been necessarily too effective. Well, beneficial whatsoever. Bryce is going to get caught here. I don't think he'd be expecting a player in this corner. He goes to Charl anyway. Eric Boom, yeah, it's a freebie. Afro is there to help him out as well. Cobra can find one. Pressure coming in over towards B, though. I like this fluid movement from Katana, but can't find the gunfight so well read. And again, Team Notorious just much better in the middle of the map.
And this has been the difference so far. It almost feels like Notorious have played this map more. They just seem so confident on the angles they need to get and the positions they need to take that they can be a little bit faster. They can be a little bit smoother. And so far it's paying off. Katana got a round, but a round only. Can they stop the bleeding?
Or if he's just trying to hold anything that is going to push from the mid-map. Katana yet to strike hot through there. Bit of big presence here. Katana back down. Team Notorious are bullying them here a little bit. Katana are kind of letting them. Going to back on down. Good to go for the retake. I mean, I suppose it's that smart play. You haven't been winning these fights in the middle of the map, but you're going to make it in a situation where you know where you need to hit. You know where you need to pick them up from, not just try and figure that out. He is the destination. And you managed to find all 4 kills in a defuse. 25 seconds to go. They got to move.
This is always a difficult one to hold because there's so many angles for it as well. But F-Dot, that's a huge kill for as well. But 2 more back in answer. 2 versus 3 now. Going for the trade is Eric Boom. He's trying to get it. He's bought them off the bomb. Afro brings him into 1v1. And Afro thinks he has to chow. So he flies in. But the player is ever so slightly off that center line he was aiming for. And that means it will be Katana to get the round, and you can see what Afro was thinking. Wise of Katana to get off.
Nicely done from Katana. Yeah, Cobra at that stage knows he needs it to help out just to finish this one off. I think it was Vortex, actually. Shout out Codcaster one time. Katana Gaming, the one that will get it. 4-2 now, Team Notorious. A little bit better from Katana. You needed those moments. And now if you're going to find an attacking round yourself, you're way back into this one. Trades just landed their way. I'd be surprised to see them go back to it. It hasn't been working for them. Initial stun comes off, and it's going to back Vortex down immediately. A little bit of mid-map presence. Look at this aggression coming through down this A side, though. F-Dot. He can find one. Cobra just looking to pick something up. They need to get rid of F-Dot. They need to find him. He's still alive and kicking. Surely he doesn't find the third. He doesn't. Prezi will get rid of him. And once again, Team Notorious get the better of those opening trades, Pricey.
And now they're sitting in prime position. Vortex, a little bit of information there. Can they grab this bomb back and get it to a bomb site? Vortex, yep, site's clear, but they can't plant because they don't have the equipment to do so. Still, so much time remaining. Eric Boone finds Prezi as well, and Vortex is like, well, no teammates, no opportunity. Puts a couple into Afro, but it's not going to be enough, and that is a horrible situation for Katana.
And this map feels like one that you would have really liked to get a hold of if you Katana at this stage. I mean, you want to get a hold of every map. That's not necessarily a big analysis from me, but a vault control coming up next. You're 2-0 down. Last time out, you lost a vault control against this squad. The feeling's not going to be solid heading into that one. And I think for me, you know, yeah, Katana and Team Notorious, we know these two are very good teams. Whoever drops down is likely going to go a little bit further than just dropping out after losing both their first games. But realistically speaking, a 3-0 for Team Notorious would be a big, big statement. Big push coming in over towards B. Which way are these gunfights going to go? Prezi will find the first. No trade initially. F-Dot is back down by the stun, so Katana will get their first blow and will get out unscathed.
Rotation around here, but with less numbers, they've got to be careful about the trades already. As a unit trying to get forward here, been caught a little bit Afro. Information given to Katana. As long as they don't make any mistake, they're going to be in a great position, and that is really going to nail it home. Not quite the two. Back to no 2 versus 3, a 2 versus 2 again. Now a 1 versus 2. Afro alone in the corner.
I don't think he made enough noise. This bomb going down. The problem that he's got is getting away. Cobra shots in. Afro can't get across, and there you go. The clutch up coming in from Katana, making sure to get the job done. Got scary for a second, but they will find the round. Life in them yet. 5-3.
You thought maybe a bit of timing could have gone Afro's way there, but smart play from Katana just to check. And he wasn't going to let him get away after that one. And Katana is still in this. Can they get 4 on the bounce? That's the question, Ton.
Be very impressive if they manage to do so. Still not being about necessarily mid-map control. Team Notorious get very aggressive. Katana kind of answer back themselves. Find those gunfights, go from there. It was the big push over towards B, wasn't it? And you find that opening blood and you make sure you make it count. As you're stepping things up here in this search and destroy, but look how chaotic it is over towards it. Look at it. There's just no mid-map control from the side of Katana Gaming. They're just gonna, it's fish in a barrel again. You gotta fight your way out. And when backed into a corner, do you come out swinging just about? Trades in your favor. Vortex will find another. The gunfights this time will go their way. Rafi should be dead to rights. Another round for Katana.
Well, that's one of the benefits. These fish in a barrel have guns as well, so
They do.
you're not going to shoot at them without all the guns flying back, and it looked like a little bit they were baiting that at the same time. Once that trophy went down, it gave them a little bit of a security blanket, meaning they couldn't just be kind of exploded out of that point, and it holds so far for Katana, trying to make an incredible comeback.
Getting scary now for Team Notorious. Because it's just, it can ebb and flow so quickly. I mean, I felt like moments ago I was talking about the permutations for Katana. You go 2-0 down in this series. This could change very, very quickly if Team Notorious, what were they up 5-1, 5-2? 5-2, I think it was. If they throw away that lead and all of a sudden you head into vault control, after a moment where you should immediately be 2-0 up. Different storyline altogether. Nobody able to find anything so far but a plant. Resi, he can't answer back, and they're literally right underneath his nose. Nade's not going to do anything. Trophy system will be down. Has to be a full retake here. The problem is, Team Notorious have kind of given this up. Mid-map control is there for Katana. It's going to be a front hit. Katana will have to find a couple of unsuccessful trades here if they can get it. Eric Boom will find one back. Brezzy was the only one to find it. You've got to get something every Cobra. 2v2. Cobra finds another. Now a 1v2. 1v1.
F-Dot with basically no health, and Cobra hunts for him as well. He's going to check this bomb. Cobra might have got the timing, the god timing as well, and he does. And there's more than enough time for it to fuse. Oh my goodness. Cobra pulling out all of the stops. 3 kills in that round. Unbelievable from him. And they've taken it to around 11. A dream just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, incredible from Katana. Team Notorious back down, but it's all about Cobra. It's that 2-piece that comes around on the outside in the office over towards B. That's the difference maker. Or is he there to pick up the pieces? And around 11 beckons. Team Notorious were 5-2 up. Katana have forced around 11. And the momentum is only going in one direction. Katana Gaming, are they going to have another go at A here? They felt successful about it last time. Again, that scenario, no mid-map control, but you keep a hold of A. This time around, Team Notorious getting a little bit more aggressive down this A side. Don't know that. They'd be more passive themselves, but it is going to give up a little bit of map control. You'll have to fight your way through this round.
Have Katana made an incredible comeback, and now just waiting with no stun check. Vortex did not get the stun check there as well.
He's going to challenge him. He's not. Eric Boom is there. Cobra will get taken down after finding 3 in the previous round. He's somebody you wanted alive.
And they're just going to be upset. The radius of that one, and they have just called this correctly every single step of the way. Vortex now left alone. And he goes into the window, and he goes down, and Notorious will not allow them to have the dream come true. All get shut down, but I've got to go back and talk about that stun check. Vortex banked it off the door, looking for a player exactly where Eric Boom was. There was no hit marker. There was no stun check. They did not know he was there. So when Cobra slid in, he wasn't expecting somebody. And that was the first domino that fell.
Yeah, that's tough. Look, without going through and seeing it on replay and seeing exactly where it landed, it's hard to understand why it didn't. But for Vortex, I want to say for, even just for Katana in general, that area of the map had been a bit of an issue throughout the entirety of that matchup. Middle of the map, it was always quite difficult for them to get those initial pushes, to get that control. Team Notorious, you've got to give them credit. Yes, okay, they were 5-2 up. It gets forced to around 11. But that mid-map control belonged to them, I would say, 9 times out of 10. And it made it very, very difficult work for Katana Gaming, who now find themselves 2-0 down, and how quickly the story can flip-flop. I was saying before, if Team Notorious run away with the search and destroy, you're heading into a vault control, you don't know what's going to happen, and then gets forced round number 5, round number 11, I should say, after being 5-2 down. Kind of moment that could be massively influential to swing it back in Team Notorious's favor. If Katana find that, it's momentum with them. They don't. They're 2-0 down, heading into a vault control, which you have found a lot of success on against everybody else, except Team Notorious.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to give full credit for Katana to basically steady themselves on that map, because it looked like for a long time Notorious were just basically having the time of their lives. They were aggressive, they had everything get shut down. Even something like with Katana, with that post, well, not even a post plant, going into the A site, waiting for that pressure to absorb it, and instead of kind of panicking and worrying about getting that bomb down, they waited for Notorious to kind of charge them. You know, Notorious thought they might be weak because of last time around they did it. This time they didn't, and Katana caught them. Those are the kind of adjustments at this level that can define how an S&D goes. Unfortunately for Katana, maybe just too far behind after the first 6 rounds.
Vault control incoming. I say I'm not writing Katana off by any stretch at this one, because Vault Control is a good map for them, but they just haven't necessarily had the look up against Team Notorious. Red card, hardpoint, don't mind that for them so much either. I say under search to close things out. A little bit of a different one to dealership, but that is a brand new map for both these two teams to come into. Of course, just introduced at the beginning of this stage. But this time around, it is Team Notorious 6-5 up. But let's go back to that round 11 and see how things did break down here, because we were talking about in that moment, even in RC, I didn't even notice that, but we're talking about the stun check that kind of tried to come through here for Vortex and didn't land. We're just going to try and keep an eye out on kind of the mechanics of it and why it didn't land.
So they're looking for Eric Boom, right?
Yeah.
It banks off. I think it goes too far. He's put it too high.
Yeah, it's other side of the table. Look, it came just other side of the table. So hasn't hit anything. Yeah.
So when Cobra goes in, he's obviously, they know that the player was far deep because there's already been a pre-fire. Nobody knows Eric Boom is there. And that's just unfortunate. If it is a little bit shorter, if it just clipped him, that call would have been made and Cobra might have checked the close corner first.
It was a position that Eric Boom played at a couple of different times as well. You get that information, you maybe double child out, you maybe even triple child out because you know there could be a couple there. Really good job there from Team Notorious, you have to say. Look, even when they do find that first blood, there's still work to be done. They get aggressive on the childs because they know the information where Vortex is, because he's just on the stun down, didn't hit the guy he was looking for. Relevant of that, it was Team Notorious who probably did deserve it in the end. Katana did a good job of bringing it back, but ultimately, if you don't complete the comeback, it ain't a comeback. And 6-5 is the score for Team Notorious. 2-0 up now, heading into the vault control. And yeah, this is now a very, very tough game for Katana. It was always going to be. Potentially dropping the losers bracket here if they lose this vault control, but they do very much have it in them to push Katana the distance to win these next 3 maps. We know how close these two teams have been. It's always been Team Notorious just slightly edging it. Map number 1, okay, it has been impressive from the map number 2, very, very close, but still a lot of Call of Duty left to be played.
Yeah, I'm just actually checking on some of the other games as well to have a little bit of a look at how they are all going. And I believe it's 2-0 to maybe the Team Orchid at this point. There we go, we got the bracket. Never mind, ignore me. I can just look at this. I don't have to go looking for it. Mistaken already, 3-0'd Kinky. Well, that makes a little bit of sense. Kinky kind of slipped through at the last second. Mistaken had a great run in the groups. Then we see the Magpies going up 1-0 in their game, yet to complete their map 2. Of course, we can see P7 versus Orchid. Orchid are 2-0 up. That's kind of expected. And Notorious versus Katana also 2-0. I wonder which game's going to go to distance in this one, Ton.
It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, you would imagine that Orchid are going to close it up against P7, looking good there. Honestly, the Magpies going up 1-0 against Jump Shot France, looking like a very close map number 1 from what I did see on socials. So that's a close series. Kinky losing 3-0 and a Mistaken doesn't surprise me too much. Kinky just about scraping through and going up against a team who went undefeated and beat Team Notorious in their group. That was always likely going to be the result of that one. So winners round 2, we have our first team in there. But for Orchid and Notorious, they're 2-0 up in both of their series, looking to try and close it out 3-0. And again, kind of something I reiterated after map number 1 and throughout map number 2. If this was a 3-0 for Team Notorious, it goes some way of putting a statement down against one of what they would probably consider their biggest opposition. That would be a massive one to find. So let's see how things are going to go, but plenty more cut to be played, I said.
Yeah, especially since we apparently have a little bit of a Bravo game going on. Here's how it's been going so far. Hatchet at a hard point, 250 to 145. Protocol Search and Destroy 6-3. And of course, this is the control ton.
Yep, for both these two teams. Differences of kind of what you were thinking coming into this one. P7 Esports would have liked to get something going, but Team Orchid. I mean, we've seen a little stint of what we the start of the first map, and it was all Orchid. But P7 Esports, every single time I see them on this map, they're relatively decent at it. Let's see if they can get something going here on the vault control.
Well, speaking of going, this is about as good of a start as you can get.
Exactly.
Detain. We'll slide back again and just try to keep them on the back foot. They've maybe given them a little bit too much space, but Denz is now doing what we expect them to do. Hit the spawn, cut them down every single time, and this will spawn them out B side. And now Detain looking to continue this reign of terror. Vance will eventually shut him down. They get a couple of kills on the board here. Orchid looking to right the ship, and they're on to A.
Could happen in the blink of an eye. 28 seconds, so not a great deal of time. But man's finding 3. He's going to open things up here. Still plenty of lives remaining on both sides. You're trying to make this count if you are Team Orchid. Currently off the point, waiting for these kills to come through. A little bit of bad timing. Lucifer will get taken down. Henry and Co need to jump back on. They need to survive though, and that's a good job. Henry Mythic's finding those kills. That might just secure it the side of Team Orchid. Big gun win.
Gotta be careful though. I mean, P7 are trying to get in a position to take this, but not quite quick enough to end this at that point. Still trying to get through here, and well, Bant will now be the main player. Problem is, his entire team has gone down, and so will he. Back into the spawn, back into issues. Denzer falls at the first. Disarray! That's a big kill. It keeps him on the back foot. Orchid will not be able to get out straight away.
Trying to fight their way out. Still a lot to do here. P7 in a good spot in this first defensive round. Looking good here for them. If they can get around on the board, it will go some way to starting the combat. But you can continue to watch action over on Bravo and at Code Challengers. That game will continue. But we still have Alpha ongoing here. Team Notorious are, well, good to go up against Katana Gaming. 2-0 up and a Vault Control incoming. As mentioned, this is a map that has went their way the last couple of times that these two teams have faced. If they do that this time, it will be a 3-0 and winners bracket round number 1.
Gotta remember, Katana last time in the respawn didn't have the most pleasant of experiences, but this is actually a really good start. Bressy puts up maybe the final nail in the coffin. Sounds a bit early to do so, but everybody moving forward, and they already have that trap in. Notorious are going to split this very, very hard, but they're going to lose at least the first tick here, Ton.
Not ideal. Being forced back a little bit. F. Afro doing well to find those gunfights as well. That's a momentary 4 dead. So good start for the side of Katana, but Team Notorious now pinned the back very, very quickly. Afro is going to have to back that up, so they're not quite at the stage where they're able to force Katana back. A nice way to retake. F. will find another. Good job. Rafi and Co now with a little bit more map control. Katana going to have to fight their way out.
Afro still hunting for these players, and they've got players in the backfield as well. It's Eric Boom, but not able to get much going on to it. For Katana here, it'll be an A play. Afro's going to go down as well. This is good for Katana. Rafi up top, looking to slow this down as much as he can. Finds the first. There are too many angles for all the players to be hidden, and Rafi will find a second with the help of a teammate as he jumps out. I think he was seen. He was. Doesn't matter. Turn. Not the burn. The pistol isn't going to work as Rafi floats like a butterfly, but eventually dies before he can get that final sting in, as F. tries to keep them on the back foot as well. Just 2 ticks for Katana here, as this game's kicked into another gear.
Yeah, Katana a little bit staggered, but they have found a route over towards B side. Cobra and Vortex combining well. F. now finding with his back against the wall. Ignate's going to take Vortex down, so that's going to give them a little bit more control than they would have. The pivot from Katana over towards this A side. They just want to make sure they secure that time, looking like they're going to be able to. Notoriously cleared B, and they're going to have a look at A. They're not going to have a chance. Katana will secure a little bit more time to try and get something going. Trades in the middle of the map. Even at the moment, Vortex gunned, unfortunately, by Eric Boom. He'll find it in a little bit more control for Team Notorious when they need it. 14 versus 3 in lives. Not a great deal of time to get something going at B, but we know it takes one good push.
It certainly does, and I wonder if Notorious is just going to jump on that B point. Just somebody for half a second. Get that completely cleared. You never know the difference a little bit of timing like that might make, but Afro's gone to the spawn. He's looking for the players. He's called it correctly, but the timing almost goes against him, but Afro's reflexes pull him out of the fire. The issue is going to be is that he still has to be magic here, as there are players in his own spawn.
Well, look at how they passed each other. Afro literally went over his head. Incredible. Vortex out this side now as well. Is going to be able to pick up the pieces on Afro. But for all that, Afro has been putting the pressure on. So has Aspect. Inside of the balcony building now, it's going to be down Eric Boom to maybe try and find something. The rest of the team have been pinned in. That's a big kill for him to find. Now he can start to initiate a flank with 20 seconds to go. It needs to be a good read by Brezzy, and it is. Vortex will get taken down. 1v1. Afro again will find the big kill. 7v3, and that's a massive one from Afro.
Had to make it, and make it he did. Aspect takes down Afro there as well. They've just got to get this one tick. Katana going to try and make magic happen. They just don't have the bodies. They don't have the time. And right now, they don't have the luck either. Aspect would have to be a god in this situation to get it done. It's not going to happen. Notorious find themselves with the first round win, but 5 ticks to Katana.
Yeah, not the end of the world there for Katana. An expected defensive round, I suppose. So as you mentioned, those 5 ticks are what they're going to take home and be moderately happy with. There was opportunities there, but good play from Team Notorious. Every single time they needed to find a clutch kill, they did that 2-piece from Afro towards the end. Very much what they needed. Continue on now for Katana. This is your turn on the defensive side. It has always been a bit of a struggle here for the SMGs of Katana, hasn't it? Cobra and Brezzy, it's either been one of them, not necessarily flying. And it's hurt them just a little bit, I would say.
Yeah, a bit of consistency maybe, and get everybody firing on the cylinders will help, but so far, not a bad start.
Not awful. And then pinned back, and all of a sudden, Team Notorious just have to burn some time. But that time being burned is maybe going to allow FDOT to put himself in a position. Now, is that going to affect the spawns? And are Katana going to be wary of that? Yeah, you can see straight away. Cobra spawns over towards P4 side, because that's where FDOT wants him, and immediately looks over towards the balcony building. A little bit of progress going on over towards A, but it's really about this war of attrition towards that back side. They're currently really trying to hunt FDOT down, but that's a lot of resources that went over towards that side. Team Notorious now can get a little bit of progress over towards A, at least a little bit of control. Second tick incoming, not a bad start.
Still, just trying to make sure that they don't get picked off. It is one of the, I'm going to say, most horrible control sites once you're in it, just simply because there are so many angles to be picked from and very little cover once you're in there. But, well, if you kill everybody, you're not going to really worry about that. FDOT is now hunting for a player who knows he's going to be here as well. They get another kill down. The transition will matter. Afro looking to be a nuisance and doesn't get the second. He's going to re-chat it with a pistol. They are looking for him here as backup arrives.
I was about to say, it's bad news for Katana, this. Afro in this kind of position. Look at the pressure they're putting on them. Eric with freebie. Can he find a second? Yes, he can. Vortex not aware. All three dead. Onto the point we go. Brezzy can find something on the other side, but they were spawning them back there. Eric Boom, yep, making the wise decision. Pushing up. Keeping that pressure on. There's no freebies through the door. Kill starting to come through from Katana either way, though. That was an opportunity for Team Notorious. Not quite able to execute.
No, I think they had Afro, even though he made all those kills, wasn't quite the position they wanted to be, and Eric Boom getting some at the same time, but just couldn't capitalize without the reinforcements to manipulate the spawns the way they wanted to go. Afro's going to try and do it again. And Rafi's here at the same point. They are just farming them at the same time, really stopping that clock, getting one down as well. Waiting for the flank. They know he's coming in. Afro has got finally in the position he wants to be, and this could signal the end of this round.
This is so difficult now. 17 versus 9. Time ticking very, very quickly. Cobra can find something else. Can Vortex? Well, only the gunfights that are going the opposite way. FDOT finds 3. Team Notorious do the good. And like that, I mean, Katana finds some decent look over towards their attacking round with 5 ticks, but Team Notorious go that step further. And now for Katana, you need to find an attacking round just to stay in the series.
Wow. All lines up for FDOT. Nobody really wanted to give Afro any more kills than that last bit. He kept looking. He's like, what? They're just being killed before I can get them. Nobody's coming to chow me. And there is something just so dangerous about this Notorious team. I mean, FDOT having a great time now. Eric Boom and Afro, always expect them around your spawn going for the kills. They are dangerous when they do it. Cobra having a bit of a quiet game in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, he's had a relatively quiet series, to be honest, Bryce. Team Notorious have been better in nearly every single facet. Katana Gaming, though, I mean, you started to come back on the Search and Destroy. You couldn't give yourself that lifeline. Can you start to come back here on the control? It's maybe a little bit more of a difficult thing to do here on Vault. FDOT, Eric Boom combining well. Afro is there to pick up the pieces. Now pressure on. Katana will have to fight out their spawn, but 2 ticks over towards A already. Not a bad start.
Get a few kills back. If they can keep this momentum up, there is a way for them, as Afro is going to find 2 of them and only gets 1. Disaster slightly averted, and that's good now for Katana. Rafi not able to finish his dinner. And that should be an A lockdown.
Oh. Rafi nearly finding the snap. Vortex will find him, but you're right. Should be A gone. Good fight back here from Katana. It's just FDOT. And well, it's not just FDOT, it's Afro as well. 16 and 9 from him. FDOT 21 and 11. Absolutely terrorizing. Vortex and Co trying to find a way out here, and for all that, it feels like they've been pinned to the spawn the majority of the game. They're all of a sudden over towards B and finding gunfights. Afro caught on the cross. Aspect will find Rafi up top. Big opportunity here for Katana.
This is all so good. The only part of this puzzle they don't have is somebody pushing the spawn, but so many going through, and well, the nades will just kick them away. I was going to say, an almost perfect setup, having the bodies there. Well, they may have done just enough. You've got to remember, though, last time around, Katana did get 5 as well, or unable to get it over the line.
No trophy, that's tough. Off the name, maybe just bounced the other side, didn't get picked up by the trophy, blew the car up. All she wrote. 16 versus 4, 16 versus 13. And now for Katana, it's a little bit awkward. Yeah, okay, you've got a minute. But you know that Afro is going to be lingering somewhere. They found him, but then the process of then having to try and track him down. Take him down. It's just entirely a different beast, isn't it? Making some inroads, though. But look at the position of Team Notorious here. Just so awkward. Aspect going to get caught by Eric Boom almost immediately. Big nade onto Rafi, though. That is going to give them some inroads. Trophy's gone. They know Eric Boom's behind them. They're already searching for him, but they have to worry about the other side as well. But if you are Team Notorious, you need to worry about this point going. It might be gone yet. You can't get there in time. Katana just stack it. Honestly, Team Notorious were in awkward positions for Katana to have to deal with them, but not necessarily close enough to deal with them firsthand. Have to get there pretty quickly. Can't shut it down in time. That's all she wrote. They're attacking round that Katana needed. Now back over towards the defensive side. If they hold this, we see around 5.
And I think you're right. I mean, they were trying to play the corners, trying to disrupt it. Unfortunately, once they lost a gunfight, it was, well, let's just jump on the point. Let's just get on. If we got the numbers, it's only 1 tick. And Katana, if they can hold this defense, it is more than possible. Look at the slaying, though. Keep an eye on that KD ratio. 23-13, 21-13, 18-13. Been a bit of a bloodbath on the side of Team Notorious so far. And, well, the kill feed showing it again.
Notorious for some good inroads over towards A once more. Extend that time, give themselves a plethora of it to push over towards B. The kills have started to go their way as well. Cobra gonna go for the child. F-Dot's just positioning himself so well here. Just such an awkward gunfight. 8 locked in. Pressure still on. The players potentially on the flank here for Katana that might be able to ease some of that pressure, and they do. Cobra and Vortex combining. One kill on the B side, another kill in the middle of the map, so that was, I don't want to say essential for Katana, but it's a nice respite to the pressure that Team Notorious have been putting down the majority of the first minute of the round.
Eric Boom, all the way into spawn. This is where it gets a bit dangerous. If Notorious can get some kills and Eric Boom can stay alive, well, that's the puzzle pieces going together. Already 2 for Notorious. Eric Boom is wondering where this pressure is. They know he's here. And he knows they know he's here.
Shot from Eric Boom, keeping that pressure on. Can't quite find the second. Invest a lot over towards this side. Now that line of players from Team Notorious through the middle of the map is looking quite good. We can now put the pressure on, and if you've got to find something for Katana, you've got to fight out your spawn. The nades have got to be perfect. Because right now, that time is ticking over towards B. Second tick is in.
They're trying to get this one done, and, well, Afro loses that gunfight, but somebody has to get to the point here as well. It is going to be a flank.
Gotta go.
Rafi fighting for his life. Eric Boom going to fall as well. Now, Eric Boom somehow staying alive in that situation. Continues to go. Gets a 3 streak. Not going to be the 4. And Afro's come straight back in with 2. They have just put the pedal to the metal and flown at them.
Oh, big win.
Hasn't worked.
Yeah, Afro stopped shooting. As does Rafi in that scenario. They were milliseconds away from winning this round and winning this series. But still that pressure on. Katana have never had a moment to breathe. Team Notorious just pile the pressure on through the middle of the map at every single angle. Here comes the flank, and this might be the game.
Oh, Afro, you bad, bad man. Oh, there's 3. Not even going to get the ace. Taken away by Eric Boom, but a clean sweep for Team Notorious. Outslayed and outplayed. They take the series 3-1.
The map 3-1. The series 3-0. That's a big win And the best play, safe to last from Afro. 1, 2. Yeah, okay, he shot them both in the back. I hope Vortex was weak. I beg he was weak because Afro, if he wasn't, the gunfight comes through, and it's just all about the movement there towards the back end of things for Afro. And just a whole Team Notorious squad. It's a sensational job. And if I was to kind of summarize that series in one word, would be pressure. Constant pressure from Team Notorious that honestly, Katana couldn't deal with throughout every single one of those three maps. Just every single piston that you needed firing from Team Notorious, it was there once again. Rafi's turn to go negative. Everybody else doing their job and getting those kills down. Again, for Katana, just a bit of a struggle. You know, you've got players like Cobra who we gas up quite a lot, and he's a solid player. We know that he's one of the best in Europe. Not having a good game, and for Katana, look, Team Notorious have been the team who have had your number all year. If you're not firing on all cylinders in a match against Team Notorious, that will happen. 3-0, deservedly so.
Just had a good time. I mean, the respawns were just so slay heavy. And for Katana, I mean, probably really wish they got that round 11 on the S&D, to be honest with you, but not going to happen in this one. They'll go marching forward, Notorious, into the next round of winners. Katana will be the first of our big teams to drop into that lower bracket. And this, I mean, just looked so comfortable for Notorious the entire way through.
It was, for the most part, wasn't it? I mean, the Search and Destroy got a little bit uncomfortable, but I mean, they're a couple of gunfights away from that being a 6-2, 6-3. Vault hardpoint dominant, Vault control dominant. And this is how our bracket is now playing out. Magpies 2-0 up against Jump Shot France. Orchid now 2-1 up against P7. I told you I like P7 on that Vault control. They are able to find it. Also map number 4 between those two over on Bravo. We could jump from there, but Katana will drop down into the losers bracket. And I presume we'll be going on the flip side of things. So at this moment in time, Katana could be going up against a team that did actually hand them their only defeat of the group stage in Jump Shot France. If Jump Shot France can't turn it around up against the Magpies, we're precariously placed here, Brycey.
Oh, they certainly are. And I was just actually catching up on what's happened in that Orchid game, and it was a very close Vault, 3-2. Just a little bit of a rally there from P7. But with all that being said, we are waiting for our next game to appear on our screen. So while we do that, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, though, more action from playoffs. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. We're jumping into our Bravo game here. This is going to be Team Orchid versus Project 7. So far, 2-1 to Orchid. Project 7 just grabbing that Vault control to keep this series alive.
Yeah, I swear we had a couple of lads doing a new watch party here, Brycey. They seem to be slacking off already, and it's actually incredible, if you ask me.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Some people really just don't want to put the effort in, but
Some people.
We're here to carry you through the game, so don't worry, lads. We'll take over. But at the moment, we're going to see whether or not Orchid can get this one shut down. Of course, they are the favourites.
They are, absolutely. You know, heading into map number 3. Project 7, I'll reiterate it, really like them on Vault Control. They were able to find that win, but first map was very one-sided. Map number 2 also goes Team Orchid's way, but still, you would fancy Team Orchid to be able to close this one out. Mythic's really nice start. And again, the storyline for Team Orchid this season, and I don't want to say that, you know, you want to convert your LAN performances into online performances. Yes, you do. But it's always, you want to improve on from your online performances into a LAN performance, whereas it has been the opposite for for Team Orchid, of course. Heading over now towards P2, Project 7. They have themselves a little bit of control. 50 seconds remaining here over towards P2. Pressure will be coming from Team Orchid almost instantly. This right should be dead to rights, can find one, doesn't find the second. Nice trades coming through. One player spawned towards the back though. Might just give a little bit of an inroad for Project 7. Didn't hold on to them if you're Orchid, but you get a good idea where they're coming from.
Here comes the pressure. Project 7 stacking to get this one as well, but already Henry finds 2 on his 5 streak. He's going to fall before he can do any more damage. Mythix knows there's pressure coming as well, but he's a little bit outnumbered. Has to watch a couple of angles. Panicking because of it. Every single action back and forth, but somehow staying alive as reinforcements just close down the angles. Enough as Mythix! Well, he's alive. Doesn't get all the kills, but gets all the thrills. Points good, and we're off to P3.
Dodges, dips, dives, and dodge all the way through. Did I get that right, Brucey? I feel like you would know the exact quote on that one, but irrelevant. Yes. That's a good amount of timing over towards P2. Decided Team Orchid. Nearly 60 seconds to their name. 52 seconds remaining over towards P3. If you're Project 7, I would like to see you extend back, but they've jumped the time. They've got killed off it. And spawns don't belong to them. Time still does, though. Disarray with a big win.
Here they go once again. There's a part of me that, I don't know the best way to put this, that I find P3 a very frustrating hill. You know that you're going to be waiting for the big P4. It looms over this hill like a bit of a nightmare because it's a money hill right off the back of this. It's difficult to stay alive in the point. It means that players will play around it for positioning and kills a lot of the time. But when we say that, there are some times where we see teams get massive amounts of points and don't have to worry too much about the P4. Speaking of which, it's about to pop, and this could be a very influential gunfight as Disarray looks to make a play.
Yep, you got the spawns here. Still for Team Orchid, even with Disarray making this move over towards the backside, they're not going to read it. Another player on his way around. Henry is able to find one on the front. They need to be able to get rid of Disarray over towards his backside. It's going to cause absolute havoc. It's going to spawn everybody else out. Connor can work with them. And now all of a sudden they're into the point. One player over towards his backside. You fought so hard for this. If your Team Orchid just to keep a hold of this rotation over towards P4. Next flurry of gunfights though aren't going to go your way. Challenges are going to come in. Connor will be dealt with. Time on the board now. 30 seconds remaining. I think for Project 7 there, though, it's not the end of the world. You didn't necessarily have anything favorable going your way whatsoever, and you've kept Team Orchid off that for a minimum of 25 seconds.
This we're going to work, and not going to be able to get that one done, and Henry tries to get his trades, and that last player was definitely weak to Taint. Ends up falling. Project 7 really fighting so hard to keep this one in a bit of a contest. Certainly not out of the game yet, really. Realistically, only a 49-point difference. Can they start clawing it back?
They need Denzer into 10. Start switching it up. It is sometimes feast or famine with Denzer, isn't it? You can't have these games, and I don't want to say it doesn't slow Project 7 down, but you know when Denzer is at his best, Project 7 are going to win maps, but right now, they're all dead. And Team Orchid are getting some good time here over towards P1. Feels like Project 7 have just been there for the scraps. And they've done decent enough for it with 41 seconds, but Team Orchid have been running this game comfortable right now here on Vault Hardpoint.
Oh, Mythix just making sure it doesn't go anything too wrong as they go for this one, but detain with a little bit. And look at how far away Orchid have spawned. There is a moment here, a chance that Project 7 can lock down a glut of time. Disarray checking the angles. P2 has been popped. Look at the map control. Still in the hands of Project 7. Henry, though, tries to open it up. Good trade by Detain. Headbutt from Orchid. They're all poolside. This could go great or it could go disastrous. Disarray is trying to make it disastrous. It hasn't gone well yet, though. Denza finds all three, and that is the disaster I was talking about. A headbutt poolside is a dangerous game to play, Ton.
A game that they don't end up winning. Denza will continue, finds his fourth before eventually he does fall. Pressure now starting to come in here from Team Orchid. They are sprinting into the hill. Connor, he's able to find one. Nobody is there for the trade. Spawns over towards the backside for Team Orchid, but this has been some wonderful time for Project 7. Getting themselves a minimum of 40 seconds over towards P2. Connor might be dead to rights in a second. I tell you what, the pistol's working all right, though. And Mythics is the only one who can find anything. That's thanks to Connor. Finding a few kills, and that's some more time for Project 7. One good hold, and they have roared back into this game. Denza stepped it up, and Project 7 are back in the game.
One of these reasons has got to be Connor. 20 and 11 right now. Just trying to hold down the angles. Give his team the options to play around P3. So far, it will be Orchid that gets the time, but will they have the positioning to keep this on as Connor trying to thread the needle? Doesn't matter. Denza backs him up as well. The ARs of Project 7 are banging.
When they need to. Holding poolside. Holding down spawns for P4. Team Orchid are getting some good time over towards P3 here. Don't want to say Project 7 are playing too passive. Starting to find the kills in the middle of the map. Now they will start to get some time on the board themselves. Can't just let Orchid sit in the point. It's quite the balancing act, isn't it, when it comes down to this P4 rotation. You don't want to keep allowing them free time P3. You also don't want to overextend and lose the spawns for the next hill. They've kept a hold of them. And with that, the lead change possibly imminent as Project 7 really have stepped things up. Connor 21 and 12. Tane's got a freebie in the middle of the map as well. Thank you very much. Should get traded. Does. Pressure going to start coming in pretty much immediately here from Team Orchid. Flat line of 4 across the map, trying to find a way through.
Alright, pretty firing as well, and the player just runs in, but that player has nobody to trade for him, and Project 7, no, this is important. How is he just managed to keep going through? Looks like they're throwing all the bullets here as well, but it's Orchid basically trying to push back the C. There are just too many players for them to deflect, and that is a lead change. Project 7 now have the advantage on this hard point. And it has been a rip-roaring success for them in the last couple of hills. And maybe, just maybe, they are smelling a map 5.
They've done really well since P2. Just this whole second rotation has been dominant. What they were down, I want to say 60 or 70. As we head into this second rotation, we're about to head into a third, and they are going to be up by 30. Incredible turnaround from Project 7. Good time at P2, if not all of it. Solid time at P3. Wonderful rotation over towards P4. And just like that, the game spun on its head. Connor 26 and 13. Denzel was what? He was like 4 and 12. Now 19 and 23. Everyone pulling their weight and continuing to get good time. The team up collectively on a 10 spree right now.
Just dominating. And it almost felt like it came out of nowhere. They were down, but what a turnaround. Points on points. The Orchid will have to work out what is going so wrong for them. There's Connor still on that 2 OKD ratio. And this is maybe where it fell wrong for Team Orchid first time around. That P1 to P2. They didn't manage to lock it in here, but that is a full wipe, and now Orchid have a chance to strike.
They need to get a foothold back into this game big time, and this is your opportunity to do so. P2 incoming, but this is going to have to be something you're going to have to worry about because you have not done the work across the map. Connor will call everything in. Should find one. Does. Now the pressure is up. Got to find this gunfight towards the back. The team will get taken down. Disarray through the front, though. Can he find anything extra? Looking for the kill. He's keeping them at bay. Spawns are still going to be there, but Mythics has done God's work to hold that down. And now Connor's left all on his own momentarily. Denzel will spawn towards the back, so Project 7 still with the potential to find the break.
They just have so many bodies. I don't know if he can do it again. Last time around, he just tried to hold everything through, but Mythics will fall quickly. Detain going to work. Disarray also gets one in the feed. Denza finds his own, even though I thought he was going to be gunned before he could, and Those 18 points, it feels like an awful lot when the teams are this close as Disarray refuses to let them in the front door. Eventually will fall, but still so many points pulled away from Team Orchid as we head towards P3. That is an aggressive chow.
Aggressive one indeed. One that, you know, Project 7 possibly have to make. You want to think about this rotation over towards 3. You want to think about the rotation over towards 4. You want to get that pressure on as soon as you possibly can. Team Orchid 25 seconds away now. Bant's going to just try and hold down the middle of the map. We'll get caught out from behind. And Raid still doesn't win the gunfight, even with the pre-spray. Disarray doing well, and all of a sudden this pressure will come in from Project 7. And if you're Mythics, yeah, you have to hold it, because a little bit of a split spawn coming through. Pressure now coming in from Bant's, trying to get the players off the point and get some time of their own, because that's the problem for Team Orchid here. You will find yourself 30 seconds behind. You cannot give free time.
And it's this P3 to P4 that they might be banking on. Let's go back. He does not want to fall down. He knows players are going to be trying to hit his flank as well. It will be scrap time for Project 7.
And scrap time goes over. Team Orchid happy to give that away. They've dealt with the pressure as well. 2 big kills coming through from Pants and Lucifer. And now this is a big moment. If Team Orchid can hold this hill, they are within touching distance of closing it out. Project 7 starting to put the pressure down. They can find one. Harry will find one back, though. Mythics working well as well. Has he held this map down all on his own? Not quite. Lucifer is there to pick up the pieces, so first push from Project 7 fails.
A tense time here, because if Orchid get all of this, it puts them in such a commanding position for the rest of it. You can see Project 7 just being a little bit circumstantial around it, but 2 versus 2. Big fight here going down. Lucifer wants to lock that doorway. He thinks with the timing they've gone the other way. Doesn't matter, still picks it up. Knows there's going to be another player here as well. Cleans house, a 6 streak. And now the rotation. Orchid putting the feet to the pavement, but unfortunately already wiped ton.
Already wiped, but that is a big moment. You're behind. Heading into this 3rd rotation. You're heading in now into a 4th in the lead. And hell coming in from the skies. Can you find anything here with a Hellstorm? Absolutely nothing. The rest of your team dropping at the same time as well. So you're off the map. Your team aren't doing anything. This is free time for Project 7.
They have found nothing, and well, there's a shoulder there. Connor knows as well and wins the gunfight. Project 7 have held them off P1 for so long, but eventually they break before the lead change. Disarray trying to get a trade back as well. Knows there's players all around. Eventually gets caught in that corner. Orchid can win this here. I don't even think they're going to worry about P2. They want to get it. Denzel will try and slide in for a contest. But where are the rest of this team? A bit of a pinch coming through. Lucifer's also going to be on that flank at the same time. Trade still going to Orchid. And only one player could have done anything there. It's not going to be enough. The tick is good. And Orchid hold it down on P1 to take the series.
Fantastic. Map number 4 between these two teams. Brilliant start from Orchid. A sensational 2nd and 3rd rotation. A 2nd especially out of P7 Esports. But that's all they really had to write home about. It is a very close game in the end. That big hold from Orchid over towards P4 gets the job done towards the latter stages. Pricey, and deservedly so. It felt as if they did kind of control it for the majority of that game. It kind of shows in that scoreline, but P7 just went on a stretch of hills where they couldn't seemingly be gunned, and they nearly shoved them all the way. P7 will drop on down, and I believe actually I miscalculated before. Project 7 dropped down to face Katana.
Oh, that's a horrible drop down. That is not pleasant at all.
Well, I mean, at the same time, though, like, you know, you got a couple of players who are on P7 now, who are on Crud Muffins, who were the ones who made it to the grand final last season, beating Katana along the way. I don't think they'll be too disappointed with it, but yeah, it is definitely a shock that you ran into pretty early in the losers bracket. But irrelevant of that, Team Orchid doing a really good job throughout this very first winners bracket game. P7 Esports are a tough team. They managed to get the win, though, put themselves now to a winners bracket semi-final game up against Team Notorious. What a banger that is. We got one of those games coming up towards the latter stages of today. Mission Magpies closing in out up against Jump Shot France 3-0, by the way. Mission Magpies kind of, I don't want to say they went under my radar a little bit, but I want to say they maybe kind of have. We haven't seen a great deal from them. Kind of a mismatch of what we've seen on that Crud Muffins team last season. And now finding themselves doing all right here in bracket play. But yep, there you go. It's going to be closed out by Team Orchid 3-1. The control goes P7's way, but that is it. And all that bracket talk I've been throwing in your ears, that's how it's playing out. If only we had a graphic, and there we do have one. Mistaken, going up against Magpies. Notorious up against Orchid. That's going to be winners round 2, but we have a losers round side of things to deal with before we get there.
We really do, and so many good teams ready to rumble, ton. That's going to be the condition. But as we get everybody ready for this next round, we are going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere, though. Elimination matches up next. See you in just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. It is time to get into our next set of games. Eliminations are upon us. They may have made their way through the groups, but are they good enough to continue? As you can see, we've already had our first round of winners ton.
We have, and a surprise along the way has kind of set us up for this elimination round number one. No surprise that Kinky did drop going up against Mistaken, but a surprise for me for Jump Shot France after they showed a little bit of promise in their group, going 4-1. Losing to Mission Magpies 3-0, and now having an elimination round one game up against Kinky. Now, you would think, based on what we've seen across those group stages, if he didn't see Kinky up against Jump Shot France, we didn't see it over on Alpha, but it was obviously happening on one of the side streams. This in the group stage went to a map number 5. Jump Shot France were able to close it out 6-1. So this should be a very interesting game, even though you would presume Jump Shot France should be able to get the job done. But Kinky showing that they did go close throughout the majority of those groups, not quite able to get it over the line. They did in the end. This is how the maps are going to be playing out. Hacienda Hardpoint, and we did play this last time out, and it was a win for the side of Kinky. Protocol Search and Destroy, we also played that. It was a win for Jump Shot France. Hacienda Control, we also played that. It was a map for Kinky. Hardpoint Skyline was the previous map that we played up against each other. Protocol Hardpoint and Rewind Search and Destroy, we did not play. So these first 3 maps, pretty even across the board. Last 2 maps we didn't get to see with these 2 teams meeting up, but I think Jump Shot France will be in a little bit of a precarious situation now. You kind of went through the group stages, done very, very well, but lost your first winners bracket game against a roster that, honestly, I thought they'd be able to go on and do a little bit better than. They lost a 3-0 as well, Bracey, so where are your confidence levels at? You need to correct them pretty quickly here against Kinky.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, for me as well, I mean, it is surprising. I mean, Kinky is a good team. This is what I said about it being competitive. I think you mentioned it as well. Truth is, every one of these teams in the Elite Challengers, especially in the playoffs, is a good team. And for those of you sitting at home thinking you could take them, you couldn't. unless you're already in the CDL, unfortunately, you're probably not good enough, especially if you're sitting at like platinum in rank play. I'm sorry, buddy, but they would rip you asunder, and it only gets more competitive as you go up the skill levels. So right now, we'll see who wants it more, Kinky or Jump Shot France.
Should be a very interesting game. As mentioned last time out, this one did go over towards the side of Kinky. Looked like a very even game, though, from what I can see. There's actually a score on the statistics on COD Gamepedia that I'm just having a look at here, but Kinky were the ones who took it away, and with some very good time over towards P1. Looking to try and continue that streak against Jump Shot France. Nice kills coming through. And yeah, I kind of want to further reiterate what you just said there about Kinky. You look at this roster, you expect them to be going better than 1-4 across their group. They get it done on tiebreaker in the end. But obviously having some very close games up against teams like Jump Shot France, and that's the difference maker. Jump Shot France, of course, they start their season off with a cracking win up against Katana. Since then, well, we're able to get what they needed to be done. But it hasn't been plain sailing. Dropping down the loser bracket pretty early as well is not what they would have wanted. And having to rotate over towards P2 whilst in full control is what they would have wanted. Nice start.
Pretty good time, and I think you're right. I mean, always going to be a Niall fan. He's been battling in this pit for some time. He's always making the elite, and well, they did scrape through into this, but so far looking pretty good. Obviously, it all depends whether or not they can crack this in the next few seconds, or we're going to see a lead change.
I mean, Niall has been around since the dawn of time, it feels like. I remember seeing him at, like, EGL events way back in the day, and yeah, he's been around for a very, very long time. Still alive and kicking. Still doing the job. Still holding his own in challenges. Typical, to say the least. Right now, though, it's going to be Kinky who find a way through with 10 seconds to go. Some good time for Jump Shot France. But Kinky will get a hold of that scrap time and a rotation over towards P3.
Sykes doing what we expected of him so far, but this does feel like it has all the sort of potential to really go the distance in this game. Both these teams good enough to put pressure on in several of these maps, and Melko flying into that point at the same time, and so far so good for Kinky though. Flying forward, Niall finding a kill I didn't think he would grab, and everybody piling in the point.
Some good time on offer, yeah. Sykes doing well. And again, he was somebody we commented on. Every single time that we get to see Jump Shot France, it feels like the Sykes is frying. Sometimes he isn't. Well, right now, though, he's doing all right. 11-6 to kick things off here. Melko and Mighty, though, have for me been two of the most influential players for Jump Shot France. I love the AR play from these two, but Melko's had a slow start, and, well, to compound that, Jump Shot France are finding themselves around 30 points behind, heading over towards P4. These hills seem to be going by in the blink of an eye, and Nile also in the blink of an eye finding 2 kills. Nadox and Sykes finding that one, but a 10 or 11 year veteran in Nile having a good game here at 11-6.
Brown trying to get more kills going down here onto Rock, and with Twiz getting a 2. I was going to say it should be locked in, but Mighty guns him down before he can do any more, and Ben W flies around the corner. 11-5, but just cannot fight 2 people at once as Sykes gets 3. Unfortunately, it's a team kill.
Not able to solidify it. Kinky will be there to pick up the pieces. Nile and Ben W doing a really good job on the AR front yet. 14-7 out of Nile. He keeps it going. Now there's a little bit of backup for the rest of the team. It's a hard push for Jump Shot France.
Brown just ready for this one. You can see just how locked in he was there. Almost pre-fired a ghost. Eventually will fall down, but so far so good for Kinky Time. I mean, technically, they were the underdogs coming into this.
Yeah, I would say so. You know, that as mentioned, these two did go up in groups. One team went 4-1, one team went 1-4. Last time out, Kinky won this map, and it went to a map number 5 that Jump Shot France were able to take away. Expect a very, very good series here. I think Kinky's record, it doesn't necessarily flatter them. Now trying to get something going here over towards P2 once again. Kinky were in control of this last time. Jump Shot France still seem to have a little bit more presence this time around.
It's easy. A bit of a dangerous gunfight considering what's at stake here, and that's going to be P2. You can already see players running for it as well. For Brown, that should be a stun check. Doesn't get a stun check. Doesn't know the players here. Still checking towards the back, and, well, Melko, I was about to say, should have an easy kill, but hasn't found it. Everybody using the colour perfectly. Eventually, though, Jump Shot France do have the bodies ready to turn over this hill.
There's Nile doing a really good job once again. Nile is still going to hold it down towards this backside. Now needs the rest of his team to get through. Player disconnecting on Kinky. Not ideal when you're up. Alex and Sykes can find a couple. And that is a bit of a disaster because we're already past the point of no return. Gonna have to do it 3 versus 4 whilst he tries to come back in. Ben W, yeah, I don't think he can join back in. Kinky are gonna be playing a man down. Oh, can he join back in?
Oh, there we go. He's back.
He should be.
How dare you? He's always going to return to the scene. And there we go. The spawn in of Ben W. All is not lost. It is not sunk so far. They've taken a bit of a battering in the time that Ben W has had to regain, and he kills Twiz on his return. And we go to P3.
Back just in time, eh? Bit of an awkward one, isn't it? With P2 on offer there for Jump Shot France. They make the most of it. Unfortunate timing for Kinky, but that is unfortunately the way the cookie crumbles. NW is there for the child to help Nile out. Push coming in over towards the fences. Right now, again, Nile is the one running the lobby right now. 23-12. The other side of things is about Sykes 21-15. He's trying to hold it down for his team inside the point. Doing good here over towards P3. That's 3 good kills going to go their way. Some time over towards fences for the first time in quite some time, or even in the entire game. Jump Shot France is going to find the lead.
Nanox will go down, but there's still enough bodies here for Jump Shot France to continue to rack up the time. And Kinky, I mean, it is just a sour feeling in the mouth. A player disconnecting on P2. Not what you want, and since that point, it has kind of swung against them. Obviously, the player has returned, but maybe not the fortune. Speaking of which, Ben W going to be first in, but already down to Sykes. And Rock firmly in control of Jump Shot.
Good shots coming in from Mighty, not quite enough to finish. Bad timing for Nadox. Now Sykes has it all to do. It's a lovely break from Kinky. A little bit of fortunate timing, but ultimately it does not matter. You just got to find the challenges, find the gunfights. They go your way. Push now going to start coming through from Jump Shot France, but the gunfight's been won by Kinky. 30 seconds to play for. Sykes inside the point. He's the only one, though. Grids surely should be down. There's a few seconds going to be wasted. But eventually get rid. Niall again, just finding multiple kills. Now on a 5 spree. What year is it?
And here's the thing, even with a player performing like that, Ton, a 2-point difference is all that can be said. And, well, Jump Shot France will take the lead again. Sykes, doing his own work, 27 and 18. As we fly back into this next set of rotations, game very much in the balance.
Jump Shot France getting some good time over towards P1 here. Very, very tight game, number 1. Based on the outing last time, it's one that you would think Kinky really would like to get a hold of. Search and Destroys did not go their way. And if Jump Shot France can nick themselves a respawn, they'll feel confident in this series. Right now, though, Ben W is going to be able to find a kill. 4 and 7 since he came back into it. Needs to get things rolling. Jump Shot France now finding that probably one of their most significant leads of this map in particular. Twiz behind them as well, heading over towards P2 in 15 seconds. That's gonna throw a cat amongst the pigeons. Now all of a sudden, Twiz towards this backside is causing a lot of issues for Jump Shot France. Not for Sykes still. 31 and 20 from him. He can find it, but it might just disrupt. It might just slow Kinky down. They are still very much here.
Here comes the pressure. Ben W is fighting from the back foot, and it's not going to be good enough. Niall, their big gun, is going to fall as well. And this is the last point. You want it to fall, and Twiz finds 2 magical kills. And with that, P2 is now in the hands of Kinky.
The snapper coming in from Twiz is just the right time, but which way are these trades going to go? Jump Shot France's way is the answer to that question. Niall from behind. Can he find anything? Not this time. Maddox importantly shuts him down. Bit of a spawner now for Kinky with 30 seconds to go here over towards P2. This is a big, big moment in the game.
Mighty looking for it. And they get back into this point. This may be a tie game as we go to P3, Ton. Almost certainly going to be so. Only player out here is Ben W. The rest of them will have to come off of that spawn here. Can Ben W pause? Oh my goodness, almost gets turns and burns. Will be traded out. But Kinky are 3 points behind. Jump Shot France are now on P3. It is a make or break moment in the most literal of senses.
It's going to be through the front door as well. That one player who's potentially on the flank dealt with. Twiz going to find one over towards the platform side. We'll get a little bit of office control. Some good time on off here from Kinky if they can find these gunfights, and they absolutely do. Niall's 33 and 19, and some time on the ball, but Naddox puts that pressure back on. Melko will find one himself. Niall dealt with. Lovely break comes through from 2 players on the side of Jump Shot France, and now the spawn kill was momentarily on. But difficult now. Jump Shot France in the lead. 25 seconds to go.
Has to be another break. Has to be another contest, and there's already going to be 2 down. Kinky cannot win it here either, so they've got to keep an eye and try to get further forward. Now it's on a 5 streak. They'll get back into this point. You have to think about rocks. Go. Everybody go. Niall's going to be here first, but nobody trade him. He's going to pick the wrong corner. And Ben W will go in by himself as well. There's not enough bodies for the trade here. They want. Twiz going to try and make magic happen. It isn't going to be so. Ben W fighting in the middle, but they still have to get onto this point. They have the trades. Sykes gets 1. Fabrone's going to go in. He gets that kill at the same time on his 5 streak. And it's 10 seconds to midnight now. Jump Shot France will have to hit this in the next 4 seconds. Everybody in, everybody trade. Too many through, all of the cuts. And that'll be done. Kinky take the map.
Fantastic hold over towards the rock side. They win the initial trades. They take their time. They're patient. And they find a way in. Even with losing a man during that game for around 30 seconds, they're able to get the job done. Good fight over towards P3. And the transitional gunfight is going to win or lose the game. You seen Benny was on his own. He dived in, dipped out somehow, stayed alive, finds a kill through the middle of the map. That sets the rest of the team up. They find P4, Kinky find map number 1 and lead in this series now here in this losers bracket game, Bryson. That is a big one for them to find. A really nice start. Jump Shot France, very, very close. Not close enough.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy. You got to give credit there realistically to Kinky. not only did they have a great game, but they had a player disconnect. They went down. A lot of teams could have lost their heads there. They fought right back for it as well. Sykes almost dropped 40 on them. And still, they flew back into it. That last fight at Rocks They just had the trades they needed, because Jump Shot at one point could have just locked that down with a very little time remaining.
In those final 30 seconds, absolutely wild between these two teams, but it's just a couple of gunfights here and there. Go the way of Kinky. Niall, just we'll talk about him a little bit more, because just a phenomenal performance from his side of things. Really good work. I mean, at this stage, 22 and 12. If anything, he did slow down, but big numbers really making the difference. Look how tight it was. I mean, at one stage, you know, Kinky had themselves a decent lead, but those are big kills as well with 50 seconds remaining. Here we go. Yeah, they just had to take their time. This was the final break that was attempted from Jump Shot France, just a little bit too staggered, but it had to be. They had to be there quickly. Kinky will find the map win and put themselves up 1-0. Huge fan of the logo, by the way. Not sure where you found that, but we'll go with it from there. Not quite as good as the Crud Muffins one from last season. Protocol Search and Destroy are going to be coming up between these two squads, which was indeed a map between them last time out, but it was a map that went the way of Jump Shot France. But before we head there, let's just have a little recap of the end of that hardpoint, Brycey, because it was wild.
It so was. I mean, Jump Shot could have just won it onto this point, but everybody from Kinky piling in, ton.
I mean, yeah, they did a good job here, because they managed to find the kills over towards the plat side, just about hold it. And Jump Shot France are the ones with the rotation here. Niall wanders in. Yeah, Ben wants to. Stays alive. Everybody from Jump Shot France in a good spot. Twiz, okay, trade. Yeah, fine. But then Ben just staying alive and finding that kill on a Nadox is absolutely massive. You leave Sykes on his own. You can only do so much. Big slide and big read from Fabron. Obviously, his 5th in the row really starts to pop. I didn't even really realize that at the end stage. And then for the side of Jump Shot France, Nadox is kind of sleeping a little bit through the middle of the map. 3 of them push that way. He's the only one who can find anything. You see he's positioned on the map. Waiting for a push to come through from somebody else. You need to get in the bloody point, lad.
Well, I think the issue they went for there is they wanted to stack. They basically wanted to all hit it at once. Unfortunately, not only was time against them, so they had to go in one by one in the end, but they all went 3 through door. If they'd gone maybe a 2-2 split or even just somebody keeping it chaotic, you've got to throw a little bit of pain into any defense going through, because it's choke points at the end of the day, and that's what cost them. Kinky up 1-0 versus Jump Shot in what could be an upset.
Well, potentially, but look, this is how the series went last time around when they did go up against each other. It did go to a map number 5 that was able to be closed out by Jump Shot France, and I believe in a pretty convincing manner. But at the same time, look, this is kind of how it played out last time. It was the hard point that went over towards Kinky. This is kind of as expected so far. Jump Shot France seems to be that S&D squad who can get something over the line. Map number 1 not going their way will not deter them too much. Map number 2 going up, however, though if that goes the other way, then they might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, it certainly could. Well, I mean, you got to remember as well, everybody's playing to kind of avoid being eliminated here in this one time. That's the key as well. There's a lot of pressure going on. You know this is your final run. You've made your way through the groups. You've done so much work, and yet somehow you're still fighting for your life.
Yeah, I mean, for both these two teams, it's kind of different sides of the coin. For Kinky, you have scraped through that group stages. You managed to get yourself into playoffs, and then you went up against the undefeated team over in Group A and Mistake, and kind of got slammed. And now all of a sudden you're going up against a team who you know you can really shove the distance. Whereas for Jump Shot France, you got a fantastic group stage, a very lackluster start to your playoff side of things, and then all of a sudden you 1-0 down here in your losers bracket game, and all of that good work to go 4-1 in your group might be for absolutely nothing.
Well, pride's always a good one, but we'll find out.
I mean, how many times have we said it though? It doesn't matter what you do.
You got to make it the playoffs. That's the key.
Yeah, exactly. Bomb goes down. Twiz will be able to find that opening kill. Kinky in a position to do something here, but Sykes immediately on the flank if he finds a second here. This is huge. Ben and Twiz can combine 1 versus 3 now. Melko, tough spot to be in. Yellow card maybe. I'd be, if I was the referee, I'd be giving him a warning. You will find the round anyway.
Oh. I don't know if we even do that in challenges, that's the thing. No cards here, but good opener from Kinky. And I still got to kind of bang on about this point, right? You got to remember, Kinky was 0-4 and bottom of the group going into that last day. Didn't even really cross our mind they could make it, but everything lined up. And now they're here, and while they have lost their first game, currently have the advantage against Jump Shot.
And the map number 2 win for Kinky would go a long way to helping them out in this series. Not being the worst of starts either. They're a man down here in round number 2. Jump Shot France very much thinking about an A push, and well, very much have the resources to do it, the onus to do it, and map control to do it, and now pretty much the numbers to do it as well. This one's going to go down pretty quickly. 4 versus 2. Now in Jump Shot France's favour. Ben W's going to make it a little bit more possible for Kinky, but will be a hard retake in a 2 versus 3 towards A.
Niall just not cutting the cheese as well as he would like. Ben W hoping for an easy pick, but they're just not going to give it to him. Niall and Ben W are going to really struggle to break back in out. Ben W pulls it out, and they're going to know he's here, but with him in 2 different angles, just not going to work out, and that's easy for Jump Shot in the end.
Cutting the cheese, huh?
I mean, that would be called slicing the cheese, but that is the actual term for entering a room. Thank you very much.
Is it actually? Cutting the cheese, it means entering a room.
This is maybe something I've made up, but I'm fairly certain.
I think it's definitely something you've made up. Just another Bryceism. There's a list of them. Some of them I can't say on broadcast.
I am going to have to look this up now. I feel like that was a thing right until now.
I mean, I've never heard that. Cutting the cheese. Anyway. Here's for Braun, apparently cutting the cheese over towards A. Gets himself towards the site. Gonna get taken down though. The cheese has been melted by Naddox from Rowan and Niall. Can he find another Naddox? I'm even impressed with myself there, Brycey. Sykes now, trying to find Twiz. He's left now in a 1 versus 3. Difficult situation for Kinky here.
Twiz. I mean, they would have to literally gift him these kills. Looks a nade, tries to get up, isn't going to work out, and another one, a Jump Shot. Easy in the end, and I wonder how many more cheese puns Pun is going to throw in.
Oh, I've got a couple lined up already, don't you, Roy? I can hear you typing. Have you figured out if you are talking absolute codswallop yet, or?
I might have been.
That does not shock me. Now that is the lead for Jump Shot France in the Search and Destroy. 2-1 to the good yet. Some attacking defenses went their way after Kinky's initial very nice push over towards B. Trophyless round working out in their favour. Haven't really been able to get anything going over towards the safe side since the opening blood inevitably going Naddox's way. Yeah, he's definitely challenged towards the back of Niall. Not quite quickening his boots, but should be. Good shots coming in from Naddox. Reads it so well. Surely not. Naddox on for an ace. There's only been 20 seconds of the round. Wow. This one is done. Oh, wow. Jump Shot France running through them.
Very, very confident on the S&D here. And that is one of those ones you're just not normally prepared for. Just outright aggression gets the job done. And I have an update, by the way. It's slicing the pie.
Slicing the pie, okay.
Slicing the pie. Well, cheese and pie, same shape. It doesn't really matter.
Well, that's subjective.
Let's get back to business because Jump Shot France, 3 on the bounce, an absolute blitz for them.
Don't make a cheese joke. Don't make a cheese joke. Here we are, Naddox. Sliding forward, will now get complete control over towards A. Kinky still with everybody left alive, but Jump Shot France in a really good position to defend this one, and as you mentioned, a 3-1 lead. Looking very, very solid here in this Search and Destroy. I mean, being a really good search team goes a long way. I think they need to just brush up on a couple of things through a hard point control. We'll get to see in the next map coming up, but looking sensational here in the search.
Mannix having a a good time, but it's one of these ones where the longer you look at it, the more you're like, I can't turn away. I can't turn away. As soon as I do, somebody's appearing. There we go. 2. Oh, only gets 1. Could have had the second. Sykes, though, also playing a corner. An easy One for them, and now Ben W, with 20 seconds left to go, will have to fight 3 members of Jump Shot and cannot fight one. And Jump Shot are looking to make this easy.
Cleaning shop at the moment. Or cleaning house is the right term. I'll make sure to get that right. I don't want to be called out on any of them, you know. Who would do something like that? Looking good, though. Sykes will find it. 4-1 to the good. Kinky. Kind of being battered around a little bit here.
So good for Jump Shot. NW though. Getting it back here for Kinky. Back down to a 3 versus 2. Still advantage to Kinky here.
Need to try and find this one. Should be able to. Malco can answer back though. Would need a 1 versus 3. Can't find it. Good job from Kinky. Try and get one back. Just trying to get an update on the game that should be starting up pretty shortly. That's going to be going over on our community stream. The lads have eventually decided to clock in, you know.
Well.
Oh.
Could continue on. And who knows, really? I mean, it still feels like Jump Shot just almost caught fire in 3 rounds. And hammered it home. This will really be telling, though. Will this be a straight in? Already, Ben W catches a bullet. Straight through. Every nade flying out for everybody. Ben W a little bit weak as they try to get through. Looking for an angle on the outside. Don't worry about this part. I mean, Twitch is going to go for it. That is a very bold chow, and it puts them a man down. They're stacked.
Yeah, it's one of those, though. If you find that onto Malco, it's completely outside control. Look at this stack coming in through, though, but that's actually a trade that works in the favor of Kinky. All of a sudden, it's a 1 versus 2 from Mighty. How on earth is it broken down for Jump Shot France like this? Fabron will go for the Chal. Yeah, Kinky will take it away. I think it was the team net in the end that hurts them, and Kinky have themselves another round. 4-3 now.
And maybe, just maybe, they can bring this all the way back, Tan. It is handled so far, so good. 4-3. This next round is massive. Jump Shot get it, puts them on map point. Kinky get it, they tie it up. And it's all to play for.
If Kinky can continue this comeback, it would be a huge search and destroy to find. You head into a map number 3 with a 2-0 lead. You really do fancy yourselves for going forward. Alex looking to try and get something going over towards B. Mighty will find a first blood for Jump Shot France, though. Feels like it has been maybe a little bit of an issue for them the past couple of rounds. They did find the last one and didn't make it count. Can they do so this time? Big gunfight win for Mighty. Finds for Braun 4 versus 2 in front of 4 Jump Shot France, and be a 5-3 lead. Looking good for it. Niall and Ben W. Can you find something?
We're hoping for an easy pick just to try to get those numbers down. I mean, this is exactly what happened last time, but all right, they found one. This time they are stacked up for the trades. They don't know Niall's here, and Niall's going to get another kill. Back down to a 2 versus 2. There's going to be a flank here, and Niall's going to see him. They're going to go for this Chow as well, but Nanox wins the gunfight. Huge gunfight to make. Down to a 1 versus 1. 25 seconds left to go, but that player is not even in the sight. Jump Shot France with the flanks wins that round, Ton.
Just about get it. Nearly a 2 versus 4. Goes down to a 1v1, but yeah, as you say, Malco with the final kill was holding down mid-map, and he'll have that nice freebie on the Ben W, who doesn't even get a second to look to the sky to deal with them. You all know it's an awful gunfight from down there anyway. 5-3. Jump Shot France now 1 round away from tying this series up, and what would be comfortable fashion if they can do it 6-3. Kinky have threatened a comeback. Has it looked that likely yet, though? It's been a couple of 1v1s in absolute fairness. It's gone over towards this B side. Not going to find a great deal, so Kinky, we're going to get something done over towards the A side. I'm not 100% sure. Jump shot front actually have somebody inside the site. No, they are outside. They're more over towards P2. Mighty will find a gunfight on the outside. Will get traded 3v3.
Onto the site. Gives them the advantage here. Can they hold all the angles? Everybody holding one. There'll be a huge headbutt here. Jump shot fronts are all going through the front door. They're coming in. That's going to be called as well. Ben W has not managed to get anything through. He gets one as well. Now down to a 2 versus 2. The players will know they're heading this front. Twizzer's got one, but he's thrown a stun in, and I think that might have hit his teammate. But Brown going to try and fly through, but everybody using the movement. A 1 versus 1. Twizz doesn't know where he is, and it's going to be a beat down for the win. Jump shot France will get that final round. But it was a mess.
Melko with 3 for the win. It's absolute chaos inside of the site, but the trades go the way of Jump Shot France, and that will be job done in Search and Destroy. That's what they would have set out for themselves after that map number 1, a 6-3 win. And the series tied all up. Very, very entertaining Search and Destroy though, Bryce. Back and forth. Kinky, well, as mentioned, kind of did threaten that Search and Destroy comeback, but ultimately, I think it was a 4-1 lead for Jump Shot France at one stage there, and Search and Destroy is just a little bit too much to come back from. Good performances across the board. Everybody doing what they needed to do. Well, I mean, this is exactly the way that it played out last time around between these two squads. Search and Destroy win on Protocol Search and Destroy after a Hacienda loss. The Jump Shot France. Now we head into a control. Well, realistically speaking, let's see if it can go the same way as it did last time, which was a Kinky win here in map number 3.
that team name is always going to elicit a slight chuckle. It's never going to be okay.
It's fine.
Yeah, it is fine. And then every so often, it just catches me off guard. So I'm like, well, what is a Kinky win? You know what I mean? Like, it's just, well, oh, okay. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's ever so often, it just catches me off guard ever so slightly as I forget as it goes through. But, I mean, we spoke about this. This game, it feels like it's going to go the distance, right? Two talented teams able to keep it going through. And this last round of the search, it was just so messy. I think Jump Shot obviously doing a good job here to essentially stack front door without giving it away for so long, enabled them to get the bodies close to trade.
Just do a really good job in the side, don't they? I mean, they're a hard team to deal with in those kind of situations. Got very good SMG players. And they're going to have to be solid here in the Hacienda control, which is going to be coming up in a second for map number 3. But a very, very close game between these two squads. It's nice to see some teams we haven't really seen too much of, to be honest with you, because, you know, we've really been concentrating on those teams towards the top side. We got to see a little bit of Kinky in the very final game, of course, when they did just about get it over the line on their side of things. But yeah, plenty more card to be played in this series. It's very evenly poised, Bryson.
It certainly is. I believe Bravo has a wonderful game going on as well. Another elimination game on our screens.
To get time on this entire map, so P4 is where P7, they need to make some magic happen.
They do, and I'm looking at that scoreboard. Denton needs something to come from his teammates, 24 and 21 individually, but the rest of the teammates are, well, they're negative. We'll be kind about it. It's not going well. And Aspect and Cobra find 2 more. Denton will answer with 1 from that Showers position, but, well, Katana Gaming, they just lock things down. They can take their time here. They don't really care. They can bleed this for as long as they like. And a pinstripe feed will go Katana's way yet again. They still have the backside spawns. P7 is spawning miles out, and Katana with an opportunity to see this off here.
Vortex on 4. A little bit of pressure at the back, but he's got some help. Rezi alongside him. And this duo ready to fully solidify this in. Brezzy hits the ground looking for help. Aspect is here. Potenza through the front. He finds the hole. And P7 are in for the moment. Cobra now, he slides. He's going to slip over towards the bathtub, see if he can hold on as long as possible. But Detain not going to let that happen just yet. And with 22 seconds, now we're going to be heading to another set of rotations.
For Katana Gaming here, this is simply a case of trying to draw a line. Well, that line will be instantly rubbed out because P7 find 4 players and start to move on forward. The problem you have here is every time you try and squeeze out of bed, you're usually being overwatched by a player top steps. So you got to get a player on the ground, but do you have time for this? This way, you're going to try and activate. Katana Gaming, while he can win it here, P1, to be fair, is where P7 has been more contesty, and, well, 3 in the feed will give them an opportunity to grab some more points back into this.
So here's the confidence booster, but Katana, they got an arsenal of streaks in their pocket to slow you down. Kills in the feed coming through from P7, so they do a good job at least fighting out of the hill and battling over towards this P2 setup. However, still 30 seconds. You have to fight for P1 and contest this time. You cannot allow Katana Gaming to get a drop of it, which is hard enough to say, but Denza, he's going to drop on down. Kills continuing for P7. They are not done yet, Andy. They're doing it.
Holding on by a thread, but they will throw everything at this. Well aware this P7 roster, they started far too slow, allowing Katana a 100-point lead, but they've reduced it to around about 80. And Vortex will get found in the back. Brezi's next up. He's going to try and find a gap here. And, well, he will find a kill, and so will a teammate elsewhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Of course, the action will continue on Bravo and Quick Fix Pod, the official watch party of challengers. But we have our game ready to go. Jump Shot France and Kinky are about to throw down on the control. So far, all tied up. Who can take the lead again?
Control will be very, very important. It was Kinky who were able... Oh, sorry, it was Jump Shot France who were able to find the last time. Kinky found the hard points, but that was it. Jump Shot France trying to get something going. That's a brilliant start on the defensive side. You can now set up a bit of a line. Makes Kinky's job very, very difficult. Not one kill found. That's that little bit of momentum that you can sometimes get a hold of in the control. Opening breaks are so, so important. Now Kinky going to be fighting off the back foot pretty much non-stop until they found a 3 or 4 dead. Nodox doing well. This is just keeping them in spawn. I mean, it's only been, what, 1 kill over towards the side of Kinky. Now make it 2 as 28 will start to ring through. Niall Febron doing well, and there you go. There's your route out, but a lot of time burnt, and that's what Jump Shot France will be thankful for.
And wow, this has been unbelievable.
It's been hard. It's been very hard.
Say about it? It's just been absolutely devastating. Only 4 kills made for Kinky. Now a 5th, but nowhere near the point. Oh, it's just the worst timing I've ever seen in my life. But I don't even know if that's going to be enough. 6 kills.
Get a touch, surely.
They're on.
On over towards B, but you need some friends to help you out. Niall on the way, but dealt with. And now the pressure over towards A is coming through. Melko, yeah, that'll cleaned up. That'll be the round. And that, wow. What a round from Jump Shot France that is. It's the opening break straight away. As soon as you lose that, in that fashion, 4 dead very, very quickly, it's not necessarily a wrap, but it makes your life so much more difficult. And it did. Best play comes in pretty much off the rip here from Sykes, who was able to find 2. Now shut down. Go back to your spawn and never ever leave it again.
That is such a dominant round of control. And to be honest with you, you never really see it on that map where you lock teams out like that. Was it 7 kills to 19? That's kind of insane. You never really get that break going. And if you're Kinky, pick your head up, try and forget that round happened and play the rest out.
Easier said than done, isn't it? I'll see if you can do the same back to them, but Jump Shot France just need a steady enough start. And they'll have done a better job. Pushing on to A, stopping that time, but everybody else dropping. Mighty is going to back down. I'm not too sure that Kinky noticed anybody on zone over towards A. You can see a couple of players having a look behind, so they've got an inkling. Mighty is going to get some bad timing on Niall here. Just wants to formulate something over towards B for his teammates. Can't get it done. So now kind of sort of similar situation for Jump Shot France of trying to get out their spawn. Kinky have only lost 1 kill. Very, very good start for them, and this is a carbon copy, Brycey. They're doing exactly the same to them, what Jump Shot France did to them.
Can they keep it up, though? I mean, that would certainly help, because if they do, you know, like I said, it ties it up, it makes it a much more even game, but they have already at the place that there's a lot of players over towards B here. Niall, I mean, they're going to know this window is the first place you kind of look for as well, but Niall must have got a call or heard something. But that tick's already gone, so Jump Shot France, regardless of what happens for the rest of this one, will have an advantage in the ticks.
I mean, if both teams are winning defenses this hard, that might be very influential. Niall can only find one. Big stack coming in from the rock hard point for Bromwell. Wisely back down from that. Doesn't want to try and challenge something he doesn't need to. Been Twiz, though, doing a good job. Mighty's the only one who can answer back. 13 seconds. Now to go. Just trying to slow some time down. If you're for Bron, you get... Oh, sorry, if you're Mighty. Gets wiped out. 7 seconds. They can't get a touch anymore. Maybe through the middle of the map they can. Good shots from Ben W. They can stop the time over towards A, but I think it is pretty much just a formality. This one, Kinky. 2 very convincing rounds. But the one tick going over towards Jump Shot France technically gives them the ever so slightest of advantages.
It is a slight advantage. I wasn't expecting to see 2 like that, to be honest with you. It's a little bit of a weird one so far. I mean, I suspect this next one won't be what we've seen. It will change up just a little bit. But all's well that kind of ends well. And yeah, I got to say, I mean, realistically, to have only a 1 tick difference after that first round, huge kind of fly back in it through Kinky. This will be the difference, though. Will it happen? I can't see it happening again. I can't.
Can you not?
No, I don't think so. I think better breaks.
Let's see if the teams have made any adaptations towards those breaks. Veronica making some noise over towards B. Trying to get something going here for Kinky, but again, Sykes, he's fine to Nanox. Not sure how he finds that gunfight, but he does. Oh, his Nanox was behind, actually, so he's the one who can find it. Yeah, Mighty can find another Nile. Good job he found that. The team would have got pressed in. Still got Ben W halfway up the map and out. And I actually like that. He's trying to... Well, I was about to say he's trying to stay alive and he gets gunned. Never mind. Back to your spawn you go.
Everyone being a bit more cautious on this one. Gonna maybe just touch B. Pull a few guns away from it as well. Mighty should have an easy kill there as well, even with the nade going off in his face. Will eventually go down, and it's still a little bit of trouble here. Jump Shot France just trying to put the genie back in the bottle. Rome being out here is the only benefit for Kinky. Will stop the clock here onto 8. Needs to let his teammates get that time and get out, but having pushed through, he's going to have to get back on it, Ton.
He has to. Stop the time. Make it easier. Your team is to be able to take their time. You have to defend yourself, though. Here comes the pressure. Mighty, Nuddock, Sykes, all combining well at the right time. Another very, very clean defensive round for Jump Shot France. I mean, it doesn't help that Kinky, of course, only have 3 players on the map right now. Less than ideal. Hopefully they can get them back in before the start of the next round. Otherwise, I'd imagine we're going to go for a quick pause on this one. But gunfights, doesn't really matter which way they go. You don't have time. Jump Shot France 2-1 to the good.
Oh, you know what happened last time I played Disconnected? They won. So maybe that's the secret strategy. Get another player back in.
Maybe it's an omen. Again, it's just coming down to these opening breaks, and it's making it very, very difficult for either one of these squads to really get anything going. These attacking rounds have been limited, to say the least. We are flying through rounds of control here. Curious is anybody back in? I'd imagine, yeah, we are going to probably end this one, and we will be jumping back in pretty much momentarily, but that's going to make a 2-1 lead for Jump Shot France. Irrelevant of that. 2 defensive holds from them, 1 from Kinky. Their turn to defend when we jump back in.
It certainly was, and I think I actually saw the player ready to jump back straight in.
Just about, yeah.
Just saw the lobby to get joinable, so it shouldn't be too long as it goes through. I'm actually just going to check to see if we've got a post-match score, but while we can do that, what we can actually do is jump straight into the Bravo stream and see what's happening over there.
Towards the point, if he somehow finds Vortex as well amongst that numbers advantage plus all the different entryways into a difficult to defend A zone, that becomes a whole different situation post plant for Katana. So Vortex just staying alive, delaying that fight, making it very difficult for his opponent, gives Katana all the time in the world to activate on the front and hold that bomb plant.
Everything going on right now for Katana Gaming. In these first 2 rounds, P7, this is your time to answer back. So heavy in towards A, just like what we got out of Katana. Still a delayed plant, though, coming through. No trophies. And that's something you have to be thinking about for P7. On this plant, Brezzy just gonna slide on through. He gets 2 bomb down, no plants. And Cobra almost smokes a Tame, but the rest of the team should follow up. He gets away, 2v2. He's gotten lost.
Yeah, Detain, I think, has... I'm not sure who does have information on people. I mean, Brezzy and BB Connor will now have information on each other. But Aspect... Well, he's just looking. Surely you knew that the bomb was being planted. And, well, you come back to check. Detain loses his face. So, 1v2 for BB Connor. And he was involved in the gunfight earlier on.
All right, we are back as we jump back into it. Of course, we just had a little bit of a disconnect, but Jump Shot France still leading in this one, Ton.
Yep, 2-1 to the good. It's just been a very defensive, heavy-sided map. And for them, I want to say, even with a loss actually on this round, in particular, because now on the attack, they will have defense secured for round number 5, or would have done. Kinky, of course, on the defensive side, didn't get anything going. There was 1 tick from Jump Shot France on their previous attack. So, we would be swapping over because we're not in a round 5 situation because the game's been reset, but Jump Shot France should still get what they kind of deserve in the sense of a map round number 5 defense, if of course they need it.
And definitely going to want it with how the defense has been going down. I mean, it's been a bit of a bloodbath on this side, but you can already see a bit of a push coming forward. And with all those ticks, so far so good. I think Jump Shot might have an opportunity to kind of start looking at ending it here, though. That second tick's in.
Getting a lot going. Potential on the cards to secure this one. Oh, Nadox, you should, no way you should be finding that second gunfight. And there's B locked in. Progress over towards A as well. A lot of pressure coming through. Twiz can find one on the flank. Should be able to help out over towards the A side and does. Nadox finds 2 over towards the rock, though. And all of a sudden, Jump Shot France starting to kick into gear. Nadox can find something. Good shots coming in from Melko. NW's already butted up, heading over towards this rock side, which has been held down by Sykes. Him and Nelko have been doing, or Nadox, I should say, have been doing a phenomenal job, and they're just keeping them at bay here. This is really nice from Jump Shot France.
Yeah, they decided we don't need that defense. We're not worried about it. They are just putting on the task, and how has he won that, Ton? Tell me right now, because the fellas at Nile was shooting for about an hour.
Incredible work. Staying alive. Can't find the 6th, but is the damage already done here for Jump Shot France? Be some way to close it out so you don't have to go to that round number 5 in that nervy moment. Sykes now putting the pressure on. There's just no way they're really here. There's no chance. He's finding minimum 1. He's gonna have to spin around for the other one. NW dead. The challenge, yeah, dead. No problem. Sykes will find 2. Pressure still on. 1 more tick needed over towards it.
So much to do. I mean, at this point, it's usually better to play a bit of TDM, and while they're doing it, they're just going to get the ticks anyway. Everybody on, everybody round, and there'll be no more for Kinky in that one. We don't have to go to a 5. It's not going to be a good enough defense from them. And Jump Shot France take the lead now in this series. Controller's gone their way.
Yeah, and pretty convincingly. In fairness, both defensive rounds, very, very solid. And that third one, as soon as they got out the spawn, I think for both these two teams, on all 3 of those defenses we've seen go their way pretty convincingly. It was all just kind of due to that opening break. The Jump Shot France are now 2 on the lead. Victory on that map, yes, but not in this series. There's still another map that they need. Map number 4 going to be coming up momentarily, and then potentially a map number 5. It did go map number 5 between these 2 teams last time, and a rewind is what we'll be heading to if we do get there. But we do have the small matter, I believe, of a Hacienda. No, we had Hacienda hardpoint in the first map. I'm tripping. I think it's Protocol.
Well, we can always have a look here because our production have wonderful graphics for it here. But as we roll through these highlights, I mean, as we talk about that control, maybe a little bit different than the average ton that we normally get to see here. We certainly don't see defensive rounds that strong over and over again. Usually when we talk about spawn traps on this map, it's about people playing off top plat and pushing the defensive team back in the spawn. But this was so one-sided and kind of so devastating. The fact that Kinky came back and did it straight back to Jump Shot France, I was sitting there going, is this going to be 5 straight defenses?
You would think it so, wouldn't you? The way it was playing out. But Jump Shot France, as I kind of mentioned, those defensive wins were all found off the back of some really nice breaks to kick things off, wasn't there? And then that does turn to be a difference maker in those defensive rounds. You don't find them if you're Kinky in what was that final round. And you get slammed, to be honest with you. 6-3, 3-1, and Jump Shot France now one map away. Protocol Hardpoint coming up, and with how close the Hacienda was as well, got a crack out on our hands. And if not, if it does go Kinky's way, rewind, search, and destroy to close things out. I think Jump Shot France will be happy though. They were very, very comfortable, I want to say, in the search and destroy. They'll probably feel the same way on rewind, but it is obviously a relatively new map into the pool. Kind of old map, kind of new map coming back in. And for both these squads, how proficient are you on it? Have you done your homework? Have you been putting the time in? We'll find out very, very shortly if we do go to that moment of fire. But we've got a protocol to decide if that's going to be the case first.
Certainly will, of course. And well, Tan, I mean, are you kind of changing your mind how this is going to go? Obviously, you thought, Kinky might have the control, but Jump Shot have really turned up since that first kind of hard point.
No, I mean, if we were basing it on, well, put it this way: in the first series that these faced up against each other in the group, these were the first 3 maps, and those results were the exact same. So both these two teams, I mean, they're doing pretty much what was written on the tin at this stage. It's looking good for a map number 5 in that sense, but we have got a different map number 4 to what we had in that series last time, and a different map number 5 as well. So is that going to be the difference maker between these two? It was, of course, the side of Jump Shot France that took away the win in the group stage in a 3-2 victory. Now 2-1 up. We've got 2 maps to close it out, but there's still a game going on over on Bravo. We're going to jump over to that for a second while we'll load into map number 4.
I did that they're not done just yet.
You literally just almost made the ultimate comeback in the hard point. There is no way you can be counted out in the search yet. RCXD for Vortex. It's going to be blown up. Resi, first to strike. Detain, quick to change it, though. 3-on-3. You have P5 control, but you only have that for now. Vortex going to take it away. BB Connor over towards Burger. 1 versus 2. Can he clutch up again? He's going to meet them head on. Does he expect a long wrap? He doesn't. And there is plenty of time to get that defuse.
Again, this big A hit that comes in through for P7, you get BB Connor playing over by Burger, so you're locking down that side of the map. You at least have the intel there. I just feel like there's no control at all around the RV and Gens, and it's just giving up that side of the map to you far too easy. You see a moment there where Detain gets a 2-piece, but as soon as he's picked apart, it ends up in a situation where Vortex is able to wrap in through glass side. So for me, yeah, P7, I'm a little bit, again, concerned just what this A plant is meant to be providing in terms of protection. The post plant setup there. Katana Gaming, though, to be fair to them, relentless in their pressure. Very aggressive.
I mean, Katana are just drawing out some really long gunfights. And that pulls P7 into help, and immediately it just opens up a timing for somebody from Katana to just follow it up from a different angle. And I think that is just that extra step, that extra layer that Katana adds is keeping P7 pretty humble in this series. So bomb down at B. This is going to be your search and destroy on the line for a retake in a 4-on-4. And look how deep Vortex is playing all the way over towards Garbage. Bressy's going to be the first contact and the first to drop. And that's going to pull that 5th player. Vortex a little bit away. Catches Detain on the flank. And everything is falling apart. Disarray's going to hop the defuse. Disarray's going to hop it. And BB Connor's watching over him. Nobody gets there. So when you need it most, you make the big play. You throw a Hail Mary and it's caught.
I was very worried for a second there that P7 had given up yet another first blood to not come away with the round. We are actually tied currently first blood-wise, so P7 doing a great job in those early executions, but there was another moment there where 2 of your players fall instantly, potentially just straying over aggressively into gunfights that Katana Gaming were waiting for. But what a play. What a set of cojones to just hop that bomb, entrust your teammate to watch over you, and get the defuse to come on through. Katana Gaming, that round count now back to within 2. Gotta make sure they close it out here, or P7 are on a bit of a heater.
1 round at a time. It's how the Greats break these comebacks down and search and destroy. Big battle towards Burger, and it's BB Connor to walk out on top. Now for the rest of the inside. Denzel lines up Brezzy and Aspect to fully lock down A. Cobra 1v3 to clutch this one up and end it here, and it's not to be.
And this is where it starts to get concerning now. P7 Esports stringing a couple of rounds together in a row. They will have all the momentum. We've seen this happen before. Teams coming back from that 5-2 sort of position. Well, it's called a curse for a reason. Once you get to that round 11, if you get to that round 11, you have all the upswing, all the uplift, and your opponents are trying to pick up the pieces of what remains. And P7, they still have one more round to get us to that point, but Katana Gaming will be acutely aware that this squad are now really breathing down their necks. And patience for the first time today.
Yeah, very slow. I think this is the longest we've gone without a kill. But I think that's his P7. Just looking to see if they can switch up the tempo. Force Katana Gaming to make a mistake and give up a first blood.
The Detain will be forced to back off from a nade. Counters with his own Cobra. Does he suspect a rat? Oh, Disarray gets the worst timings. He steps up and Cobra finds him for the first blood.
And now Detain, he's going to have to try to make a play here. He's going to make some noise through the door and his Cobra for a second one. P7, the tempo. It's not yours. And it's not on time. BB Connor, can you save the day again for your team? On the other side, it's Vortex. He gets the info towards Denza. And he watches him back off as well. Full setup here, P7. They need something. They need something soon.
As you can see, one hopping elephant, of course, getting all the intel in the world. And then Denza dies too. So BB Connor in a 1v3. How are your odds? Well, they're not in your favor. As Katana game.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Alpha. That has ended there on Bravo, so we're jumping back into this hard point. So far, Jumpshot France up 2-1 against Kinky. A map they haven't thrown down on yet, but it is Jumpshot France who grabbed that lion's share of time on P1 ton.
Yeah, not to say it over towards a P1. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do. We were actually just excavating. It'll be pretty even after one map. We knew we were already loaded in. We want to see that final round of the search. We're trying to call exactly what's happening. We're close enough. Jumpshot France. Nice start from them, though. As mentioned, they're the ones in the lead. They're the ones who couldn't find a hard point up against Kinky the last time these two teams faced. Right now, they had a very, very nice start to map number 4. Sykes shooting extremely straight. 7-1 from him to kick things off.
Here it goes. And that is a good break from them. They're just trying to take that scrap time away. Kinky, that means it'll be a little bit more even, but it will be Jumpshot France who get the last bit, but the bad spawn. So you take one or the other, realistically. For Kinky, they're going to try and hold on to this next rotation. A little bit compressed. You can see one up top, one will be on the point ready for this, and Sykes will have to go in blind, and he does. So he's not going to win the gunfight. Will be a trade coming through in the end here. And they've pushed them out for a second ton.
Yeah, this is nicely done. And they flipped it on its head just a little bit. Next couple of kills, a massive twist. Gonna put the Sykes up. Spawn's gonna come in from Pen W, I think, towards the backside. It might be able to give him the old wraparound, but maybe a little bit too late. Now, oh my god, absolutely gunned. Is he gonna find another? Not quite. Ben is there to shut it down, but the rest of the squad are there. 30 seconds to go here, P3. It's a big time for Jumpshot France. Kinky, you could do with stopping this from happening. Uh-oh. Big fight. Oh, that's huge from Nadox. He can now go down low. This is 20 seconds over towards them, and a setup over towards next. Ben W should be dead. And is... Twist can find one, though. Twist can find two. Does get traded. Still, a little bit of presence. 10 seconds of scrap time might go Kinky's way, but they might have to forgo some control over towards the new hill, which is popping in 4 seconds.
Here goes Kinky, though. Are they stacked? Is this going to be good enough? And so far, no, is the answer. Jumpshot France continuing a reign of terror on this map. For Kinky, must find a new gear. Oh my goodness. It looks a bit casual, Ton.
It does. It feels a little 1-by-1. I mean, just like case in point, Nile dropping down the spiral, just no help whatsoever. Malco Nelly finds another. They're just keeping them at bay. Even those couple of shots in, can't push it. They're down. Yeah, no problem. Can he find this onto Fabron? No, you cannot. Twist is there to pick up one as well, but there's Nadox on the flank. Oh, Nelly, a big gunfight went up against now, so all of a sudden, Sykes, you're left momentarily on your own. Melko can find one. They'll find a way in, but Ben W eventually will find a breakthrough. The pressure keeps coming. 10 seconds to go. They're not going to let you get it for free. Jump shot front. What a rotation of hills that is. Sensational start. First rotation. They're going to have themselves a 100-point lead. And that, it's not insurmountable for Kinky by any stretch of the imagination. But your season is coming to its conclusion if you're Kinky. If you can't turn this one around, you are 100 points down after one rotation of hills.
Yeah, they're being kicked in the teeth. And they need to find a way to get to the dentist rather quickly. And can they even get them off P1? So far, so good. There's 2. Now, phoning about here, trying to provide Overwatch, but nobody giving him time of day. And he's worried about the spawn. He's called it correctly. At the moment, bit of timing going against him, and that almost cost his life.
Nearly does. Now that rotation over towards P2, not looking too bad for Kinky. The problem is they are losing some time over towards P1. Mighty will find it. And for Burn, not in a position to stop this time going over after one hill on the second rotation. Jump shot fronts are going to extend their lead. But P2 looking a lot nicer for Kinky here. If they can get something going, then that would be brilliant. But I mean, I don't want to point out the obvious here, but Fabron is currently 3 and 15.
It's not a great scoreline, admittedly. But I mean, part of that is the fact that we've just got players running around. I mean, I don't even understand. He must have been so weak. Sykes barely even looked at him and he died.
His Sykes is snapping right now, as is Melko. There's another 2. 17 and 8, 14, 13, 17, 12. Everyone pulling their way right now. It is a comfortable outslay and a comfortable score lead for the side of Sykes and Co. Jump shot France have broken 200 points on the second hill of the second rotation. Kinky have come into this one slower than a slow thing and need to start waking up big time. 17 seconds to go. Jump shot France looking for the rotation over towards P3. It's looking solid at the moment. Sykes defending. Can't find the second. Who is in for Braun. Starting to find some important kills. That could be crucial because P3 now looking a lot better. You find this rotation. You find a good 40 or 50 points. You're not that far away.
But it is still such a mountain to climb, and climb they will have to. At the top of that mountain, a potential to go to a map 5. They stay where they are. It is out. It is eliminated after this run. Oh, almost gets a double beat. Doesn't need it. Teammate coming in to save the day here, but they are back into this one. Jump shot France. Continuing to just put everything from Kinky on the back foot, and Melko tries to make that last fight, but there are reinforcements coming, and he wisely decides to wait.
Should have a read on where he is, though. Yep, Twiz is going to be holding it down, waiting for the push to come from Melko from the stairs. Rest of the team now on their way through. Nadox and Sykes still will combine for Meldouble. It's only really for Braun in any position to do a whole lot. 15 seconds to go. Jump shot France, contestation. But Braun will actually find the kill in the Nadox. So not only is it a rotational, win for Jump shot France, they lose their scrap time. Spawns over towards the spiral. Now, what can you do here if you're Kinky? Well, the question is, what can you do? The answer is you need to find a great deal. Ben, not going to be able to find the final trade. Sykes there alongside of Mighty will be able to hold this down. 220 and rising. You can win it here. 2 players from... Kinky have all gone. What on earth is going on here?
Oh, well, I think Easy Mac's going to be a little bit upset about that one. Maybe they had one disconnection and decided not to go for it. But, I mean, Sykes are not here. You can chill out, brother. You're not going to do any more. And now they hold. They still hold. Jump shot France, keep holding. 4 seconds to go. And, well, that'll be end. Not a bang, not a whimper, but an AFK. And Jump shot France take the series.
Cool. Not sure what's happened there. I think... I mean, it might have been done and dusted, but at the same time, I'm not too sure. I don't know if they maybe had a disconnect towards the end, and then the rest of them have thought, oh, we're so far behind. Sod it. We'll get out. Jump shot France will find the win. I don't think there's any way that that one gets turned on its head for any reason in particular. We'll keep you up to date if there is any anything to update with, but Jump shot France 3-1 will find the win and will advance on to next week now, Brycey. That is going to give them an opportunity to dust themselves down, go again. But Jump shot France find an important win up against Kinky after a disappointing loss in the winners bracket side of things. They'll be happy to be walking into next week irrelevant of what happened in their first game.
Yeah, I think so. And for me, I'm kind of curious. Jump shot France, when they started off this stage of the Elite, right, it gave us the shock of taking down Katana, right?
Yep.
And for me, the biggest question is do we automatically bench them higher than Katana, which would put them firmly in the top 3 of Europe? Or was it just a little bit of a, not so much of a fluke, but just not going the way we thought it would go? Right now, I'm not as convinced as I could be about how far I think they will go in this competition.
Okay.
After losing to Magpies, after what was a pretty close game against Kinky, both very good teams. But have you seen enough of Jump Shot France, except that first game, to put them in contest against the likes of some of the monsters left in this tournament?
I would say no, just purely on the sense of that you've seen another team kind of make that breakthrough and actually really press on. You got Mistaken, who found a win up against Team Notorious. Yes, okay, Jump Shot France can find a win up against Katana, but when you lose to that Mission Magpie squad, that immediately puts you in that kind of second bracket for me in a certain sense. Look, if it had been a close game, Mission Magpies have some good players on their squad who have been in multiple elite stages, but at the same time, a 3-0, that's the kind of game you need to be pushing yourself in if you really do want to be part of that elite kind of coherent, if you want, or contingent, wrong word, we'll get there in the end. But yeah, look, you would have then went up against Mistaken, another team who, yes, okay, they won 5-0 in the groups, but they are still not necessarily, you know, that roster that have that top tier talent who have been around for years and years. They are an upcoming roster. You could have given it something, you know, maybe potentially could have been there. But yeah, no, I think you kind of make a fair point. You lose to Mission Magpies in that sense in 3-0. Where does that put you in the bracket of these teams? Maybe he's just in that second tier.
We'll have to find out, of course. They can, of course, prove us wrong as they go through the bracket. But speaking of bracket, game still going on. We're going over to Bravo.
Detained to trade it out. 25 seconds, but it's not going to come to that. P7, they put their foot down in round 2. However, giving up a lot in that game.
They did. 4-6 is something that leaves you staring down the barrel of a round 5 offense on a map that is difficult to break down. Not a comfortable position for P7. I will go back to that play from Vortex for Katana Gaming. He activates over towards Trophy. To be fair, I think he spawns more that side, but still, he plays that outer lane, finds BB Connor there, starts to move towards that B point just at the time where P7 looked like they started to seal the round up a little bit. Because that P7 have to turn, they have to face, and gives Katana the moments to break in, take A, and then, of course, then the advantage when it comes to the offensive ticks. Small moments that turn into big things. Katana Gaming have been better in those all the way through the series.
See if they can battle through an offense, though, on P7's side. A hit over towards B early on from BB Connor, and that is going to draw a little bit of attention away. BB Connor trying to fight the flanker. Tensa barely scrapes away with it. 2 HP. Has to run. Joins them back over towards A. I want to see them get a stack on. Just stack the point. There's 3 people here.
Oh, BB Connor just about sees that one off. I agree with you. There should be a stack coming through. That is one bit of progress. Players starting to flee out now. Denza's worried about getting hit out through Trophy. BB Connor has taken a hold of it, but the problem is you give up Catwalk, you give up Lights, and, well, you give up the point as well. As numbers advantage gives Cobra the opportunity for 2, and stylishly sees it out. So it's 1 tick of progress for P7. 60 seconds still on the clock. Relatively live, even. But for P7, there's a wide play coming on through. Maybe an attempt to push out towards B, or just surround this point and hit from different sides.
Casual 20 and 12 out of Cobra, by the way.
He's
9
not
kills
bad,
more
that
than
kid.
Brezzy, the second highest on the team. Like, yeah, he's pretty good at playing the game. Nice flip around from Disarray. No, turns on Brezzy.
Okay.
And the pistol, what is that? Disarray may have just woken up a beast in the team. Stack over towards A. It should get capped. Just get it done.
We'll come back to that because that will be the moment that gives P7 the opportunity to seal up A. So you have then 90 seconds and 2 lives up to play against Katana here, but you do want to pick up this pace just a little bit as Katana get a hold of things. But what I will say, you lose Vortex, you lose so many players, and the one person who's still alive is in P2. So Disarray, you could get control of Art here, and if so, give your teammates an opportunity to spring towards B.
Fortunately enough for Katana, I mean, the rest of P7 were off the spawn, so nobody was able to stack this just yet. So Disarray is literally on an island. However, another fight won, and here is the rest. So Denza hopping in, contest out of Cobra. And Cobra's going to go big to win that, so trade still allows for the respawning players to toss their nades in and battle back.
Felt like huge play against huge play there. Everything that was going on with Disarray. Brezzy actually plays out P2 side and just makes a nuisance in the P7 spawn, which means P7 then can't follow up on all the great work that was going on from Disarray. Oh my lord. These two teams battling.
Another 2 down.
And you're 5 lives up. So BB Connor, big task on here though. Is he reading the flank? He is, but he won't win the fight, and that gives Vortex an opportunity to pinch this.
Vortex and Aspect both stop the progress over at B. Still 4 segments in. But now if you're Vortex, all you have to do is look to the respawning players and see if you can take some time off of the clock. Heads up from Aspect as well to cover the south point of the map. And that was only 30 seconds. I mean, P7, they got to be careful of what they do next. They don't have time to make mistakes.
20 seconds. Time indeed of the essence. Cobra finds 2 with 3. Vortex with 1.
Ew.
And this will bully P7 all the way back into their spawn. They will have unlikely any time to touch this. You do have 1 player hitting underground. You might get a touch from Detain. Oh, and you get the kill as well, but diving off, and well, that will be all she wrote. I thought for a moment there, Detain had maybe made some sort of miraculous play to stay alive, potentially find yourself an extra tick, but I gotta go back to, I mean, we were about to talk about Disarray, right? What he did, I thought that was a very composed play by P7, kind of harkens back to what they did in map 1 where they were under pressure. They had to break that P2. They all hit it from different sides. You had a similar moment there where they just take their time to re-hit A. They spread out very wide off the respawn and then find all these different angles. And Disarray in particular plays out through solo, wraps Lion, and then hits from the back. Big 3-piece that then gives his team an opportunity not only to capture A but move on over towards B. I just gotta say, Brezzy countered that beautifully. Heads towards P2, makes a bit of noise in the spawn, and P7 just don't want to have to deal with that later on, so they try and deal with it then, and it stops all that momentum.
It's all fun and games until Cobra's in gold, just reaping on your team. All the kills going his way. And he is 29 and 16, might I add. Couple kills forward and towards lights. Pressy finds the better of BB Connor. Heading over towards this A zone, already a segment in, so slow progress for Katana for a moment, but they get the stack going, so this is gonna go fast. And you have to answer if you're P7. No chance to set up the flank. They gotta dive right in, and they do. Third segment stopped and neutralized.
Denza pushing out into gold will give you quite a bit of map presence here. Detain, oh well, unfortunately he gets caught by the stun, so his position has been given up. Look at this from Katana. They've decided they're actually going to play poolside. They're going to play through palms. Disarray catches this, but that, well, that's an interesting chow.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
well, here's one for Detain. He's starting to get going, so couple kills again for P7, finding some stability in this. Bressy's going to give himself away, but really, if I'm P7, 4 up, and you're past this, try to look for the rest of the team and see if you can leave Brezzy all alone. However, if it doesn't pay off and you lose your fight, now you're in a little bit of a pickle. Spotting all the way over towards P4. The stack on this B zone. 2 members here. Disarray around on the flank. Denza alongside him. The only 2 members from P7 who could really put a dent in towards this setup. And it looks like they've done enough.
That's a great retake. The one thing I will say, P7, you don't have control of your own arc still. Brezzy's going to be a nuisance. So if these kills happen closer to spawn for Katana, then that sets up an...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and you can catch up with all of that on either the community watch party or on Bravo, depending on which way you want to watch, but still very much to go. On the other side of it, though, we do have maps and modes ton. Mistaken Esports versus Mission Magpies is going to be the game we are going to take a look at. We haven't seen much of either of these two teams, and they deserve the time to shine.
Exactly, and you know, we have the toss-up between this and well, Team Notorious taking on Orchid, which is going to also be an absolute banger, but you'll be keeping an eye on that one over on Bravo when the previous game finishes. We're going to jump into this one to get things rolling. Mistaken Esports, new boys on the block, and that's why I was excited to kind of jump into them and see a little bit more of them, because we haven't seen a great deal, but they go 5-0 in their group, beat Team Notorious, handed their only loss over every single group stage of the Elite over the entire season in their very final game. So let's see what Mistaken Esports can do against the Mission Magpies team, who found a win up against Jumpshot France that, well, not many people, myself included, thought they were going to find themselves in a winners round 2 here, but going up against the new kids on the block, there's been a lot of talk about players like Julian, who've just come roaring onto the scene this season. And Mistaken Esports are one of the teams to beat, and one of the teams with their name in the hat to go on and win the whole bloody thing.
Well, so far, the Magpies having a pretty good time themselves. P1, good amount of time. P2 already locked in. And they're holding map control. It's only Chunk who's managed to break through, but Chunk has been a phenomenal player for this side so far in the rest of their kind of run through the elite stage. And truth being told, this should technically be Mistaken's game. They are the favourites coming into it out of the groups, but is that going to be what happens?
It's been a great start for Mission Magpies, though, hasn't it? 7-1 from Pack. Is going to get shut down by Cal. Not much really going here for Mistaken Esports, but eventually we'll get themselves through. And on the right side of things, when it comes down to Protocol, you're getting some time over towards P2. P3 looks like a lock as well. Mistaken holding it down very, very well. Now it's starting to transition a few more resources over towards that third hill and finding some kills on the way. Nice reply here by Mistaken Esports after a nice start from Mission Magpies.
Not count. Beautiful shot, but they will go down as we go into this rotation. And Chug just playing around, already going to know there's players here. That doesn't actually stun check him. And so far, not having the most amount of impact. A lot of trades going down over it. All he's really doing is just holding that front door a little bit, but it will eventually come to help his teammates. And as soon as he does, Pack cuts him down as well.
Twisted, great shots. Finds another one. Oh, well played from Twisted. Fallout must have come through. That overlay was challing. This is some really good time here for Mistaken. 30 seconds still to go. You've held down every single second since. Now a big hit from the outside. Chunk. The stun's going to slow things down. Yes, Pack should be dead as well. Yeah, really well played from Chunk, holding that angle. If you're not going to fly around the corner, he's going to find the gunny. Twisted. Should be able to pick up overlay as well. Does a really nice job. Now about the transition. Julian, first one yet. First one gone. Can't find the second. Pack is there. Special Magpies will have a little bit of presence here. Maybe more than a little bit, actually. Doing well through the middle of the map. Nicely played by Lampy and overlay. So that's a nice rotation. Over towards the next hill. Julian drops down the elevator. Gets smoked by the grenade. And now all of a sudden Mission Magpies can get some good time and answer back. But for Mistaken, that's a really, really good hold over towards P3. Puts him well and truly back into this game. And not just that, back into the lead.
The fight kicking off here as everybody slides around and uses the movement. But overlay, I mean, that almost looked casual.
Does enough. Both these two teams, to be honest, when they have found a rotation, it's nearly been full holds, hasn't it? It is really going to be a rotational game as things do continue. Easy wipe. There you go. Another really good hold. It's combined 11 spree for Mission Magpies. Sensational work. And now, if you're mistaken, you just don't want to hand too many streaks over. Overlay already has his. Kez will add another to the board in a couple of minutes' time if he can keep this spree going. But it's a to and fro, this one, of who's going to hold down the hill and who can get there first.
So far, incoming missile. That'll certainly help him out. And he managed to thread the needle with that one. Always love it when they can curve it into a doorway. Overlay on 5, and it's Lampy on 5 as well. Magpies getting the streaks going all over the place. Overlay having a wonderful time, and this is going to be one of the reasons that this Magpies team has certainly exploded into contest here as well. I really hope that player was weak.
Magpies doing well just to contest here. Rotation from Mistaken over towards P2. They're on the better side of things. We've still got 20 seconds to go here over towards P1. It's been a strange one, hasn't it? Because it's just like you don't really know who's in control of the game, because it really has been based on these rotations. No breaking power from the opposition. And really solid holding from both as well. Right now it's looking like a rotation over towards P2 for Mistaken. Should be a little bit easier to fall into their hands, but they would like to flip it over towards P3 if they can. Kez, whether intentionally or not, is going to jump off the map, and Overland's going to have a couple of free shots there. P2 control is there, but you can see what Mistaken are trying to do. Hold down P2 whilst trying to find a rotational gunfight over towards P3.
Here goes the Magpies, sitting happy, and Cal will get 2, and this is going to be a pinch. This should be Mistaken, ripping this one away. And so far, so good. Only one player left. You just can't outgun an entire team. Mistaken will want this. But it's not really just about this point. It is going to be about the rotation. They've lost a couple of kills that I wasn't really expecting. I'll tell you something. The Magpies don't care about the rotation. They're like, hey, it's our P2. Get off.
It's their P3 as well. They're already over towards that side. That's why they have the onus to push. You lose the gunfights, all of a sudden, yeah, you may lose a little bit of man pressure, but you win them and you put Mistaken back in a spot like this. Julian hasn't even, well, really been able to get things going. Big gunfight went on to Lampy, though. The guy's crispy. Find themselves around 50 seconds behind. Breaking over towards P3 here would go some ways about changing their fortunes, though. Can't find it, though. Every single gunfight seems to be going Mission Magpie's way. Again, each time one of these teams finds themselves a hold, they're holding it well and for a lot of time. Mistaken, I've got to make sure they commit over towards this rotation, over towards P4. Oh, you could be sinking here in map number 1. You're already around 70 behind.
They need to find a bit of a change of fortune. This could be it. They will have to break in, though. You can see the Magpies setting up for it. That's the big first gunfight. Not going to get any more. The trade's still coming in. It's good for Mistaken. But Overlay, he found so many kills here last time around, it may have changed it, but Chunk now kicking into gear. Mistaken will have this rotation. It can be a money hill.
Can be. Can they hold it down? Again, that's been the theme. First team there will get the majority of the points, as it should be. Yep, hold once again, looking solid. Only one player remaining for the side of Mission Magpies. That's going to be Packy. He's going to have to wait. He was able to find something. Now needs to wait for the rest of his team. He's actually going to set up a potential flank that will come through. Chunk will find one. That's okay. Twisted needs to find that gunfight. Doesn't. Gets a little bit of an awkward bounce. Pack will get taken down, but everybody else should be able to filter through off the back of that trade that comes in. Lampy and Overlay combine well, and there is a break we haven't seen very often over towards P4. Chunk can't find anything. Mission Magpies, that might be a big moment.
They continue to hold, though. Twisted getting quite deep here, waiting for it, but Lampy's killed all of his teammates, and Pax is all right. There's no pressure from any other angle. I can take this down. The same thing with Chunk, and that's how quickly it turns on this, and that's why it's such a horrible one to take sometimes. If the pressure falls in one direction, all of a sudden you know you're going against prepared players. Oh, did Lampy stop shooting?
He might have done. It's not allowing a Mistaken to grab a hold of something over towards P1. Guys, big gunfight when the hip fire be blessed. Twisted will answer back after Overlay will find Julian, though, so there's an opening for Mission Magpies. They can just about win it here at P1, Bryce. Mistaken will be hoping to stop that from happening, but Mistaken need a couple of good rotations if they want a chance themselves.
So far, they're getting a couple of kills on it, but they are allowing Mistaken to get a bit of time. Eventually, that will stop. Magpies cannot win it on this P1, so while they'll be trying to keep these players staggered off the respawn, they'll also be looking for the P2, and so far so good. Another 3 down. Chunk, last one alive on that side of the map, will get a big kill on the Pack. Allows them to start thinking about getting in position for this one as Cal gets another one. Lampy's on a 3 streak, and he's looking for Chunk, who was here a second ago, but Chunk's gone round and round and shoots him in the back.
Oh, he will be found in the end, though. Oh, one of the other players, sorry for Mistaken, is going to be found. Mission Magpies, though, ultimately, they are 7 seconds away. Everyone performing so well. When they've found the rotation, they've been able to lock it in. And here comes the Hellstone from Overlay. This is going to cause a lot of problems. Finds minimum of 1, slides it through, finds 2 of his teammates. Oh, it's disastrous. You find nothing for it. You don't have P3 spawns. 30 seconds to go. If Mistaken can hold this, they'll have the rotation for the new hill as well. Currently not inside. Lampy can't find the gunfight. Cal shuts him down. Just a rotation will be fine for Mistaken. Did he get in?
Seconds ago. Have to chow, and that's going to be enough. He left it. He was waiting and hoping they could get there in time to chow together. Doesn't work out for them, and, well, what could have been a very, very bad missile ends up to not matter in the end.
Mission Magpie's coming into this one with a real big statement in map number 1. It's a really good win. Honestly, it definitely felt like Mistaken came into it just a little bit hotter as far as like rotations working down. We've seen the 2 to 3 on Protocol, which is the bread and butter if you want to win that map, working really well for them. But then it was just one good rotation over towards P4 and bang, Mission Magpies are in the lead, and then they can just snowball from there. Every single rotation they were able to find, they did a lot with. Picking up some really, really good time. Overlay 2 minutes 30 inside of the hill, finding plenty of kills, the most kills inside of the hill. I mean, that makes sense considering that he was literally in there the entire time for the squad. I mean, it's moments like that, finds 3, and that's the first time that they got themselves a lead. And then look, you're heading into what, the next couple of hills solidly, build on it from there. Really big moment over towards P4 when he's able to find those 3. Nice job.
Been pretty good for them. I mean, for me, I'm thinking the Magpies have certainly turned up in a completely way that we just weren't expecting to. I mean, this is a team that, when we talked about even just coming out of the groups, who are the teams to keep an eye on here? Truth being told, and we'll hold our hands up to this, the Magpies weren't on the list.
No, not necessarily. I think you look at them through the group stages, kind of just going even across the board. I mean, where did they end up? 3-2. Beating Project 7, Tug, and Pulsar. Yeah, okay. Teams you would expect them to beat. But losing to... Well, they lost a Mistaken, actually, throughout those groups as well. I forgot they were in the same group together, to be honest, Rusty. Team Notorious also beating them as well, kind of where you would expect it. But a one-map lead here against Mistaken is a nice position to be in.
Do we think this continues this way? I mean, Mission Magpies have been on a mission. You can certainly say that, as they've continued to be a bit of a force here, but are they the dark horse of this playoff group? A win here against Mistaken would put them in rarefied company.
I'm just having a look how the game went down last time. Yeah, it went all the way to a map number 5. Looking at how things did actually go down. Mistaken finding the controls, and map number 4. Actually, sorry, it went game number 4. Mistaken took a 3-1 in the group stages. But they did indeed lose map number 1. Not in that fashion. That was a 3-point game in map number 1. A 1-point round 11 search and destroy on Hacienda. We'll have a look at the maps again just to remind ourselves. But this is how things are working out. Of course, when it does come down to the games here in the losers bracket side of things, we can already see a jump shot. France got through in the game. We were watching Katana 3-0 in their game up against P7, but lead here for Mission Magpies in this series up against Mistaken, the undefeated team in their group. Can they bring it back?
Well, we'll have to find out. The next map is coming up soon, but we're going to take a quick break while all the players get into the lobby, so don't go anywhere. More action here at Challengers Elite. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is time to jump once more into the fray. Mission Magpies and Mistaken Esports will now throw down on the S&D. We go on the sticks with Mistaken on the attack. And remember, no trophies on this first round does make a difference.
Yeah, straight into the ticket office. Yeah, no problem. No trophies. Let's get amongst it. Trunk can find the opening blood, though. Mission Magpies now a man down. Lampy running away with his tail between his legs. Trunk up top will be there on Overwatch for the flankers. A lot of progress made over towards B as far as getting some control. They're trying to hunt Trunk down. You know he's going to be a big issue in this retake. They forced him away, which may well be good enough, but you know they're going to be looking for him, and they know he's going to constantly be on that flank. Look at them. Just Chunk's presence is enough to shut them down. The fact he finds another kill is massive. That should be the round.
Well, Chunk on 3. Give him the ace.
Why not?
Give him the ace.
I mean, Overlay
Here we go. Overlay's going to trial it.
He's got it. He's challenging. Give him mates. Give him mates. There you go, Chunk. He'll take it. They set it up for him for the final kill, but you have to tip it holding it down on the flank. Wonderful round from Chunk. Big round from Mistaken.
Wonderful in the end. I almost feel like Overlay wanted him to have it as well.
Oh yeah, 100%.
At least in my in my head canon. I'll say though, for Mistaken, it's a good round. For the Magpies, of course, they're up in the series, so losing one round of search, it's not going to hurt a lot yet.
That's from Trunk. Can he continue this spread? Oh, I mean, not when a nade's being planted on his forehead. That's going to open up the door over towards A. So that's Mission Magpies maybe doing some homework. When Mistaken position themselves to kick things off. Look at this aggression. Twisted, ready for it though. Lampy will get taken down 3v3, but the pressure is there. Big fight, big fight. Oh, we can't find him before Pack finds Cal. Overlay will then come in for the trade. 1 versus 2 for Julian.
Timing and information. And there's the timing. Not enough information. And it's going to be an interesting one, how this all kind of progresses as it goes through, because it does feel an awful lot of the time like just small decisions really change how this map flows. You get a bit of information of a player going across, or you don't get the information when they're making an aggressive push to the middle of the map. It's over.
Two very contrasting rounds. And for Mistaken, is it going to be the same thing again? Push over towards B. We'll be looking for a little bit of control. That's a big nade from Twisted, though. How weak have you got him? Enough to take his legs off. Pack will get taken down. Lampy was even the next one on the chopping block, but not quite. Gunfight coming through from Lampy, but you still have that advantage if you're Mistaken. No, Lampy is over towards B at least. Overlay has come to reinforce Lampy. Is he going to get caught? No, he's going to catch Cal. Finds another as well. How on earth has he found two? Lampy now on for an S.
Oh my goodness, Chunk has got him dialed in and left. What was that round? It seemed like everybody was just getting free kills.
They're just not expecting it. Not expecting Chunk to get so aggressive. He's obviously pushed through Ticket, through the middle of the map, set himself up outside of Restaurant. And Lampy and Overlay have positioned themselves in there. They know the attack is probably coming in that direction. And Chunk is there, ready to shut down the rotation. I'm not too sure. I mean, they mustn't have had any information on him. He's set himself up perfectly there. Lampy and Overlay walk straight into the trap. Lampy was working on the ace, but it's Chunk to find another two. He's 6-1.
Having a wonderful, wonderful time. Like I said, though, those kills are kind of crazy. There's no accounting for that in the game, unfortunately. So far, Mistaken. Passive setup with a little bit of an emphasis on A. If they hold it, it's going to be the correct call. Already, you can see them rotating a little bit on that mini-map. They know there are bodies here.
Info. And dead. Yeah, Park just waiting. And gives them a little bit of an inroad over towards this A side. Overlay finds another onto Chunk as well. This bomb should be going down momentarily. Might not even need to. Mission Magpies are going to find a round, and they will in the blink of an eye, 2 apiece. And just to kind of reiterate, I mean, this is kind of how the series played out initially. The hard point in map number 1 went over towards Mission Magpies. In map 2, Search and Destroy, it was only a 6-5 win for Mistaken. I think that's one thing with Mistaken. You know, they went 5-0 over the group stage, but they were forced to a lot of long games. They are far from flawless, but the problem is for everybody else is that they have been getting them over the line. They are not an easy team to put away. They haven't been able to get put away yet. Very, very hard to get past. What's the play now? A mistake in esports. Twisted will find Lampy.
All right, well, the broadcast might still be on, and I'm hoping you can still hear me. Essentially, what has happened is the communication between myself and Ton has died, as well as production. But we still have connection to the stream, so I'm hoping you can all still hear me. For now, what we're going to try and do is I will solo this until I get connection back with production and Ton. We've managed to communicate over messaging that I'll take this from here. Hopefully, they will be back soon. And hopefully, also, you can hear me. But it will be a solo venture until we get that sorted out for everybody involved. At the moment, of course, Overlay has bomb. They're on the attack again here. Mistaken going to be leading this one. And it's going to be a big hit. Keep an eye on this minimap here. Mistaken are about to hit it with full force, and Chunk will find Kez already. Mistaken have gone confident. They have ripped map control away. And I don't know if Magpies are going to be able to adapt to this one. It is an interesting strategy they've got for them. Everybody going to go through. Twisted also finds Overlay as well. And now if you're Magpies, who knows? Because realistically, you don't have map control, you don't have bomb, you don't have an awful lot of chance. And it is not an easy one to get done. They are still fighting from the back foot, but Lampy all alone and left. And it will be Mistaken. They go up 4-2 on this. It is pretty good so far from Mistaken. And so far, we are looking to get this one back. Just to keep everyone clear here, I can hear production on my system, but I haven't managed to get back into our server for communication quite yet, even though I am trying to get through it. So we're just having a few technical issues here. Until it is sorted, only one of us can unfortunately talk on the stream. So it's not the greatest of situations for this one. So we'll just have to continue to play it by ear, and I do apologize if it becomes a little bit manic as we try to get everything back up and running. But for now, I'm just going to have to continue to fly us through the map here. But here comes the big hit. There's Mistaken flying as well, and that could be just enough for it, as there is already 2 down, and the Magpies in a bad spot as the bomb is about to be planted. Overlay going to be looking to try and just thread the needle, but it is a horrible situation as Lampy goes on the flank over and over again. Finds a couple of bullets into Twisted, but gives his position away. They are stacking him in every single direction. Overlay is lost. Nowhere for him to go. Chunk takes him down, and now Lampy on the outside. It's good for Mistaken. And now you've got to ask yourself, is there a way back here for the Magpies? Or are they every bit as lost as my connection to the software? Even when I reload it over and over again. Mistaken could have this win in the bag. So far, pretty confident. Chunk 10-3. Twisted on a 7 streak as well. Dominating on the S&D. And that's come from some very bold plays, including plays that have just taken complete control. They're looking for a big hit. And I'm going to throw this one over for Ton for a second while I work on my PC.
All right, we're back. I honestly, some programs that you kind of have to rely on to be able to hear each other have kind of went out the window. So hopefully these boys are on the other one that is hopefully working, because right now Mistaken Esports are 5-2 to the good. We're going to try and close this one out. Twisted on a 7 spree, being going crazy for the squad. Him and Chunk getting the boys over the line. Julian doesn't even have a kill on the 5-2 up, but this bomb will go down over towards B. Julian trying to find a flank for the squad, trying to provide some value, but somebody's watching it. Lampy is there trying to cover. Overlay watching the cut as well. This is going to be a hard retake. 24 seconds. Pack will find Twisted on the front side. They can now extend out. This should be around for Mission Magpies, barring a miracle. Cal and Julian can find a killer piece, but Julian now left in a 1 versus 2. 14 seconds. I just don't think it's doable. They've got all the information they need on him. 9 seconds to go. Not going to happen. Julian looking to find the kill. Cannot get it done. 5-3 now. Mission Magpies will get one back. Mistaken 5-3 to the good still. Looking to tie us up here. Mission Magpies really impressive on map number 1 and keeping things close. As mentioned, both these two teams went very, very close when it came down to their previous series up against each other. And right now, Mistaken Still in the lead in the search and destroy here, but not able to quite get this one over the line yet. Julian eventually did get himself on the board here, sitting in 1-4, but Chunk and Twisted 10-4. They're 20-9 combined right now. Having a hell of a game. I'm going to try and close it here for Mistaken as soon as they possibly can. I'm going to get Bryce back in as soon as we possibly can as well. Hopefully I'll have an opportunity after this map. Mistaken may be able to close this one here. Still looking to try and find something. And that's a really big gunfight. That fine Kez was nearly the next one to fall. Overlay can answer back. Julian not quite able to pick up the pieces, but we'll back on down. We'll get the bomb. Now we're 3 versus 3. Mistaken. They're going to move over towards B, which has been successful for them for the most part, and they will be able to actually just waltz on in. Magpie's going to have to fight from the outside. Utility will slow them down here. Mistaken. Tempted to get this bomb down, but a kill probably would help them on their way. Chunk now in the position to stop any push that is going to inevitably come through. This bomb probably going to go down. Chunk at a really nice spot. Callum watching the flank. Julian inside of the restaurant with Chunk as well. Push about to come in for Mission Magpies now. First one through the door. Can be Kez. He can only find a couple of bullets. Julian gets taken down immediately. Overlay can find 2. And now Cal has to go from watching the flank. He's trying to watch this bomb. It's a little bit of an audio cue from his left-hand side. Pack calls it. And Mission Magpies will find the retake in a 3 versus 3. 5-4 now. Mission Magpies can put themselves in a spot. 1 round away. Mistaken only need 1 more round to tie this series up. But the comeback is well and truly on the cards here for the Mission Magpies. They're in a decent enough spot themselves. Can they keep this going? 5-4. Back in the boys now, though. Can they keep this going? Got an RC to help them out. Here on the attacking side. Look at this aggression for Mistaken, though. Straight through the middle of the map. There's 4 of them there. Julian can find one. It's caught Mission Magpies wildly off guard. Pack will drop, and look where Mission Magpies have kind of been forced here. Mistaken Esports just taking full control of the map. Lampy now going to have to fight his way out over towards this A side. There's somebody behind him as well. Lying down on the platform. Lampy, he might get caught. 1 player over towards the stage side. Has he seen him? Lampy should be dead to rights. It is. Mistaken Esports bully their way through the middle of the map. Overlay now left in a 1 versus 4. Dead. Mistaken Esports will take that one away. In 1-1 series now tied up between these 2 squads after a 6-4 search and destroy win. Really nice job on the side of Mistaken to bring this one back. 1 apiece now in this series. A big game between these 2 squads. We're just figuring out some communication issues between everybody here on the production side of things. We'll get things back up and running to have Bryce back in. I'm sure you're just enjoying a little bit of peace and quiet with myself. But we are going to go to a very short break while we solve our issues. But map number 3 between these 2 teams is going to be coming up right after this.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We managed to get 2 tin cans and a bit of string, but we should be able to hold on for this one as we jump straight into the control.
Oh my word! Honestly, so much is going on. Oh, okay, we're going for a little draw on this one. Things have not kicked off, so I think we'll get things up and running in a second. But I mean, we are kind of going through it here to try and talk to each other, Brycey. We're fully downloading programs and all of it because our usual communication in Discord is just entirely went down. So that's not necessarily ideal, but we're making it work, mate, aren't we?
Yeah, we've just rung each other. It's basically what's happened. We're listening to each other through a phone call. Is how this is working. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I've been told that that one will be going back up. We've also been told there's a map replay going on Bravo. So everything kicking off here, except the bits that we need to. But yeah, it's all happening.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Are we going straight to Bravo? We'll give Bravo a little run through and see how things are going on over there. I believe. Let's jump over to Bravo. Is that right?
Oh, no, we're waiting for primary.
Go. Honestly, we're all over the place. Hopefully, we can get sorted pretty shortly here so we can all hear each other properly. But yeah, we are jumping back into Alpha. I believe it's just going to be a restart on the control. Bravo. Well, it's still ongoing on the Bravo stream if you want to keep an eye on this one. But of course, this one is one apiece between these two teams. Mistaken. We're able to find the search and destroy. Now we're heading into a control, which last time out when these two teams did face off against each other, Mistaken Esports were able to find the win on the control. Can they do it up against the Mission Magpies here once again on Hacienda?
Well, here we go. Break again, and it's basically a copy of last time. This time it will be a little bit of Mistaken getting the advantage on that first run as well. Everybody playing for a bit of positioning already. Going to be a bit of a push down here. The overlay tries to stay alive. That is an unbelievable snap after the movement and the second. Just having a very good time here, the Magpies. On to B, holding so far.
Doing well. Getting some progress going, but Mistaken Esports very much here to contend with, but it's a nice start from the Mission Magpies. A little bit of presence, big gunfight. Cal will win it. Overlay is on his own, but still capturing. Cal just looking to get another angle. Does so really well played from Cal. Finds 3 kills. Now all of a sudden it's, well, case of twisting. A few Mission Magpies are going to make inroads over towards this A side. Looks that way. Pack will find 2. Onto the point we go. And just putting the pressure on. I like this from him. Not necessarily wanting to stop the time. Just gets aggressive. But the fact he's not on the point is such an easy read for Mistaken. Then he's pushed forward. Allows the rest of Mission Magpies, though, go over towards that B side. Mistaken have to answer it. Allows a free door to be open over towards B.
There we go. Lampy should be able to clear this one up. And unfortunately, does go down into it as well as Julian finds the second. They haven't managed to lock down B because of it, and somehow they just can't get this kill going through. Eventually, Pack will get him and stop the clock again, but it's a little bit more than shaky, and Pack will move into the spawn to see if he can find a few more.
Oh, lives very, very tight, though. Now the team able to stretch away. The progress being made. This should now be secured for the Mission Magpies. They're going to extend this time. 1 further minute and 2 nice kills will fall through for them. Now start putting this pressure on. From this B side, we'll look for the spawn kills. They know overlay will be here. Yeah, Twisted reads that well. And Pack and Code just got to try and pick their way through. Mistaken Esports very tight with their setup in and around office. Know they can do kind of anything from this point. Whereas Mission Magpies trying to make some inroads from the water side. Not the easiest thing to do.
And right now they're just trying to hold on. Like I said, this all really comes down to a bit of momentum. Lampy going down there. That's not where they wanted it to happen. Overlay finds another big kill. Call this correctly as well, but Cal just stuffs him into a basket. And just when you thought the Magpies might have an opportunity to strike here, they go down, and then again, reversal of fortune. Trace happening all around the map with 36 seconds left to go. I don't know if this is going down to lives or time.
6v6, big kills. Every kill is a big one now. Kez waiting for Cal, want to retake the side. Just sitting tight if you're Mistaken Esports. Twisted finds another. Big moments here and there, but Lampy and Overlay combine well. 4 versus 4, no lives remaining for either side.
Problem is, Magpies are going to have to do this from the point. You have to get onto it. Who's going to find this first kill? Chunk finds 2 already, 2 versus 4, and with no time remaining, the Magpies basically have to throw themselves into the mouth of the lion. And doesn't matter. Everybody dead. They don't get a single kill in that 4 versus 4. Mistaken take the round.
Yeah, 6 found up. I believe there was a minimum of 3. I can't recall if they really even got on over towards A. Don't think there was a progress on the point, though. Disgusting from Overlay, my word. 6 and 6 from him. Finds himself in a good spot. Couldn't convert it to anything. Mistaken Esports wanted the good here on the control. Now their turn to attack. Hell, 11 and 6. He's the difference maker there because it did come down to, technically, the 4 versus 4, didn't it? He was the one that found a few more kills. He's the one that has been the difference maker. Mistaken Esports, their turn to attack now. Can you have a good opening break either side? That's what it really comes down to. Lampy finds 2. We'll open things up over towards this B side. Kez will find another. Immediate pressure on Mistaken.
This is going to be difficult. Mistaken already being pushed back over and over again. Back throwing every single bullet there. Nade's going out as well. Has got a bit of backup, and you can already see the player trying to get out of there, and down they fall. And they are pushing them right back into spawn here. The Magpies are holding all the entrances. And that's about as easy as it could get for Kez. Perfect timing on the slide. They have managed to break out, though, Mistaken, and now they'll be looking. Which way do they go?
Just keep an eye on everything that's been going on across the board as well as Kez goes on a 5-3. Mission Magpies going even further. There was a 133-5 lead for Team Orchid in their game up against Team Notorious. And they just about fumbled that because they actually went on to lose their map, but Bant's disconnected for the final hill, so the teams have agreed to go for a full replay. Oh, there's a lot going on. There is a lot going on. You can keep an eye on that over on Bravo. This one ongoing as well. Pack will find one on to Julian. This has been a good round for the side of Mission Magpies. Mistaken have got very little going here.
Still an opportunity, though. 15 seconds to go. Plenty of lives. Holding on A point, though, is always a bit of a nightmare, especially if you lose a couple more kills. Somebody will have to jump onto the hot seat again. And they've managed to get it. I mean, Chunk's going to have to run for it as well. Pack's going to get an easy cleanup. 6 seconds to go. I mean, it's run through the front door. That's all they can do. Dive into the point, hope to stop the clock, and hope for a miracle. It's not going to be enough. Magpies take their defense.
Really solid work. That's all they needed to do. Find the defensive round. But they do it in convincing fashion. Well, that's the main thing. Pricey, I believe you're back on Discord now. I might be able to hear you twice, yeah?
Yeah, you should be able to.
Oh, yeah, that's terrifying. Yeah, let's close
everybody's
that.
going through.
Yep.
But it's been an interesting one, but we should all be up and running. And, well, it's been an interesting control as well. Neither team looking overly dominant in this one. I mean, maybe give credit a little bit to the Magpies in that defense.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I think it's a really solid defense. You keep them pretty much at bay entirely. Mistaken, got nothing going on the attacking side. Consistently staggered. Consistent 2 pieces coming through from Mission Magpies. Kez goes on a bit of a spree as well. And that's a good hold. I'll put you up in the ticks. But, well, potentially round number 5 defense. Well, you might not even need it if you can find this attack. Pushing in over towards this B side. Chunk can find one. Don't let him get anything else. That's got to be the objective here. Yeah, Pack can shut him down. Now the pressure coming in from Lampy. He can only find 1. Julian finds 2. And he uses that pressure immediately. Finds a 3rd. Julian breaks them open pretty much on his own. Pack was weak, but he gets the job done. And now they can start to get a little bit more map presence, a little bit more real estate behind them. And we will slow that down still. A very close round of control here.
And everybody everywhere. Players in both spawns. Just playing for these kills. This is one of those control maps where it's basically just always the case of hit the spawn and play what is a deluge of angles and little pockets that you can get through. That's what Overlay's doing at the moment. And everybody's just floating about. 30 seconds left. There's going to have to be an uptick in aggression.
I have to get something going here if you Mission Magpies. Chug finds a big kill. Got a little bit of office control, so if they can clean up here, then maybe they can get something going. But one player on the flank, well, ain't going to be able to do anything because Cal stuck a nade at his teammate's feet. And then dies as well. Classic. B may well be going over towards the side of Mission Magpies now as Lampy's starting to put some pressure on. Here we go. These kills need to be found. Julian can only find one. They're ready for the second one. Progress at B still continuing. Second tick is in. And they can start to look to maybe just... Well, I was about to say maybe get a spawn trap going. Cal finds that big kill. B will go Mission Magpie's way, though. Lumpy trying to put the pressure on again, but Mistaken Esports have found a couple of kills that they needed to find, even though they do lose B.
So far, the Magpies have an opportunity. Time, just enough. Lives, more than enough. Continuing to stop this clock helps them out so much, but he's going to have to jump off with all the kills that went down. And it turns from a good situation like that into a bad one so quickly.
I mean, control can turn on its head in the blink of an eye, can't it? Mission Magpies trying to put the pressure on again. They have a decent amount of map control, but Mistaken Esports have got a couple of nooks and crannies occupied, haven't they? High up the map. Lampy and Co think they maybe have a little bit more control than maybe I'm even giving them credit for. Mistaken Esports have positioned themselves very, very well, but they've lost a couple of gunfights, and now maybe the door is open for an attacking round win. Mission Magpies, a few more kills away from making a real good advancement over towards 8. In fact, they've jumped on it. They stopped the time, if only momentarily. Kills starting to fall their way. 10 versus 8 in their favor, but they need to make these kills count. They can't at the moment.
He's gone all the way around to try and get it done. He's tried desperately to get some kills to alleviate that pressure. Hasn't worked out, and with his teammates falling, they now basically have to rely on Lampy staying alive in the kill box.
One player on it. That's all you kind of need at this stage. They had to jump as well. Not going to be able to get it done. Mistaken Esports will close that one out on the defensive side of things. But it's definitely looking more likely that Mission Magpies is going to be the team that find an attacking round. You put that pressure on. Mistaken, though. The thing is for them, they had defense first, didn't they? So they're able to now find themselves in the lead. Yes, with an attacking round. But if they find this attacking round, they find a lead in the series.
Wow. That's the name of the game. Here we go then. For the Magpies. They want to hold. They need to hold. Send this to another round. For Mistaken, this could all balance on the break.
And that is... I mean, I don't want to say it's life and death on Hacienda Control, because it really isn't. That's a ridiculous gunfight from Mobile. You are kidding me. It's really not life and death, but if you can get yourself with a really nice start and then just constantly stagger the attacking team, especially on the, obviously if you're on the defensive side and want the stagger, then brilliant. The same can be said for the attacking team. If you can get through, get constant pressure on the points, you can start running away with it. Overlay and Lampy find a couple of important kills, though. They're mistaken. They're just trying to hold in the middle of the map. Chunk and Twisted combining to find one. Kez trying to back down. Twisted will find him. Flank was incoming. Lampy, yep. In this position, you're just not reading that. Does that need stick somebody as well? No, it doesn't, but he finds the second in the count. Lampy doing really, really good work in the middle of the map. And whilst all these kills are going on, Mistaken haven't really made an inroad over to any one of the point, but eventually, over towards B they go.
Overlay, checking every single corner. And eventually he is going to go down. I mean, Mistaken. They're holding here. They know there are players on the flank, and it's going to be a bit of a dangerous pinch. You can already see Magpies will hit this from every single angle. It should be theirs just by the fact they have the superior position, and that's exactly what I meant. Pack already finding two. They clear them off. You just cannot fight that many angles.
Yeah, Mistaken Esports putting themselves in positions that it's just... It feels like they need to dot their I's before they can cross their T's, and they ain't doing it. The grabber not necessarily the strongest. Twisted onto the point again. No kills have found their way, and they're just going to get picked apart once more. It's same old, same old. Mistaken Esports right now not able to find a great deal. Julian, for all the gas that he's been getting online, ain't going to be able to do a goddamn thing there. It's going to be another round over towards Mission Magpies, barring a miracle from Mistaken. They can get themselves over towards A. Kez defending deeply over towards that B side. Kill's not going to go their way. Pack on a 5 spree. That's the round, and that is now sending us to round number 5 here on Hacienda Bryson. It should be Mission Magpies on the defensive side.
Well, good enough on that hold. You are right, though. I mean, just not enough clearance to get it in, and such a good position. Kind of a retake onto that point. As we go into this next one, though, will somebody be able to break the curse of defensive rounds?
It can sometimes be that curse, can't it? When you win both of them comfortably and then lose the one in the... Oh, ultimately, the round that really does matter. I could have fire sprayed up. And he can get something going at Hellstorm along the way would not be the worst thing in the world. But mistaken esports. They've never looked like capturing a point, never mind anything, so I look forward to them winning round number 5 anyway.
Well, nothing is written. I always find, like, it's always that case, and everybody gets defense and then suddenly an attack. And it's done.
It can happen. It very well can happen. Oof. Drunk finds one. Lambi and Pack combining as well, though, and there they go. It just seems to be the kill feed is always going their way until Chunk is trying to do something. He can find 2, does get taken down, so back to the drawing board for mistaken, but a progress made over towards A. Oh, over towards B, I should say.
Here comes the push again, and they are trying to get out of this one, but this is the Magpies now to lose, and Overlay is losing their gunfight. Mistaken really forcing this rock push over and over again. Onto the A point. Almost a guaranteed death at this point. Kez has not gone for the bait quite yet and picked up 2 and says, all right, I'll clean your teammates off first. And the last player is moving. Unfortunately, they've moved into the kill feed, and now Chunk last alive here for Mistaken.
Just to find something. Yeah, they've really struggled, honestly. I think Mission Magpies have just done such a good job at positioning themselves well. Putting themselves in the spots that maybe Mistaken aren't going to check or suspect. Cal's just found 3 though, all on his own, and there you go. That is maybe the door open for one of the first times Cal's just found 4 in a row and broke this round wide open.
Here we go. Cal continuing to hold. They are waiting to get back into this one. I think B is gone. It's going to be an A play. Cal, burning bullets.
It's not gone.
How is it not gone?
They didn't find the kills. They didn't shut it down. Now Cal's going to get flanked. He's going to have to help his teammates over towards the point. He said, like, fine, I'll do it by myself. Now he finds another 16 versus 13 in favor of Mission Magpies, and you need to get on the point now if you're mistaken. You find a couple of kills. You might be able to extend the time here. There's no way Lambi's challenging that. Oh, I tell you what, it would have been some 2-piece. Mistaken esports should extend their Bryce.
They have had to bleed to get it. Drag themselves to the broken glass, but it's 11-11. Still, though, it is in the Magpies' hand. They have the advantage. And now Mistaken all back on your spawn. They need a good break out of this one.
It's hard to find it. Mission Magpies have put them exactly where they wanted. 6 lives remaining on the side of Mistaken esports. Not a great load of time to do anything with it either. It's an extremely, extremely hard round to win from here.
Oh, and Overlay says, all right. Now. Thank you very much. I'll take that. And everything else you've got. 10 versus 3. I mean, Lambi's just going for us. All right, let's have it. There are 2 players left. One's in spawn. One's in the other spawn. And while Twisted, that is a nice gunfight to win. You're alone and dead.
1v8, not on the cards. Mission Magpies deservedly win every single one of the defenses that are presented to them. Do a little bit better on the attacks to get that round number 5. And Hacienda's not necessarily one that we sort of say, yes, okay, it's really defensive heavy, and you're definitely going to all just win your defense. It's not a vault at the beginning of the year, is it, by any stretch? But I think that gives credit more so over towards the side of Mission Magpies in the sense that they did so well to hold their defensive rounds every single time. We've seen how they were setting up. They were making it very awkward, Mistaken. We were struggling to clear house, really, when it did come down to B especially. They wanted to extend that time, and they just never really could get anything going. Find themselves now behind in this series. Once again, after map number 1, they were behind. They're behind after map number 3 once more. Mistaken need to find 2 maps in a row here. Oh, you drop down the loser's bracket after not losing a single series all stage.
An interesting one. I think, I really don't know who's going to win. I think these 2 teams are quite balanced. And if anything, the Magpies now feeling like I'm leaning towards them maybe, Ton. And I don't know if that's the right thing to do.
I think it's difficult because, I mean, if you were to talk about differentials from the previous series between these two, it was Mistaken who were able to find the control. Now find themselves behind. But they were able to find map number 4 on the hard point as well. So if we're going similarities, this could still go over towards that map number 5. It wouldn't shock me whatsoever. This is a winner's bracket semi-final, by the way. Both of these two teams have an opportunity to get to a winner's bracket final. This would guarantee top 3 for one of these two teams who, I mean, if you told them that at the beginning of the season, they'd have snapped your hand off. Now go to a red card hard point. In a certain sense, very rotational heavy, if you like. I mean, I suppose if you take 4 and 5 out of the equation, 3's really a big money earner potentially alongside of 2. It's hard. Protocol maybe just a little heavier on those holds. Looking towards how things are going here, Notorious do eventually go and win the replay because you, well, never do win the replay. Orchid 1-0 down after what looked like a crazy map number 1. Magpies 2-1 up here against Mistaken. Winners final to be decided. Elimination round 2, we're going to have that filled out as well and ready to go for next week. But it's been a cracking day, Bryce. I feel like we've actually went through it and like we zoomed through. Everyone's kind of being ready to get into their games. We've been flying into them. It's been a nice one to watch, and I've completely jinxed it for the rest of the day. But we only have 2 more maps, so how bad could it possibly go? But
well, why do you keep saying stop it? Just stop.
Can't go. No, we're fine. We're fine. Okay, like Disco can do what it wants.
Mustache Ton is a menace. Like, that's what it is.
We're fine.
We'll
Mission
see.
Magpies, though. I mean, look in a really good spot here. 2-1 up. You need to find a hard point. You found map number 1. Just do that again, or you go to a map number 5.
Yeah, we will find out who moves forward for this one. I mean, realistically, I mean, for Mistaken, it would definitely be an upset. You are right about having pretty much a clean run so far, and nobody would have expected the Magpies to be going into those winners' finals, but we will find out, of course. This depends on the red card hard point. Map 5 doesn't seem out of the realms of possibility. In fact, I would say it was quite probable.
Well, we deserve it, don't we, between these two squads? I wouldn't mind seeing it. I might even catch a few holes in the Masters, Brycey, after this. We've flown through this.
Well, at the moment, speaking of flying through, Mistaken, they get that first advantage. Just holding down a little bit of P1, watching on the outside, and Julian, I thought he would have that a bit cleaner than they did, but the bullets came in before he could kind of stabilize himself. And now he's throwing bullets at everybody. Packs will go down as well. Julian's going to be weak, but finds a second and almost going to be the third, but the pistol just ever so errant before it can nail that kill.
Still some good time for Mission Magpies, considering that the kills really haven't went your way. Julian now 5-1 to kick things off. Cal inside of the point, just getting them off it. Mistaken Esports happy to get some time, but just happy to keep them back here. Julian will find another AR out. 6-1 from him. A little bit of a spawn out over towards the back now for Mission Magpies, which is, I mean, if you're mistaken, it's kind of where you want them, but you want them all there, not just one by one. A little bit of split comes through. Awkward positioning. Now Cal and Cole. I mean, that would have been outrageous. Kez questioning, how is he gunning me like this? Jackal in hand. I promise it got nerfed recently, didn't it?
That was a match or 2 ago. But we'll see. I mean, still a very good weapon. I know they've been changing all the attachments for forever and a day, but I think we finally settled in this season. Obviously, without another big patch to come through. Mistaken? I think they might be able to hold this for the last 20 seconds. They're just in a better position for it. They've got the bodies on the right side, and Magpies, well, they'll be aware that they technically do have the better spawn for this, although I say this pack is out.
Pack is out and a rotation now on its way. Oh, spawns over towards the backside though. Thank you very much. Just spawning when the new hill comes up. Well, Mission Magpies are aware of this. Not too much of a problem. You kind of got to deal with number 8 who's twisted. He can find a kill though. All of a sudden now the pinch can come through. Overlay will do his best to slow this down. But the pinch comes in. A rotation, not one. The Mission Magpies now towards the back spawn. Get a bit of a split here. So they're probably going to try and work on that. Lampy will go out, try and find the kill anyway. Pack can answer back. You got Overlay on his way. He was the last one to die. He spawns out. Everybody else still concentrating the other direction. Overlay will eventually get taken down. Next kills massive. Pack will fall. And a nice hold by Mistaken. 20 seconds to go.
Mistaken just having the better time so far on this map. And probably because of this man, Julian. Not able to thread the needle though onto that one, but so far so good. As we go over to this next rotation, the Magpies will be looking for the time. Wasn't mistaken. Already managed to get bodies into position, and that would have been an outrageous gunfight to win. Here comes Chunk. He also gets cut down. Advantage now for the Magpies. They swarm onto Twisted. Only Junior gets a kill away as he backpedals and fires bullets through. Those curtains aren't going to stop those bullets for long.
Don't stop them at all, do they? Mission Magpies brute force their way in. All they've got is Mistaken. Not too far away either, but they're gonna, well, just gun them out of their mind. Incredible work from Mission Magpies. 30 seconds to go here at stage, and this is time you would love to take. You won't quite be able to catch up to the total for Mistaken, but you won't be too far away. But those gunfights coming through are going to make it a little less likely. Lampy can't find the second. Pack was able to find one. He gets shut down. Lovely retake from Mistaken. 16 seconds to go. Rotation going to start coming in a second, but it's one of those that it's not necessarily the end of the world if you don't get there first. It's a scrappy hill at the best of times as P5.
Oh, they're going to try and get as much as they can. But you are right. This is so much it feels a bit bad to get into the point, but at the moment, for Mistaken, they are pretty happy. I think he was expecting more. That's a triple chow flying out. Didn't know where to shoot. The Magpie swarm.
Chunk doing well to just stay alive. Oh, really good job from Lampy. Just about getting the better of him. Mistaken in a really good position to send us to a map number 5 right now. A lot of Call of Duty left to be played here, and though a map number 4, especially with Kez and Pack combining well. They'll probably jump on the time, get a little bit of it if they can. Johnny is there for Cal, shut him down. A little bit of control towards Ticket, more time on the board.
Magpie's just trying to hold off what was a little bit of a push from Mistaken. Not going to be any more. I mean, Cal looks like he's shooting nukes when he does that kind of thing. Doesn't miss a bullet. A little bit of a rally here from the Magpies, but can they find the points here on P1? Probably not. It's going to be about how they handle this and the rotation.
Pack. I'm going to try and get something going over towards the middle of the map. Ultimately, a nice rotation of hills from Mistaken. Mission Magpies will be very, very happy with the fact that they got some good time over towards that last hill. Momentarily, all on 13 kills apiece. Unlucky or not, heading into this second rotation, we'll soon find out. Chunk and Twisted doing very, very well. Over towards P1, this is some good time for the side. A Mistaken 120 and rising. Julian having a really good game. We haven't seen him really come alive too much in this series. A lot has been said about his potential. But right now, 18 and 10, doing a good job for the squad.
It's the usual fighting over P1 from both sides as Lampy desperately tries to hug that cover for all he's worth. But now the time will be telling. They're ready for this rotation. Overlay trying to stay alive. He knows it's a big thing if he can do so. That scrap time is not worth it. But Cal picks up 2. They're coming off it, and Overlay knows the pressure's going to mount onto him. Doesn't have anybody to help trade him out. He should be picked up as soon as he gets out of here. Chunk knows exactly where he's going to be. Somehow still alive, Overlay.
He's doing well. Good time to find. For the team as well, but Mistaken are going to be able to find a push over towards P2. They're not necessarily where they want to be for this rotation over towards P3 and 34 though. Mission Magpies holding from the front. Mistaken exactly where they want them. Can they continue to cut them down? Lampy 1 doesn't need to find a second because Kez has. There's a big moment now for Mission Magpies to get themselves back into this hard point. 20 seconds still on offer, but the spawns are looking good for them, and Kez ain't missing. Incredible gunfight falls his way. Frank will eventually come through. Mistaken still with the lead, but Mission Magpies are still trying to close that gap.
Done a great job here in fairness. Managed to flip the spawn around and get out of it. Well, that's on the shoulders of Overlay. But now it's the race. Get over his cross, and I think Lampy seen somebody he has. Hunting them down as well. They're on to the next point. Potential for a lead change. Here comes the initial push. Mistaken spawning towards the back. Pack's going to know. Finds the first. Tries to get out of there. Not going to happen. The first trade comes in of many. Mistaken now getting more into the board, and Kez is left alone and will have to leave.
Yeah, they did this well last time, and honestly, I rate that from Kez. Inside of the point, just back up. No point in feeding anything else over towards the opposition. Overlay finds one. Twisted gonna have to hold down on the outside here if he can. He's trying to waste time as the rest of the team now inside of the point. Gonna get cut to shreds as the push will now start to come through. Chunk should be dead. Julian, what can he do? Somehow finds a second. Are you kidding? 25 and 16. Julian having a big map, and that is some more good time for Mistaken off the back of his place.
Just when you think the Magpies have the advantage, I mean, they didn't really gain an awful lot of time off of this. And the Magpies will now have to rotate themselves. They're actually being held in. They can't even get close to it. Julian is not giving them a chance. It almost feels unfair.
I mean, it is just not a 50-50 gunfight against Julian at the minute. 28 and 17. 190 and rising for Mistaken Esports. 45 seconds to go here over towards P4. Map 5 feels like it's beckoning if Chunk's going to keep finding kills like that. One more on his way around. Julian cleans that up. Another good hold from Mistaken. 30 seconds now left over towards P4. And Mistaken don't look like they want to give a single second to Mission Magpies.
They are really just accelerating this lead. It looked like Magpies had a chance until just about a minute ago, and over again. 14 seconds of scrap time is not going to save it. They need some sort of god rotate. Overlay's going to try. It's not going to be enough. They're just getting cut down over and over again. And while Magpies, yeah, scrap time is great. A new rotation is usually better. And look how far away they are, Ton.
Miles away. And this is all really good time for the side of Mistaken. Chunk dictating the spawn. Twisted finds a good gunfight as well before falling to Kez. And Mistaken just putting the pressure on Mission Magpies. They're jumping on the point. It's not necessarily a hill that you can score a load of time on, but it's putting the pressure that they have to make the move, and Twisted and Julian are starting to find those kills. Just puts the pressure on. Mission Magpies have to make their move. Mistaken can just farm them and keep them off it.
And that's all they need to do. You are right. Every time they move into it, cut them down over and over again. On those hills it's possible to do it on, and well, that's exactly what Chunk is doing. Every single doorway, every single window, bullets flying through. And even then, with that, Mistaken jump onto it. And that's maybe like the kind of a case in point, a perfect microcosm of what happens on hardpoint. They just took position. They didn't worry to get on the point, and it gave them the advantage that they got the time in the end. And that's what happens when we talk about playing for position. Mistaken in such a commanding lead now, they can do it again on P1.
Yep, they can do what they want. They need 7 singular seconds. They can just play for them. RB will fall. Another one over towards that side. Chunk, ridiculous snap on the pack. Gal on the outside. We'll try to work this, but I think the only thing for Mistaken here, you have to try and not be too careful. They're just trying to make sure they find a wipe before they do jump onto this point and go for those 7 seconds. Right now, it's just been soaked up by Mission Magpies, who are throwing caution to the wind themselves. Mistaken find a break. That's 3 dead. That's 4 dead. That's map number 5 incoming. Mistaken Esports find map number 4. It's a 40 bomb from Julian. Big performances coming out to force the map number 5.
Well, Mistaken, once they took control of that game, they never let it go. And it felt like them over and over again. And it was just that rotation. Once they grabbed it, and you thought, you know, Magpies, we thought we were in a better position, right? When we went from P2 to P3. But it turns out it didn't work out for them. And since that point, they never looked back. Julian making massive kills all over the map. You are right, Ton. Final game of the day, and we're heading to a map 5.
Yeah, it's been an exciting one, hasn't it? We've kind of been back and forth through technical issues and everything. I mean, we've had it all here. But we are heading into this map number 5 between both these two teams, and this is where we go in the realm of total possibility between both of them. It's a real hard one to call. I believe we're heading over towards a rewind as well, if I remember correctly. But, I mean, look at that. 4,700 damage from Julian. That's a big old game. It's a big old map from him to send us to a map number 5 between these two squads. Fair play at the Mission Magpies. You know, they really have shown up today in a different kind of way. And maybe we expected. I just don't know if I give them enough credit, or if their results hadn't been good enough to kind of prove that they could go on to do this. But they are one map away. Albeit, okay, we will say, you know, this side of the bracket is maybe looking a little kinder than the other. But, I mean, there is the presumed top 3 teams in Europe on the other side. Just that's how the cookie has crumbled. We're not heading over towards a rewind whatsoever. That was the previous series. If we were to get there, Hacienda Search and Destroy is what's going to be coming up between these two squads. But they really both have put on a show here, and for a really nice prize of a top 3 guaranteed. On this side of the bracket, you take that all day long. Hacienda Search is there to decide it.
Who walks away the victor? That is the question that we will try to answer. Everybody going back and forth. And here's the bracket so far for anybody curious Notorious currently up 1-0 versus Orc, or Team Orchid as they're actually called. I've been told that the current S&D score is 4-2 to Notorious. They're having a few technical issues over there. But an interesting bracket so far, of course. Jumpshot France continuing forward, Katana continuing forward, waiting for these teams to drop ton.
I mean, the only game that's kind of caught me off guard here. I mean, Notorious winning that 3-0 was a little bit of a surprise to me. I thought that maybe went a little bit further, but Notorious beating Katana has kind of been, well, like clockwork so far this season. The only one that kind of did surprise me was Mission Magpies up against Jumpshot France, especially in the 3-0 fashion. But now seeing them here up against Mistaken, a team who haven't lost all season, albeit have been shoved down to the wire on multiple occasions, they are showing some decent prowess here. Just to remind you, I know a lot of people will be sort of sitting at home and sort of saying Mission Magpies against Mistaken for a place in the winners bracket final, yeah, whatever. But at the same time, Mistaken went on to beat Team Notorious for the very first time. It's the first time that Team Notorious have lost a game in a group stage all year. It was their final one as well in a group stage all year, and they lost it to Mistaken 3-2. So that just kind of shows the prowess of Mistaken. Mission Magpies went on to beat Jumpshot France, who beat Katana in the group stages. Both these two teams are keeping it real in these group stages. They are very much going toe-to-toe with some of these very, very good teams. Now going up against each other all the way to a map number 5. And that map number 5 did actually get played in their series previously when they did meet in the group stages. It was a Hacienda Search and Destroy. It was a 6-5 win for Mistaken that time around. I'd take another round 11, Brycey. I'd be happy with it.
Well, we might be able to find out how it goes, because I've been told the players are in the lobby. The map is now loading, and we will decide once and for all who moves forward and who falls down into lower. Well, that's one of the keys here as well. It's not elimination. It's just into lower, so there's always another opportunity. But realistically, for Magpies, it's been a wondrous run since they come out of groups. I'm curious whether or not they can go all the way.
Yeah, I know they're doing really well. I think... You know, you look at the two games they lost, one against Mistaken, which was the 3-1, and then obviously against Team Notorious. You're not losing to bad teams. And now, you know, that game against Mistaken, it was a very, very close one first time around. It's been the same old story here. Now when we've got the bracket play. And as just previously mentioned, both these two teams went to a round 11. Can we see that again? Magpies on the defensive side, a couple of little glancing blows from either side, but no kills found. Lampy getting super aggressive. He's actually got a little bit of company and pack here as well. In no way Mistaken are reading the double flank yet.
Easy. Finds the first. And for the Mistaken team, they're going to be a little bit worried now because they've lost some protection on the flank. And oh, Pack didn't see him. I thought there might have been a toe just out, but bomb planted.
What's the play? Mission Magpies have the numbers. No, now they don't. Now they do again, though. Julian left in a 1 versus 3, but the bomb is down in his favor. Can he find anything? Finds the first. Are they going to collapse? They're going to try to. Yeah. Overlayer reads it. Bomb diffuser will come through. First round over towards the Mission Magpies. Good hold.
So far, the Magpies get it back into their first of this, what could be a long game of tennis. Back and forth between the two, but so far Magpies strike that first blood. As we've come to a map 5 here. Really means that you have to put everything on the line. All your breaks need to be perfect. All your trades need to be great. We've gone to Magpies on the attack.
Looks like A won't be the objective that they go for, as that so often is the case. Pack will get this bomb down. He's taking these spots. Going to have to go for the 4v4 retake. Going to have to be pretty one-dimensional. They don't necessarily have anybody on the flank. They've got Carl in an okay position. As was above him. It's going to be about fighting over control of balcony right now. Pack and Co still holding it down. Shots starting to come in. Mistaken. Need to start finding some kills.
3 versus 4. Pack trying to stay alive. Goes down 3 versus 3, and he calls the timing perfectly. Doesn't even need to get it. Lampy gets another one, and Julian last alive, but heavily outnumbered and no time really to play with. And yeah, Lampy will just play that all day. They're never going to give him the time to get this one done, and Well, there's the bomb. It's going to explode. Can't get it. Magpies up 2-0.
Yeah, nice job. Get that bomb down quickly. You don't see anything different from Mistaken. They kind of play it passively. And then the retake just never likely to come through. Didn't look it anyway. Nobody on the flank to really disrupt. Julian's the one trying to play it through fences to try and be the tip of the spear on that side of things, but he needs his teammates to be able to find something through the middle of the map to make that successful. 2-0 to Mission Magpies, as you mentioned. A very nice start from them. 2 solid closeouts as well. Wasn't necessarily too close. Always been 1v3s, 1v2s that are just closed out in simple fashion. Those are the rounds you like to take. No problem, no stress.
Can they continue this fortune? Mistaken. Making a bit of a different run here, all the way over to B, and it's clean. Kez will see it. Trying to throw a needle, gets it as well. That is just unfortunate for Mistaken. Kez holds his nerve and takes off him by the boot.
I mean, it's unfortunate, but at the same time, it's an angle that you have to presume. Don't cover yourself entirely with the bomb, and they've been backed down entirely. And I kind of like that from Mission Magpies. They backed them down into what felt like a corner. You've seen Lampy and Pack pushed up. And now Mistaken Esports, I'm not too sure how aware of that they were. You're back to back, either side of the well arch. Good luck pushing through this if you're Mistaken Esports.
Oh, and Pack will just cut him down.
God.
Very clean shot.
He's absolutely deleted them, Brycey.
Really has. I mean, Mistaken don't know what to do here. I'm not surprised. Supposed to jump out the window. He's going to go down as well. Magpies, so far so good. Up 3-0 in this last map.
I mean, this is just simple right now for Mission Magpies. In a winner's bracket final, beckons at the moment. 4-1 from Lampy. They're controlling everything down this A side. But Mistaken, though, I mean, you go for the push over towards this B side. You go to lock it down. You go to get this bomb down immediately. You offer the angle for Lampy to shut it down immediately. I think it could have been Kez. Either way, doesn't matter. They shut it down, and Mission Magpies are 3 to the good within 3.
Could be devastating as well. There's a fight on the floor. Overlay's not going to get 2, though. Just the 1. They came up a bit too close for him as well. And Julian just throwing punch to the door. Almost got to kill himself. Chunk backing him up at the same time. It's now a 1 versus 2 for Kez. Wondering what happened. They thought they had a little bit of control, Ton.
Yeah, they did. Mistaken just kind of collapsed from the middle of the map. Now Kez left all on his own. Doesn't have the bomb, and that's his problem. And yeah, Mistaken can see that. They might just semi-defend it themselves. They'd be expecting some sort of fight to come from a different angle. He is going to be able to isolate both the players. Chunk very, very weak. Can't commit. Those the other players there need to be clean. 34 seconds. That's plenty of time to work with, yeah, but might be heading into both of them. Big fight.
Yeah, aggressive fight as well. Just went flying for it. And that could have gone another way. I mean, the Magpies close to having it, but just the trades. I mean, there were so many opportunities for the Magpies to take that round as well. Kez almost catches a player mid there at the top of the last part. I mean, if you'd seen, what was it, Overlay had caught one more, maybe?
Yeah, potentially. I think it was just a trade battle that just about went the other way, though, didn't it? Kill the other way, and all of a sudden you're talking about 2v1 in the favor of Mission Magpies. But that felt like a crucial round. A Mistaken Esports, it was one they absolutely had to find. And get it? They're on the board now. Can they find something on the attacking side? This is a big hit up top from Mission Magpies, by the way. Mistaken Esports, are you ready for this? Gonna turn at the right time. Chunk and Co are here. We'll back them down. Chunk finds one in the pack. Lampy is the weakest man on the planet. How on earth is he getting away with this? 44 HP still.
This is a hold by Magpies. They have the map positioning, but they don't have the numbers, Ton. You can already see a bit of a cross coming across. Mistaken. Going towards A, checking all the corners here, Julian. If they get this bomb down, it might be over for the Magpies on this round.
Oh! That's a big moment. Chunk takes down Lampy on the flank. If he loses that gunfight, all of a sudden you are getting collapsed on, but still with the number advantage. And now, even more so. Has an Overlay trying to get something working. Cal is hunting Overlay. He'll find it. And now Kez just looking to try and find a pick and maybe make something possible here, but with 30 seconds to go, it might take more than just one kill.
Going to be found before he can do any more here. And yeah, I mean, they just took advantage of the ability to put pressure on the map. Really mistaken with that rotation. Had the Magpies done. And this is a continuing fight between these two teams.
Two back-to-back rounds for Mistaken Esports will steady the ship after a really poor opening. Mission Magpies dragged directly back down to earth now, though. And they start to get things going again. Pendulum swaying back and forth between these two teams in a very, very important map number 5. It's a huge opportunity for one of these rosters. And Julian wants to take that opportunity here for Mistaken. He can find the opening blood around number 6. Overlay's answering back, but Julian finds another. Gets a really awake here in map number 5, but there's two very, very big kills that puts Mistaken at an advantage here in round number 6.
Overlay hoping to find something. Kez also trying to help his teammate get through. He's checked the two corners technically for Overlay, so his Overlay can move through if he wants to. But look at all the corners. They're just not really going to get away with this, Magpies. It's almost impossible to be clean here. Slams a door open. Slams another door open. Hoping to make somebody else make a mistake with 35 seconds left to go.
What's the play for Mission Magpies? Gonna make a move, don't have the bomb, and that's kind of been a problem on a couple of occasions on some of these attacks. Your bomb carrier's died in a tough spot. Overlay now left in a 1 versus 2. Has he read Julian? No, he hasn't. 15 seconds. Don't offer them the opportunity. Don't offer it to him. 11 seconds to go. Mistaken just splitting up here. Even if he finds this kill, there ain't no way that he's going to be able to find the bomb and get it down. Julian finds another. That possibly was the ace. It was a minimum of 3. He had 5. If he's got 7, it was the ace. If not, still, job done. Yep, 6 for Julian. Finds 3 in the round. He's played his life there towards the latter stages. Well, Mission Magpies found 3 in the opening 3 rounds. The next 3, all found by Mistaken. We got tied up.
Who walks away the victor of this one? Genuinely cannot tell you at this point. All I can tell you is I'm ready for the ride. Magpies are Mistaken. Ready to go the distance, and here comes the push from Mistaken. It might be a bit of a throw down in the middle of the map. Nobody down yet, though.
Twisted finds the first spot, and again, I mean, Mistaken and just finding these kills in the middle of the map once more. Mission Magpies were getting aggressive at the beginning, and it was working for them, but they're not finding the bloods they were. They're not putting themselves in the positions that they were in. Kez can offer them some respite. They should find a kill here as well, and Callan does. 2 versus 2 from a 2 versus 4. And double for Mission Magpies, but this bomb's going down. Julian, can you get out? He does. They're waiting for the angle. They're waiting for him to make this push. Oh, how does he find that? 1v1.
Oh, Overlay. Just put a bullet behind him, and he was technically correct.
He could jump this.
He's going to as well, and he might just have the time.
He's got it, I think. Yeah, he's got it.
Oh, he has. The other player's not gone the right way, and...
Oh, he got it. He got it.
Oh, bomb defused. Oh, that was close. Very, very close, but the Magpies get away with it, jumping straight on the bomb. Expecting just enough. Overlay wins that round for them.
I think he just... Did he get maybe a little bit of a read and just said, screw it, jump on? I think 25 seconds or so is a good time to do it because, I mean, there's no need to check it around that time. If it gets to about 15 or so, then yeah, okay, it's dangerous. Overlay has the onus to jump on. And Mission Magpies find a round back.
They're being cautious here, though. Magpies may be over towards B. Twisted could look for the trade. No, Lampy. A slide and a jump. Shuts him down. Here comes the push on the other side of the map as Julian fights for it. Second Black gonna be at the bomb. Won't get the 2-piece. Still advantage to the Magpies.
Now he finds the second. That would have been absurd. 2 versus 3 now. Chunk's getting aggressive here. Gonna find at least one, you would like to think. Oh my god. I'm sure there's something like to do with a knife in a wardrobe fight or something like that. I don't know, Bryce. You'll know the saying. 1 versus 2 now.
Knife fight in the cupboard.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, it was close, wasn't it?
It certainly were. And at the moment, I mean, Cal might have timing. This may be perfect timing. It might be perfect. Are they going to turn the... Oh, oh my goodness, could he get any better timing? Oh my god, it's all gone wrong for him though. Cal could have had the god's touch of timing and finds nothing.
Oh. I mean, he's waiting for the perfect moment. He played it exactly how he should have, but didn't execute how he needed to. If he finds the first one, he should be able to find the second in quick succession, because it sort of lines up for him, and he's like, oh, you know, I've got a jackal here. This is not necessarily the best. Takes his time, doesn't make it count. Mission Magpies back-to-back rounds, and are 1 round away from a winner's bracket final.
Here goes. Mistaken on the attack, and looks like maybe a bit of a showdown over towards A. Bodies everywhere. They don't have top control here. Magpies have gone for A-side control, and well, Twisted finds Pack already.
Much needed first blood. What can you get going in this attack round? Maybe just a little bit more now as Lampy is caught. I'm going to try and work on a flank. Kez is going to do the same. Oh, he's sneaky. Oh, but he tried to take his time. He does find one. 1 versus 3 now for Overlay.
Is there magic in the air enough? I mean, being in the middle of the map is always a little bit dangerous, but they are just going to move as a 3. Overlay will have to have a little bit of magic, a little bit of luck, and a whole lot of gunny. Well, there's one trying to get out of there. There's going to be the second potentially. He's still running for it. Still waiting. They're going to double chat him. Oh my goodness, he gets a second overlay for the clutch. Surely not like this. An overlay waiting for the player to chat him up. Overlay just 1v3'd. Clutch like madness. And Magpies win map number 5.
I'm speechless. How does he read this? He reads them like a book. Are you kidding me?
Mind blown. Overlay's got the magic code for that S&D. Clutches up in that final round, 1 versus 3. Unbelievable. The Magpies move forward. Mistaken. Undefeated in the groups. Now defeated into the lower bracket.
Yeah, Mission Magpies can get the job done. 3-2 win. Let's run the 1v3 back in a second, because we need to kind of break it down how he's managed to do this. Incredible work from the middle of the map to find 1 versus 3 to secure the map. If I'm mistaken, I mean, look, you kind of just need to play together, get this bomb down, and make it difficult for them. But Overlay in this position, scanning around, looking to see where the players are, hasn't got a clue right now. One drops down on okay, thank you very much. They go for the reach out. He backs on up. And they still go for the child. Twisted, yep, says thank you very much. Just expect somebody to come challenge him because he's very, very weak. Maybe, yeah. Cal says, yeah, no problem. We'll find it. Big plays from Overlay. Mission Magpies get the job done.
Wow. So far, so good for the Magpies. Making a name for themselves in the playoffs. And it's just wild to me considering how close some of the groups were. And locking it down in the end. Key player there, going to be Overlay, that 1v3 to cement it, but good all the time. Almost 1,400 damage ton.
Yeah, big game from him. Finds all the damage, doesn't he? Just when you watch him, yeah, he's so good at finding these picks. Julian trying to do what he could on that one as well. Had a good end towards the series, but couldn't quite secure it. Mission Magpies, though, with a hell of a start, and that's kind of what set them on their way. Mistaken. That's the first series they've lost all season long. Now dropping into the losers bracket. That losers bracket looks scarier than the winners bracket right now.
You're not wrong. There's some monsters floating about in it. And this one, I mean, just going the distance, we knew it would be a bit of a bang out. And, I mean, Cal could have had this here and brought it back to a 4-4. Just unfortunate. I mean, Don't get me wrong, God timing to begin with. Then it all fell apart, but nobody expected this out of Overlay. A ridiculous 1v3 to end it.
Incredible work from Mission Magpies, though. The 1-3-5 to get the job done and into the winners bracket final. Orchid and Notorious going up against each other right now to decide who's going to be there. 2-1 currently to Notorious. That's a hell of a game as well, but our losers bracket's starting to come together. Mistaken against Katana. Oh, that is a banger to kick off next week.
It really is, of course. Notorious and Team Orchid still throwing shots at each other as that one starts to go the distance by the look of it. But winner of that one obviously faces the Magpies, and that is not a matchup that anybody would have expected in the winners final, Ton.
No, absolutely not. Really good job for the Magpies to get themselves to this stage, though. I mean, a really nice win against Jump Shot France and then taking down Mistaken. This elite is anybody's price. I actually haven't got a clue at this stage who's going to be able to take this one away. We've seen some surprising results over our first day. We've had 3 massive games, and we've still got plenty more next week. 5 more games on broadcast to go through before we do get an actual conclusion of this elite stage next week. Very, very excited to see how it all concludes.
Certainly is. Well, for Europe, we are starting to close the curtains. But map 4 of that game we just talked about, Notorious and Orchid, is going over. You can catch it at Quick Fix COD. Pod, sorry. Oh my god, that's a horrible name to try and say it quickly. But that is the watch party. You can catch all of the games over there that are continuing on going as they catch everything for us. But we are done for now. North America will be gracing your screens very shortly. So we will see you next time, and I hope you watch more.
find a map here that pushes it to game 5. Team Notorious v Orchid. And, well, we talked about Mythics and Henry. Unfortunately, they died first.
I feel like every time Bocage just mentions a flower wilts in the world.
I know part of my soul does.
Well, let's get this going. Party at P1. And Team Orchid is happy to be the first ones on site. So, a little bit of time here for Henry as he's going to be looking towards that hill. Jump down from Eric Bohm. 3-1 start for himself. A bloodbath back and forth. Spawns, however, going to be identical. A little bit of a split one in the back. It's Mythics, no read coming out from Eric Bohm. And you're putting some pressure to these P2 rotations.
Yeah, a little bit worried there, by the way, that Harry spawns at Trophy. Instead of moving over towards P2, he just heads directly in towards P1. That's now going to leave your teammates outnumbered. Ban's got a lot of work to do here in the back. Finds one. Going to be surrounded, though. Going to be cut down. And I go back to that spawn up from Harry. I think that the decision there is incorrect, and it's now leaving you chasing this P2 setup.
Shots in from Harry. Raffi trades it. That 2-piece is going to slow down Team Orchid off of this respawn again. Just like the protocol, you win the early fights over towards P2. You lose the initial battle, though, for time. And Team Notorious do so well at denying time from their opponents. In back for these close spawns. Afro fighting through. He's going to keep it gray. At 3 in a row, he's already looking to peel in behind, see if he can flank some of these members.
I will hand Flowers back over towards Team Orchid, by the way, because even though they lose that early setup, they do have delayed so much of the time for Team Notorious. Afro, will then push on out and find a couple of kills at solo. That not only gives your teammates scrap time, that lets you rotate all the way into Art for free. Great work from him. He's also put Raffi in a position where he can use that AR to control from top Art. Afro, phenomenal work here in what could be a map that puts his team to winners finals.
Afro still on a streak, by the way. He working to that Hellstorm. It looks like Vance is trying to track it. See if he can shut it down. Early shots in. He leaves it for the rest of the squad, but you let him go. And he almost makes it into something. Tie game. Heading into what could be this P4 rotation. The Team Notorious are keeping their spawns intact for. Eric Boom looking for the rest of this P3 time, but it is just a back and forth affair. No real solid setup for the Basketball Hills.
No, and Team Notorious as well, a little bit worried because they have 2 players spawn out. It's kind of unfortunately so, but that has them then pivoting, turning, swiveling, trying to figure out why their players are spawning on the opposite side of the map. Team Orchid weren't over here. They do finally get 1 player to cross, but everything will be found. Bance then, what can you do at Art? Your teammates need you to punch a hole in this defense, get your way in, but Raffi spawns all the way out?
Yeah, what is that? It kind of works out for you, too, if you're Notorious. I mean, it's just I'd say unplanned flank.
Yeah,
on the play.
I get what you're saying, yeah.
It like boxes the whole team into like a kill zone, and Team Notorious just, well, this is happening. I mean, you're happy to just sit in this hill, but finally Orchid are gonna have a chance to break, and it doesn't work out. 3 down. Eric Boom finds 2, and Smith thinks he's gonna ring a couple of those shots out, hops in, but immediately he dies.
And Raffi wins a kill here at elbow. Does have a player above him in hookah. I don't know if he's read this, but, well, he'll be picked up by Mythics anyway. So, for Team Orchid, then, it's a case of cut your losses, try and draw a line in the sand, and don't let Team Notorious out of this part of the map. Problem is, F-Dot finds a route out of Art onto Bance. So, that now is going to allow these Team Notorious players to pour forward in numbers. Team Orchid, they're down by nearly 60. They need to find a couple of kills and start to spring together a bit of P1, P2.
See, Afro is just so good at just smelling her out that's open.
Ooh.
And taking it. Unfortunately, he overstays his welcome, and Henry is going to flank it out. Eric Boom up top for the trade, looking now for the hill. After alongside him, it's a 2-for-2 trade. Team Orchid hop the time. They find the kills, and with numbers now, this is a much-needed moment to see if you can start to shift things back into your favor. You need this to work out.
At some point as well, they've got to consider that they do not have P2 side of the map. They've got to start to find a way in through, whether that's just punching a route directly through the heart of this Team Notorious squad, or trying to hit something on the flank, and that is what Bance is trying to do right now. Actually, it looks like he's decided to go jump up, and honestly, I'd have preferred him to play poolside, potentially try and get in through the back, because right now you're spawning literally the far side of the map. So an opportunity for Team Notorious as they go over that 100-point marker to set up into a P2 and really extend away. It's a hill that Orchid can't afford to give up.
3-point lead. And there's the catch. Nobody in time, though, so a little disjointed, our team Notorious, and having to wrap back and give up some of that space. Team Orchid happy to take it. Afro, though, good reads as he catches Henry in through gold. A couple of more kills for Team Notorious, and that is just keeping an arm's length away from these Team Orchid players and growing their lead exponentially on the map. Still 30 seconds. And there hasn't even been a dent towards this hill. Finally, Henry makes the play with alongside Mythics. It's 3 down. Afro from the outside in.
Afro's job here is to stay alive for as long as possible. Let his teammates hit in from dirt. They're trying to surround this point, and that's exactly what they do. They find 2 kills. Unfortunately, also a team kill, but yeah, F dot there. Afro does wonderful work. Stays alive for so long. Doesn't let Orchid set themselves up defensively, and that allows F dot to play in through gold and set up that pinch. Beautiful stuff yet again. Feel like we're saying Afro's name so many times, and he is 18-9 as we start to look towards P3.
So. I even think even to our last series with Katana and how many times we mentioned just Cobra being that lone player that was able to play his life, find a kill, maybe take up a second one. If he finds the kill, great. If he doesn't, then the rest of his team is there to trade it. And it denies so much time out of your opponents. Like Team Orchid haven't been able to get a full setup, and I don't even know how long they've just been reeling from site to site and just trying to get whatever scraps they can get. But scraps aren't going to be what wins you games.
No, I mean, you're right about the fact that Orchid don't get to full setup. I think Afro doing a wonderful job of understanding the context around his fights. We'll come back to it because there's a couple of things still to settle here. Afro in control of our... And in moments like that, backs up, makes himself harder to find. Yes, he is killed because of the overwhelming numbers, but trying to hold on to that art POI. The Orchid, though, will be rotated. Big gunfight. Okay, so an opportunity then for Orchid to finally draw a defensive line and a setup that could drag them back into this game.
Yeah, this could be game-changing. This could be exactly what the doctor ordered. Henry up top. He is shooting right now at the aims. 3 in a row. On a streak. F-Dot gonna put it to rest, but as you cut off one head, there are 2 more Orchid players here to take his place. So Henry could spawn up with the rest of the team. Harry gets caught out, laying prone, and that's gonna force some pressure towards the front for Bans to try to go big. Can he find 3? No. It's Henry alone. Harry trying to get there. He does, but Team Notorious now with the spawns. Orchid doing enough to at least close this lead.
Yeah, they have closed the gap. The problem is so many players die, and this is perfect from Notorious. Push out immediately. Don't let Orchid start to draw a line in the sand and bully you into that backside of the map. And the fact that Afro slipped out so quickly is likely to be missed by Orchid players. So, do you find Afro? You will eventually. You also find one on the flank as well. So, despite all that great rotation out, Orchid are going to win the gunfights and bully Notorious back to whence they came.
Slowly and slowly, this lead is fading away. It reminds me of, what we saw at Team Notorious back in that comeback on Protocol. And everybody's just roaring into form now for Team Orchid. Another set of kills combined. 8 spree out of Bance, Mythics, and Henry. And it is just going to continue to keep climbing up. Mythics, he's going to peel back around. And what a shot onto Eric. He's in for the time. 20 seconds still. Orchid have a chance to flip this lead.
Yeah, you just need to stay up here. Someone from Orchid has got to start to look for that flank onto P2. And it's all falling on Bans, but he's picked on up. So Mythics then's trying to explode through gold. But you're going to be outnumbered and, well, all your good work here. You're right. This gap has closed significantly over the last couple of hills. I'm a little bit worried about how far F-Dot is advanced on up and whether or not he risks flipping a spawn out. But as he's cleaned up, Notorious then with a hold to try and re-establish that lead that Orchid have chipped away at for so long.
F-Dot literally spawns on the hill.
That's insane.
In time for Mythics to be in his sights. Bance gets around, though. 2 down for Notorious. Afro in the hill, hoping for some help. Raffy down low towards the pool. Afro's going to slide Shell out. Still the break in. Bance has some presence in the hill. See if he can hold on tight, though, as Eric Bohm is looking to pressure in these last few shots. Nice out of Harry to assist Bance at the inside of this hill. And Team Orchid keeping this one close.
Bance got a big fight on the hill, and he wins yet another. Feels like he's Gone absolutely nuclear throughout this hill. Big flank through the trophy side. Pushes in through dirt to break. It stops Notorious wheeling away and gives Orchid a lifeline still in this game. But also that pressure, that endless pressure has forced Notorious to try and rotate this map as Orchid should have been set up. But Henry's going to get caught by Rafi on the cross. And Rafi with 2 massive fights to give his team the potential for a rotation that could see them set up for that P3, P4 chain.
Get a major shutdown from Afro. You have the setup you want, but you don't find the kills. So what has been a 20-point lead for Team Notorious for so long, now is your chance for Orchid as you find yourself in the hill to see if you can finally change this outcome. Mythic's around the back. He's going to take control of square. Bounce out front. It's 3 down. Can you find F. You do. Spawns are flipped.
It's one of those moments where Orchid just have to temper themselves for a moment. You've had a great passage of play. Mythics will find one. I don't think you've read the mid-map pressure, however. Big 2-piece. Oh my lord, nearly spins for 3. Does eventually get cleaned up, but Afro won't be able to start to push forward because he's so weak off the back of that fight. So Orchid then, after trailing for so long in this, they've chipped away. They're set up for P4. Notorious must find a way to break, and it looks like Eric Boom's trying to make it happen through art.
Last time you were here, it was a 40-20 split for Team Orchid. Now for you to hold on tight, see if you can put this one away in this P4 setup in towards Art. Harry on the hunt, he finds one. A stun check towards Eric Boom, but he's around the back, and his teammates are finding the kills. He can strike Mythics right in the back for this kill, and the break alongside it, you are in.
You can't win it there, though. If you're Notorious, and Orchid should be able to do the math and recognize that you don't want to overinvest here. What you don't want to have is these last 15 seconds, you full send, you lose 3 or 4 bodies, and you end up in a situation where Notorious can roll out freely. You gotta hem them in. Orchid, you're seeing those bodies fall. That's 3. That's all 4. And it's moments like this. Notorious can just spring out now. And that's exactly what Afro is trying to do. And look at the movement from F. From Rafi. Starting to try and wrap this P1, set themselves up to approach it.
Pressure's on for Orchid now. Can they hold on? F. Rafi working around the back. They're going to find a few kills. Afro a 3rd. It's all down to Mythics inside this one. Rafi takes him down. 8 seconds. Eric Boom shutting the door and looking to put it away. Couple more seconds left, and Team Notorious, they get it done in 4. 250 to 227. They put it away against Orchid, and they keep going in the winner's bracket.
What's up, Challengers fans? How we doing? Got with jukes right now. Jay, how we feeling, my guy? We're in playoffs. Last time for Season 3 Challengers Elite.
Come on, man. Every time I come out here wearing black, it's usually dressed for a funeral. Some people, their dreams are getting crushed today, man. It's as simple as that. You want to come out here and put on a good performance on day 1, win 2 matches, and you're automatically on to next week. It's all your focus on, because you only play 2 matches. You got to win a couple.
Get through that. Don't get DFR'd is kind of the story of today. Let's take a look, though. Like we mentioned, we finished off our round robin stage yesterday, and this is how both of our groups had finished off. Amit and Brit Brooklyn just doing business as usual at the top of the leaderboards. Perfect 5-0 again with new rosters, my man. I don't understand how these guys keep doing it. Cabal GG's, though. Wow, these guys looked good this stage. 3-2 for them over in Group A alongside the Royal Spartans. The Stallions had the head-to-head tiebreaker to get in over 5 Fears. Amit Brooklyn on the other side, as mentioned, perfect. Vegas Academy. They actually were in a position at 2-2 where we weren't even sure if they were going to be in a multi-team tiebreaker to get into playoffs, but they hold the head-to-head versus Team War, so they bump from possibly 4th to up to 2nd. And then, of course, you see the bottom side of that leaderboard, the Luxury Exotics getting a win, get them into the top side of this bracket where they have to go up against a very tough Amit team. But for us, Jay, we're looking at Amit Brooklyn and the Stallions roster. And the Stallions roster is different than when we had started. They were 5-0, that Stallions team, back at the beginning of Season 1. Not the case throughout this as the roster has moved, but we're going to get a Vault Hardpoint and a Dealership Search and Destroy. Tell me your thoughts.
Oh, the Dealership S&D in that map number 2 is going to be the biggest one, because to start off with a Vault Hardpoint, it's usually going to be all about your ARs, holding down the power lanes, SMG just catching their timings. But if you are Omid Brooklyn, going up against this Stallions team, you probably want to come out swinging in map number 1, knowing that Elimination Maniac are on the other side for that S&D game mode.
Well, opening break off here for the Stallions has been pretty solid. Hardpoint time stays neutral for the most part. Ooh, Abe, former teammate there, shuts him down. Again, that Mercules, Abe, Lurk, and who am I missing? Who am I missing from that opening? Courage, thank you. Jeez, boy, those are the guys that were 5-0 to start Season 1. And Courage, I don't even know if he's on a team anymore right now. At least not one that has made it into the Elite. So we'll see how things go for him. But for Mitt Brooklyn, slow start, kind of, sort of. I mean, largely, this is just a bit of war zone over the top of P1.
Yeah, but you've been able to stabilize on the spawn. So that's the biggest thing for Omid Brooklyn. We're able to soak up 12 seconds off of P1. Control the space for that next hard point exceed. Unfortunate timing. They're trying to work that pinch while his teammates are hoping to hold from the front. But thankfully, it's still going to spawn in towards the back. But the setup isn't the best. So Stallions are right on in.
Yeah, feels good for now, at least from the front. Nice shutdown onto Exceed. Rex in trouble, only finds one, but the spawns will be in for Amit Brooklyn. And, ooh, delayed spawn here for Major Maniac, so the reaction's going to be late from Abe. Yeah, just it's not fully understanding how far forward they had gotten. The spawns were a little bit weird, and that leads to Amit Brooklyn finding a break.
Big information gained right there from Craze, realizing the pressure's coming in through the middle of the map, but they just weren't prepared for it. Everyone through the front door. Major Maniac's able to find a double. Illy off to a fantastic start as well with that AR just opening up lanes for his SMGs. But the Stallions make this one scrappy, even when I thought that they didn't have a chance, because Omid won the rotations. They found kills off rotations, but only being down by 10 points at the end of that P2, you will absolutely take it.
Yeah, kind of mitigating the losses from both teams right there. Met Brooklyn lucky to have the spawns, but you know, like you mentioned, Stallions quick to recover. And yeah, we got ourselves essentially a tie game heading over to P3, and the Stallions, who looked like they're going to be maybe a little bit late to make their way over to Art, still win their gunfights. That was a weird animation to succeed, but thing was like shoulder charging the door that was already open. I don't know, it looked a little bit odd, and with that, the Stallions cleaned things up, and now they're in control.
Oh, the Stallions are in super control of the map right now. Ellie holding down outer palms. Still absolutely beam, and the team's just good enough to take care of him. But the entire time, Stallions just been soaking up all this P3 times. 30 seconds still to fight for here. Now you got to have Craze trying to work up on this deep threat on the pinch. He also finds a successful kill there. Can he finesse long enough while his teammates find pressure through the front to potentially spawn a couple players out? And they have at least spawned one.
Yep. Craze trying to find an opening. Kind of splitting these Stallions right now over through P4 and Art at the same time. But his teammates are all falling on the way through. So they're going to make the long haul through P1. Craze kind of has to play his life, and I believe he may have just been spotted by Major Maniac. Doesn't make a difference, though. Still wins the gunfight inside the hard point. And with Dylan cleaning things up through mid, now it's just down to finding Mike in the back. They're looking for him. They know he's here somewhere. First kill is good, but the follow-up better for Craze as Amit Brooklyn will get the flip.
That's well played right there at Omid Brooklyn. Even when you think they're playing from the back foot, Craze is able to find a time and to sneak on through, make a kill count, and at the same time, his teammates through the front find a couple kills to spawn them across the map. So the rotation wasn't there, but the break before the hill pops was to perfection. Now Omid Brooklyn can run up the score. You know where the pressure's coming in, but already one player spawning out. Stallions have them surrounded.
This little route on the bottom side of the hard point is actually providing some good deterrence here for Mitt Brooklyn. 15 seconds to fight for. Mercury saving the day for a time. Illy trying to jump back in, but Merc is going to find 3 and really kind of stave off what looked to be a pretty successful route to open up for scrap time. Not the case, though, and with that, it'll be about a 40-point lead for Mitt Brooklyn heading into the second set of hills.
Yeah, now if your Stallions going into the second half, you got to make sure if we play as hard as we did 4v4, we have to guarantee it and not allow people to slip on through. That was the difference at the end of the first set of HPs. 40 points. Stallions trying to rally their way back on in. They combine for 3 kills. They're currently in control of the spawns with Abe blocking those back ends. All of Omid Brooklyn trying to break through the front.
Yeah, Lurks shut down from trying to hit this pinch timing. Teammate unfortunately takes Abe out of the picture, and Illy is in trouble, but another team kill comes through just as they try to hit through the bottom side of the hard point, and now all of a sudden the Stallions have numbers. Okay. This is a kind of a unfortunate series of events on a couple of these hills for both of our squads, and now it's the Stallions taking advantage of the mistake.
And one thing that I really started to enjoy about this Stallions lineup is that SMG duo between Abe and Lurk. They just fly with the utmost confidence regardless of the positioning, regardless of the weapon that you have on the opposite side. They can always feel like they can win it. Tie game. Off the rotation, though, Omid Brooklyn find the kills at the right time to flip the spawns. And Craze is already creating an extra layer that's going to make it more difficult for the Stallions to contest.
Yeah, and on 3 in a row. Attention back over to the hard point, but gets a bit surprised by the Stallions that were still hitting towards the top side of the hallways. Merc cooking up a nade. Tosses it into the corner. A little bit of damage. Easy follow-up. Does he get the 1v1 on the outside? No. Lurks and Illy going to combine for 3 between the two of them. Now, Illy's putting some pressure on the spawns. Whoa! I mean, I have to imagine that Illy's reaction right there is, okay, I'm blocking him. Oh, never mind. No, I'm not. Here's the whole team.
Yeah, that's tough, man, because every player right there on the minimap was blocking a certain spawn. So there was only one opening, and that was towards back tank. So, unfortunate for Illy, that play that he made beforehand doesn't really get accounted for because the close spawns come in. So Omid are able to still contest that P2, walk away with the final 10, and have a 10-point lead going into new. But Exceed in a powerful position, an 8-19 start. You can turn it around by just holding down this spot.
Absolutely the case. 1v1 potentially on the way as Lurks is going through the side door. Gun up. Easy for Exceed to find that win. So now we open up P3. Stallions doing a decent job in the opening to get this thing right at a tie game. And still holding on to some pretty significant time here early. I'll be honest, did not expect that at all. Illy looked like he was going to be bested, but instead he finds himself 2. Exceed needs to try to play forward as his teammates are spawning behind him. And in that moment, all of a sudden the Stallions have a bit of a lead and they're developing a pinch from Abe.
Yeah, and this is where it gets scary because if Abe can get any more successful kills to the middle of the map, then you're in a tough situation. But the comms don't come in from Abe and Lurk. And at least the Craze finding a double. Spawns in control again of Omid Brooklyn. Now Craze can try to create a different layer, but unfortunately not able to find a kill there. But you have the rotation to do. Someone back up, play a little bit safer because we win this hill, we win the game.
Absolutely. Or at least you get close to it. Last time we were here, though, the Stallions made a go of it, had a route developing for the scrap hit. Doesn't really fully turn into much. But this time, the setup much cleaner for Mitt Brooklyn. Craze. Whoa, through the smoke of a Semtex. Are we kidding? Wow. Lurks for a 2, though. Keeps the door open and the play open beyond that. Breck's in trouble. Has to kind of back away. Teammates do spawn close, but Stallions in for the time being, at least for now. Rex for 1, Merc another. Now numbers should surely develop into a counter break for Mitt Brooklyn, and it will.
Oh, yeah. That's perfectly played right there out of Dylan Rex, the sole player in towards the hard point. He just backs on out to reposition towards top window to find the opening kill, and then at that point, you have the Stallions surrounded. They still have the back spawn, so it's easy to find all the kills when we have the numbers, and now you are holding it to perfection. Mercury's with the double from mid-statue. Dylan Rex, your turn on 5 in a row. Watch this right cross. I'm going to line up freebie number 6, and this final 15 seconds is going to go their way. It's going to be a 50-point lead going back over to P1.
Still doable here, though, for the Stallions. They've got a solid setup around P1. This next wave of gunfights could lead to some good time to get themselves a little bit tighter into this deficit. Illy shuts down a long play as the Stallions will open up the hard point in that shade of red. Mercury's pushed off after being on 6 in a row. Lurk's not able to double, though. Keeps the Stallions just a bit at bay.
Yeah, Hellstorm earned now in the back pocket for Dylan Rex, so probably going to play this P1 super aggressive, knowing that you have that in the back pocket to break over towards the next HP. But Abe with the AR picks it up off the ground, able to find the double. Stallion still securing the spawns for P2. Just got to continue to hold down these waves.
Yeah. Lurk's trying to zone forward, shut down. 2v2 to kind of follow up here, and Illy, obviously he sees a stun being tossed right at his forehead, pushes through, finds 2, and keeps the zone clear. And this has been great time for the Stallions. More importantly, if you win this next set of gunfights, which they are, this inevitable Hellstorm that we're talking about may not actually move spawns too much, but unfortunately the Stallions are killing too good, and Emit Brooklyn will get a natural flip of the spawns.
Yeah, that's so tough there because you're thinking if you're Illy, the last player to come off the respawn, my teammates should get out-traded. They are outnumbered. But Major Maniac popping that double, he just pushes too far forward. A route is developed on the side of Omid Brooklyn, and the spawns towards the back come in again to start off at this P2. That's not 2 times that the Stallions made the same mistake, but at least for now, they're already through the front.
Yeah. Chance to contest, but that's about it. Emit Brooklyn still spawning close. Next hit starting to develop from the front. Nice shots from Illy. That opens things up, but Exceed in the corner actually wins his one. Rex hits the backside of P2 to get involved, and then it's just down to what Lurks can provide, and the answer is not all that much. So over 200 points go Emit Brooklyn, and this scrap 20 is important. Stallions would love to at least contest this.
Damn, I don't know if they're going to have a chance to. 2 players trying to approach it from Top Cat. Abe is hesitant on his approach, but just going to force to give it on up. Omid are going to have another 40-point lead going over towards P3. But if you're the Stallions, you have what you want. You need to make sure you hold down Art, but don't allow Omid Brooklyn to simply win here at P3. And your team needs to get to 190.
Yeah, there's kind of fighting the war on 2 fronts right now if you're the Stallions. They've been good on this P3. Problem is, Rex absolutely destroys Major Maniac, and with that AR out of the picture, so maybe this little pinch could turn into something, but Abe gets 2. Hardpoint stays neutral. Major Maniac off of a weird spawn has a chance to kind of influence the play from the pinch. Doesn't find much with it, though, and the score will just stay at this 40-point gap. No one's seen or touched P3 yet.
Yeah, you're playing keep away if you're the Stallions, but now with 3, make it almost all 4 kills going your way. We need to get to 190. We need to play for 7 seconds. Omid Brooklyn can no longer win it here. Dylan Rex is going to invest this Hellstorm just to secure this time here. But the Stallions needed to play a little bit harder for a little bit of time there. 1 kill already goes around. The second kill goes down. 2 players from Stallions across the map. Not good.
Yep. This isn't good. This has to be something from Illy and Major Maniac. They need to hold this off. Essentially a 2v4 for now. Good opener for Illy. Shut down. Major Maniac also drops, so it will be Emit Brooklyn in the hard point, and with that, they'll also catch the spawns. And now you just got to watch your cross-through pool, which Mercules is very primed and ready to do. It'll be 36-30 for Illy for what looks like it very well will be an L. Heck of a performance for him, but on the other side of things, Emit Brooklyn just doing what they do best. Good macro rotations, and I don't know if they ever lost anything over towards P4, if we're being honest. That's definitely their linchpin for success on this map 1.
Yeah, that's 2 power hills that Stallions just simply let go. We're talking about dominating a majority of the P1s, the second and third rotation of it, but then in the final 10 seconds, just someone not playing safe, just someone not guaranteeing the spawns for next hard point. Try to bombard all your numbers through the middle, and then just being too aggressive allows Omid Brooklyn to spawn behind you, not once, but twice there in that situation. And then at P4, the first time you rode in the rotation, but you let Cray slip on through the statue. Yeah. Second time, you played too hard for the winner rotation, but then a couple kills go down, and you just are able to spawn out. You're simply outnumbered. Mistakes there, right there from the Stallions, and that opening HP and Omid Brooklyn, they capitalized.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of moments throughout this map that feel like, what? Like, I think the Emit spawns behind P2 a couple of times were unexpected, obviously from the Stallions' perspective, but I'll say, I think also from our perspective, a couple different times, they got a little blessed for P2, kind of made it mixier than the Stallions maybe anticipated, especially in the opener. But P4 was just a lockdown for Emit Brooklyn, and I think that's the kind of thing that we always credit for, especially like what you've gotten out of Rex in particular. He's done really well, like getting early rotations, getting a couple of the power positions locked down to where he knows he's going to make his teammates spawn around him. And then he's just in a good spot to make sure no one even gets a chance to rotate over. Even that little look right there in the highlight package, like He just gets the top art before the hard point opens. He's already on 5 in a row from what he did at P3, and it leads into that eventual Hellstorm that he has right here. So really good stuff, I think, for Brooklyn, and in particular, just the ARs really manipulating the map nicely.
Oh yeah, Dylan Rex is doing his thing, but so was Merc. He had so many clutch kills all over the map, especially over towards that B street. When those kills are going down, you have Craze getting aggressive through mid Lion. But if your ARs aren't being aggressive, if they're not taking space away while finding kills, then you have no chance of spawning them all the way across the map. Thankfully, you got aggressive SMGs. You got aggressive AR players who are able to take a lot of space away. And that's the only thing that, like, when I look at this Stallions team, is kind of tough to judge. Because when you think about Illy throughout his entire career, he's always never been like the super fast AR. Neither has Major Maniac. But then you also have Abe and Lurks, who play at a phenomenal pace in with those SMGs. So it's just tough to manage that, because if they're playing too fast and you're playing too slow, everyone's just not truly on the same page.
Yeah, and there's the level of that without question. We saw that earlier in the group stage as well. Dealership will be up next, Protocol Control after that, but we've got a moment to take a look to see what's going on in the Bravo stream, so we're going to step aside and do that right now. Be right back.
We split after P1. Oh my lord, look at that spawn. Cootie gets blessed, but he's also going to be met by another player who spawns basically on top of him.
Yeah, it's a huge fight against Assault, and Cootie in the back, he's able to grab it. You have 4 dead on the map, and you're seeing the arrows already start to move, cutting off some of these spawners. Rupert, you get some early shots on in, but you won't manage to find that kill, but I like this. Back on up, gain some information for your team. You'll at least be able to make this call out that Diamond Con is top window, but I don't know if it matters. You did all of this work if you're Cabal, and it's just a nice fast break from Team War right off of the spawn, but Waz is going to try and hold the line and get these close spawns for Cabal, but we are kind of marching to that point here, Enigma, where you're starting to look, you want to hold this backside, and that's what you see. 6 and 8, they come off of spawn, they're already looking to hold down the rotation.
Yeah, Cabal, to be fair, probably get blessed a little bit by the spawn situation. You did have to still win the fight in the back. You do that, and you hold on for a decent amount in the early time here. But again, it's all about what you can do in terms of rotation. And Rupert, well, he's on his bike, plays out stadium side, doesn't leave anything to chance, and he's going to be in for Garage and gets the spawn as well. So great anchor work from Rupert Skywalker to get his team in for P3. Team War going to have to figure out a break.
KB will get found out on P1, but it doesn't matter too much. The rest of the team's there, but look, it's on a little bit of a flank here. Do you get red? It is. The nade will hop on out. It's a slide from Cootie. You make the read, you bring them on down, and that's going to let you know the rest of Team War, they're spawning in this back garage side. Cabal, arrows turn. They're looking to hold this one on in. Some great defense coming out from Cabal GG's here on the hard point here in this winner's round 1 match.
Cabal just looking to seal the last of this up. And to be fair, you wouldn't mind giving up this bit of scrap time to Team War and rotating on over. The problem is Team War have done a great job of shoring up the front, and that goes back to a play 2 real makes. He spawns up over by Eskies, and instead of playing straight in through the back of the garage, he rotates through mid, wins a fight, forces Cabal to flip in for these back point, and then they have control over very important parts of the map to give them P4 and a route back into this map. But for Rupert, he's again trying to anchor, rotate, get across the map, and set up a pinch, but he's being chased down.
Only a 20-point lead right now for Cabal GG's, and it's already War. They've made their way into that bottom side stage. It's going to be hard to root them out. It's too real at the bottom. So you're going to have to make some plays if you want to try and get them on out here, but it's going to be tough when you got Yuli pushing on through the planters. He's good for 2. You've done the damage. You've done the work. Assault will be able to back a fill here, looking to find some more on the top, and the guns are just firing right now for Team War. They're finding these critical kills. They're gaining some points on the board.
I mean, Cabal do well for a moment here to contest. If you can't make something good out of this, at least limit the amount of damage and also find the final 2 kills. The problem is you've given up a lot of the rotation to Team War. You should get a couple of bodies in here. What I will say, you got ramp side. Assault wants to fight for the bar. The preferred side on this hill. Big fight. MC-Wads will come out on top. So 2 players for Cabal will get in bar side. Do you get the spawn? Yes, you do. So Cabal in a great spot to try and break this.
Diamond Con on the front will cut down to Wads, but the pistol is just not enough. 2 reels dancing around this stair side, and it's just enough to let the reinforcements flood on through to help back you on up. Cabal, they're still getting these sort of close spawns here, so you have the opportunity. Still 30 seconds on the hill. You can keep banging this one on out if you want. The lead will go back on over into Team War here on this point. Keep it in Mixie. keeping it close between these two teams as it is everyone just full head at this hill. Cabal finally they'll be able to hopefully grab some of this scrap here, but it's only 15 seconds on the board, but it'll help you stay into the game.
Pretty tight one. Kind of starting things off over there in the Bravo stream. You can watch them on youtube.com at the Quick Fix Spot. But for us, we're heading into Dealership. Map number 2, the Search and Destroy. We have seen quite a fair bit of this map, and it's odd. I know that you were kind of talking to me before we started the broadcast. A lot of confusion for some of these Challengers players about, like, what do we do? Like, it's still trying to find out what exactly this map feels like from both sides of the bomb.
Yeah, I had a conversation with Craze. It's like my son in Call of Duty. He was just like, yeah, Jay, we played Dealership versus Team War. We decided to hit everything out on defense and spread map on offense. I said, wow, we probably have to switch that up. Hopefully you're going to get a better result there. But unfortunately, in round number 1, you attempt to, and he gets first blooded. But instantly a 3v3, making it 3v2, 2v2. All these gunfights going down and towards your courtyard. Omid Brooklyn just going to back out and reset.
Yeah, most importantly here for Stallions is they can collect the bomb and still kind of keep this play alive. Dicey, though. Hard to commit to it, but as everyone gets off the regen and nades have now pretty much fully be expended, it's going to be a rotation back for the Stallions looking to just kind of feel things out without, again, any utility yet. Hey, this is a risky play.
Oh, yeah, but the Stallions at this point, they're probably thinking, all right, all the car bombs are not going to blow up, so we should be okay to get this objective down. But Omid Brooklyn, depending on the timing here, can potentially contest it. Bomb's going to get planted. Italy gets team shot and out to 1v2.
The Rick's over the top. Oh, he's lost his lost his bearings there a little bit. And whoa, Dylan Rex. Okay. A little sauce early.
Oh, yeah.
After he found himself a 2-piece.
Sat behind that guy in the passion pit, Allen, and let me tell you, he's got quite some shit talk. It's insane. So I can only imagine when he's shooting bodies what he is saying. But first round to Omid Brooklyn, they stand strong, trade effectively at that B site. Once the noise cancels out, cast the timing off the rotation to isolate onto Ellie, and then Abe in a 1v2. Stands no chance. Trophy system's already hurt because that round took pretty long. And now Omid Brooklyn, their turn on the offense.
Yeah. Now, is Dylan's shit talk actually solid, or is it like Neptune levels of shit talk? Because I feel like
no, it's solid. No,
Okay.
Dylan can talk some shit. Yeah, I promise. He can talk some shit.
Well, first blood comes through for the Stallions. Mercules drops on this initial poke out towards B. Lurks in a corner. Does his job by finding one, and it leaves Rex now by himself. And he actually connects a couple of stray bolts on a Major Maniac who was weak, and now he's down to a 1v2.
Yeah, a lot more manageable here, but Abe jump crossing. Gets the info. Now, just going to try to isolate the 2v1 Chow. Stun's going to connect. Information gained again. Dylan Rex at least spots one. Has info on both. 11 HP. Going to try to reset.
Might have to off this. See how things develop for him. And, well, 30 seconds to play. Yeah, crossfire set up over towards this back room. And have a chance to collect.
Wait a minute.
Is he going to look at this? He's got a sub now to play with. Hold on. Oh, goodness. If he isolates there's a real world where that actually may happen, but not quite, not so much. And now everything comes back to a 1-1 draw, and we'll see how things unfold as we continue forward.
Yeah, Omid Brooklyn with the slow and steady approach over towards B just simply does not work. Like, if you're not instantly contesting those gunfights while they're in courtyard, you allow them to take space in towards arches, you just can never have the timings on those gunfights. So they lose the initial couple, then just simply get outnumbered there. Dylan almost pulls out an insane 1v3. But shut down at 4-0. So now the Stallions, their turn back on the offense. A couple trophy systems, all out aggression towards middle. But that stun connecting is huge because Omid Brooklyn no, and now they back out, play the same.
Yeah, follow-up to confirm as well. Mercules with an angle over the window. He's going to try to give this a check. Offensive nades are landing, but Gray still finds first blood. Mid-map still controlled, though, by the Stallions, and Omid Brooklyn are going to have to be worried about what this rotation would look like, and I love the idea of this. Exceed just getting into the window, knowing that he's got some time to play with before he gets challenged from arches, and now he has to back off.
Yeah, that's a lot of information gained, though, and you try to hit the exit through the vet. If you are Lurk and Mercules is able to catch you. Now Abe trying to make up for it on the 3 in a row. See, being super aggressive towards the side shack, but now you have your teammate watching over you. A big one-on-one. He's able to find it. Now it's a 1v1.
Here we go. Could happen. Very possible, very plausible that this could come through. Mercules. So much noise created. Shots, wow, are so good. Now he's trying to run him down with the pistol for the regen can come through when he finds him in the corner. Whoa, okay. How about that? That's one way to do it.
Love the way that you played it if your Mercury's in the one-on-one. You know that the bomb was most likely in front of you, or at least near that B-bomb site, but Major Maniac was going to try to consistently keep the information on you. But you play it patient, set up your screen to watch both angles, and then catch him as he's crossing to have him one shot. Commitment there. Able to secure the round there for Omid Brooklyn. All out defensive so far. Your Omid, you're either going to slow it down or play super fast. Not in between.
No, definitely not in between. Very likely to be a one or the other type situation without question, my man. We'll see. Little feel out initially. Doesn't really turn into too much, though. It's immediately just kind of a re-wrap back late over towards this A site. Info for Illy. Does have a stun. Takes the angle away, though. And he needs to be careful here. That trophy system, yep, I was going to say, will destroy the stun. And he does, unfortunately, get out before the cars start exploding.
Yeah, but just him backing out of that position, now you lose a lot of space over towards A. So the bomb potentially going to start getting worked on. At least also able to find a kill on the Craze for the first blood. That's massive. So now if you're the Stallions, you know bomb's committed. We have the numbers. Let's retake from the safe side.
Yeah. Abe, little shoulder check. Sees that there is a contestant nearby. Confirmed as Major Maniac plays up, and that'll be a good isolation on to Exceed. Post plant starting to crumble a touch here, and look how deep they're playing. And this is going to be just off the corner. You better have the angle locked. Rex is going to be in trouble here as Abe is on for the defuse. Yeah, they just don't have an angle to stop this.
It's just hard when you don't have the numbers, you don't have the attacks to try to contest them, and you don't have the power spots. When you're forced to back down through that street, just give them all line of sights. Then the ARs most likely on the opposing end are holding all the head glitches. Just that first blood, like Illy picking Craze, cannot happen. You were able to back him down from this position. The bomb should instantly be getting planted, but then once the bomb gets planted, then you're able to just contest and play keep away. We don't fully have to commit on that gunfight, and him just dropping first, teammates get outnumbered, and Stallions retake with ease.
Yeah, retake with ease is exactly right. And I think a lot of that is just, again, credit. Lurk's able to kind of play that little shoulder, get the information on where the post plant is, and then just deals with it nicely with the isolation on to Exceed. So, good awareness. Exceed now is going to be tested. Whoa, okay. Maybe did not expect that many people to be there, but Mercules over the top is good. Exceed's nade perfectly cooked, stops the bomb from being planted, and now all of a sudden the Stallions are in some major trouble.
Yeah, 1v4 now for Major Maniac. Going to be absolutely surrounded and not going to catch the timing for a kill. Omid Brooklyn that time stack 4 over towards the A site. Perfectly played from Craze to like bait out all the attacks being used. Have Exceed fill that gap. Mercules finds the first blood. Exceed with the nade for the second. Instantly just shuts down the round there. Still all out defenses. Completely different from what we saw last week in Challengers.
Yep.
When those all out offenses. They have watched some CDL and they're learning.
They are learning. That is definitely the case. It took some time. Don't get me wrong. We were talking about this yesterday. It was like, wow. I mean, we had a lot of defensive success rates on CDL. A lot of it coming by just way of playing a little bit of early utility and then just holding good lines of sight to make your contact come through. This time, Lurk's going to push the issue into Arches. Exceed didn't anticipate that whatsoever. And after first blood comes through, now it's just going to be seeing what kind of pressure you can throw to the island player of Illy to try to get an A plant.
I guess Craze just doesn't want to listen to me. It's like the spread stuff on the offense just doesn't work, especially when your teammates are getting picked off. So now you're basically trapped. They have all of B cut off. You're forced to rotation to the middle of the map. You actually were able to potentially find an opening here, and the Caterpillar play from Craze might be perfect.
Very well might be. He's in a good spot. It just comes down to the timing of when these defenders around B are going to check, and maybe even better so, if he can find this kill onto Lurks, that would actually force the defense back, but instead he's going to pop himself forward. Does not expect Abe to have repositioned already, and there we go. Now it's just down to this re-hit having to come through the front side of Arches, and Abe has gotten a read. Lurks the Semtex deals with it, and there's just not enough time here for Rex to work with, you'd think.
Yeah, Dylan Rex 20 seconds, every gunfight right in front of you. You got to win every single one-on-one, and that's not going to stand a chance there, but Craze almost made something out of nothing. He probably wants to play it a little bit more patient, though, for his teammates to get some cafe control. So then when he fights, they can fight. It's just by the time he goes out for the chow, he secures 1 kill. No one is there instantly for a trade. And you don't have any power positions to try to even contest those gunfights after all those engagements go down. So still, all-out defenses here on dealership. With Brooklyn, your turn. Continue the streak here. If you're Stallion, just... if I'm them, I'm just sending all 4 to B. Like,
Yeah,
I'm not playing you slow.
No, it's actually so valid. I mean, there's been a lot of these efforts, again, over to the middle of the map. Xi just holds down the trigger, lines up one on the lurks. Abe is low. Stun to try to keep him there. Nade cooked. Could work out, and it does. Absolutely perfectly played. No trophy system for this approach, and Rex even follows up behind that. Whoa. Quick defensive retake of the middle of the map for him at Brooklyn.
Yeah, it's just so hard on offense to take mid-map away because defensive squads have better positionings on that side. So unless you're just going to slow it down once you get mid-map, to be the aggressors is never the case there. Omid Brooklyn prepared for it. Throw a quick shoulder, gain the info, find the first blood, set up the crossfire through courtyard. Just an easy round there with Dylan Rex, finding a couple. Take the advantage again in searching a strip. But Omid Brooklyn, please, just do something together. Like, just go somewhere fast, please.
Yeah, because I could definitely feel that. Nade to the corner.
Come on.
Nothing there. Offensive nades blowing up the cars over at A. Defense is going to just move Abe over towards the garage doors. Stuns are landing onto Illy, but it's not going to affect his position to check the information. I don't know if he saw the cross onto the bomb for this plant yet, though. And Illy is going to put a late trophy where, honestly, he should be fine. So we'll see. RCXD going to be used for this retake, though, Jay.
Yeah, this is so much better, though, from Craze. They're just playing his life here. The RC car is going to find the first blood onto a teammate, but Illy responds with the double. Now you're forced to reposition. You better hope that Dylan Rex is able to flank really quick.
He's got to check this immediately as well. And there's a bodyguard there. Illy's going to find another bomb diffuser taken off, but Mercules had nowhere to go from that vent position. Pretty simple stuff, honestly speaking, in terms of how you get that back. And a lot of it, I mean, all of it coming from Illy, let's be honest. I don't know how much of it, again, like I mentioned, does he actually see as he's playing that backside defense, but doesn't really make much of a difference when you're finding quick kills like that.
Yeah, not at all. But the RC car was the reason why Omid Brooklyn break down on their setup. No one wants to get first blooded, and especially don't want to give up the setup of what it looks like. All the vision you're able to clear out with that RC. Even with the team kill, still sets up Italy to find all 4 on the round. So give the world champion ace. Tie the game up. Still, all out defenses. This just might come down to, like, who has defense around 5? Yeah, around 11.
Yeah, for real. I feel like we see that quite often, honestly. Let's see, though. Can Stallions change the beat of how this search and destroy has gone to this point? Illy on 4. Rex does have an RC still to play off of. Stun check here from Craze. Nade to follow. Both of those tag. 60 seconds, and the Stallions offense, I mean, I don't know how you get to B with this archway being as heavily watched as it is.
Yeah, this is just an absolute square off. All right, guys, who's going to scam first? Who's going to try to overextend and commit on the play? Stallions is just wasting a lot of time. What are you need? 45 seconds gone. And now it's worked into their favor because the repositions comes out of Omid Brooklyn. Now you got B site.
Well, Craze in the window could still stop this bomb from being planted, or at least distract. And Mercury's good timing as Abe was trying to mantle through the window. That's your bomb carrier as well, keep in mind. And the Stallions have nowhere to go. Yeah, absolute stonewall defenses here from both these two squads. Legitimately, there has not been really much influence at all. I mean, there's been a couple of defensive retakes, but honestly, it doesn't feel like the offense has had much of a success rate at all yet.
No, it hasn't been any offensive success rate throughout this entire map. It's just they're playing at a pace that's just so hard to do on a map like Dealership. You have to be the first one to take space away. You have to want to try to make that risky play on offense to steal one away. You don't really get a lot of opportunities, and right there the Stallions had one, but the overcommitment there onto Craze was just not the team setup. Watching that window costs them that round. So now Omid Brooklyn on game point, gonna fully send it over towards A, going right back to the same play, but Illy strikes for another first blood. We're going round 11 or not. 3v3.
Yeah, opportunity still brewing here.
Oh,
Craze going to be tucked. You've gotten him into a pretty solid position. He's just going to be stuck in a corner, though, is the only thing. And I think the other problem here is that even though Craze is still on the A site, you don't anticipate a defender to come and cross his line of sight here. So he's going to have to be playing off of a flank timing, as noise and motion towards B is now the new play.
Yeah, he needs his teammates to draw the attention. Needs the rotation to come in from Major Maniac. Once that bomb gets planted, this is when you strike. Craze has got to get active.
Well, here he goes. Gonna make his play through garage. If you're at Brooklyn's defense on this post plant, you just have to wait, and they wait perfectly. Yeah, perfect timing from Craze. Last one.
Wait a minute,
Hilly, but hold on a second. He's dealt with two. Mercury's not there for the initial trade, but pops up and finds him just in the nick of time before things started to get a little bit too scary. And wow, here we go. We're still in it.
No, that's game.
Sorry,
That's game, Alan.
That's game. My bad.
I'm in
Gangster.
Brooklyn. Go up 2-0, bro. Like, that's a beautiful play for my young boy Craze. I love how it turns into a 3v3. Obviously, Illy finding first blood was going to happen, but then the response from Exceed there to hit the nade over the top, make it a 3v3. I don't understand right there the Stallion setup, though, because Illy is covering all of the A site. You have one player roaming around middle, but you allow a beam bomb plant to go down for free, and then by the time that bomb is already planted, no one's in a position to instantly contest it. But Craze just makes the heads-up play, man. There's truly nothing you can do when that timing goes as well as it did. Allowing the teammates to draw the attention from the front side, realizing, okay, bomb's down, it's time for me to go. Able to strike for a double there in round 10 to close out the game. Made Papa proud there. Omid Brooklyn up 2-0.
For some reason, I looked at the scoreboard and saw 5-4, and my names of the teams got backwards. I was sitting here like, okay, my apologies, friends. But yeah, absolutely great stuff from, I mean, Rex to start. He gets to 9-5 through like 7 rounds. So really good. I mean, obviously, he's found himself on what was 5 in the first rounds, essentially. So really, really solid from him to get things going from the defensive side. And I think most importantly, just not allowing Stallions to ever really feel comfortable. That's kind of more what I meant. Like, it's not just that there was no success on offense, but there really weren't even great looks. Like, outside of a bomb going down here and there, the post plants were not all that stable. I mean, it was just one of those situations that, you know, the defense kept getting all the information that they needed, and you kept pushing the offense so far off the bomb site that these post plants were broken almost immediately with no chance to get back to the bomb to check it.
Yeah, retakes for Omid Brooklyn on B were flawless, and also at A. But the Stallions, the way they were able to set up around that A bomb was perfect. Like Illy said, this is my playground. Every time you turn this corner, I'm going to rip you off the heady. First split's going to go our way. Next round, they try to do it. An RC car is there to contest. Illy finds another first blood. The next round, Illy finds another first blood on Craze, getting aggressive. It's just unfortunate that they could not find any success on their offenses. They had one shot when they turned it into a 2v2 at that B site. Eventually turned it into a one-on-one. It's just Mercury played it to perfection. Just playing it patient, catching the cross, and then Major Maniac runs right into his sights. Just came down to some of those clutches and just better mid-round adjustments there towards the end of the game from Omid Brooklyn.
I think the other side of it is, like, outside of what one round where Stallions twice on offense tried to take over the middle of the map with everybody, and one round they stayed there, but it didn't make a difference as they tried to rotate to one side or the other. They just didn't have any information on where the defense was playing from. And again, a lot of that I think goes to what you're saying about the ARs just being in good spots, getting good reads, and making sure that they're in a spot to at least safely transmit information or find a kill and stay alive and make sure the numbers are still stable. So great stuff from Brooklyn as we look back over the bracket and what's happening everywhere else. We're up 2-0 here. Royal Spartans up 1-0 in the Vegas Academy matchup just above us. Cabal GG's 1-0 over Team War. Again, this is a squad that, you know, just by name and recognition and how they placed at Dallas, you thought that they were going to be a major contender, but a loss to Vegas Academy and a loss to Brooklyn has them at just 3-2, and we're going to see how they're handling the search and destroy as we head back over to our Bravo watch party to see how they're doing.
Coverage there just gets that wrong, and so the bomb plant, I think it was Cootie, he ends up getting picked up. Bomb never goes down, leaves you scrambling if you Cabal, because Team War are fully aware at that point that's where the bomb is.
Already seeing some fast movement here towards the fences on the A side. Too real. Will he make this read on this player? No, he actually swings out wide. And Wads is going to be here. That's bomb down. And you get the flip 2 dead for Team War. Cabal, you lose Wads in the trays there, but I think you're probably okay. Yuli with some early shots onto Rupert. Doesn't secure the kill. Great job from Rupert to be able to back on up, play the life. But Yuli gets found in 10. It's just going to be out of Assault. Not going to be there. Cabal, answer on back. They're going to keep this one mixy. They're going to keep us rolling. They'll get the second round on the board. I like what we're seeing from Cabal. We are starting to see some of these mid-round adjustments, but I will say Team War, they are playing very, very good search and destroy right now.
They are. One thing I will say is going to be interesting to see if Team War recognize that Cabal have given up mid for 2 rounds in a row, and whether or not that's something that War can play around. But for Cabal, they were very happy to take that engagement straight on. Team War basically funneling all down one side of the map. Cabal was set up waiting for that. It's basically a blind counter that pulls you through, very much so. But Cabal, as you said, keeping it mixy within 1, and again, not much presence going towards mid-map. KB potentially just a distraction, getting some info, get the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah, I like that. Doesn't have to commit to that top mid fight. It makes, you can see Team War a little bit. They back on up. Do you make this happen 2 rounds in a row? Yuli's going to be the one to push on through, and Kuti making this realization of what happened in that last round. Doesn't let anybody push through mid. And they still haven't got this bomb down. It's a little bit of a fake here, Enigma. You make all this noise at B, you throw some shoulders, you show some face, you get on out, and it's a full wrap back to A. If you're lucky here, you might be able to find Diamondcon, but Team War, they've made this read. It's going to be Yuli. Flies on through. He's going to be first to go on down. Wads for 2. Assault surges on forward, though. Somehow gets out with his life, and thankfully doesn't rotate towards window. Just going to fully back up on the outside of Fountain. But it's Assault and Diamondcon now in a 2v3, but time's ticking.
And they've wrapped back towards B. It's the double bluff. You do have to deal with Assault. You don't. And the one thing is worrying about that, Diamondcon is arriving, so this could set up a pinch. Diamondcon,
No way.
Sees a bum cheek. Oh. Oh, no.
Wow. Just barely. You see just the back half of the man. Ass hanging out. You're not even able to get the kill, though. Diamondcon will just soften him up a little bit, but it's still a 2v1 that's there. Yeah, they slide on forward, bomb down. Cabal GG's getting a little blessed there, I think, Enigma, on maybe some body part damage multipliers we got going on here in Black Ops 6.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to say sometimes that teams made their own luck, because I respect a lot of what Cabal did there. They fake B, fake A, then go over and hit B, keeping that Team War squad moving around. But they nearly chocolate. The fact that you end up, you know, not reading that Assault's there, losing that gunfight, puts you in that awful 2v2 spot. If Diamondcon, I mean, if he finishes that off, that round definitely goes the other way.
Welcome back, everybody. Again, the Bravo matchup still going if you want to check out Team War and Cabal. But for us, we're heading into map number 3, Protocol Control. Now, when that Stallions roster was the Young Guns of Stallions, they only lost this map in Season 1 a single time, and it was to the Rural Spartans. We'll see if Lurks and Abe can continue that, or does Mercules have the inside information to shut them down? We'll find out as Brooklyn will have the opening offense. Here we go.
Yeah, I just remember watching Ilya on this map never leave top trips. Like, he was watching his flank multiple different times, and already in the power position, he's looking to hold on to this one. Unfortunately for him, someone slips right on by, creases the zip for the opening kill. So now you have some trips control, and Crazy can continue on forward, able to find a double. Now he's going to make Illy's life off the respawn and live in hell.
Well, a little bit tougher to be sure, yeah. Here we go. Merc, yeah, good help from Rex. Okay. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Crazy's just manipulating the spawns perfectly. Look how comfortable this is on the site right now for Brooklyn. They're going to get the second tick of progress. Mercules with the shutdown on the pitch through top windows, and that might just be enough space for them to capture this zone outright. It is indeed the case. Extra 60 early tallied, plus an even life count on top of that.
Yeah, and you still have a lot of mid-map control. To make your execution for the rotation over towards B a lot easier, too. Make it 3 kills, go in favor of Omid. So now you gotta haul ass if your Stallions off the respawn. A clean 4 dead. The stack is gonna come in. Craze, unfortunately, dies on that first created layer, but first segment done.
And they're still staying stacked up, looking for a second. Pinch shut down by Craze off the respawn. Exceed inside the zone. Not done as he finds 2. Last one still defensively to grab would be Major Maniac. Tags are in. Craze can't finish the kill, and help is there from Lurks initially to keep this zone at least stalled out. But and it's just one of those things, man, that it just feels like Brooklyn just have the timings right now to be able to continue to get into mid-map for free.
Oh, yeah, because Stallions off the respawn just keep on dropping. They're not taking space on their deaths, and finally they have a little bit of ground to stand on, but Dylan Rex makes it a 2v2. Now it's all about finessing a little bit longer. Down by 1 life for the Stallions. 1:10 still left to go. Dylan wrapped back to his team, just trying to make it easier for their exit out.
Timing here not great. He's able to get the shutdown. You still have Major Maniac watching the cross from the previously captured A zone.
Big win.
Yep. But still, good contest alive for Stallions. Illy with the push out. Shut down his Craze. Rex find a couple of kills. And there's a chance here, especially with Rex finding info that the defense is trying to play through mid. They can just get on the B point. I mean, there's no one here to contest this.
Yeah, what the hell is Abe doing? Like, you eventually got to get into the play. Thankfully, he's able to find a kill, so he alleviates the pressure. You know, there's only one player close over towards the B point. No more respawns for the Stallions, and Abe gives up his life for free.
Yep, 7v3. Lurks just trying to create some space to finesse his life at. Clock is an ally here for the Stallions defensively. But Exceed finding a killer on the back. Yep, he can make this route happen. Should find Illy for free, and there's just no way that Major Maniac stays alive bottom boat. So Mid Brooklyn will win out the round by eliminations, but get 5 ticks of the progress.
Yeah, that's just a tough situation there for the Stallions, and that's what I talked about with this roster, is that you have 2 ARs who tend to play at a slower pace and 2 SMGs who love to play super quick. But in that moment, when you turn it into a 7v4, Abe finds that one-on-one towards the back, but then decides to wrap back towards mid-gun and then jump off of the cliff to give up his life for free. That one made no sense, but then but then Lurks on the other side, like, he just goes towards top trips, peeks the corner, and just plays it super aggressive, and then he also gives up his life for free. It's just, if you win some one-on-one gunfights, they have no more respawns. They're feeling the pressure a lot more than you. When you give up those freeze kills, basically gift that round to Omid Brooklyn. So they secure the opening offense. Don't do it through the segments, do it through the kills. At least secured 4 there, but now the Stallions have a lot to make up for.
Well, I think they got the 5th, though, didn't they, at B? I'm pretty sure they got 2 at B.
Okay. 5.
I don't know. My eyes aren't good anymore, Jay. Never were, to be fair. Hercules, AR on the pinch, on the flank, trying to get into the spawn. Doesn't really work out, but the opening breakoff still very convincing for Mid Brooklyn. Craze another one before dropping. And now Rex is looking for potential Hellstorm as he's on 6 in a row. He's had a great series. Definitely has the Stallions number at the moment. Woof! It almost gets the snap there.
Oh, and now it's Hercules' turn to fill that gap. Give me freebie number 1 onto Abe. Make it a 2v2, and all you want to do is just play your life. Force them to look for you. Exceed takes the space away. Now he's working to pinch freebie number 1. Doesn't jump on the heck list, so Abe is able to find that trade, but 35 seconds to go. Stallions don't got a segment yet.
Well, this isn't good. I was going to say, you kind of let the action speak for itself here, Jay. Yeah, it's just, it's a little something here, but it's not enough, especially when Merc is taking a reach out like that. 22 plays 13, 10 seconds, no chance. I'm at Brooklyn, 1 check mark away from getting a very solid 3-0 in their opening winners round 1.
Yeah, this is a slaughterhouse, man. Hercules, the ARs are just having a field day. Give me freebie number 7 in a row. And Omid Brooklyn quickly up 2-0 in the series and up 2-0 in the control. Don't allow the Stallions to secure 1 segment. They're just not having fun, man. Like, they're losing their break-offs. They're getting outnumbered in their spawn when they're thinking and taking the space away or having it come where someone is slipping behind enemy lines. And just making their life a living hell. I don't know what it is, man. I don't know what Rap's doing over there, what he's feeding his players, but every single time Omid Brooklyn, you can always guarantee they're going to go deep in the elites.
Yeah, it's also like one of those situations you also can't just, I mean, like, yeah, you got to give Rafi tons of credit. Like, he's managing the squad extremely well, both teams. But how about the coaching staff? Like,
oh yeah, big shout out to the coaches.
It's got to be one of those situations. You look at this and say, like, I mean, Joker and Mason. I think it was Mason before. I think Joker's the one who's there now. But like,
it's Ricky now too. Yeah.
Yeah. These guys are just unbelievable. I mean, just cultivating the talent that is being found. And I don't know how much of it is on the coaches versus the management versus the players that have stuck together in the midst of these rosters being picked apart by CDL pickups. But whatever it is, it's freaking working.
It's a system, man. Whenever you have a good system and people can just fill in the gaps, no matter who the player is, you just tell them, this is what you need to do for us here, and then everything else will just fall into place. They've just been able to figure it out since the beginning of the season. They continue to do it with multiple different rosters. And this has been the gateway for players to work their way back into the Pro Leagues or into the Pro League for the first time, already into this round. It's 27 to 21.
Yep.
An extra minute has already been added. Like, are we going to spawn in, Stallions? Come on, baby.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, Jay. This Brooklyn team is just maybe just that. This is too good.
Too much.
Too much for sure. Abe catches one, but trades are there. That opens up the B site. Spawns are all the way down towards the bottom side of the minimap. Craze is going to get on his route. And his timing here may just be perfect, depending on the route that he decides to go down. And we'll find one mid-map. A couple of shots at range, putting some more pressure on this defense as Mercules is right there to follow up through mid. And that's going to be a first tick at B with possibly more to come if kills can follow on this.
Yep, that's another clean 4 dead. Everyone accounted for. Now you can push out and be aggressive if you're Dylan Rex. Start to stack with your teammate. Second segment is going to be locked. Stallions look to have no life. Final push.
Yikes,
they get shut down. This is a 3-0.
GG. See you in winners round 2. I meant Brooklyn. That was as fast as you'd like. Wow.
Yeah.
And that is one of those series that if you're the Stallions, you're sitting there like, brother, what just happened to us? Like, outside of the back and forth defenses on dealership, not really a good offensive look. Not one of those that you look at and say, like, probability wise, it starts to lean towards the offense. I don't know, man. That was just yeesh. Yeesh.
It's tough, man. It's tough if you're a Stallion because those guys ended off their elite stage matches with a 3-1 L to Cabal. That's usually the match that you want to win, to have momentum going into today. But falling short there, you wake up, you're still not prepared. You couldn't get on the same page. SMG's not performing. AR's not putting down damage. That was just an awful performance there from the Stallions in that map number 3. The first map had a lot of mistakes. The S&D, they just couldn't find success on the offense. Omid Brooklyn were able to find at least one. But this one was just an absolute smoke show. A clean 3-0 from Omid Brooklyn. They continue on through the winners bracket. But now if you're the Stallions, I gotta stop saying, like, they can always rely on search and destroy, because this is not times of old. They gotta figure out from scratch, man. They gotta go back to the bread and butters.
Yeah, it's, you know, I think the thing about it too is, like, you look at what happened throughout the group stage and, like, really not really much convincing, you know, when we were watching Stallions on stream. Like, a couple of wins, don't get me wrong, that you're like, all right, cool, nice, well done. But for the most part, like, you kind of look at what the Stallions did, and outside of having a head-to-head win over 5 Fears, they didn't really touch any of the top 3 teams. So
Yeah.
it definitely feels like, you know, they're, you know, a new roster put together, still trying to find their footing with one another. Because yeah, they're only, I mean, they had a map 5 early versus Amit. They had a map 5 early versus Royal Spartans, and you're thinking, well, okay, we're hanging. But the only wins they were able to find were versus 6F Carolina and 5 Fears. So something to be learned, I would say. And the growth that the other top 3 teams have had, you know, overall compared to some of the teams that have struggled to make it in the playoffs convincingly, I think are very dramatically different.
Now there's a tall ladder to climb if you're the Stallions. I don't know which team is going to drop down to you, but it's either one of the squads in 5 Fears or Hold Iron that you're potentially going to have an easier matchup versus. You had to come out and just be more prepared for your next series. Those little mistakes that happen at Hardpoint, those are difference makers going into that search and destroy. A couple of those rounds you let slip away when you have the numbers advantage, some of them too close for comfort. Got to be able to clean those up, but I just don't think if you're them, I'm not playing any more protocol control, because you could just tell, like, they were out of sync. SMG's not valuing their lives. AR's not holding down the power position, just getting 2-pieced every time. Let's just not play that for the rest of this playoff.
Did the case, and I think the teams that would drop would be either Cabal or Team War on that other matchup that was just below them. So that'll be what we have coming up possibly next. We will be jumping to the lower bracket, but we need to wait for more matches to get populated. Ours was too quick. So we're going to take a break. We'll come back with more action when we get a chance to do so. Don't go far.
looking at it, I agree with your points that when it came to that first hard point on red card, Cabal just looked really, really fantastic. And if they can bring a lot of those fundamentals over here towards vault control, get some of those spawn traps happening, they're going to be feeling very, very good. But for right now, it's Cootie finding two, but Too Real just kind of dancing around the point here. Finally will make their way on in. Starting to get captured as you have two members here, and I like this. Look what's going on the outside. Diamondcon trying to maybe cut down some players in the back, but will get found on out. Three members still on point. Yuli surging on forward, and it's a little bit of a tussle around the outside, but Too Real and Yuli maybe a little bit of an overheat as they will get cut down. Assault found on the cat side. Cootie finds one more on the outside. I mean, Cabal winning all of the gunfights they need to.
As well, one of the things we'll come back to is Rupert has gone massive for his team. Pushed straight down B Street, took control of the trophy, and that's spawning team war over by poolside. Cabal know this, so they're just able to bottleneck these fights and dictate where they want to take them. Such a wonderful thing granted to them, but then again, you've still got to clean this up. And Too Real finds two. Pinstripe feed that falls in favor of Team War. That'll be 4 dead very quickly. One of those moments you got to make sure not to overcommit here. If you're Cabal, do not want to risk anyone rotating out for B.
Time has stopped. Progress coming on through. You managed to grab the first tick. Second tick is cooking. Couple players trying to make their way through the mid cut from Cabal right now, and Assault doing a great job of making this read that these players are trying to split on through. And, well, maybe you're not waiting for him to have a Jackal PDW in the back pocket. So that's 8 points secured. And it's already some quick movements on in. But yet again, Rupert slips on through. Gets back on here. Top gold. Let that Ames fire.
It's unlucky, though, because Rupert actually lets a couple of players slip on by him, and they will make great work over by B. First tick comes on through, so that's 4 already on the board for Team War, despite all the Cabal's great efforts here. See what started 2 and 6. Needs a little bit more out of him. And well, he finds one. Rupert's done enough to drag 2 Team War players in his direction, and that alleviates the pressure on B for a moment. Should give Cabal an opportunity to spread out a little bit.
Yeah, you burn a little couple 20 seconds on that play, forcing 2 players on over, but yet again, it's a fast tick onto B. Second one cooking yet again. Cootie will be able to slide on out, sort of try and contest. You need to contest now. Don't let them get the second tick and you slide on off. And, well, unfortunately, that's exactly what happens. You back on up in Team War. They cut you on down. Rupert with the pistol in hand, but it's KB for 3 in the feed. Helps you manage to stop the bleeding. Under a minute left on the playtime. It's 11 plays 9 in the favor of Team War. But Cootie, Wads, they cut down a couple more. They even the lives.
Great work there by Cootie, by the way. Just heads on over towards Square. Just trying to set a wider net, not trying to get bottlenecked into these fights and push Team War forever back. Mid-map control going to be important, and that's where Cootie's headed off to next. I like this burn time.
Yeah. Burn all the time you need. You're starting to get a little bit of this third tick, though. So you're going to put some pressure on Cabal. They have to move on forward, but look at number 7. It's Wads. He's hitting a little bit of a route here, but Yuli is good for 2, and wow, you cut down enough. It's just one player getting in onto the point, hanging out behind the van. You're not able to uproot them. Wow, it's a very slow third tick, but it's just some great shots from the rest of Team War to just not let Cabal get in any sort of position to get you off this point.
Yeah, I mean, Team War looking like they consistently have themselves the mid-map control there, especially when we're talking about that B. Cabal needed a different route to be able to approach that point. I thought Cootie was going to be able to get it once he hit that square play and then drops into mid, but he gets cleared out. Team War know what to prioritize there, ensuring that they can't be pinched on that site, and you have no chance if you Cabal. So worst case scenario here in round 1, got to answer back.
Answering back on an attacking round would be huge after dropping that first one. It's kind of your only way to, I think, stay into this map. Let's be honest. Oh, a little bit of a shoulder there. KB, though, laying in wait. Finds 1, finds 2. That's 3 dead for Team War. It's immediate activation from KB onto this backside. And I think Too Real has made this read that you're going to have a player here in the top art. But KB just wants to back on through. And Nade will come in up over the top. He's able to regen the HP, though. You slide on out. No, Too Real wins the fight. A huge pickup there, and that's going to let them surge on forward, deal with some of these players on point right now. Wads is good for 2, though. Rupert finds another, but Yuli, a huge 2-piece, will bring you on out. 8 point has been captured, though. You got 2 minutes on the board if you want to try and take this B zone. And, well, first take, it's already starting to cook here. You got 23 plays 20 right now. And Cabal's answering back on their own defense, giving Team War a little bit of a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, it's getting that mid-map control, so it's an important wrap back for Wads. Leaves the point, heads through water, cleans one up, and just drops into mid. It's just ensure you can't be flanked. Let's give your teammates some protection, but they might actually miss Assault dropping into mid. And they do indeed, and look at Assault now. If he activates the right time and he gets that kill, Cootie will get into Art at least, so you're going to be able to distract for a moment. Team kill comes on through as well. So it's not completely clean if you're Team War, and you are 5 lives down. Cabal have a lot of time. But that's a great passage and a great move from Assault to just alleviate that pressure.
Solid little buffer right now for Cabal to try and answer back here on this offense. Got a couple players making their way through water, but Diamond Con, some pre-fires going on out will help back them on down, but some great teamwork as they will drop 3 from Team War. Assault gets found. That's 4 dead. The stacks come on through. It is absolutely flying on the point, and you're actually going to spawn P4 on that other side if you are Team War. You're in Narnia. You might as well be. You do manage to get onto the point, though, but KB, he's good for 1. The pistol cleans up another, and you're going to be able to hold on into this. Any last-ditch efforts from Team War? No. Back-to-back attacking rounds on Vault Control. Something's in the water here, Andy. We barely ever see this.
No, we don't indeed. I mean, I thought Assault had done enough to give Team War an opportunity to set up some sort of defensive cordon, but then immediately answered back by this play, actually. KB with the big 2-piece to open up Palm side, and it meant that you end up with War scrambling. From there, they never recovered. I tell you what, got ourselves a game here. I was a little bit worried. Team War, they take the S&D, they dominate round 1. And I was thinking, okay, this could become ugly very quickly, but Cabal showed their spine, backs against the wall, chest is out, and wrap themselves into an even situation.
Rough start for Diamond Con so far, 6 and 11. This would be a huge round to really come online and, well, help your team go on back-to-back attacking rounds. Would be quite the feat, honestly. You do not want to give Cabal a little bit of momentum on this defensive round, and it looks like you've been able to do it. Wads, though, will be able to find 2, and you overheat a little bit. If you are Assault, Cootie laying in wait bottom art finds you on through. So a little bit of progress on that B side. We get down to basically a minute remaining, though. You made this early push on over to B for a little bit of progress. And for right now, you're getting caught on down. No progress at A. I don't know if this is the strat war.
Yeah, this hasn't worked for you so far. Tuviel is going to touch the point. Diamond Con's going to try and hold bottom art. Big gunfight win. Had to come through. Finds Cootie, but unfortunately you lose Tuviel in support. So Diamond Con has got to just play Hunter Seeker for a moment. Sets himself up. He's going to have to be careful about his back. I mean, Team Warrior. Oh, it's looking messy, and that gets ever worse. But at least Yuli finds one to begin your A progress, and you do have 3 bodies here to start to stack.
Okay, you'll be able to push this one on through. You committed 2 players to clear out that art side, but so far right now, Rupert, he finds 2 off the point. You rip them on down. You don't actually even get the second tick either. So they're going to go ahead. They're going to hang out on that point. They're going to clear the second tick. And I'm just looking at the spawns right now for Team War. Nobody's close enough to try and make it to any of these points. It's kind of on Assault. A little bit of a Hail Mary flank here. You might have found the timing. You catch Rupert. You don't manage to find KB, though. Diamond Con has to go on a little bit of the hunt. Okay, Cabal, you'd love to stop this A push. It's only 14 seconds left on the clock. KB, a huge gunfight win. 3 members, they're around here. You'd love to see them surge on forward. KB for 2. 2 real cuts you on down, so that's enough to get the A point secured. But it's a minute on the board, and it's a 3-life lead right now for Cabal.
Yeah, Assault's flank there does so much work. He does a really good job of just tempering his team for a moment. Wait, guys, let me activate in through the back here. And a huge fight for trophy, which ends up going the way of Diamond Con. So 2 dead. Opportunity then for Team War to push forward towards B. Stun will catch 2Real. You check it, and 2Real still wins the fight. Ooh. What I will say, though, KB activates through mid, clears the player off B, so they got to go again.
Got to go again. And look at this. Wads in the back. He's going to catch Yuli. And you just see Diamond Con immediately has to turn around, and they say, wait, we got to spend so much time trying to get this guy out the back. And Wads, yet again, a little bit of a hide and seek going on here on this backside trophy. And Rupert has been able to push on forward as well. You are getting farmed right now if you are Team War. 12 plays for last lives here for Team War. These are some huge kills from Cabal. Everyone you get is great, but that is 2 dead for Cabal. Time is ticking. You got to make your way here over towards B, and I just don't know if you're going to be able to do it, especially when you got Cootie down in the water, catching you on out. Last 2 players from Team War alive. They will both fall. Cabal stands strong here on the defensive round. They're going to put us on map point.
Solid work in the end. And again, I go back to how important mid-map is when you start talking about B, especially defensively. Like, there's a moment there where, you know, Assault, he hits that flank, he opens things up, they get A. But the importance, the amount of weight that Cabal put into controlling mid just gives them a constant out. Your team fall in R, you lose a couple of gunfights where a lot of bodies go down. Doesn't matter because a player can flank in from mid, clean you off the point, and just reset the whole situation. That happens not just once, but 2 or 3 times through that round. Cabal showing why just checking your boxes, getting those important POIs, so imperative to a control strategy.
Well, we've seen both teams take an offensive round now, but it's 4 dead immediately off the first wave for Cabal. So you maybe were feeling pretty good off of that defensive win, but Team War, they're going to answer back in kind. As 2 Real's not going to be the one on the outside. You probably shouldn't have got the second one. But that's why he's here. That's a little bit of a veteran play. It's just the strong gunship coming on through from 2 Real and Team War. They're keeping this one mixy. They're keeping it alive, holding you down on into the back, not letting you gain any movement forward. We're down to the last 45 seconds here in the map Enigma, and there's just been no progress.
No, it's been absolutely nothing. You need at least 3 ticks to tie up with Team War, and then it comes down to KD, I believe. So, well, DiamondCon will explode out for 2 more. Big gunfight going on between Cootie and Yuli, and Yuli does the right thing, just delays the push, buys time. And right now, wow, this has been a walkover. Cabal, they're not going to want to watch this offensive round back, and if this stays the way it is, they've got another one to deal with.
2 Real on a 5 spree. You do not want to let him get a streak, especially moving into this last round. KB, do you get found? DiamondCon with the patience here. Inevitably, will find it. Yuli on the point, brings down Rupert. Assault is there to find Wads. And wow, Team War. I say, yeah, your defense looked cool. Want to see one better? Watch this.
Yeah, I want to see what actual defense looks like.
Oh, my lord.
I think the problem is for Cabal, you get instantly 4 dead.
Yes.
And that puts you in a situation where then you've got to spend so long getting yourself out of your spawn. Then you're starting to think, okay, we've only got a certain amount of time left. So you just put yourself in this little bit of a blender. Usually, well, from what we've seen in this series anyway, Cabal have been very good at composing themselves and playing, you know, even against tight, fine situations like that, they still come out and put all the fundamentals in place. Didn't happen there. And as such, Team War will be on defense. Hey, look, sometimes I can overanalyze a moment, but sometimes you just get absolutely chokeslammed.
You got to call a spade a spade. I totally get it. So here we go. We saw it was 4 dead immediately off the feed in that last offense. Cabal not letting it happen again. It's surging on forward, KB. This is a huge gunfight. Unfortunately, you lose it against 2 Real, so sent back to the spawn you go. You'll push on up. Team War, though, will not be able to hold the spawn trap like they did in that last game that you spent so many lives and time if you were Cabal investing on in. You've had a little bit of time here at A, so no clears come on through as well, Yuli finds Rupert. Is Cootie. He's good for 2. 2 Real and Yuli taking on out. Cootie finds all 3. Says, fine, I'll do it myself. Rips you all off the point. Gonna come here and grab the first tick. You slide on in as a 2x2 if you are Team War, though. Will stop that one from being able to get too much there, but this will be an opportunity for Cabal to surge forward.
The patience here out of KB. He's aware of where some Team War players are gonna try and flood through.
Wow.
Oh, 2 Real manages to guide it in through the ceiling. I thought he would have saved that for B, but he's taking no chances. He's trusting his teammates to clean this all up. To be fair, only 35 seconds on the timer if you are Cabal, and you got to figure a push out of trophy. So potentially the correct investment. We're certainly going to hope so.
I mean, in Ule, a little bit of a snake in the grass moment. The trap has been sprung. He finds Cootie, and it's going to be Wads not able to be here. So a last-ditch effort. You do manage to get in on the point. If you are Cabal, go ahead. You got to stack this right now. You have to secure A right now. Some great trades going on your way. Last final tick. Ooh, the shots, they get a little bit shaky. DiamondCon wins a huge one. Too Real brings down Rooper. It's on to Wads from the top rope. You find it. Cootie through mid. Okay, it's the last final 10 seconds. You're here. You want to hold A. It's a dance around the pole. You don't manage to get it, but Rooper wins a huge two-piece to help you secure A. It's only another minute on the clock. It's 13 plays 10 right now. Team War, they had the opportunity to put it away, but Cabal wins some huge gunfights.
Yeah, you got to take a breath, though, and just ensure you don't overheat for a moment. You've dragged it back to within one life. Unfortunately, our team is going to fall around you. If you're Rooper, you at least clear out your backside, so that's important, and your team is going to spawn on your side. You don't have mid control, though, so be careful about where Too Real heads here. He's hitting water doorway, and that was the play to clear the point off, let you extend on out. But Cootie, well, if he plays this correctly, all his cards right, I don't think you need to take your shots. Get yourself some art control. Let your teammates play from other sides.
Oh, this hasn't been read. And Too Real does get found out. That's a great two-piece for Cootie here. Top R. You see, the players are flying on over, but number 4, it's Yuli through mid. Will get found on out. So you have to invest a couple of these players over here towards Art if you want to get them on out. The time is ticking. They are here. It is trades going on through. Who's going to come out on top? It's Team War. Pinstripe kill feed lets them stay alive. They only clear about half of this tick, though, but it's down to the last 30 seconds. It's a 2v2. Cootie and Wads. You got to play this together. They made their way onto the point. Watts takes down Assault, but it's Yuli from the back. Secures it in a round of 5. A huge push on forward. Team War. Whew. They take the...
love that from Cabal. Double hit through the fences.
Playing inside the outside here. Diamond Con laying in wait. You have managed to get in here on the point, but it's players flying on through, and Cootie with a huge 2 to be able to break this point on in. And Yuli, it's a little bit of snap left to right, not able to hold, and you get the teammates spawning on the ramp side. They'll try and clear out this lobby for you. 2Real will at least bring down Cootie, but for the time being, it's going to be Cabal getting back on in to this hard point already. A great nade, Rupert!
Oh, wow, what a transfer.
They line him on up. He cuts him on down. Cootie, the teammate, answers for a good 2 as well. It's a 2-man hold. Some great work from Cabal here on P2.
Yeah, wonderful job breaking. Initially, you begin that rotation, and 2Real with a classic little bit of a ratty play there. Took himself off in the corner, makes himself a nuisance. Team War now going to be able to get themselves locked in for 3. 2Real's got a big job on here at the back as Wad sets himself up in office. And look at where KB might go. That KB 2Real matchup going to be important. And well, Wads activates off the back of those fights, so that allows Cabal now to set up a pinch.
Wads gets found top plat. War winning some great gunfights here. Yuli good 4-2, and Cody has the back on up here through you. You've just barely been able to contest this here, laying on down. Do not let Team War run away with this, but they're going to play 2x2, cut you on down, surge on forward, and Assault. He's good for a nice little 2-piece, but it's a flurry of kills here on the point, and 2Real from the heavens finds another, finds a second. Can he maybe find a third here? No, it's a little bit of a dance around the point, though. Playing the objective, getting those time on the board, but it's 75-45 right now in favor of Team War. This is where I feel like this game might get out of control a little bit. It's on this P4.
Yeah, especially if 2Real activates through this middle. Well, unfortunately, he won't get much purchase off it because you do get a bit of patience come out of Rupert, and then the Cabal teammates activate. They need to spread out a little bit. I'm a little bit worried about how turtled up you are, so I'm really glad to see KB starting to play out through lobby, trying to get a hold of that top mid. But wow, trophies are putting in overtime. Someone pay them their wages, because Jesus, they save Cabal from an artillery strike. And will send Team War packing for a moment. So an opportunity to put themselves back level in this game and gain back some of the momentum that they've lost so much of here through the first set of rotations.
It's a great time. That's why you save those trophies. And Cootie, he's going to be able to hop up in through the window. You find one, but unfortunately for you, 2Real is having a little bit of a takeover map here, Enigma. He's 10-7, but it just feels like he's always good for 2. Finds another through the mid. Just not letting Cabal get into this point at all. You're going to force them all back through this P2 ramp side, and as well, this final point will tick on down. They have to try and manage to maybe bring you off of P1. You brought this back into a 30-point game if you are Cabal, but as P1 spawns on up, Team War, they're already on the point, gaining some of this time as Yuli slides on out for another 2-piece.
Kind of wild to me that Yuli, I feel like, has had at least 2, maybe 3 2-pieces. He's 8 and 12, so needs to find more impact across the rest of the map. Speaking of which, I was about to say, does get traded out, though, in the end. Diamond Con for 4-2 from the top rope. So Team War doing a great job here of just controlling, but this is the big fight. Yuli on the rotation, finds Rupert at Rock. That will let him play through P2 side. 2Real gonna go huge for 2 more as well. That will help Yuli. That will flip the spawns. Team War in control.
Yeah, that really lets you push on forward, and exactly this. Yuli's gonna be the one to find himself on the point as well. We only still have 10 seconds left here on the P1, and you lose a couple of players. Well, KB, he finds Diamond Con, he finds 2Real, and they're starting to make their way all the way to the back, and I like this. KB, he finds those kills and immediately says, hey, I'm going into the spot. I'm trying to win us these spawns here. But you do have Assault making his way on the outside. It will get cut on down, so Cabal, they're not going to try and let this one really get away from them. P2, it's a great opportunity to get yourself back on into this game. They've already done a great job of doing that, as it's just 2-for-2 trades coming on through. Team War, they're getting some of these close spawns as everybody's just starting to bang this hill.
And Cabal have a real thing for breaking this hill instantly last time through double fences. This time they had to approach it elsewhere. Team War had countered that, and Cabal say, all right, bet, watch us do it this way. And they do. Punch in through the front door. And What's here doing a great job of just staying alive. Not giving that fight up to Yuli, not making himself an easy kill. It sent him packing for a moment. Rupert's going to clean that up surely. And yes, great passage of play. So Cabal then close the gap again. Team War still hold that slender advantage, but Cabal keeping them honest for it, making them work every step of the way.
Yeah, I feel like that's the one thing that we have to note here as well. Yet again, it's a little bit reminiscent of the red card, right? It was Team War doing everything right. They needed what they, they did what they had to do, but it was Cabal just winning these key gunfights and transferring it into time on Hill. And so far, they are doing the same here on Hacienda. They're keeping it close. They're not letting Team War be able to run away with this map. You managed to maybe get some good time onto the P2. You're doing the same here on the P3, and you have an opportunity, if you win this rotation, to continue to do so onto the P4 and take lead for the first time in this game. But 3 go dead for Cabal, and it's just KB in the back.
Great clear out for Team War here. Stops a pinch setup coming on through for Cabal. And Yuli here as well with top control of Arches. The problem for Cabal there, once you lose your teammate on the opposite side, it's very one-dimensional. It just means you can get picked up from middle, and Yuli will, well, ultimately deliver. Rotation's on. By the way, KB spawned out in Narnia. He has an opportunity to really work this if his teammates can do something at the front, and as they do, if KB wins that fight, watch this now. Turiel's going to be collapsed on.
Yeah, Turiel trying to dance around this point. Will get found on out. I love that you bring up that spawn from KB and how impactful it can be into securing this point, because we are seeing Cabal just doing a great job of holding this one on in. But KB, he's got to be the last one here. A little bit of a shimmy around the point. Wads is good for 1. He's good for 2. Rooper finds Assault. Wads with a huge 3-piece on the point. We'll let them secure it on in. The trophies get invested. You'll stop some of these nades, and you are keeping this close if you are Cabal.
Yeah, Wads with a takeover moment here. Make it 4 in a row. A trophy as well to protect your teammates. At a moment when Team War could have bullied you off this point yet again and taken a big lead back in their hands, Cabal will tie it up. In fact, if anything, trick into the lead. And Wads, patient play now. It's all about how you transition into 1. Again, you don't need to fully send this. Prioritize the P2 setup and deny time if required.
Wads maybe it's hit a little bit of timing here. Yeah, we both saw it at the same time. God, timing. Oh, and some trigger discipline. We'll slide on out, but I think you weren't expecting Assault to reach Alvis. So that's a little bit of a bless there, I think, from Assault to just maybe make that read and cut them on down. And Cootie here on the point, you will be able to be found out. So while you did all that work on the P4, if you are Cabal, Team War, they're still maintaining this lead, still getting some of this time onto the P1. But we've seen P2 has been Cabal's strong suit on these last couple of rotations. They definitely need to do the same here, but Team War, they're pushing on forward. That's all of your players dead. It's all for spawning out. And it's going to be number 4, Turiel, going back to hold the spawns.
Well, Cabal have broken this hill 2 times in a row. Once through double fences, once through the front door mid. They're going to have to do it for a 3rd time. Like to make this difficult for themselves. Assault, this is the right decision. Back off here, get the support in, just play your life. You know you're going to be outnumbered in this fight. What you don't want to do is give up lobby control, and that's a big first kill to open things up.
Yeah, Assault doing a great job of just playing his life back here. You find Rooper in lobby as well. These are some very clutch kills. And while that's happening, Yuli is just being annoying, staying on this point, on top of the car, not giving anybody the opportunity to come on in. You got somebody trying to push through water side, though. Do they get this hop up? They do. Assault is here onto Cootie, but it doesn't really matter. Rooper wins the 1, and Cootie's just being annoying here on the water. Not letting you take them on out is Yuli, though, for another huge 2-piece in this series. Brings it on back. Team War, they're 10 seconds away right now, Enigma. They could end it here, I believe. Kills, they're pushing on through the front. These are some huge kills to hold on down. Team War, they managed to do it in the Hacienda hardpoint. They got a little outplayed on the red card, but I gotta be honest here, brother. That was 3 maps of just good, classic, fundamental Call of Duty out of Team War.
Welcome back, everybody. The Bravo stream popping off. Team War Cabals in a tight one. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But we're going to switch up the gears, head down to the lower bracket, see how things unfold, and who gets eliminated. That's always the big news for day number 1. You don't want to be DFR'd. And, well, 2 of our teams are going to be. That's just the way the bracket works.
And that's why we're wearing black, Alan. I'm telling you. We're dressed for a funeral. Some people's careers right now potentially on the line. You want to make sure that you give your best shot at working your way up to the pros. And for the teams getting eliminated in round 1, you're simply not going to stand a chance. But Team War, after some phenomenal plays from Yuli and back-to-back respawns. He's able to get through Cabal. They'll be squaring up against Omid Brooklyn on one side of the winner's bracket, and then obviously the opposite Omid squad. We're able to take care of Luxury Exotic in a clean 3-0. The Rory Spartans versus Vegas Academy in a clean 3-0. So the winner's bracket site, this winner bracket side is going to be stacked, but elimination round 1, this is where your passion needs to be dripping from start to finish.
Our top 4 teams making it to the winter semis. Not as expected, maybe. Again, that Cabal versus War matchup was a pretty tight one all the way through. But this is going to be an interesting lower round 1 matchup. We had a good chance to get a good eye on the Vegas Academy roster as well as Luxury Exotics as they were finishing off their group stage. Both teams, we really gave a lot of credit for just coming in and being, pretty polished, pretty clean. I think especially for Luxury Exotics, finishing off their group stage with 2 straight wins, and most recently yesterday, very, very convincing. Whereas for the Vegas Academy roster, taking care of business, they get themselves into technically second place in their group standings, fall in 3-0 form in their opening matchup, and now a chance to see if they can reprove themselves against a red-hot Luxury Exotics team.
Oh, yeah, I've been really excited to watch Vegas Academy ever since we got the chance to watch them so far through this elite. And it's due to just the improvements of individuals. Like Roxas, watching him in the beginning of the CDL, he always had, the mind to play the game, just didn't really have the gunny. So far this stage, he's been able to gun people out of their gaming chairs. And then the opposite side for King of Body, he's been a guy that's just been playing his timings a lot better, valuing his life a lot more. And I don't know if it's because of the addition of Asim, but they just have a lot more structure to their gameplay. On the opposite side for Luxury Exotic, though, yesterday they played against Holden Iron, and we watched those guys play. Those guys definitely were not holding irons. They only won 1 map throughout this elite. You were able to take care of them with a clean 3-0 to work your way towards playoffs, but obviously in your first matchup versus Zomich, which is one of the top dogs, didn't go your way. We saw a lot of promise, though, from this squad. Like the AR presence between Glow, Frosty, and Neum, they've been working fantastically in sync. And then when you just think about the SMG pressure that they had, Trax had a phenomenal day yesterday, so this should be a really good matchup.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those, Luxury Exotics looked red hot, but you're right. The caliber of opponent was not not all that strong to be fair. Yeah. Whoa, what are we doing? But and again, proving point for both these 2 teams coming off of a very swift loss in their winners round 1 matchups. Again, you just don't want to be out in the first day of playoffs. But still, this is the first real solid look for the Luxury Exotics brand in playoffs. Vegas Academy, they were strong in season 1. The Vegas CDL roster gets moved around a bunch. That changes this Academy roster. And there's a little bit of bad blood here. I mean, you're looking at players like Glow Frosty. He had one point in time for a brief stint was on the Vegas Academy roster, so he's just looking to prove those boys wrong. And we'll see how things go, because we looked at the map set, and I don't know. I think for teams like this, it's not like when we were watching Royal Spartans yesterday where we saw 3-shirt Haciendas. We're like, wow, they're going to love to have that. We don't really have that information on either of these teams to that same level of conviction. So I'm not really looking at the map set as being the big difference maker here. I'm more just looking to see who's able to bounce back after the 3-0 losses they just suffered.
Yeah, Vegas Academy, though, thankfully they had both the Surgeon Shores that they played in their series yesterday versus Lore. The Rewind S&D 5-1 insane comeback, and then they didn't even need to get to the map number 5. Actually, they did, and they were able to dominate it. So,
I was going to say it was quick.
If you are Vegas Academy, you should be feeling very fantastic with Vault in the mix, and also Hacienda, because watching them recently in their hardpoint game, they've been putting a lot of focus on their rotations, and as long as you do that, you're going to be in the front of every single one of these hardpoints.
Yeah. I will say, kind of, looking at influence players in the lobby, you mentioned Trax. I'm glad you did. Rispy, I think, as well, had a great day, and it's had a great stage to this point. Vegas Academy, though, I will say, if QK's playing well, this Vegas team plays better than they normally do. I feel like he's kind of the X factor for the squad. Obviously, you look at a player like Asim with his veterancy and individual experience, to also kind of carry in moments that he's required to, but Trax, red hot, already looking for the pistol shots up high, 4 in a row after a 1-2 start, and he's even got a couple of stray tags as he's going to get a read that Vegas are spawning behind P2.
Yeah, I'll just keep on soaking his time, no problem. Give me kill number 5, and my teammates already found themselves a couple freebies as well, so spawns have flipped. You're relying on QK now to make a miracle happen here at P2, and so far he's doing a great job of managing it. Wins the gunfight on towards the point, already contesting towards the back. Low Frosty cannot take the power position, and he's currently giving his team a lot of opportunity to still get time here.
Neum off the respawn, able to find 2. Now Rispy can play just the zone out, man. And he's done that well. 4 in a row for him. Drake's going to try to take the baton and run with it as he follows right on up with a pinch. Long-range shots over towards Truck are decent. That's easy for a cleanup, and this looks like the Luxury Exotics team that we saw from yesterday. Just red-hot start, quick flip of P2. They don't really give up much time, if any at all. One last play for scrap time, but Luxury Exotics are not going away quietly as Niam's on 5, and he wants more. He's going to get more. How about the back 10 seconds of scrap?
Yeah, he's their flex player. He was originally starting off the season as an SMG, so every time he picks one of those off the ground, he's going to have a failed day, but a perfect start for Luxury Exotic.
Man.
And I just love the way like this team is formed, Alan, because Glow Frosty, he's truly their main AR. But the fact that he plays the hill so well and allows his SMG to create as much space as they want, that's why they find a lot of consistency so far in Hardpoint.
He's been a really disciplined AR over the course of the last handful of years of Challengers. Just, again, kind of like we talk about with players like Cruz, for instance. Those guys, like, just not able to find wins. That's the biggest thing about it. Like, he's been in the mix. You know, he was on that Lore Gaming team. I think he made a Grand Finals appearance in Boston last year. But outside of a couple of flashes in the pan, just have not been able to find the consistent results or played with the same level of players that you look at when it comes down to like people that had been in the CDL for a brief stint or maybe an extended stint. So Luxury Exotics dominating right now, but that's easy to do when you're playing a 3v4. Roxas can't get anything going.
Yeah, he's sitting at 3 and 10. He's usually like their go-to fundamental AR, clutching up on some big gunfights, but a slow start in his hard point. You're consistently playing from the back foot. Glow Frosty already off the rotation. Knows that he's going to get outnumbered. Waiting for someone to try to participate into this play. And Rispy strikes from side door. Soaks up the time. 2 kills go their way. Make it all 4. Spawns now flip. And Vegas Academy cannot get anything going.
Drakes is really impressing me. I know he's been, you know, in the mix the last year and a half, 2 years or so, but this is the best I've seen him individually. He's making great routes. He's making good heads-up play, and his individual skill is unreal. If he finesses right here, are we kidding? Trying to get the regen? Almost able to best Roxas, but still just not enough motion for Vegas to do anything. We're going to be looking at about a 100-point game unless there's a break here.
Yeah, you need to find a break here for Vegas. I don't know what Asim was doing there, waiting for his teammates to try to get into the play, but gives up his life for free. 2 kills already go down, and Luxury Exotic looking like they're going to grow this lead by a little bit more. A flawless hold there at P4. And they just are slamming Vegas Academy right now. They can't do anything. Like, they literally can do nothing, Alan. 3 dead again.
We are in this, like, weird mix the last 2 days of broadcast where we've just had some major blowouts. Even in the maps that have gone, or series that have gone 5, like, some of the maps have been, like, complete shutdowns. And wow,
Jesus
exactly getting right here. Niam nearly pieces up the whole team. Glow Frosty to follow. Good awareness, and this game is disgustingly ugly.
Yeah, Vegas, we gotta just get the guns warm. Like, it's as simple as that. Right now, the recipe for success is just shoot your goddamn gun straight and get a couple kills. Because everything's going right for Luxury Exotic. We're trick shotting from the top ropes. Still funny time here at P1. Still control of the spawns over towards P2. Traxxas has a one-on-one, a little bit of assistance there. So they currently have the rotation over towards this next HP, but Vegas surrounding Rispy. He's got to back on up.
Yeah. This is disgusting. I just don't, like, at this point of the season, in playoffs,
Jesus Christ,
we're seeing some absolute just BTA maps. Drake's 19 and 10. Oh my, if he finds that one. Roxas tag, trying to play his life. Stun hits. Semtex should deal with it. Pistol out. And whoa, actually the Semtex doesn't get the elimination, but doesn't make much of a difference. Glow Frosty's right there to pick things up, and the last 30 seconds are going to be a bit of a 50-50 battle as Vegas are split spawn.
Yeah, Luxury Exotic, they're playing really disrespectful now. Everybody with the SMGs, even the ARs, are diving, sprinting, hitting 360s. They feel like they can currently do no wrong. Rispy actually nades himself out of P2. But that breaks coming for Vegas. They're going to soak with that final 20 seconds, but still, kills off the rotation are very important. King of Body's the only one to able to find one. Asim now trying to contest for arc control, but he's the sole man here. At least able to slip by, but he's still on the gunfight. He can't win it, and now the control goes in favor of Luxury.
Got a little pinch developing from Trakes as well through mid-door. Niam right there essentially with him. Might not need the help, though, because Trakes is everything at the moment. Nice corner shots from QK. Keeps that angle safe. And ooh, this is Bolt. DM going to go the long way around. Gets shut down. Bit of a heady right there off that back staircase. And Glow Frosty's the last one left, but his teammates will still spawn up to try to hold this for the most part.
Yeah, but the numbers advantage still in favor of Vegas. They at least spawn one player across the map for Luxury. You just need kills to go your way. And the two initially to start don't. Getting a body flies on in place for a double trade, but Neum closes it up with a clean 4 dead. Final 15 seconds in favor of Luxury. They have the rotation over towards New Vegas Academy, trying to cut their losses and think about that new HP and a couple kills going down at the right time. What does it do to the spawns? 2 players out.
Yeah. Just down to you got to win these gunfights, though, before this hard point opens. If you're Vegas, Glow Frosty just delaying his life as long as possible, even getting some assistance on the cross. That will make Rispy a little bit more comfortable inside the hill. One player does kind of slip around. They don't really track a seam, but he can't finish that kill on back patio. So maybe a chance here for Luxury Exotics to get back in. Rispy finding the opener, trying to finesse, finds the player inside the hill, but the pistol does not land, and Vegas will have themselves an opportunity at P4.
All right, big break there for Vegas. Thankfully, you run out of ammo, so Asim is able to find that double. Now this final 30 should be yours. Locked and loaded. You need every single second. In order to be able to breach that 100-point mark, another clean 3 dead. Vegas starting to turn on up. Just this final 15, you need to chain it with kills. You need to find kills over rotation to make your job a whole lot easier, and at least a trade works out for now.
Gizmo light flying into this map. Bit of a wake-up, which is desperately needed. You still feel like the patterns and trends of this map continued to build in favor of the Luxury Exotics. So there would have to be something convincing here in this next 60 seconds, and that helps. Kingabody on 3, Asim on 5, and he's a single elimination away from getting himself a Hellstar. We'll confirm that before dropping, and that's going to be a huge tool for them to try to rotate the 2.
But Nam finding that double is going to allow Luxury Exotic back in towards the P1. They also find another kill onto Kingabody, so Roxas last man standing. Here to try to contest from Top Cat. He's forced to back down, forced to reposition. Just gets taken care of. Teammates now here to assist, though. Vegas need every single second. So as long as you just continue to make it, you're the team walking away with the majority of time. Just got to make sure these kills at the end of this hard points go your way as well.
Like UK and Asim really kind of putting the team at the back right now, giving themselves a chance. These last 2 hills, they have been really kind of playing almost 2v4, for being honest. So now you're going to get a rotational win over to P2. Hellstorm's still in the back pocket here. And you've got a player deep in Roxas. So you've got the setup that you want. Just comes down to making sure you actually capitalize on this perfect setup.
Yeah, Roxas has to be trigger discipline here. He's probably going to bite the bullet once the first person peeks. But Neum actually checks that spot. Finds the opening kill.
Unreal.
The effective trades come in. But Neum with a double. Asim with a little bit of an overextension chow there. Thankfully, your team is able to reinforce, but Luxury Exotic right through the front door, find the break.
Yeah, that kill from Risky is a major one. Shutdowns are in, but it gives a little bit of time for the rest of the members that were spawning out for Luxury Exotics to get here and actually get right back into challenge again. Low Frosty at range, takes out one player inside the hill. UK fighting, still at full HP, but Team Nade comes out. And now it's just down to, can you quickly push this back if you're Vegas? And the answer so far has been yes, 15 seconds to fight for. Luxury Exotics don't want to give up on this, but they'll be forced out of the hill. And again, Vegas do what they need to do to stay in this game.
Yeah, Vegas are fighting now, man. Now you're starting to feel the pressure if you're Luxury Exotic. You're going to play a little bit safer over towards Art, but QK on the cross lines him up. It's already 2 kills in favor of Vegas. 2 players now spawning all the way across the map. You have some presence in towards Art. Just don't allow Luxury Exotic to win over towards P3. We got to force P4.
Indeed we do. Not a good start for that, though. Again, trying to play the left side of the minimap rotation-wise.
Gotta push out. Gotta go.
Gotta go. Yeah, I mean, Roxas, we don't have to be here anymore. Spawns are good. They've got a Hellstorm, but that doesn't get used to be played off the hill. They're trying to play it at mid-map, and they don't even win that gunfight. That might just be the game right there, Jay. Oh, yeah, it sure feels that way. It's just, Roxas, we gotta go, my guy. Like, your teammates spawn up, you gotta be out looking to play for kills.
Yeah, I know you're playing the patient because the Hellstorm is getting called in, but just doesn't find a kill, so you're allowing Luxury Exotic to soak up a lot of time there, and now when you would try to apply that pressure, they're already able to flip these spawns. Final 10 seconds here at P3. You need a break, and you need it quick, or it's going to be GG's here on map 1.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to be GG's here on map 1. Vegas do what they need to do to try to stay in the map, but this rotation to 3 has been sloppy, and on the other side of things, you just look at the scoreboard. Everybody positive for Luxury Exotics, and that's just one of those times you just You don't figure a team going all positive like this is going to drop a map like Vault, and that will likely be the case. Pistol will work for Glow Frosty. Gonna get caught in the reload here, but Risky's got his trade, and that will be the last word on Vault. Moment of concern, or at least a moment of pressure that Vegas were able to put together, but just too slow of a start without question.
Yeah, way too slow of a start and very sloppy in their gameplay as well. Their approach needs to be a little bit better. Players should not be scamming from hard points, giving up their life for free, forcing teammates to reposition and then get caught with their pants down. Just makes your life a whole lot more difficult. Just trust your teammates that they're watching your crosses, stay alive on the hard points. Just not give up your life for free, but the slow start is due to the fact that Luxury Exotics literally were not missing bullets. Like, the ARs were on point, the SMGs were setting non-stop pace. Vegas Academy right there just weren't ready for all that in map 1.
No, definitely not. Okay, so that puts it into a very convincing hand, I would say, for Luxury Exotics. But, I mean, I think the thing about that is, like, again, looking at yesterday's matchup with Vegas Academy, low start on map 1, down 1-5 in the search and destroy that they pull back. And then they end up saving themselves in a really sloppy control. And then eventually you, again, get this thing a little bit deeper into the series. So not that they're out of the woods by any stretch, but it's also not over yet. I think that's the biggest part about this here if you're Vegas after a slow start.
Yeah, but you can't really rely on a 5-1 rewind comeback again. Not when you just saw the way that Luxury Exotics were shooting. Vegas Academy yesterday, they basically had a default to all of their setups, and they went to it every single round. Luxury Exotic, which I'm expecting them to make those adjustments in Search and Destroy, because a lot of these guys come from originally the S&D scene. You have to be able to make those mid-round adjustments. Vegas Academy need to have this S&D in response here, because at least based off the respawns, Gunnies are not hot, Roxas isn't making the best plays. Wasn't winning his clean one-on-one gunfights, but you're just continuously playing from the back foot. At least in Search and Destroy, you can control your own pace, but this is a must-win in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I think especially with, you know, what we just saw out of the slaying, which there wasn't much of. You don't love the idea about vault control right now, I think, just trying to get back out of that map percent. So, yeah, I think the thing that we got to remember, though, reflecting on the rewind search, was offensively, Vegas looked solid. It was a lot of very quick hits towards A, a lot of quick plants towards A, and that was their catalyst for the comeback. And honestly, they were finding really good post-plant setups on top of that. The other side of that, though, was like they weren't getting countered. Like, there weren't adjustments being made against it. It was literally just Vegas doing what they wanted to without any resistance. And I don't think Luxury Exotics are going to make that same mistake. So that's kind of the thing about this now is, yeah, you've got yourself a map that you looked good on yesterday, but that was against a team that felt like they just kind of let off the gas a little bit. Luxury Exotics fighting for their lives, and both teams are, obviously. They're going to want to come out and absolutely set the tone and make sure that you don't get away with the things you got away with yesterday.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that Lore Gaming, the squad that they had that 5-1 comeback versus, you're probably thinking, all right, these guys are some scrums or something. Like, there's no way they don't make adjustments. There's no way they're up at game point, need one round where they need 5 and we just let it go. But players like Paul X on that squad, players like Fame, and players like Hixie, guys who have been in and out of the CDL multiple times, and they just allowed that comeback to happen. That was the spark yesterday for Vegas Academy. Because watching them in that control, both squads in that one, I was just mind blown. Again, to say it again, because that was probably the worst protocol control I've ever seen. But if you're Vegas Academy and you're Search and Destroy, you found a lot of success with your SMGs. King of Body has also been like one of those guys who takes advantage of what he is given. He's realizing, okay, I can be more aggressive in this angle. I can take a little bit more of a risk in this angle. And if it works out, it usually works out for the round. But just watch out for that combination between King of Body and Asim, because those guys are really the tone setters on a map like Rewind.
Be the case. Well, it's taking a little bit for the players to jump on in, so we are going to take a bit of a break. Jay's losing his mind. I want to get into my guy, but hey, we got to wait for it, so we're going to take a little bit of a pause, come back, and we'll have Rewind search for it. What is up, people? Welcome back. Freedom Fried Chicken. I love that sign. I'm telling you. Now hiring for overnight and early morning shifts. Nothing needed for lunch. They're good. They're good to go there. Here we go, though. Let's jump on in and rewind, search, and destroy Luxury Exotics in the opening offense with nades to courtyard.
No trophies to work with, and Vegas Academy going right back to their aggressive through DVD play, but this time Asim is going to fall. Now King of Body is going to get isolated, and everyone drops from Vegas in towards DVDs. Now it's QK in a 1v4, and the aggression from Luxury Exotic instantly shuts down the go-to play for Vegas Academy. They got some adjustments to do early on into this map.
Thank you for saying those words, Jade, because I was just about to say that was the Vegas defense that we saw almost every single round. SMG's pushing through A, trying to get into that back laundry area, or at least feel it out, get back shelves control, and that was largely because they weren't being contested there. But now you get a team wipe, full-on perfect, flawless round for Luxury Exotics, countering out that play. Already an early question to see what Vegas' defense is going to do to adjust for that.
Yep, and now they have to see where they can throw at them on the offense. A lot of aggression over towards B Street. Rispy in the perfect position to contest them early on. He's just got to play this patient.
Well, trade is out. 3v3. Bomb site a slight bit compromised, but Neum is going to have a little bit of help from Trakes inside courtyard here. Problem is he's got an AR, and if there is a pop over the wall, he may find himself in a bit of trouble. But instead, he gets the info that there is threat towards backside dumpsters. A little bit wide on the peak, but the defense will hold, and that's the bigger news. It's actually forcing Vegas to try to rotate over to glass, and Trakes has reset, put himself in a good spot to get the other secondary first blood.
Big kill right there from Trakes. Hit the numbers vantage right back in favor of his team. They know that they had info on the QK on the right side, but Asim is able to make it a 2v2. The locating Glowfrosty in towards courtyard. 30 seconds to go. Both players from Luxury Exotic rotating through the middle of the street. And if you're Vegas, you just got to plant this bomb. You're running out of time.
Yeah, they actually, I love this. They're going to actually set up this post point to be a little bit deeper. Problem is, you're not watching courtyard. Now the bomb's been planted, or pardon me, not been planted, and Trakes, quick route back over towards the front side of the big rig. Able to catch an angle, make sure that bomb's not being planted, looks at a gunfight that he likes, and wins it outright to go up 2-0 early.
Yeah, Trakes is the guy who basically secures the round there for Luxury Exotic. Thought he was going to get caught when he was ego challenging from mid-court, but able to slippery slide his way out of dodge. Then also find a kill, make it a 2v2, and then his teammate starts it off, but he's the closer. As Luxury Exotic quickly go up 2-0 in the search and destroy. Vegas Academy, we talked about their adjustments on the defense. You got to show it quick. Got to show it,
you really
now.
do. Yeah, you really do. However, though, it's a very similar play, just a momentary pause to see if there's threat, and that will be enough for them to be completely destroyed again. Wow. Vegas look unready, unprepared, not shooting well. Somehow Roxas not going to be challenged by Rispy. I thought that was going to be some sort of a bait and switch setup for Trakes, but the bomb is down regardless, and this is still a 1v4.
Yeah, 35 seconds left to go. Roxas needs to find a couple kills in sync, but Rispy with the movement too strong. And that time they tried to make an adjustment. It's just everyone goes through mid-street instead of challenging in towards DVD, and they all get picked off by the ARs or at least weakened, and the SMGs are able to close it on out. First 3 kills go in favor of Luxury Exotic. You simply stand no chance on defense. Quickly up 3-0. Vegas need to come to life.
I don't know, Jay.
It's not looking good, Alan. Not looking good, my friend.
This is one of those matchups again where you're just like, oh, can you give us a pulse? And I think the other side of it, like, it's been a tough watch because it's always tough watches when you see blowouts like this, but Luxury Exotics continue to elevate their game. They're still looking really, really good. Like, you got free gens control, you pop out, you don't see anything. You know that there's likely going to be some sort of a street hit if you're Trakes, so you back up to make sure you can try to contest the front doors. Like, it's just great awareness here from Luxury Exotics.
Yeah, and Trakes is making their life a living hell by just being a nuisance. Breaks out through gens, breaks their side DVD doors, so the entire time they are on their toes. And finally, the play is evolving, and Luxury Exotic started off with the first 2. Roxas responds with 2 of his own, but now it's QK 1v2.
That was an absolutely perfect force contest of a bomb plant. You know for a fact that the only threat that could possibly beat you is someone towards street because you never sent anyone out that direction from the get-go. You know you've got Jen's control, so you just triple stack, play the backside, the close side here to QK on this shelving unit, and you know for a fact you've got a free angle at a counter fight or over the top of the bomb site, and you just hit it with more numbers than Vegas are prepared for. Absolutely beautiful. Now QK, a chance to maybe back out and reset. He knows he's got at least one player in front of him. Doesn't know where the second is. But now maybe he's seen it. Low Frosty has the crossfire help. And yeah, man, this is speed run.
Trakes is making some unbelievable plays. That entire time, like, he's just shouldering, realize that, okay, they're in the A site. Let me throw another shoulder. Okay, now they contested me from bomb. Most likely when they push him to that position, they're trying to work this bomb plan. He's giving those comms to his teams who are ready and waiting over towards courtyard, and as soon as a couple of shots go down, they initiate the fight and just bombard them with their numbers. Making phenomenal plays, just finessing with that SMG. Vegas Academy down 4-0, need this round badly to have some life here, but we saw them come back from 5-1. They might just want to put themselves in the hole before they start fighting.
This is a little different, though, Jay, and finally this setup over towards A will work out for the defense, but again, I say it's a little bit different. It's really not. This is the exact same look that we kind of had when they were playing yesterday, and eventually just kind of strung them together with a lot of success from the offensive side. This time, again, not sticking to their guns. You just kind of continuing to triple stack with these front counter and glass plays on the defensive A, and this time it works out nicely. I think the nades this time kind of help out a lot more, and more so you've got a team who pulls out an AR to assist while King of Body tries to play towards that top shelving platform.
Yeah, it backs him down from laundry. Those nades are able to connect, force them to not have the numbers in those chows, and then just gunfights go their way that round. So Vegas Academy able to stop the bleeding for a little bit, but Luxury Exotic, every single time that they think that they're allowing Vegas to take space, they're just instantly there to retake them. Now if you're Vegas, you just want to slow this one down, see the approach that they have, because Trix is their deciding factor of how much info or how aggressive they're going to be. Just try to catch them slipping.
Yeah. Well, Trix can actually play for the first time deep into Burger, but problem is, quick hit through the middle of the map again, just breaks things apart on the A site, and that will be the round again. Okay. So Neum 1v4, but no chance to break his way through gens. That's better for Vegas. I think that's just a good read from the get-go. Like, they get all the information they need to execute on that offensive round.
Yeah, sometimes it's all just simple as just slowing down the game, because you can just tell Luxury Exotic they're playing with the utmost confidence. They're taking a lot of risk. And if you keep giving them those early first bloods, then give them the numbers advantage with all the map control, that's when these rounds tend to get out of hand. So slowing down the game allows Vegas to chain a couple rounds together. Back to the defensive side they go, where they have just been phenomenal. When you talk about those mid-round adjustments on rewind, and they rally 3 and have Luxury on their toes.
Yeah. Different look defensively for the first time here for Vegas. Not even bothering to play inside of A. DM catch King's body on the corner at Barrel, and that stun from Roxas really doesn't do too much to make Luxury Exotic sweat, as they're going to have, I mean, wide open pastures here at B. They get a read that it seems playing inside a courtyard, and another follow-up, so Rispy can commit for the plant here, knowing there's going to be a full wrap to Trakes' direction.
Yeah, now it's on Trakes. It's in a crucial position to watch this pinch from their spawn. If you're QK, you gotta be able to know that someone is gonna be playing close, but doesn't check the spot. Trakes is able to fight. He's able to line up a 2 on the head glitch, not to find the 3, but Roxas 1v2.
It's the regen. Whoa. Whoa. Hello. Hi, how are you? Whoa. What's happening? Roxas catches Neum. Low Frost, he's just going to play the shoulders, though. You got to force this if you're Roxas. You have to force it. You have to try to get into the position. And he's going to be bamboozled. Not enough time. Good reposition from Glow Frosty to know that you can just create more space, more time, more pressure, and that works out for the round.
Yeah, time was just on my side. Glow Frosty said, okay, you're still praying me in towards courtyard with 14 seconds. Let me just back on up and have you chase me looking for a ghost, knowing that all I have to do is check it at 7. But just a blind counter there from Luxury Exotic to put the aggression over towards B Street while Vegas was taking through the middle of the map. Now they are at game point. I think King of Body accidentally lags out, so the game might come to an end, but I don't know if that's going to make a difference. Yeah.
don't know
Game's
either,
coming
yeah.
to an end now.
Okay. 5-2. Luxury Exotics is going to hang out, and we'll get the word here if there's going to be some sort of a reconnect, but 5-2 regardless. And Jay, it's just how it's playoffs. You know, this is a map that we saw Vegas look really sharp on yesterday in the 5 rounds in a row that they were able to win. I think the thing about it, and we mentioned this, you know, a little pat in the back for ourselves here, is that it was done by not doing anything different. They just weren't getting countered. So now all of a sudden you've got a team that's beating them in their default kind of normal setups defensively. They're not allowing them to get these quick plants down at A. And that puts a huge puzzle, it looks like, into the minds of Vegas, looking and stretching and trying to hope and pray they can find some sort of an opening elsewhere.
It's just situational plays, man. Like yesterday, they found themselves, like you said, consistently having a lot of success with the aggression in towards that A site, but it's just different now because of the way that Trace is playing it. He's consistently taking away gens. Every time you're not sending him one over towards B Street, he's breaking down the doors, forcing you to just turn around for a split second, not even if he's pushing it or not. It's just like he's drawing your attention. And the more that he's doing that, he's setting up to his team. He's letting them know, okay, they put focus on me here. All right, now they're challenging me from here. They got a little bit closer. Now it's our time to strike. He's their guy that's coordinating it. You usually don't see that from SMG players, but this is the trait that allows you to work towards the pros, because it's so hard to be the SMG, the first guy in, to be leading in the comms as well. And it's seeming like off the gameplay, like he's doing a great job at it.
So far, so good. I mean, it's just one of those things that this Luxury Exotics team, again, not the hardest strength in terms of opponent, just off of what we saw yesterday. Obviously, we're kind of getting the same thing today. We've had a couple of individuals for Vegas Academy that are just not putting up a fight. But beyond that point, I still have to give a lot of credit to the game plan and their ability to move together and take away space and keep that space. It's everything that you want to see. Like, legitimately, it is everything that you want to see from a squad that is playing at a high level. So it really makes me curious of what happened in their winners round one match, right? Like 3-0. You know, I don't know what the results were. I don't know what the maps were. I don't know what the scores were. But still, 3-0 is 3-0. So hard to say, but for now, it is Luxury Exotics up big. We're going to step away while we get the lobby reset. We'll be back with that final, maybe final round of Rewind Search after this. We are back, and again, taking on this Rewind Search and Destroy, continuing from the 5-2 map count, or round count, rather, in favor of the Luxury Exotics. Vegas Academy going to be on the offense, and once again, quick play over towards A. Rispy chasing it down, but he's the only one standing, and Asim will finish him off from behind.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, Alan, but Vegas Academy, when they're just getting blown out the water, then they start to actually play some Call of Duty. We're down 5-2. Obviously, yesterday we saw them come back from down 5-1 on this map specifically, but just matching the aggression there from Luxury Exotic through the middle of the map. They just walk away with the fights there. So Vegas Academy tallying round after round. Down 5-3 now. Just need a couple more.
Yeah, starting to figure it out, starting to get it together. I think most importantly, the A offensive hits that you want, find success there. So you've got at least that to consider for your playbook. Rispy immediately into Jens. No nades in the defense over towards Street. It's just UK who's here, and he absolutely destroys Glowfrost. He also gets a read that Trakes is nearby, so Roxas rotates over. Really good information game. Trakes in trouble at this connector. He will drop, and Neum is not in the play right now.
All right, Neum now left in a 1v4. Vegas starting to show some fight. No one give him anything. Just get the info, and then everybody chow at once. The scene with the slide, information gain, all the arrows turned on your mini-map, and the multi-team chow comes on in. So Vegas Academy completely changing the tone. Their defensive looks previously were all through that mid-street. They said, nah, we got to contest through B-side, bro. We got to go 18-wheeler. And it all starts with QK absolutely ripping Glowfrosty off the head glitch for the first blood. And then a domino effect after that, 5-4 now.
Whoa. Little turn up. What do you call if you're Vegas here? Do you go back to that same A offense?
Yep.
I think Hikari, right? Looks like it. Yep. Exact same route, exact same hit. No nades there initially, but instead it's King Abadi who drops first in, well, it's just ARs this time that are locking down this lane saying, we don't want to fight you inside the site. We'll wait to see if you come through, and they find the first eliminations, make it 3. And QK's by himself, and that was, well, a little anticlimactic.
Just a simple adjustment there, Alan. A simple adjustment said, all right, these guys, you know, take a break and come back, shoot a little different. They have just been matching our SMG pressure, so let's just all whip out ARs and wait for them to run into us. Neum through that mid-street found so much success throughout that entire S&D. Finding those first runs with the ARs across the map, and then when he opens up with the first kill, this time Trax has an AR as well over towards DVDs. They find the second. Instant numbers advantage. Perfect adjustment there from Luxury Exotic now to go up 2-0 in the series.
It's the same thing that Luxury Exotics did to counter it the second time they saw it. You know, the first round that Vegas tried to flood through, the SMGs of Luxury Exotics were playing aggressive on defense, and they just beat them. But the second round that Vegas tried to play that aggressive A offense, it's ARs that are watching those same corners, those same hallways, those same doorways. And it's just, again, the playbook's a little bit too thin, it feels like, for Vegas on the offensive side. So good adjustments, good punish from Luxury Exotics. Now find themselves 2-0 up in this series rather quickly on top of that as well, which I think, again, just kind of plays a little bit of a mental advantage for you going into a vault control where, as we kind of talked about, yes, the vault hardpoint at one point started to get a little bit tight, but largely speaking, Luxury Exotics were comfortable. Everyone finished positive, so you know they're feeling good about going back to the vault again.
Oh, yeah, especially with the way that the ARs are shooting, man. Like, Neum, new role for him this league stage compared to the other. He told me, yo, Unc, I'm telling you, me with the AR in hand, I'm a different kind of breed. And so far, he's been answering the call in this series. Had a 40 bomb in map number 1, and multiple first bloods in the search and destroy in map number 2. And just to think about the way that Roxas and QK was shooting in that map number 1. This one's only going to get tougher, man. Vault, it's all about your breakoffs. You need to make sure that they're great, but your ARs need to bail you out of certain situations by just simply taking space. Like, if you're Vegas, you got to understand, like, just camping in towards top bar, allowing your teammates to run past you is not the best play. You need to allow them to fill that gap behind you, because all that timing that you're wasting will allow them to come off the respawn, run past you. You could have already been in towards ammo. So just be moving if you're Vegas.
See if they can find a way to make this happen. But at the moment, feels like Luxury Exotics are in firm control of this head-to-head matchup. So, see if they can find a way I don't know, just put this away. That's really what I'm thinking here. If you're Luxury Exotics, just don't allow Vegas to get back into series, because I will say the one thing that we have seen from this Vegas team is that they don't go away, and they don't go away easy. We saw it in the group stage, saw it, of course, yesterday in their final round of group play, down 5-1. Really messy control that they still were able to find edges in round 5. They just don't go away. You know, as soon as you start to think that they're down and out, that's when they make a comeback happen. So if you're Luxury Exotics, just keep doing what you're doing. Just put them to bed early, get them out of here, and get moving on, thinking about next week, because trying to make a long lower bracket run, the last thing you need is second guessing and doubting yourself after a lower round 1 matchup.
Yeah, you needed to take care of Vegas Academy with ease, and just based off of what we saw from Vegas Academy yesterday, they're doing a lot of kill whoring here in Control. So hopefully they can figure out how to stack some points to earn some seconds. They're going to be the team to start off on defense. Rispy not going to be contested over towards Top Cat, and I love this from Vegas. They stacked through the middle of the map, but one player playing over towards Art. Thankfully, you're winning the chase right through the middle of the map, but Rispy makes it a 2v2. Still here to contest.
Oh, and he's got a look that King of Body's playing inside on A. He's going to try to get the
Where are you
isolation.
going?
Wow, and they find the kill at B. Uh-oh. This is not what you want if you're Vegas early. And if Neum finds more through B Street, which he does, it just makes life so easy for the offensive members that are already on to A. QK has already shown himself up top. He can't shell this. Nades are too late. And that's 2 minutes on the clock with a 2 life advantage here for Luxury Exotics. Oh, God.
I just don't understand that play call right there from Vegas. It all starts with King of Body, knowing that there was a one-on-one through the middle of the map. Just allows Rispy to shoot him in the back for free. And then off the respawn, there's 3 players capturing A and 1 contesting at B. And we decide to pay all players to contest the guy at B. So you allow time to get extended. Luxury Exotic already have a lot of map control, but the big kill on the Drakes at least allows Vegas right now to stabilize. ARs need to iron up and find kills, and the King of Body whips out an extra one to find the first.
Yeah, like this angle from Asim, just making sure that there's no quick cross in towards mid doors. They will be a little bit lost if there's a long overextension, even more so that Trakes actually just opens things up from the front with 2 and then also pushes Roxas down, and Glowfrosty follows. All 4 dead. Rispy playing top. Arden just not losing gunfights. Oh, first hit gone. Second stacked up, looking like it's inevitable. Pinch play maybe on the way for King of Body if he can get in through vault door. Tags are out. Still a member on. Neum shut down, and their defense will hold a little while longer.
Yeah, just one more segment needed now if you are Luxury. Just take your time. Find a couple kills on your way in. Gain early info if you are Glowfrosty trying to work this overextension. Asim gonna allow him to have a freebie for the headshot. Already 2 go down. They got info onto the 3rd player at Palms. QK tries to finesse, but he falls. And now you just get on the point. Everyone's dying.
They can't win a gunfight, bro. I mean, these are... What we're seeing from Luxury Exotics POV for the large part are reactionary fights that they're still winning. Like, they're late to the fight, turning, burning, finding snaps when they're already half HP and still winning gunfights. So, just feels like much of the same from the hard point at the moment here on Vault, as this first round of Control was very quick, very easy for the offense of Luxury Exotics.
Yeah, it might not be today's day for Vegas Academy. Like, you know, sometimes we always say COD can be so day-to-day. Their first series, they got 3-0. Don't know what the scores looked like, but they were done pretty quickly, and they might walk away with not a single map today in the Elite if they just don't start to show some fight, man. Really sloppy on their gameplay. They need to get more in sync. They need to prioritize the better situations. Like, there's no reason why we should be giving up that 8 point for free and allowing them to have 2 minutes to work with, up by 6 or 7 lives.
Yeah, exactly.
And we're just not even going to contest the exit. So better decision making out of QK and the boys, and unfortunately a teammate hits a seam right in the chest.
And another fight where King of Body has the first shots in, Neum still wins it. It's just, it's happened too often. And I think the thing about it is, like, that plays on your mental. Like, bro, I can't win a gunfight. I can't win one. Like, legitimately. And that taxes you. That starts to stack and just put you into a mental blender. King of Body does find 2 to get himself and the team over to A. But another fight that Trakes really has no business winning. He still finds the dub on Neum off the pinch. Oh my goodness, that will pull a little bit of attention his way.
Oh my God.
And I'm telling you, he's on sprint, getting shot at and still winning gunfights, dude.
Yeah, we're just getting slammed. Like, it's not else you could do if you're Vegas. Like, you're thinking, okay, this is a freebie. He's going to walk right into my pre-aim. I should be able to get a double, but then pulling up the gun late still doesn't lead to you finding success in the gunfight. 2 kills already in favor of Luxury Exotic. King and the Body have their hands full here to try to make up for it, but at least with that team nade, that's 3 dead. Second segment should be guaranteed. Actually, the time should be extended.
Yeah, this should be an extra 60, especially with Rispy dropping. There may be one chance for Neum to pop up and find something through hole. He gets the first. Drake's right there with him, and they do find the exit kills. So it was about to be a moment where you got a minute 30 and an even life count, but instead the exit kills are clean and Luxury Exotics are putting some pressure on you in spawn.
Dude, they are feeling themselves. Like, we're challenging across the map with the Jacko in hand. Knowing that Neum is working on this pinch, he's only going to make their life more difficult approaching from the front side. 2 kills go down. 3 kills go down in favor of Luxury Exotic. Last player fought to split up is going to be a scene, but he's making a great heads-up play right now. He's already in towards Art, but gives up his life for free, and all that for nothing.
Wow, dude. This is an absolute slammage. Neum 14-6. Forcing the spawns for Vegas to be over towards P2. Rispy does get caught on the mantle, and Trax will drop over towards the zone, so that's going to force the hand of Neum. He's going to have to come back to this play, especially with Glow Frosty dropping. He's going to go up top, has an AR to work with here. That's a freebie onto QK. Shut down from Roxas, but again, it's a 10v5, and the defense will be able to reposition here to get themselves set up to deal with this.
Yeah, final push here for Vegas Academy. It all starts with the opening gunfight. Asim is able to find the first. Try to finesse from Rispy, or at least find this kill, but he's able to get out of dodge. So 25 seconds. You have some pressure through the front street. You got a player already hopping on the point from Vault. Luxury Exotic, you better get some kills here.
Yep, got the first. The seam trying to dance. Dealt with. UK, last one left. Too much to deal with. 2-0. And it's just not close. I mean, 17-7 from Neum. It's just, this hasn't been close.
This is what's so difficult with this Luxury Exotic team is that their ARs everybody can whip out an AR and find their kills. But Neum has the ability to go between AR and SMG to switch up the pacing when need be. And he's just finding as much success as he was with that AR, the same way he is with that Jackal. Quickly, up 2-0 in the series, up 2-0 on the control. Luxury just trying to get out of here. Probably have some dinner reservations somewhere at the end of this matchup. Vegas Academy, you need something. Somebody give a spark. It's probably going to be off this break off here if they're going to stand a chance.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. It's a lot. You need a lot right now. If you're looking at this for Vegas, like the laundry list is long. Drake's shut down early. That'll help. Defense already off to a good start. Rispy stunned. Can't get back in a seam. Is going to take the first 3 kills himself.
Good play. Good opening break off right there from Vegas to shut down that initial push. It's already 25 seconds gone. Now Luxury hasn't really shown anything yet. Neum tries to sneak his way up through B Street, so you're able to find that free B. Time is continuously ticking down, and you should know that they have to work in this overextension. No one has rotated over towards Cat, but they have it covered from the drop down.
This next wave is everything here for Vegas to keep this advantage. Neum's working on a pinch. Timing is going to be everything here. He finds the first. Rispy working with him.
Slam.
I mean, we're taking these challenges. Like,
oh my God.
Unbelievable. And now he's got a chance to actually beat a rotation timing to B, but not quite able to. Allows Neum to find one to keep this 3v3, but another minute on the clock means we've got a minute 40 with a tie life count here for Luxury Exotics to work with. And fortunately, King of Body gets one before dropping, but 3 dead, and Roxas up top at Art really can only do so much.
Oh, but he found a double, so he's going to allow his teammates to off the respawn, still contest over towards this B point, but your main priority is taking care of Trex, who's pushed up towards side Art, just dancing with death, finessing around the van, knows that the pressure's going to be on him, and King of Body with the AR is able to find that kill. But on one end, you take care of the aggressive SMG. On the other, here comes the other one on the pinch. Glow Frosty able to line up the last 2. Still working on this second segment. Vegas got to clutch up, hit some nades.
Yeah, hit some nades, get some crossing kills, find some way to set themselves up. Glow Frosty very wisely backs off the B point, even though second tick was close to being done. Life advantage for Vegas defensively. Defense in place, but again, you could see the arrows in the minimap. Lots of focus towards stopping the OE. So a lot of pressure towards King of Body and a seam to get a read on this at the moment. And King of Body will start them off on the right foot.
Big double right there to King of Body. You shut down that play. from Luxury Exotic, and now you take guaranteed space away. But those close spawns come in towards Ammo. Thankfully, it does not matter. Vegas Academy were prepared for it. Find another 3 dead in the feed. Now you take control of Ammo, and you're up by 7 lives. This should be a locked-up defense.
Should be. 6v14. Still plenty of time for Luxury Exotics to try to make something happen, but they're going to have to be efficient. Especially with pressure towards Pool from King of Body and a seam floating around towards Gold, but seam will drop. Timing here is going to be everything. King of Body able to find one. And Luxury Exotics, knowing that they've only got one more respawn remaining, are really trying to clinically make their way to B.
Yeah, it's the last push.
Wow.
Start off with an opening nade onto QK. Trophy systems are not down. You know that there's going to be pressure in towards Vault, so they find that second kill. It falls onto the last 2 guys. Roxas lives in towards top art, and all of his teammates are falling around him. Second segment locked, and they can do it.
Stop it. Roxas able to find another. That's good news. Low Frosty pops up. Oh, can't win the fight versus QK. Drake's on the cross, though. Clean for the first. Trying to dance with the second. Whoa! How does he get that kill? Doesn't matter. His teammate from the front side of B had dropped. If he wins one, maybe a chance to still confirm that last kill and just hang on the zone for the 3rd tick, but not enough lives remaining, and Vegas will get to a 4th round.
Hey, big shout out to Roxas, man. He barely moves his feet on the map in control, but if he's finding his kills, gave them so many opportunities to still contest over at B, even when 3 go down, because he was their safety net on the round. And I don't know what it is, Alan. Vegas Academy always got to put themselves in a hole on the map before they actually start fighting. Down 2-0 in the series. Down drastically in the hard point, you start to fight back. Down drastically in the S&E, you start to fight back. And currently in the control, you're starting to show some life here after securing that round. But none of it is going to matter unless you figure out something on offense.
Yeah, some life is putting it, I think, politely. It is the definition of some life. Still have to get something done offensively, and we have seen this before. This break off towards B looking like it's finding some success, especially with King of Body getting some presence over towards Art. Asim also wins off the pinch, and that should be enough to get at least one, maybe even a second tick here, with simultaneous progress happening at A.
Yeah, I love this because you're spawning them over towards B4. So you know that they want to try to save over towards B. So the player at A just keep on earning segments because King of Body on 5 in a row has turned it around. Super aggressive in towards Art, has the power position. Don't know if Luxury off the respawn are going to be able to contest this. But a perfect response here from Vegas. You're up by 7 lives. You're still finding spawn kill after spawn kill. QK, can you find this one? No, and a team kill is not going to help the situation. But a one-on-one still allows King of Body to maintain the map control.
Close spawns, though, for Luxury Exotics. We'll get them into position to try to defend onto A. First tick has not been depleted yet. Looking for map control at the moment are Luxury Exotics. And it's working out. Glow Frosty, pinch with the sub in hand. Finds one. Tries to step up for another. Rocks this last one. Left pick Neo. Great shots. And now, look at the setup. Luxury Exotics are watching every choke point.
All right, I see you, nephew. Keep on finessing with this SMG. He's happy as hell that he was able to pick one up. Or at least dictate to how this pacing was going to change. Because Vegas, we're up by 8 lives. All of a sudden, now you're up by 2. A minute 30 still to work with. A lot of mid-map presence so far, but Neum consistently is just finding opening after opening. He opens up with an opening kill. You're always going to have the numbers advantage. It's just not fun when these SMGs are just roaming all over the map.
28 and 20, a lot of it coming recently for Neum. 27 for Rispy, and Trakes will shut down the play from the front door. Everything's still being watched. Now we're about at 60 seconds. Vegas cracking the code from the front doors, but Rispy up top reduces the play down to a single member. You've got Neum on the pinch. Freebie there, and now you're once again pushing spawns to P2, and Neum's in a perfect spot to just hit behind this.
Yeah, wow. Now it's on Rispy. Rispy to try to hold them in from the front side, but he's getting back down, and then they eventually pick up their pinch. So they find the opening. Vegas trying to work this overextension. Glow Frosty going to put down some premature shots and get double teamed, but thankfully Rispy clutches up, finds a double from Top Cat. The pinch is good enough. 30 seconds remaining, 5 lives for Vegas Academy. Last push, last hurrah.
Yeah, these trades are just too convincing for Luxury Exotics. Trakes wants it, shut down. Little Frosty right behind him, though. And again, there's just not a route available for these last couple of members to get together and try to play off the A zone. 2 kills there. 5v2 situation. Roxas has to be efficient, but they're not even stepping on to try to stop the zone, or stop the clock, rather. Roxas with the pistol. Going to be overwhelmed, likely, and that will be the case. 3-0 in the series for Luxury Exotics, eliminating the Vegas Academy roster with a top 8 finish here in Season 3.
Yeah, fantastically played from Luxury Exotic, and every single one of the maps, man. They just had too much firepower. Vegas could not match that tone. And then when you start so slow in some of these maps and then eventually start to show some fight, you just can't afford that. Like, you can't put yourself in a big hole and expect every single time now we're going to start playing some really good Call of Duty, some teamwork-oriented Call of Duty, because they all were just losing individual gunfights, just getting gunned out of their gaming chairs. And unfortunately for them, today just wasn't their day. You lose both for your series, you get 3-0 in both for your series, and next time we see Vegas Academy will be at Fort Lauderdale, Boca Raton.
Yes, we will. See how they fare there. Wow. I mean, it's just another one of those series you look at and you go, damn, like, what are we talking about? Like, just some beatdowns, absolute slammage. And for Falcons Academy, you got to keep in mind, this is the same roster that did play at Dallas. It's been the same roster now for a couple of cups as well. But it's still also the same roster that also did not make it into Stage 2. So they're finding their footing, but it's one of those situations that, like, again, your opportunities are low. Like, you're not going to have another elite season to get figured out. It's going to be just cup weekends. And again, if you come out and have one bad day, you might be out of a cup really early. And to be fair, they didn't really do all that well at Dallas. Top 12, but it's not bad, but I mean, it's also not good enough to think that you're going to have a chance at like an EWC position, for instance, right? Like, I don't know. It's just, you can't have moments like this versus a team that also finds themselves like in top 12 territory, like at best. Like, you have to be more competitive than this in a series that is against an opponent like Luxury Exotics, comparatively to like a Team War or an Amit or Magpie on the other side, a Team Notorious from Europe from the other side. Like, it's just, you have to be more competitive than this, flat out.
Yeah, it's just very tough, though, because obviously Vegas, this is like their first year as an organization jumping over towards the States, getting a couple players in challenges playing from the States, even their professionals playing from the States, and there's still a lot of things that they need to learn about the game. This is only year one. They continue to show a lot of improvements. I think it was a little bit of a decline series for Roxas and King of Body there, but their hands are just full, man. Things that they probably weren't used to seeing were getting thrown at them. The aggressive plays were definitely catching them off guard, and then even in adjustments to slow down the game and whip out 4 ARs, they didn't know how to adjust to that. So losing is learning. They continue to lose, so hopefully you're able to store this in your mind. Like, we have to make those adjustments, but I don't know. It's been a tough season for everyone a part of that Vegas squad.
Very much so the case. Let's take a look back at our bracket to give us an update. The Ball GG's up 2-0 against Stallion. So two of our teams that are falling from the winner's bracket continuing to not find success in map count, as Cabal GGs are going to be live in progress in the Control, and things are looking good here for Vault Control round 1 offense. 5 life edge. Major Maniac trying to get some defensive pressure done, but he gets smoked by Rupert, and Cabal GGs on the other front have 2 members trapped at Art.
Yeah, now you're banking on Abe to hopefully find an AR on his approach on this pinch. He only has an SMG, able to line up the shots for the good one on the first blood. But just being a nuisance, staying alive on this map is allowing his team opportunity after opportunity to still contest it. But down by 6 live, you have our control. No one watches the cross, so this play is all going to fall into the hands of what Cootie can get done.
Oh, and KB is going to force all the attention his direction, which means that Cootie can come up, hit a bit of a pinch, and that puts tons of pressure onto Major Maniac, who will fall. Second tick's going to come through here. Third likely to follow unless Abe can find an angle off this route, but no, KB shuts him down. Cootie still watching the cross, and whether it happens through progress on the zone or kills in the feed, Cabal GGs are going to win this opening offense, and they'll do it by capture.
Oh, man, this is just too much to handle, man. It's Vegas Academy on one end and the Stallions on the other. They are just getting rinsed today. Have yet to win a map. Wish we would have saw what it was like spawning into that round earlier, but you could just tell that the ARs weren't really finding a lot of success. And when your ARs aren't finding success, your SMGs don't have space to take away. Too much slaying there in round number 1 for Cabal. Up 2-0 in the series, currently up 1-0 in the Control. Been a lot of slamages. There's only been one series to go game 4 today, and that was Teamwork versus Cabal.
Correct. I don't know, man. It's just one of those days, it feels like, right?
Just getting cooked. Steph Curry.
Yeesh. All right, see if there can be an answer here for Stallions on the offense. But a 3-10 start for Lurks is very atypical for him. Make it 3-11. Abe for 1, keeping the play still alive here on the A zone, but here comes the help. Cootie able to jump up. A little bit of support off that crossing angle, plus Rooper on the pinch. Forces Illy's hands, and okay, he's able to find one before Seawads comes in and saves the first tick at it.
Yeah, I just don't know how Rupert's able to find that double. Like, the fact that he's able to find a double, you put your team instantly in the numbers advantage, and he's still alive. He's still on 4 in a row, contesting around that mid-map area. KB now here to assist him, and just all you got to do is finesse. Play your life. Seawads is now here to assist. 2 kills already in favor of Cabal GG. Make it 3, all 4 are dead. Spawns are being influenced over towards Pool, and the Stallions still don't have a segment. We watched them early, and they couldn't earn a segment. They still don't got one.
I don't understand what's happening today. I really don't.
Get cooked. Get fried.
Freedom fried chicken. Oh, Team Nade coming through. Maybe provides something here for the Stallions to get a setup towards A, but you've already got a pinch developing for Cootie again. Another freebie from behind. Couple of kills though for Lurks. That will get a member deep into Art. Defense will have to deal with that, but it's only 22 seconds, and you got to get on his own.
I know, but as soon as you spawn up, you know that he's in Art. But Abe miraculously is still able to find a kill onto Rupert, so Stallions now are banking on this play over towards B. They know that pitches are going to be on the horizon, so everyone trying to choose the right direction to look. And KB's just looking for the right time to strike. Teammate gets the opening kill. Now it's time to go. Seawads on the pinch, finds another one, but better trades out of Stallions still keep this push alive.
Yes, it does. Rupert just trying to find an angle. He's been able to avoid Abe for now. Maybe get an angle at the player on the zone itself. Difficult gunfight, though, through the van, and Abe will eventually get the kill. Stack should be good for the extra 60 seconds, and Stallions do have a life lead here.
That's fantastic good play right there from Abe to just make his life so valuable in towards Art by finding that opening kill and then having your cross covered. All tied up in lives. You have a lot of mid-map pressure. Illy wins another big one-on-one there. Everyone else from Cabal trying to contest from top. Cat, but if Lurks could have found that double, that could have put the bow on the round. But Cootie finding that trade. KB eventually strikes 2-2 split. 10-10 in lives remaining. 50 seconds left to go.
5 in a row for Abe. Almost gets the snap for 6. Not going to happen. 9v6 situation. Major Maniac in trouble from behind, and KB will finish him off with the pistol, and that might be the round right there. Wow. It's just another one of those examples. You look at Cabal GGs, and they do the exact same thing that Luxury Exotics just did. Like a little bit of messiness over towards B, but they get pool control, they get top hallway control, and then you never lose it. And it just allows you to hit these extensions through the previously captured B zone, and no one can comfortably get into A. 2-0 up for Cabal.
Yeah, we've seen 2 squads now just have this strategy of the 3 SMG approach. Like, we've seen it so far from Seawads, KB, and Cootie. They're all just catching their timings on this pinches and just catching all of the Stallions off guard. We're also getting gunned out of our sock in certain situations, so that doesn't help. But Cabal GG, after a tough series versus Team War, they're thinking we should be in winners. We should not be down here versus these bums. And right now, they're making easy work of the Stallions.
Well, too easy work out of the Stallions, honestly. Same situation we kind of saw from the from the first winners round. Just cannot get it going today for Stallions. Trophy system down as the first 2 kills also follow up for Cabal, and that's the round. I hate to say it, but that just might be it right there, Jay.
Yeah, KB has to choose what kind of side of the map he wants to try to spawn kill from, but all the pressure from the Stallions off the respawn is through Art. They find the opening kill. It's still a double stack here, so you have an opportunity to find a break. It's all about just finding that opening kill, but Cootie strikes first. Seawatt finessing around Lion. Give me kill number 2. Make it a 2v2. Now a 2v1. You're going to go for the Eagle Chop, your Major Maniac, but this is a crucial play. Can Rupert finesse?
Okay. Could be something here for the defense to push up with. They're able to get the life deficit back to even. But Seawads at 20 and 12 has gotten through the B zone, keep the defense a bit more puzzled on where this hit is developed at, and especially with them forcing the play outside of A. Cootie, though, by himself, needs to win the first and then stay alive, and just able to get behind a pillar. Nade will force them to the other side. That's where Major Maniac will find the win. But Rooper up top. Yeah, really good angle from this position. Will continue to allow Cabal to flood in, get their trades, and get out of the zone for the extra 60.
Clean for that, and now C-Watt is already pushed out towards Art. You're going to be unaware of his position. Finds the opening kill. Finesse, finesse, finesse. Give me kill number 2. Both of your SMGs are taken care of, and both of your ARs are most likely holding a pre-aim. Just don't give them a couple freebies. Across the map, Major Maniac and Illy are able to line up too, so a lifeline again for the Stallions.
Could be, but
Hello?
Lots of damage in, finds the first kill. They're trying to isolate onto him, but he gets out. Maybe he gets a little bit of help here from Cootie, but Cootie's off the reload and will be destroyed by a car bomb. Rupert, a couple of shots, so this will alert the Stallions' defense that he'd be worried about this extension. And the life count gets down to just 1, so opportunity for Stallions to still hold here.
Yeah, but just pulling the attention is Rupert. Unfortunately, he is going to get isolated, so Stallions able to stabilize in the moment. 9v10. Make your life so much more difficult to die. Play your corners, clutch up in your gunfights, just make it more difficult for the ball on their approach. The timing I thought was going to be good enough there for Cootie, but the trade there for C-Watt still makes it a 3v3. Now you're just fighting for min-map.
Seconds in the clock. Time here for Cabals to play with. Feels very familiar to what we just saw in the round 3 of our other losers round game, where they're just trying to find efficiency on this break attempt. Little double chow through vault stairs. Abe is in trouble. Backs himself into a corner. Finds one. Tries to pre-fire for another. Trade is there, though. So now ground has been taken for Cabal. They're going to get the respawn for KV up and even pause the clock a little bit here with Cootie on the zone.
And with 5 lives remaining, you don't really have time for mistakes. Illy slides out of the map to find that kill onto Cootie. Now, no more respawns remaining. Last push. You have a couple players roaming in towards Vault, and they find a big opening kill. So now it's on Lily. Just stay alive. Make sure your trophy is down.
Well, the problem is you've got a pinch on the way here for Cootie. Clock is at a pause with the member just holding on the corner. Illy's dealt with. Abe's trying to find the player. He's got support. 4v4. Second tick looks good. Numbers advantage for Cabal. GG's. Major Maniac gets outside of Art, but the crossfire setup's too strong. No one else can touch it. Cabal. GG's will 3-0 the series and 3-0 the map.
Yeah, they're terrible. It's as simple as that. Like, it doesn't get any worse. Like, are you kidding me? There's no way we just broke down when they had no more respawns. We know that they have players in towards Vault. We know that their last push has to be a guy trying to make a play on the overextension. But for some reason, we're losing the gunfights, man. Why are we playing so damn slow in our spawn? That's 2 teams that we've seen do it. Vegas Academy in the previous series. Stallions right there in that round. Like, you're getting kills. You got to be able to take spaces. All it needs is one opportunity there for Cabal GG's, because they have all the map control. They get 1 kill or 2 kills. You start to panic a little bit, and then you don't even give yourself a fighting chance. The Stallions, alongside Vegas Academy, don't win a map on the first day here in playoffs, and unfortunately for them, we're wearing black for a reason. Time to go home.
Funeral time. But funeral's over. Time to get the procession flowers out, as we have 2 teams in our winners round 2 matchup that are ready to go and ready to try to claim a spot in the winners finals next week. Royal Spartans and Omit No Brooklyn. Should be a good one here, we hope, just to get something to speak of today, Jay.
Please, man.
And I think the thing here is, you know, for Omit, 5-0 in the group stage. Royal Spartans, I would say, starting to catch a little bit more stride throughout this group stage than maybe what they had prior, but this is still a tough opponent on the other side here.
Yeah, it definitely is, but if you are the Spartans, when we watch them, it's usually about the early map 1 success. You need to come out swinging versus Omen squad, who is yet to be battle tested. They didn't lose a match in the playoff brackets. I mean, not in the playoff brackets, in the regular season matches. They go flawless 5-0. They have phenomenal players who have been in and out the league, and the more that you continue to play, the more that we see Spart just lining up a couple freebies. A clean 4 dead. Omen still soaking up P1.
Great start. Spart up top, just gonna hang out, watch that left cross. Brack watching the right cross. Standy playing for himself, and Linz is playing for rotation. I mean, it's just like everyone's doing the job the way it's meant to be done. Problem is, none of the individual gunfights are coming through, and that puts a lot of pressure here onto this existential time at 1. Still 45 seconds though. Unreal stuff. Spart gonna get a bit of a route here at Sidewalk. And Linz, once again, off of his second life, is already in position to chow P2. This has been perfect.
Yeah, this doesn't get any better than this. Spartan's yet to fall. He's still maintaining that mid-map presence, and he's already roaming towards top 3. So he knows where the spawns are coming in. He's just shooting so well that he's running out of ammo out of his main gun. Finally, a break comes in for the Spartans. And now some of those spawns start to get a little mixy here for Omit. You know that they're going to contest for the spawns, but your teammates are winning gunfights all around the map. Now you have the numbers. Let's go for the break again.
Yes, indeed.
Jesus Christ.
Standy up top. Brother.
Oh, my God.
Yep. A little bit of time for the Spartans on that little mid-map or mid-hardpoint break, but that's about it. I mean, we have a 2-10 combined start for Wiz and Cruz, so once again, it's just one squad dominating the other early here.
You're just continuously playing from the back foot. Now you're trying to cut your losses and think about that rotation. Thankfully, Cruz is able to find that trade onto Brack. New Hill pops. Both players for a moment will spawn all the way across the map. But the Hill's still not safe. You know that Omit's still looking for 2 players to contest. Still roaming at top 3 is going to be Linz, and he just needs to finesse, but he falls, and this is an opportunity where Roy Spartans can fight back in this game.
All right. Well, shots from Spart, shutting down the player on the back from Cruz, so spawns will get locked. Pinch on the way. Dak up top, good for 3. Has a sub to play with as well. That could be a useful tool here as they try to challenge this locker's position. And yeah, he opens the door, but Linz shuts it down as he's got both weapons to play with. Little dance with Cruz, and it's Linz for 3. Stun checking and making some space in the front door, and he says, my teammates are up. They got this. I'm going to go see what's happening down here at P4.
Yeah, but he does it individually. You probably want to wait for your teammates to apply pressure from Big Door before going for the isolation chow. Or you know you're simply going to get outnumbered. So the Spartans winning the rotation over towards B4. But Standy's actually in here contesting. Thankfully, you're able to take care of him quickly. And you find every single kill after that. So the first attempt gets shut down, and the Spartans down by 40. Need this hold.
Have to have it. Linz looking for something from the front door. Spart just going to give him a read first. Standy for the first blood. Wiz keeps the hard point comfortable, for now at least. Nade's bouncing into the point. Standy for 1, Brack another. That's a little bit too easy. Mamba surprise from behind. That's 3 straight kills. No trades anywhere until maybe Dak can save things, but no, just too many to deal with. Lynn stopping the rotation, and even though it gets within 30 points, Mid Brooklyn are looking good for the back 20 at the moment.
Yeah, they're going to walk away up by 50 at the end of this P4 unless Rory Spartans give it one last push, but the player who is attempting to push it in, Mamba over towards top plat, just backs down. And he's thinking about that rotation to new. Sparty now roaming with the SMG, caught with the reload. Unfortunately, drops at 5 in a row. But a 50-point lead. Utter dominance in the rotations as well. You'll take that if you're Omen.
Yeah, you absolutely will. Well, Brack clearing up space up top. Gonna get a sidewalk look to help out as his teammates challenging the time. And now we go back to the business. If you're a mid, trying to get that same setup. Lynn's trying to work on something over through mid, top windows. Bounces out. Good response, though, from Dak. And this is a lifeline here for the Royal Spartans, getting within 40, maybe even more so with these extra eliminations around the outside of this.
Yeah, they couldn't find any time last go around at P1. It's 45 seconds uncontested from Omid, so already off to a better start here. Getting closer and closer to being in this game. Down by 20. Dak starting to get activated on the pinch, now on 5 in a row. Just keep on soaking up the time. You've been able to make these spawns a little bit mixy, but now with all this map control, you need this final 10. You're right back in it.
Well, rotation to 2 is not looking great. Wiz finding 1 is a decent start to allow space for the Spartans to get a setup on their break attempt, but they don't know where Linz is, and he's put himself into a corner that will make sure the front stays safe. Problem is, no gunfight wins come through on the hard point itself. Now Linz has to make a play, and he's only good for 1. Spawn's still close, though. Standy quick to get into the hill, but the stun pops, and that doesn't allow him to lock down the shots, and from the front, the Spartans will hold.
And Spartans starting to lock on in. Guns getting a little bit more hot. Attacks are even connecting mid-air to make your gunfights a little bit easier, and Dak is simply running out of ammo. Have Omit trapped in towards the backside of tower. You keep on finding the opening kills, and you know where the pressure is going to come on in. Potentially a lead change here. Mamba just has to choose the right direction to look.
Okay, lead swap in. Cruz trying to string 2 to 3 together. Teammates are already in the hill, and the help is already well found. Problem is, they don't know that Spart is also here. And you've got players making their route on this extension through field again. So Amid have a chance to try to fight this from inside the hill. Brack on the cross. Good for one. Good pre-fire for more. Almost with the pistol. But Spart will finish where he left off, leaving just one inside the hill. Linz tallies that and then gets to work, shutting down the reinforcement hit through mid.
Yeah, I love that play from Linz to come back to help his teammates secure the time, but then just giving up your life for free allows the Spartans another break opportunity. Now you're spawning all the way across the map. Thankfully, Sparta is able to make this still mixy as you find 2 kills on the Brack approach. But final 20 seconds, we got to start thinking about Roto, and Standy's hitting a very long route.
Yeah, there's just a challenge that comes for the contest from the front, so Standy's thinking he could maybe help out to get the break, get a wipe, and then rotate. But now all of a sudden, the Royal Spartans have their best look at the map at the moment. Good time at 3, full rotation to 4. Only thing that we have to worry about is they had the same setup last time we were around, and Amit still found ways to break it.
And it's usually all off the bank of the first kill, and Brack is able to find that opening onto Dak. Now you need to fight man disadvantage, and Rory Spartan's doing a great job of maintaining it, but Brack with another double, able to find 3 on that break attempt, make it 4. Whips out the AR, picks up an SMG, and gets it done there for Omit. Potentially this final 30 seconds is going to be theirs.
And I will say, you know, I was coming off really critically on how Linz was playing in the opening days of the group stage. The way he's setting himself up now is unbelievably positive for Amit, where he knows that his teammates are cleaning up, or he finds one, his teammates clean up behind it, and he's just making sure no one rotates over quickly. He's helping his team get a read of where the next hit is coming from, and likely, more often than not, finding a kill before that hit can even start, just like this. So he is playing this rogue route kind of runner really, really well. And now you've got an opportunity to take a late lead swap. Linz is playing from the opposite side of the map, and you're going to go from P4 to P1 cleanly.
You just got to continue to finesse this if you are Linz in this position. Your teammates are going to get overwhelmed through the middle of the map. Eventually, he does fall into Grandma's. Now it's all on the Spartan. He will drop as well. So mid-map control in favor of the Spartans. After a bad opening P1, this has been their bread and butter HP to get themselves back into the game. Still 30 seconds to fight for.
Right back to about level terms. Linz, though, still up top, still dealing the damage. Brack a follow-up. Trades still come through evenly. Battle now looks down to the minimap towards P2. Brack is going to play a little bit deeper over towards the zip. Dak's going to try to find timing to jump into the hill. Will he surprise Amit? And it looks like they may just take a longer route. Stun is also there to make sure no one's home. And Amit will put themselves in a position very comfortably to get a solid opening set of time here at P2.
Yeah, 222 to 211. Notorious Spartans, you need to find a break and find it quick. Dak with the opening kill, standing there for the trade. You know the pressure's coming from both ends, and now it's Brack, last man standing through mid-gun. Just wants to find a couple kills. Make it easier for his teammates to approach over towards this hard point. But he just might just get it done by himself.
Not quite, though. Standy ARs in front of him will not be able to break through. And now the Spartans can take a late lead swap, and they've got the right side of the map. They have leader's advantage. They could choose how they want to try to win this map and take it away from Amit after what was a clean start from them. And the battle back has been formidable, especially from Dak. 24 and 17. Here comes the double chow over to Old. Not looking good. You still have to touch. You still have to challenge. But wait, you've got a little bit of a spawn out moment that's starting to occur. Maybe a 1v1 for the game here as Brack is trying to lock things down towards New. Wiz trying to be incognito.
Oh, but one kill already goes down, so Wiz is going to strike. He's already blocking the back spawn, but he's going to give it up at the wrong time. He's only able to get one. Omen's still here to contest it. You got to go big, and Cruz almost lines up 3, but Omen are in.
Standy's able to find 2. Now he's off the regen. Help is on the way. They shut down the play from the front door. 247, 246. Mamba for 2. Mamba for 3. 1v1 from the front. Spark trying to hang on. No one's going to get there to touch in time. Late game heroics from a multitude of individuals on both sides, but it's the Spartans at the end, able to get in through the side door. Mamba gets 3, and that's enough for the Spartans to rip it away at the last second.
Oh, yeah, we got to look at this best play again, because I'm pretty sure Mamba's able to line up all 4. There's the first kill. There's the second. the best play stops after the third, but when it turns into a one-on-one, no damage to that young man. He's able to also win that gunfight. And just to rewind a little bit of what you said there, Alan, about Linz, you know, making good plays around the map, I didn't think so. I think that guy made a lot of mistakes. He only had 7 seconds in the HP. But when you take a look at this again, Omen Brooklyn, they had everything they wanted. They just lost all the one-on-ones. Now you're spawning on the backside of Old. You do have at least 2 players still contesting around Trip's window, but just the massive gunfights from the Spartans around this hard point. It all starts with Dak, man. That leads to 3 dead. Eventually, the second child comes in. The team fire is good enough. And at this point, if you're Omen, you're stuck to make a tough decision. We know that we have to contest that Old, but we also know we have to get out of this spawn trap.
Yeah,
they were just stuck with multiple players not really on the same page, and they just got isolated to close out that game.
But it's this moment right here where you get this kill at the middle of the map, and then look at the spawn. Brack spawns up just as soon as Mamba dies at mid. And so you've got this moment where you've got like 2 double agents behind enemy lines right here. Brack is waiting to see if anyone's going to rotate around through sidewalk because his teammates are rotating back to him. He thinks he's won spawns. They don't know that Wiz is here, especially when Standy spawns up. That initial trade is good, but it's the play that comes out of Mamba. At the moment, he's still over towards Grandma's. And the fact that he's able to work his way down low through elevator, up spiral, no one checks it. There's 1, 2, 3, and then does he get Spark for the 4th? He does. It's a full wipe from Mamba with a spawn flip and just a rogue route. Winning play.
Yeah, it's massive plays there out of Mamba, man. Because like you said, if he falls and one trade doesn't go his way, this close spawn's still going to be there for Omen. But I thought even Wiz made a potential mistake there. Because once his teammates find that opening kill, he decides to give up that back spawn. And he opens up that spawn point there for Omen. Thankfully, Cruz is able to respond with the double. It just came down to, like, the clutching factor right there of the Spartans. It wasn't, like, individuals just going in there and, like, trading effectively.
Right.
No. Cruz had to go in there and had almost pop a 3-piece after third play a week. And then Mamba had to get 4 to close out that game. So, if I'm in my opinion, Omen realistically let that map slip. You were coming out swinging. The ARs were on point. Your SMGs were finding your timings. But then towards the middle half of that game, like, it just started to get super sloppy. They started to take space where they really didn't have advantage to, and you're giving up first kills on break attempts, and that's the worst thing you can do. Stanley and Lynn's got to get more in sync there because you can't be giving up your life for free in those situations.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those, like, the first set of hills in particular, like, Amit are winning all their setups. You have everything saying, you know, again, like, looking at that P1 setup, for instance, like, everyone's watching the right angles. You have the freedom to make a play. You go make a play. You find a kill. You push the Spartans into the worst possible position. The thing that started to get a little bit too loose, though, I think is as you start to get forward and you think that you're making the right play, there may not be somebody anchoring behind. Like, it has to be one of those things, like, if you're pushing on one side, someone has to back up. It's just that baton pass wasn't fully there, it felt like, especially as we started to get a little bit later into that series. I think in particular, though, for the Spartans, you know, fighting into a big deficit, getting a lot of time on the second P1, winning the rotation to P2, gives yourself that chance to fight back, and then you start to just play again for the money hills. You don't have to play for everything. You only need to play for what's in front of you. I think the decision-making on their side was also very strong. So it's just one of those matchups, man. It doesn't get much better than that. A 2-point game on our opener, and now we go to rewind for our search and destroy. Should be fun.
Yeah, that's got to be devastating, though, if you're Omen, because a lot of scams, you lose the game by 2 points. You're like, dude, if you don't die one time in that situation, we'll most likely walk away with the dub. But now you're trying to respond here in the search and destroy. Team kills already going down. Well, Spartans are not prepared, or they probably don't want this side to start it off. But you're coming back to us, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Nice to see you again. We're still here.
Bravo match is going on. We're going to go check that one out as they are in the middle of map number 1. Again, our other winner semifinal here to finish off our evening. And Amit Brooklyn taking on Team War. We were kind of sitting there and watching Team War play up against Cabals in their opening matchup. It was back and forth, but for some of the messier reasons, again, here in Challengers. So let's see if they can clean things up and polish things up as they're going to need to, as Amit Brooklyn looked absolutely perfect in their winners round 1 matchup.
Oh, yeah, and just watching them in respawn, like, even though Dylan Rex and Mercules are their AR players, they play at such a pace that it's just hard to keep up with. You got the SMGs always in your grill. The ARs are always there as well, so just got to be prepared for the pressure. And so far in this map number 1, Team War have yet to answer the call. They fight for this final 10 seconds at the end of the P3, but rotation is won by Omen Brooklyn. This is how you blow the game wide open if you can set up a good hold.
Hercules over the top of Stone, looking good. Yeah, absolutely perfect.
You did.
Last one up is Yuli, and he will drop. So the 30-point gap is going to get a lot wider, especially with a couple of the follow-up engagements going the way of Mid Brooklyn from the high ground. It's going to force this hit for Team War to be kind of double stacked here. Good first from Rex. Mercules to make sure that top-sided play stays safe, and he tries to get the read on the long play on the extension. Exceed in trouble, just has to take cover, though, in the bathtub while he waits for help, and it will not get there in time. Good break attempt here for Team War.
Yeah, if I was Exceed there, that's a one-on-one towards the back.
You go
and
chow
the guy's
that. You
weak.
chow
I'm going to go chow that because I can secure the spawns for my team, and then we can soak up a lot more time here at the Money Hill of P4, but just staying alive towards the back allows Team War to spawn towards the back. Now they find all the kills, and they're able to hold it down for the final 20 seconds. Keep it scrappy on the first set, but just looking at the scoreline, they most likely lost P2, so Team War down by 30, need to play for this side of the map.
Yeah, it looks like one of those good breakoffs for Amit, followed up by a good P2 or a P2, P3 situation. Hard to say, but regardless of it, good corrections for Team War through that break attempt at 4, and then turning it into some good opening time here on the first hill again. Salt trying to keep his teammate in the hot tub safe. Not a fight you really want versus Rex here. Off the regen takes a secondary look, but in that moment, Exceed's able to crack in towards hot tub, push through into bottom bedroom, and find himself 3. Okay, I'm at Brooklyn in for some time, 30 seconds to fight.
Yeah, it's a big double there from Exceed, and you still have Dylan Rex contesting over towards the plat, but if you guys want to continue to watch that series, just make sure you jump over to the Bravo side. See how that skyline concludes. Let's close that one out, but back into the Alpha stream we go. Spartans currently up 1-0 in the series, and they usually love to bank on their search and destroy. So, it's all about the timings of the SMGs. How much risk do you want to take? And Lynn's already taking a lot of space over towards Burger. Oh, Wiz, my bad.
You're good. A little bit of patience here, though, for Amit. Lynn's looking for some sort of an angle through the shelves for hit markers. Not going to work. Battle through the drive-through is dangerous. The stun actually lands onto Wiz, so he gives up that angle, and that's when Amit starts to make their play into the A site. Wiz still trying to battle, but the team shot's too strong. Mamba trying to take his angle, seeing if he can catch this offense off guard, but 50 seconds at Amit, still haven't committed for the plant yet. They're still looking for kills.
Yeah, it's a big one-on-one, though, at Burger. Mamba's able to win it, or at least sniff out Sparty. The auto-mental is going to give a sound cue. And I'm pretty sure he's going to be aware that he's somewhere nearby, but just going to run right by him. And now he's behind enemy lines. No information gained out of Spart.
The thing about this is, yeah, I was going to say, you still have to be worried about any defenders that are playing at glass. So this hit towards B should know where the hit's going to be coming from. And wait a second, the bomb gets planted. Spart's going to find one to take this to a 2v2, but they've still lost Dak here. They don't know where he is.
And both the Spartans are on complete opposite sides of the map. Cruz, unfortunately, might get shot in the back, but turns at the right time. Wins the one-on-one, almost able to get out of dodge, but now 25 seconds to go. Spart looking to clutch, and the shots are good enough to secure it. Wow, what a beamer.
I thought he was just going to give a little slide to check if anyone's on for the defuse and to get out of there. Instead, he just slides out into the opening. And what a set of shots. This is over the top onto Dak. I mean, legitimately late to the party. No business winning that fight as he was wide out in the open, but that still works out some way, somehow. And Spart, 3 in the round, gets the opener to Amit.
He just wins some insane gunfights, man. Every single time we watch this young man, it's just finds himself having moments of that MVP caliber type event where he had it with LAG. Fortunately for him, though, on this round, he drops for the first blood. Lids instantly responds, standing there for the trade. 2v2 in the first 15 seconds.
Yeah, think about this as the defense holds an advantage here, having cleared out A, and Standy's in a good spot. Yep, to go check over towards that backside hallway. I don't know why we call that laundry. There's not a laundromat in there. It's just a printer, but we still like to call it laundry. Cruz fins the first. No way to get out from the second. Easy peasy, no problems.
Yeah, Omen with the aggression. that time on the defenses. The SMG set the tone, even with Sparty falling. Players in the proper positions to play for those trades, and then just be the last man standing with all the aggression through the middle map. Just catches the Spartans off guard. Zomit quickly go up 2-0. Back to the offensive side they go. And this is where you just continue to dominate towards B Street, because at least for the Spartans, their defensive look was a majority around burger control. So screw contesting long street. Let's just go B.
Absolutely, why not? That though, there's gonna be at least a look in towards A. Standy. I guess there's a laundromat right there, huh? Yeah, sure is. Opening good, not gonna get the second. Dak forces the trade. Brack on the outside with an AR doesn't really want to tempt the fates here, so instead they may look to see if Linz can catch timing. He's able to find the first, but does not get away with his life.
That's what a typical life looks like for Linz. Just
It does, doesn't
one and dropping. Now with 2v2 though. So I'm playing some kind of information. Sparty trying to cover all his bases, watching the pinches. Players have already been able to slip on by. 40 seconds to go. Just looking for something, so then you can work an objective at every one of these sites.
Yeah. The Cruiser stayed pretty tucked away from line of sight. But winning Courtyard outright, that's enough for Spart to commit for the plant. And they're going to set their post plant up almost in the exact same position. They could rewrap this back out towards Gens if they wanted to. But instead, they're going to try to reclaim Street and just continue to hold over towards Courtyard. Problem is Mamba comes back that same direction. It leaves Brack in a really tough spot, especially with Cruz still behind him. Checks the bomb, no one home. But yeah, there's the problem. Cruz timing-wise, perfect, and that'll be the first for the Spartans.
Yeah, it's a tough round there for your Omid, because if that 2v2 is versus Dak and Wiz, you could potentially catch them running around the map. But going up against Mamba and Cruz, no sweat off the brow to even contesting towards the A site. They both were set up for that B bomb plant, with Mamba taking his sweet time working his way back through spawn. And once he finds that opening kill, rotating back through the mid street, Brack was stuck to make a really tough decision. Do I push forward and try to isolate this gunfight? And if I do, they might be running around as an army of two. It's just stuck in between of both decisions, and eventually the pinch comes in for the Spartans to secure their first round.
Yeah. Nades over the top. Some of it dealing some damage onto Dak. Couple of shots from the front desk also get sent his way. So that play in towards hole to A is not really an option. Couple of stray shots from Cruz over towards Courtyard, trying to see if they can move the defensive focus over, but still some information need to be gained, and Wiz will be the one responsible for clearing out this front part of A.
Yeah, at least Dak, though. He was able to throw a shoulder from Laundry to start it off to make sure no one was aggressive up towards Elephant, but now Wiz, your turn. Continue to take space away, and Linz with the perfect time to chow. Finds the first blood. Most likely going to get traded, but is able to get out of dodge, and Standy finds the second.
Yeah, good little dual play right there. Just get to your info, get out, let your teammate do the work for you. Same can be said for you. Trades efficient here for Remit, leaving it down to Cruz, and he is stuck between a rock, a hard place, and a more hard place.
20 seconds left to go.
Yeah, time's going to run out on this play here, Jay.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to have enough time to even work one of these objectives unless he's able to isolate one more of these gunfights. The timing might come into play, and unfortunately for him, it's not the best way. Omit with the numbers, strike for the first blood. Lynn's able to get out of dodge after he finds it, but then you turn it into a 4v2. You stack it toward the site. You do not give Cruz enough time to try to clutch up in the 1v3. Omit, stop the bleeding. 2-round advantage again.
Pretty good so far. Not a lot to be desired. Again, this is one of those things that you look at the scoreboard, and it's been a very poor start for a couple of members for the Spartans. Wiz and Dak combined 2 and 8. Can't quite get things going. Need to find some success here in this defense. They will play largely off of one another here into Gens. Brack is the closest offensive player nearby. Shots over towards the backside of Shelves will land from Linz, and he's actually going to see that most of this B Street's actually free until Mamba peeks it, finds the kill, and now we've got a 4v3.
Yeah, big opening kill there from Mamba to contest with that mid-street at the perfect time to take care of Linz. Now, in the man advantage. Dak's going to get some info. Not going to try to play with this, or
Wow,
is he?
yeah.
He's going to get isolated, but thankfully Wiz is there for the trade.
Problem is, that stun coming through, I was about to say, maybe leads to Sparty coming up from behind, but instead, he gets found, and Standy cannot slide back out. Okay, good first blood tallied by Mamba. Good follow-up, isolating, and just completely suffocated the offense in towards Gens, and more so, I think, before that backside of A. So, good stuff there for the defense to keep this thing tight.
Yeah, I think the only reason why Dak commits on that gunfight the way it is because he knew he had backup there. So Wiz would guarantee a trade. Numbers will still be in their favor. But it starts with that first blood for Mamba through mid-street. At that point, Omid trying to play catch-up, trying to make up for that first kill. And unfortunately, they get isolated or at least traded out to still keep the numbers in favor of the Spartans. But now if you're the Spartans, I think you need to start to play a little bit more around Wiz and Dak because they are your S&D guys. Like, they are the guys that make the plays with the SMGs. And the more that they continue to play without confidence, the more difficult this S&D is going to become.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is interesting. The RCXD gets blown up in front of A, and the rotation still kind of being forced to B. But yeah, I was going to say, the defense is really prepared for this. Just the courtyard stack of nades works out. I think Lin's, does he see the door pop? No, he's just waiting to see if anyone tries to chow through this, knowing that Gens is likely the next use for attack. Sandy following up behind this. Dak gets caught on that rotation through. And yeah, that's just good set defensive play off the RC plus the follow-up from the nades.
Yeah, the nades are good enough to strike for the first bloods. Wiz cannot get loose the way that he wants to in search and destroy. And now it's Cruz again in a 1v3. This time they don't give him anything to work with. Omid respond with another round. Still keep the 2-round advantage, but just keep on shutting down the playmakers. Every time you do that, you know all I have to do is hold the pre-hand. They're most likely going to walk into me. First bloods have been a big factor, the deciding factor of this map so far.
Agreed. Absolutely, it has been. You love to see that, too. Just, again, good search and destroy being played. If you can find the first blood, turn that into round efficiency, we love to see that. But at the moment, admit that narrow edge, giving them an advantage. And now a quick hit over towards A. Wiz gets caught. Not what you wanted to see there. Mamba again through B Street finds himself one at range. It actually frees Cruz up to hit a very aggressive route to re-clear out Laundry. Problem about this is you have to have both ARs working together, and that's a nice win from Mamba now to the 2v2, and this will reset things completely.
Massive win. Cruz and Mamba have found himself in the same scenario last couple rounds ago. But this time they're both attacking from the same side. Cruz not able to spot anyone on the exit, but Mamba there with the SMG gets the first kill and gets out with his life. So can you assist them? Doesn't even matter. Mamba continues to make plays. Map after map. Another massive round there. I'm pretty sure he's able to earn the ace. Mamba, have yourself a series.
Yep. Ace at 9-4, and right now the Spartans are getting by thanks to the efforts of Mamba and Cruz. Both players at 9 eliminations, 9 kills. Amit has shared the wealth pretty evenly across the board, but the lifeline of the Spartans have come by way largely of what Mamba's been able to provide. You're absolutely right. The 4-piece at the end of the hard point, the ace there. Yeah, you're loving what you're seeing from Mamba right now.
Yeah, he's going crazy right now. Cruz right there next to him, but Mamba's having so many big moments in this series. And if you're Omid, at least you're doing a great job of just shutting down Wiz and Dak. You found the opening 2 kills. You get 2v4 clutch, but just not allowing them to get comfortable has led to this advantage so far. This time, Lin strikes for the first blood, but Wiz is getting activated this round. Instant 3v3, but they're not going to rush the objective.
The thing about this is the first time we've seen Linz play in this position, and Brack can just keep throwing shoulders and pull the focus. Where's Linz at? Linz gets absolutely smoked. Thought he was going to be in a perfect spot to read this play, and instead, Wiz cracks through courtyard. Brack knows he's isolated at dumpsters. He wins the first, turns up, but doesn't have the gunshot up. And the Spartans will win a couple in a row and get us tied at 4.
Man, that's just one of those rounds there. If you're Lindsay, you're going to go for that chow because you were in a great spot to contest the players in towards Gen. And even if they pushed up towards B Street, but when you give the chow to them and you walk right into their pre-aim and don't get the kill, you basically cost your team the round because Brack was just playing for you to stay alive. He was playing for the cover fire. Whoever is going to chow you, I'm shooting over you. We'll be able to keep the numbers still in our favor. But just getting isolated in that one-on-one gives the advantage to the Spartans, and they take full advantage of it. Wiz able to get activated on the round with 3, all tied up at 4.
Big round here to see if the Spartans can keep stringing them together and really shift how this map has played to this point. Mamba again just playing it over towards outside street dumpsters. Doesn't like the look of that as he sees a couple of players threatening towards the front side. Wiz pops the door, trying to see if anyone's playing close, but no one's home. Amit still holding back and just keeping their positions in the middle of A.
And Wiz is usually a timing player in search of the shore, but his AR is able to take space through B Street.
I love
now
this.
You're working on
I
this
love
pinch,
this.
and Omen are not going to be ready for it.
Not even in the slightest. How could you be? But Wiz only finds one. Cruz trying to follow up behind it, and he's got himself a double. Spart left out in an island, had no way of reading that play, and now they're running you down. The Spartans will take 3 in a row.
Just taking so long on your approach there. If your Omen, like, shoulders are going down over towards DVD, you're peppering the players. You know that they at least have one guy roaming in towards mid-zig. But for no one to be watching that pinch is completely mind-blowing, to be honest. Like, gunfights are not going down in towards DVD. Spart already has mid-street covered. Someone's just got to back up and play for some information towards B Street because they were showing nothing. And now the Spartans able to combine 3 rounds in a row now to be at game point.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, your read is absolutely right. Like, you see it from Wiz's perspective. He knows that, okay, I'll wait a little bit, pop the door, no one's here. Well, all right, we'll just go hit a route. And you're right, if you're a mid, you haven't committed, you have to be responsible for that long play through B Street. And now, all of a sudden, Linz is in trouble again.
ISO'd.
And he is completely ISO'd. I mean, all guns up on him. What a look at that is. Mamba able to secure the trade. Standy can't get out through gens. And this may be 4 rounds in a row unless Brack has something to say about it.
Yeah, Brack usually loves to play these clutch rounds. So the 1v2, try to force round 11. Just playing for the timings, but the Spartans aren't budging yet on their setup, on their play call. Finally going to start to cross. Cruz is going to fall, and Brack almost clutches up on the round. But the Spartans come back 4 rounds in a row, take the search and destroy, and go up 2-0.
Wow. I mean, it's hard to put into words why that comeback happens outside of just maybe some indecision from Amit getting called out and bested by just flat-out timing plays that Royal Spartans are just getting away with a little bit too easily, especially that most recent round, or at least the most recent defensive round. Like, we see it. Like, you get a look into the site, you know that you've got threat. The player that's playing over towards Dumpster, I think it was Mamba initially, he sees 2 players cross into A. Wiz waits a little bit. Can I catch someone on the bomb? Nope, no one's there. Cool. Well, let's back up and let's make sure we can hold on to street. You get the long pinch, and Amit just are not prepared for it. So, breakdown of communication. I don't know if it's just one of those things that they were sitting and planning on hitting A, and they just didn't feel good about the look, and they didn't have a backup plan, or what it was, but they get caught on their heels. And even though it's a 1-9 performance from Dak, Mamba and Cruz extend the map long enough to give them a chance, and then Wiz eventually shows up when he's needed most.
Yeah, that's big plays from Mamba and Cruz. They had like 2 situations where they found themselves in a 2v3, they clutched up. A 2v4, they also clutched up. And then you just started to take the momentum away from Omen because they started to make some really boneheaded plays. Even in that final round, like, what is Linz doing? Like, why are you over there playing a dumpster where you're allowing them to take so much space in front of you,
with an
and
AR,
then you have no exit? And then you have literally no exit. You gift them a free first blood. Now you're forcing your teammates who are watching different positions to rotate their way back on in to try to make this somewhat of a round. But just giving up these first kills the way that you are, giving up the life the way that you are, Linz continues to make some bad plays, and it's going to be tight, Alan. We got to lock in.
Brother, you sound like me from day one.
Dude, he's making some horrible plays, dog.
Yeah, it's on this map mode combination in particular that you really do see it, where it's just like he's getting a first blood and then still sending it for a second, like in a position you just don't have to. Like, you don't have to extend past glass if you've already found the first blood. Like, just play your life, play around your teammates. But over aggressive, gets punished, and now the Spartans are up 2-0. And I will say they do fancy themselves a vault control. So should be interesting to see if they can continue on this 3-0 evening Otherwise, for a minute, we got to wake the hell up and get ourselves back-to-back vaults here to get us to a map 5 Hacienda.
And realistically, like, if you're a homemate, you're thinking we should be up 2-0, bro. It's as simple as that. We were dominating in that opening HP. We were also dominating in that search and destroy. You allow them to take 4 rounds in a row because people are valuing their lives, not playing their advantages to their advantage, and just giving up their life for free. Like, that is the biggest thing. It's got to be so frustrating, especially if you're like Smart in that situation, because your job is just watch down mid-street. And every single time your teammates are giving up their lives or dying out of position, you're forced to try to make up for it completely out of the play. It's got to be tough for Ultimate to be down 2-0 when they should be up 2-0.
Agreed. I agree with that. So let's take a look at our bracket update here as, again, our other winter semifinals going on at the moment. Admit Brooklyn find themselves a map 1 win versus Team War. That was the skyline that we peeped into for a moment. There was moments of brilliance I think we saw from Admit Brooklyn, but Team War were fighting. They kept them really tight in that first map as we got to the first set of hills, but looks like Admit Brooklyn were able to still come away with the Skyline Hardpoint W. So I imagine that at the moment they're probably in the midst of their search and destroy. I'm just going to open up the Bravo stream and let you know that for real. Let's take a look. Do you already have it open, Jay?
That'll be up.
No, they just finished map number 1, 250 to 216. It just ended. So
Damn, moving in
that
slow
was-
motion over there. It must have
I'm
been a
telling
barn
you,
burner
must-
of an ending.
I must have been. Rex finished 42-19. I'm watching the best play right now. He was 42-19 with almost 5k damage, dog.
Guys, everything, dog. SMG picks it up. AR doesn't even matter. He's just putting on an absolute clinic. And I hear a lot of people talking about, like, when is this guy going to get an opportunity? When is he going to get his shot?
Yeah.
To go up to the big leagues. And the more that he continues to perform at the highest level in challengers, eventually his name is going to be called. You just got to stick to the work that you consistently are putting in, and you're going to see those results.
He's done everything you could possibly ask for. I mean, we were still doing like top challengers, players, panels, and stuff at the end of the years. Like Rex had continually been at least in the top 10 overall, and definitely in the top 5 ARs overall. And that's in the midst of CDL players dropping and being ranked in those as well. He's also found wins, so it's just like he's checked every box. It does feel like it's a matter of time, but we've said that since Vanguard. So we'll see. There might just be something in the water there. Maybe he just needs to show up and dominate. Right now, it looks like he's been doing that, at least for that Admit Brooklyn team. But for us, we're waiting to get this vault control underway, so we're going to take just a brief break, and we'll come back with map number 3 after this. back into our winner semifinal matchup as the Royal Spartans find themselves 2-0 up against Amit. And we head to map 3, the Vault Control with Amit on the offense, needing to just prove and provide something. Again, 2 tight map losses, 2 very winnable maps, but not finding a way to capitalize has us looking at what needs to be reverse sweep now for our currently flawless team in stage 3.
Yeah, it has to be through the SMGs. Standy and Linz need to perform really well here if they want to try to force a game in number 4. Cannot allow Wiz and Dak to dictate the game. So far, they're finding a lot of effective trades in the middle of the map. 3 for 1, make it 3 for 2. Cruz trying to contest it, able to find a double. So now you sort of have the numbers on your way back on in, but the second segment should be locked unless the player from side door and Mamba has something to say about it.
And he does. Kill comes through. Linz only able to find 1. Defense not feeling comfortable enough yet to jump on and deplete the progress, but now they do, especially with that elimination from the side door onto Spark, plus the follow-up on the Linz on the overextension. So that second ticket progress largely and almost completely, fully depleted. Caught in the corner is Standy, and here are the Spartans. A little bit of a slower start off the break-off, but the revival over towards P1, and this A zone is looking solid.
And now Cruz just contesting. May in a nuisance over towards Firecar, only able to lead to 1, but Sparty finding a double and Standy finding the 3rd. You can work your way right back in towards A, but Dak, at least there to pepper a couple shot, doesn't find a kill, and now the approach for the respawner is only more difficult, but for some reason, we're not watching the proper angles. You also had a team kill go down, so now the last man standing is Sparta. He gets taken care of. You'll all respawn 25 seconds.
And look at the read here. Wiz knows exactly where this play is going to come from. Semtex up top does not get a tag, though. So they might be a little bit curious on where this hit's going to finally come from. Spark finds 1. Dak pushed off by a nade, and this has been pretty darn clean for Amit on their ability to recontest. But Dak off the pinch, catches 1. Knows he's got another player a little bit deeper. A couple of tags do come through, but not enough to stop likely the second tick. And yeah, that might be the case as Dak does get taken down. But wait a second, Wiz and Cruz still battling, but final elimination comes out, and we're gonna get an extra 60 seconds to play out this 8v9.
Down by 1 life, though, is Omit. 1 minute and 8 seconds to work with. Gotta take your time on this approach. Cannot afford to make a lot of mistakes here. And that's the same thing that the Spartans are doing on their defensive look. Spread setup. Every base is currently being covered. Brack goes for the Eagle. Child gets taken off first. Now, if your old mate, do not die behind him. Don't die in sync. Just maintain this map until he comes back alive. All right.
Nice shots from Mamba. Yeah, you can set it up however you want, Jay. When we're finding kills like that, it just kind of makes any point moot. Just the Mamba show in that moment. But still 4v6. Still doable here, especially with that getting pushed off this angle through Art. Nade's also only finding tags. Wiz, good read, knowing he's got to be responsible for this pinch, but gives up the angle at the exact wrong moment. So maybe Linz has a sliver of hope here. Finds 1, looks down for another. Not going to happen. And Standy 1v4 has to stay alive on the zone. No luck there.
Yeah, it could have been a lot easier there if Omit didn't unfortunately have a team kill. Through all that chaos around that middle of the map, just kept on giving the Spartans opportunity after opportunity. Contest this A point. And then by the time you captured it, you only had 8 lives remaining. So that gives you basically 1 good push at that B point. Before you start to lose the numbers or you're just forced to waste a lot of time to work out of your spawn. Spartans secure the first defense, only allow 3 seconds to get away from them. Now if you're Omit, technically need a shutout. You need something to build some momentum off of.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, you definitely need something. Offensive look now, though, for the Spartans. Gonna go to B. Wow, I was about to say, like, with Mamba falling over on the A zone, I don't really know if you can really commit to this play, but they try for it. Cruz able to take down 2. Makes this feel a little bit more salvage.
Oh
and he's
my
gonna find all 4. Brack shuts down the play, at least towards B, but off the respawn, the Spartans get into mid.
And now they're instantly going to rotate over towards A. Cool. We put a lot of focus over towards his B point. Now we can guarantee some segments at A, and all the kills still going their way. A clean 4 dead. This is where you should definitely be aggressive. And Wiz trying to take some art control. Unfortunately, Brack beats you to the punch. But the second segment is locked, and just leaving the only 1 player on that point gives Omen opportunities to still find a break here.
Yeah, it really does.
Sloppy.
A little bit, but that gets a win. Second tick done. Pinch watched by Wiz. Only place that can hit from is up top, and Cruz is right here. And that'll be an extra 60 seconds for the Spartans. Unless they give up in the play a little bit too soon. And Linz will find a kill and actually jump on in.
All right, well, still up by 3 lives if you're the Spartans. You should have had 8 point probably a minute and a half ago, but at least they're not decapping that progression on your 3rd segment. Just need kills to go your way. Cruz and Dak able to respond with the opening 2. Now you have pressure from multiple different angles. Already 3 dead. Communication is not on point right now for Oma because no one is responding. And now time is extended. You're down by 8 lives and they're already on B.
Not looking good here, Jay. 19 plays 12, or like you mentioned, second tick done. If these kills come through, which it looks pretty decent for, this may just be the round right here. Standy Lin's able to come back in, find the contest, leaving Cruz by himself, but he's been good at these moments, and he almost gets the lineup for everything. Woof.
Up by 6 lives, though, Alan. A minute and 30 to work with. Omit are forced to play in a tight setup in their spawn. Royal Spartans, though, giving them a couple freebies, at least on this OE. You need your ARs to approach from the front and find a kill. Draw all the attention from everyone on the side of Omit. Looking over towards water side, but Standy playing it super patient. He thought the trigger discipline was the greatest, but we just keep on making mistakes.
Hard to get a read on that one. Saved still. Yeah, saved still by the ARs. So now 11v7. Linz up and then immediately back. Yep, good read onto Cruz. Defense can take some forward position away now. And if you're the Spartans, you got to get yourself together right now. They do shut down Brack from playing too far forward. Linz has seen that mantle from Dak. And Standy will get the kill onto it. So now this hit largely has to develop from the front. Good opener for Mamba.
Yeah, big opening there from Mamba. 5 lives remaining for Omit. They're still going to be really tight in their setup. Can we find another opening kill? No spikes for the first. 5v6, 20 seconds. We got to get some ball control. We got to touch the point.
This may have to be a hit through vault stairs, legitimately. We've got Dak working on that. Couple of tags from Cruz. We'll get Dak on the point. 11.9 on the clock. Pinch on the way from Wiz. Doesn't finish the first. Has to spin. Not going to be able to. Leaving Mamba by himself. And he will drop. Still, though, maybe one last chance. No, Linz, that elimination under Cruz will put this one out of reach, and there'll be 5 ticks of progress for the Spartans.
It's a beautiful defensive hold there for a moment. Everyone whips out an extra AR. Linz found a lot of success for everyone trying to push to that OE. For Brack with multiple clutch kill after clutch kill. Smart had his moments as well to close out those rounds. These ARs, side of Omit, they ain't messing around. Just need their SMGs to make a little bit better plays. 5 segments was tallied there for the Spartans. Now, if you are Omit, you got 2 to make up for here, but let's just guarantee some time. Let's give ourselves multiple opportunities. We don't have to consistently play timings that are not our way, pushing out towards lying and not stacking the point. Let's give ourselves multiple chances to work towards B.
Breakoff will be a 2-2 split, largely over towards the overextension, actually. And Wiz is there to keep it safe. First blood good. Top hall still being controlled. A bit are trying to get onto B, but there's just not enough space to do this. So now you got to rotate back through vault, back through pool. And that's already 30 seconds off the clock here with only 4 engagements coming down to this point.
Yeah, whoever number 4 is on the minimap in Sandy, he's taking the route of all routes. Finally, he's able to find a kill there. Numbers advantage still in favor of Moment through the middle of the map, so we can work up this progression here. Spartan's trying to lead the way with some tax, with Standing with the opening kill. Still gives the man advantage to Omit. There should be some guaranteed segments.
Well, Linz Hart, good opportunity here, especially with the play on A. Finding a stack. That'll be a quick extra 60. And Spart, after that win, well, almost able to create some space in towards Art, but shut down. Still, though, the play on B. Looking pretty promising until Dak is able to hit from the pinch, find 2, and now he's quickly over towards your spawn. And this is a good position for him to sit in. Stun does not land. Finds the first, nearly the second, but Standy's shutdown's a good one to at least keep some of the play alive. But he has been so clutch for the Spartans, he provides another 3-piece.
Yeah, big three. Right there to shut down everyone working on the OE. Now all of Omit have to put their focus on the front. You know that Mamba is most likely still roaming around P2, but everybody from the Spartans is just camping up, guaranteeing their one-on-one. Standing and Smart are able to combine for 2, though. And now Mamba, the safety net all series, that one kill just slows down their approach again. Up by 4 lives, a minute remaining.
Yeah, 6 in a row for Mamba. Oh, dude. Brack is like trying to run to get that trade, just trying to get Mamba off the map for 5 seconds. Not going to work. He's still frying. 8 in a row. Backs up. This round is done, but Mamba's not. 9 now. Looking for double digits. Still doesn't have the Hellstorm as he's just gone rogue all over the map, but he is a single kill or assist away, and there it is. Double digits in a row for Mamba, and there may be no such thing as caking this guy down.
Yeah, without question, the best series I've ever seen this young man play. He just continues to play it so well. His teammates are in gunfights. When you are in action, so am I. He is finding every single trade. He is winning all of his one-on-ones. Now there's only one player standing. Yeah, don't run into Mamba because he's going to gun you out of your socks. Ends that round on 11 in a row. Another 3 segments secured there for Omit, but now you're only up by 1 going into this next defense. That's just got to be in the back of your minds if you're the Spartans. We are capturing A without question, no matter what.
Yeah. I mean, and I know Q is just going to put us right back onto Mamba's POV. See how deep and how long this streak will go on. AR in hand as he comes off spawn. Do we know what the control record for kill streak is this year?
Pretty sure it was like, what, 16? I think Sim did it.
Was that this year or was that last year?
I think it was this year. I think he did it 16 in a row. I don't know. Somebody has it.
Well, it was more than 11. I'll say.
Yeah.
Trades are decent here for Amit on this defensive opening. Dak caught what?
Slam.
And then he gets like the John Wick pickup of the aims as it's midair. Doesn't quite find a chance to use it. And Wiz will also be shut down as Spart gets the trade over through poolside. So Amit's defense looking solid here in the opening.
Yeah, Spart said, if you want something done, you got to get it done yourself. So he whips out a 3rd SMG and is just trying to be the aggressor on the map to match the pressure on the side of the Spartans. 45 seconds left to go. They're still yet to earn a segment. Effective trades going down, but Wiz turns and burns onto Lins. Now you keep trading if your crew's a big one-on-one, and Mamba too late to the party. His teammate already falls, so Spartans still got one last push, 35 seconds.
Oh, he is heat checking all these extra gunfights right now. Good win around the back from Standy and Spart, leaving Wiz just trying to fight for his life inside the point, and he's done well here. Information on where Brack is. Timing is good on the Lins. And Brack's position at gold is annoying, but it's not terrible news for the Spartans because, yeah, Mamba's already pushing up over towards B, and he's back onto the double. Dak has help from Wiz. Now you got a little bit of progress happening on both zones, but most importantly for the Spartans, they're going to get the second tick and maybe even the full zone here at A.
Yeah, the fact that Mamba wins a one-on-one over towards B, it just draws the attention for the rest of Omen. Now, off the respawn, you have to focus him. You're forced to give up that A point, and now if you're Mamba, you still got a Hellstorm in your back pocket.
Yeah,
so how do you approach this push here? You need to show some presence over through the street. You're able to spot out towards Brack, but now you were getting mowed down. Just try to stay alive, but he drops.
And the thing about this, you've got a decent setup here, especially with a team nade coming out, to where Dak is already playing up. I was going to say for a moment, Wiz might be able to play off of a pinch, but instead they're just going to flood right on in towards this B zone. You might not even need to call out the Hellstorm yet. Crew's in a little bit of trouble, but has safety and has help nearby. First pick is it. Second on the way. Gunfight lost, though, on the pinch. Cruz clears out Art. And you still have Dak alive on the point, and no, he's not able to fully get the second tick, but Wiz's pinch may be able to get the job done, but the final trade from Brack will, again, keep the defense alive. 9v8 opportunity here.
I think this is where you definitely invest that.
Yeah, probably now.
You can call it in, gain all the info, realize what their setup is looking like, and then open up lanes for your players trying to work on these deep pinches. But you saw Omit. They did not budge the last time they were in this tight setup over here at B. So Mamba's going to call it in now. Information is going to be gained. Everybody from Omit scattering like roaches. And they also find an opening kill, so you can take front.
Yeah, Brack had to make his play over towards Vault Stairs. Standy wins one, but as Spark drops and Standy falls, it's a 7v5. Clock will come to a pause with Mamba heading onto the zone. Wiz finding on the cutoffs. And uh-oh, not good news here for Amit. No more respawns remaining for them. And they're scattered coming off of this deep spawn thanks to Wiz's position front side of the side door. Standing with the shutdown, but the third tick of progress is looking decent. You got to slide in, you got to touch. No one's going to be able to. And the Spartans will win a 3-0 series against a team that was undefeated through groups, had a clean start in their winners round one, but they still get sent down to the lower bracket through this winter semifinal. Very convincing series for Spartans, just being able to, I think in particular, ice up in map 1 and map 2.
Yeah, I don't know what it was today. We jump into playoffs, the last playoff so far this season in the Elite, and we just come out and play some really sloppy Call of Duty from multiple teams today. Not only Omid, Vegas Academy were a part of it, Stallions were a part of it, and now you add Omid to that tally, man. Just a lot of mistakes. A lot of mistakes in the opening HP. You lose that game by 2 points. A lot of mistakes in the Surge and Destroy where you're up by 14. You allow them to rally 4 rounds in a row. But then even in this map, you gave yourself a lot of opportunities. Yep. Just trades are not going down the right ways. Unfortunate team kills are also happening. And then every single time, Mamba is just making your life a living hell. He goes on 11 in a row with an AR and an SMG in hand. They just didn't have enough pressure. We're forced to isolate on a bunch of these gunfights and just simply not ever have a good team push from Omid. They come out slacking in this series. They're still alive. They move on to next week, but they better lock in because they made Uncle Stud very mad in that series.
Also, just for a point-out reference point, 33 is what Mamba finishes on. 29 of them non-traded, dude. So he was finding value, even though there were a couple of lives that, again, he didn't finish like super, super positive. It was still good, but it was one of those situations you look at and you say, man, somebody trade this guy. Like, oh my gosh. So Royal Spartans will make their way into the winners finals. The other winners semis, I believe Amit Brooklyn is up 2-0.
Yeah.
They won the Hostia to Search and Destroy. I think it was a 6-4, if I saw that correctly. So after a 42 bomb from Amit Brooklyn in map number 1, sneaking out a 250-216 win. It is a 6-4 round 10 winner in the Search, and they are ready to go for the Vault Control, and with a Vault hardpoint as the same that we had in our series if this does get to 4. So Team War backs up against the wall. We'll jump in and try to finish this Bravo series off and try to see if we can give a late smile here on this Thursday evening to Rafi after the 3-0 that his other team had just faced.
Yeah, at least both Omid squads are respecting time, right? Like one of them getting smoked and the other one up 2-0 in this series. So
yeah,
Rav's at least 50% happy. But now if you're Omid, you're still looking to close this one out. If you're Team War backs against the wall, you've started slow in the first 2 maps. You have rallied your way back on in. But so far on this one, you're off to a great start. Usually taking a lot of space. Catching the timing. That's already 3 dead with some arc control. But we still don't have a segment. So let's just be on the same page here. Double stack gang.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to get with B Street Control. This is a dangerous moment early for Amit Brooklyn as progress is going to start happening on both sides at the same time. Read on to exceed is good. And you still have Yuli just forcing the spawns for Amit Brooklyn to be in the worst possible position. The only way they can try to hit this is from topside balcony, and the only player who's there is Craze. Or pardon me, not Craze. That's Mercules. Oh, God. We need to get a kill. Dude, you got a little caster curse here for Amit right now, brother.
Yeah, they need to figure out something. I don't know what it is. Don't hold Amit on the alpha stream. They're just getting ran, so hopefully they're able to turn it around. Down by 7 lives. Already a lot of map control in favor of Team War. Yuli in a crucial spot, and just getting 1 kill is already job well done. Yeah. Your teammates still have the numbers. We're still contesting. Already up through B Street, but DC unfortunately stopped shooting at Dylan Rex. Search segment gets locked, but now Omid have a chance back in.
Problem is, the life count is getting a little bit out of hand here. Plus the second tick, I was going to say, is almost going to get captured, but 2 Real in and out in the blink of an eye. And the reset comes out, and now he's got a chance to hit a pinch, stun, nearly locks him into place, but no one can find him. Rex can't track him down. Now we're back onto the zone once again. 2 Real will keep the 5 spree alive. He knows that Craze is playing on stairs, and 2 Real is off to the races here in this opening offense.
He's flying. And when he's flying, then you're going to have your hands full. Almost finds the 8th in a row. At least Omid able to stop the bleeding forward now. You got a lot of lives to make up for. You obviously don't want to allow this last segment to go away, but a clean 4 dead. We got to get out of our spawn. Take some space.
Good rotation here, though, for Amit Brooklyn. This comes down to the timing of this from Exceed. I think he may have seen a player hallway and said, no, not yet. Yeah, they're just going to back up and try to receive this next hit. It's going to take a lot of time off the board. I think the Hellstorm is actually called in right there from 2Real on top of that. So that's an expensive utility usage here where, honestly, Amit Brooklyn are still feeling pretty comfortable in their setup.
There's no need to be worried. You have everything covered. All the power spots for them to work the OEs. The airs are watching, but Assault is able to win a one-on-one. Also able to find the second kill on some Merc. So Assault trying to be the hero here for Team War. Puts himself in a great position towards the top side of Palace. I guess the communication still isn't working for Omid Brooklyn. Somebody check the headset. They got no more lives remaining.
Yeah, that's going to be the round here. 12v3. Stack is on for the win by capture, and they will get that. So, yeah, really good start for Team War. 2Real in particular, just running rampant. Yuli, I think initially, him getting in towards backside art was huge. Just kept forcing the Brooklyn spawns to be all the way back towards P4. No chance to contest over to A. No chance to get through 2Real's setup. And then Assault just has the final word as he plays that late pinch on the extension again.
Yeah, Craze, your job right there is to simply not get gunned. But you got cooked. And now your teammates who are out of position watching something else, unfortunately, reap the benefits of that. They get 2 dead, and then Assault just stays alive over towards Palace. So an easy first round there from Team War. Everyone got active at the right time. Omid Brooklyn now looking for the bounce back. On the offense, have a couple trophies to work with. No one wants to die to early nades, but Craze working the OE. They know that he's here, and now you just want to try to get out.
Yeah, gets stunned and chooses to take the battle. Finds one. Pinch from Exceed is also there. So that'll be enough for some success on the A zone. Question marks, though, on where this defense is going to be coming from after this. Merciless has got a great angle, though, to watch for DiamondCon. Sees him. A couple of tags are out. Help is on the way. Yuli's trying to assist, and that'll be enough for him to actually just take a backwards belly flop into the point. Exceed can only deal with one, and the defensive retake for the moment is solid. Craze finessing, trying to give himself a beneficial 1v1, and he's able to win that, so chance to keep the play alive here inside of A.
Yeah, he's got to do more, though, because you know DiamondCon is cutting off the rest of his teammates off the respawn. Got to back up. Let me get kill number 4. Craze with a massive life here. Still giving his team chances here at this A point. Third segment still being worked on. He's still the only man standing, and eventually he will fall, and that is all 4 dead. Team War choose the perfect time to strike, and now they take a lot of space with it.
Oh, Yuli, though, maybe a little bit too far forward. So it's 2-2 split off this spawn for Amit Brooklyn. Trying to pinch back into the A site with time ticking quickly away. And those 3 eliminations may have us looking at a 2-0 count here for Team War. Rex able to find 1 backside pool palms and a second. That's going to clear off the top side of balconies and leave 2Real by himself. And after his hot start at 8-1 or 7-1, he has not been putting together really solid lives since. In a moment here to try to save the point, and as the rest of his teammates pop on in, they will contest right before the extra 60 gets confirmed. Mercury's last one left cannot do much, and it's going to be a 2-0 control start here for Team War.
And Team War just doing a better job of just filling the gaps, finding the trades, and being the last team standing in those power spots. Regardless, even with Craze doing everything that he could to try to open up a lane through that mid-map, just DiamondCon being the nuisance, finding kill after kill, didn't allow his team to have a stable push. So now if you are Team War trying to build some momentum here, do not have a slow start like you did in the last 2 maps. Up 2-0. Only allowed them to get 2 segments there on the round. And now you're up by 4. Heavy advantage in favor of Team War.
Okay. Streaks have been used, but Team War well and truly in control of this map number 3. Nades and stuns are going to land here for the defense of Mid Brooklyn, so they're going to get what they want on this break off in the middle of the map, but you've got DiamondCon winning 1v1 on T Street. Yuli gets some work done over here on the extension, but a lot of that play shut down. Actually, all of that play shut down. So here we go. Mid Brooklyn doing well to get this defense going early.
Yeah, they're trying to at least find a spark here. By shutting down Assault, who was on 5 in a row, but Assault just stalls out time. Now the teammates are already here to reinforce, but Mercury's lines up 3. with Brooklyn now, just playing keep away. Have a lot of map control with it. Just make your life a living hell to die. Good job.
Yep. 14-12. Trying to create something here to work with if you're Mid Brooklyn. Ooh, careful. Let's not get too aggressive. Oh, Rex. Just pop it off of the kill feed. Pistol win to get him. I think it was 5 in a row before dropping. Praise off the regen. Stun will make sure he stays away from this first contestant, but Diamond Con still able to shake that off and find the kill. Now it's on to Exceed, who gets caught going a little bit too far. Mercury's picking up where he had left off, though, for 2. Pistol looking for the 3rd. Not going to happen, but damage is in. And it's just down to finding this final trade on to Yuli, which is easier said than done. This 2-reel comes and bails him out and keeps the clock paused at 13.
Oh, man, just keep on trading. And Yuli popping a 2 is only going to get the numbers in favor of Team War. So second segment is locked. Third almost on the way. Omen trying to contest this, but now they're forced to play the exit kills. Extra time has been added. Team War, more specifically, Yuli's already contesting that B, but he's surrounded.
Yeah. Trying to just get away, and he's successful in that. 2-reel backing up, as I think they know that Exceed has gotten in towards gold. And that's what he is hunting for. In the minimap, Yuli is trying to keep this play firmly locked in onto B, but now the threat of Exceed has become a problem, especially with Craze cleaning up some of the play from the front.
Yeah, and if you're Exceed, just play your life up here. The longer that you stall out time, the longer they can't touch that B point with ease. So able to finesse, get out of dodge, jump over towards tree. Now he's working on the outskirts. Teammates are also finding kills. They're just roaming all around ammo, and Diamond Con can't choose the right angle of approach. 25 seconds to go. Team War finally opening 2. This is the last push, and you have a player working on a pinch. Assault can win him the round right here.
Yeah, but he's got to get into the play now. There's no one from the front that can touch the zone. So, yeah, he's going to have to win this outright and then get on. 8 seconds to play with, and Assault's not even going to bother with the player topside art. He's just going to make the play onto the zone. He's got Diamond Con working with him. That's on the pinch. Craze, meanwhile, from the backside at P3 will clear the zone, and a 7v3 situation. Diamond Con locks down 1 with the pistol. Help is on the way. We're going to have a 3v6 over the zone, and Mid Brooklyn are coming in 1 by 1.
Oh, man, you better hit your stuns or your nades. Try to find an opening kill. Hopefully the player from top art is able to find one. But you're just sending it through mid-statue. Still, the second segment is going to be locked. It's a 2v4, but now it's a 1v3, and Omen are able to stop the round from getting away from them. I just think if you're Assault in that scenario, though, your teammates get 2 kills from the front side of the street. Your job is to guarantee that kill towards top part. Don't hit a route. Don't try to at least put yourself in a position to where the players off the respawn are not aware that you're in towards art. That's just the kill that he has to get, and unfortunately, he didn't make the right decision, and it costs him.
Tough seeds. But still, that should be guaranteed round 5 defense, though, for Team War.
100%. 100%.
Yeah. Winning the offense by capture in the first and then 5 there. So it's going to be back-to-back attacks here for Mid Brooklyn if they want a 3-0. Otherwise, we're going to stay on Vault and go to hard point. Break off for a bit. Pretty much fully focused on top halls and this hit through front to A. Trade's not beneficial over the top, and Mercury's, yeah, he's in trouble, backs away, and just tries to keep his life as he gets an exit over towards P3.
Goes down shots onto Assault. He's making on his teammates now to run past him and get some success through the middle of the map. Almost gets the better of DC in that engagement. But Exceed, this is a guy who has to turn it around, man. Like, every single time we watch Omen Brooklyn as an organization, they have always had fiery SMGs. Unfortunately for Craze, he's always been a part of that scenario. Exceed at 11 and 22, you got to be able to match that energy or at least match the pressure on the side of Craze because you're simply getting outpaced and out-rotated and outnumbered in certain these fights.
Yeah, that's such a good call. Diamond Con, nice double. Defense, firm control of A, and it's not slipping anytime soon. A little bit of team damage there, but Diamond Con still fresh, tries to force it. Punished, and Mercury's will actually tally that into a double. 2-reel with an AR, just has to kind of watch from this back pillar. He's under threat, but just backs away, reads it, gets the kill, and now the defense will have numbers on their reapproach back in. Mercury's can only find 1 of the 3. Mid Brooklyn just trying their best to flood into A, but the trades have not been good enough, at least not as of yet.
No, final 10 seconds. You have one more push. You need kills to go your way. The initial two don't. The third one doesn't either. And Assault is able to put a bow on the map. Team War able to extend the series. Finally, we are seeing a map 4 here on Alpha.
Yeah, for real.
And Team War just came alive on that map.
Yeah, big wake up. It starts right off the get-go, too, from the opening offense. You know, it's just 3 different members go on big streaks, make big plays. And yeah, opportunity. Still going to be reverse sweep though overall in this series, but a big map really from, honestly, from all 4 players. Really solid stuff from everyone on Team War. So you're going to be feeling pretty solid, especially considering that we're staying on vault and going into the hard point now.
Yeah, they all had their moments, man. You had Assault making big time plays with that AR, sometimes finding himself falling upon a Jackal to pop a double. DC in that final round was like, all right, it's all about this mid-map pressure. I'm going to run a third SMG. And he was popping multi-kill after multi-kill. But Too Real just making the adjustments, man. He realized he had a 7-1 start to this game. He realized, okay, I'm not getting the kills that I once was in round number 1. So let me just whip out an AR and guarantee some freebies. He was able to have a couple of those kills that really mattered. But Yuli was the deciding factor. How many times do we see him just jumping out left and right through the middle of the map and popping 2? Every time he does that, his team is always going to be in the advantage, and Team War take advantage to at least force game 4.
Yep. Big spark right there for Team War in this series, especially considering the steamroll, snowball, combining the two. Steamball. Imagine what that
I don't even know if that's possible, brother.
I don't think that's possible, my guy. But the steamroller that was Mid Brooklyn finally paused. I mean, because they ran through their winners round 1 game. Looked like they had ran through the majority of their group stage on top of that. So a little bit of resilience here from Team War, but again, trying to set up a reverse sweep against the presence that Mid Brooklyn have, I think, especially considering how good they've been in the hard points in particular. That's going to be, I think, the biggest part of this problem is how do you deal with them on a map that they have looked solid on already, and really all of their hard points have looked solid. So it's one of those situations, you know, you still lean towards the ability of a Mid Brooklyn to close out this series. Just comes down to, will it be here or will it be in 5?
Yeah, they're the powerhouse respawn team. If you get to that game 5, then you're really going to start to feel that pressure because Team War, a squad full of experienced players. Some of these guys outside of Mid Brooklyn, you're potentially working your way towards your first ever Elite Finals or first ever Elite Winners Finals. So anything can happen. If you're Team War, you just got to get through this full HP. And what we saw in map 1 is that they tend to fall behind early on in that rotation fight. You saw that also Dylan Rex was 40 and 19. On a map like Vault, you have to be able to contest his AR because he's going to be felt alongside Mercury. So I've been loving that dynamic AR duo on this new Mid Brooklyn squad so far.
Yeah, Merc has, I think, really thrived since the breakup of that initial Stallions roster. You know, it was kind of an interesting situation seeing like how that team broke up and what happened and who went where. And you know, I don't really know the details of why or if there was better offers or what the situation was. But Merc, I think, has really shined, especially in this season as a standalone, playing with guys that, you know, I think really benefit his current and individual play style as a first year kind of playing in the Challengers Elite scene. Also just kind of want to reflect back in not just on what this Mid Brooklyn team has been able to provide, but this is also a rematch from yesterday where Mid Brooklyn and Team War did play for the top of their group. Initially, that was a 3-1 count there. I don't know what the maps were or who won what, but Mid Brooklyn did win 3-1 when they played. So that's just something also to reflect on, that there is some experience here for these two teams playing up against one another.
So now it's about this map 4. If you're Team War, just got to continue your hot streak that you just developed off of that control. So let's take a little bit of a break here, Alan. We'll get it set up. As soon as we come back from map 4, we're right back into the COD action, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome back, everybody. We're jumping on into map number 4 here. Our Bravo matchup taking full form here on the primary focus. The last match of the evening, the winner semifinal at Brooklyn. Up 2-0 to start. 2 tight maps, though. And map number 3 was all team war from start to finish. So see if they can keep that up as we stay on vault and make our way into the hard point.
Oh, but Craze already dodges the nade, so you're not going to be expecting him to be aggressive through your side of the map. He's able to find a kill, but thankfully Team War able to manage that situation, win the trade fight, still soak up a lot of this P1 time. And Spawn's already flipped. Merc, you just got to play your life on this end.
Yeah, already in trouble, though. Backs down, waits for help, waits for the respawns to still be secured. Good opening time here from Team War. Mercury shut down the route over through the long street. And honestly, for Team War, you're feeling really good about this opening break-off, especially considering that a bit Brooklyn are going to be feeling the pressure, have to make a play here. And in that moment, here comes the push across the map for Team War to flip the spawns around. Good battle back, though, for Amit Brooklyn. Not going to get time here on the point, but they do have a chance to fight for P2.
Yeah, still have a chance to fight for P2, but 2 real. Use the right time to rotate his way back on into the play. Can he stay alive long enough? Unfortunately, he falls at the wrong time. But once that new hill pops, Team War have those back spawns already secured. So Omid now forced to be really tight in their setup. Stuns and nades, everything connecting. You got to iron up and get a kill. And unfortunately, Merkley's doesn't find it, but Craze and Dylan do.
Yeah, Rex trying to find himself a corner to work with. He's got help from pool side. Assault playing the backside at P2. Nade pushed over. Rex trying to isolate if he can. Assault with a pistol out. And whoa, little Turner there as the rest of Team War were hitting from that close truck pinch. And that's enough for them to utilize those close proximal spawns, get back into the hard point, and continue to grow on their lead.
Oh, big opening double, though, from Craze. Now you're forced to peek if you are the player in towards the hard point, and that leads to the kill going the opposing way. So Omid Brooklyn potentially walking away with this final 15 unless Adam Assault has something to say about it. The teammates also are going to be there to assist for the final 10. The Team War keep the lead that they have, but they heavily lose the rotation over towards new. Omid Brooklyn need time here at P3.
And so far, so good, especially with Rex watching one lane, Exceed watching the other, and Craze just running routes at mid. It's been a really solid opening to P3, but 2 Real takes down 2. Craze forced now to have to kind of fight for his life and isolate where he can, and nearly gets another double, but it's Assault who puts him down, and the sides will start to stabilize as we still have 30 seconds to fight over 3.
Yeah, still a lot of time to fight for here, though. So if you're Omid, you don't want to give up this time by just playing super safe in towards art. The ARs are forced to now jump on out, and they both find a one-on-one. So now you're able to contest this, but the timing right there from Exceed, watching that overextension, the teammates are going to be aware of it. Wait, we're spawning out. Someone's in the back, so now Exceed's just got to play his life in towards art.
And he's going to try to take shots out of the player into the hard point. At least Rex is going to cut a couple. He has been so good for this Amit Brooklyn team. 2 Real isolated and dealt with. P4 opens up. Amit Brooklyn down 10 points, but they're going to find that quickly here in this opening.
Oh, yeah, now you have Merkley's watching across, this time with an AR. Already 2 kills go their way, but no one's actually looking over towards left, unless the player from the hard point is. Yep, the comp comes in, turn around, find that kill on the DC. Now all of our focus is on the front right side of your mini-map, and Brooklyn had the lead, and they could find themselves up by 40 if they continue to hold.
Yeah, and this setup is, again, rock solid. Assault does take down Rex through art. That's enough for Diamondcon to try to utilize that same space, but not going to happen. 25 seconds to fight for. Maybe you get one more chance to set some finesse up, try to work a way in, but that's going to have to be purely on the 2 Real. He's got a lane to work with for this back 13, but the kills are just so good. 2 Real will find a couple on the exit, try to give his team a chance to get some time back on P1, but he's shut down and Exceed's already over towards new.
So now 40-point lead from Omid Brooklyn after a flawless hold there at the Money Hill. Team War forced to now fight their way back on in. Trading effectively through the middle of the map. Exceed with the route. Allows his team to spawn towards that P2 side, but we got to fly on in. We got to keep on trading 2 for 2. Merkley's trying to find the 3rd kill, and now he's just forced to back down.
Nice for Merc. Finessing. Pistol. No. Enough for the trade to still come through. Help was there. Rex taking his time and will isolate. Okay, good. So Team War have gotten some decent time back here. Good little push out from Yuli, but Craze's pinch is well performed, and that's enough for them to get the breakthrough with 18 seconds. And also, put a little bit of stress here on the Team War, who still spawn towards P2, but know that they're under threat.
Yeah, they still have the Money Hill spawns for that P2 HP. And not a single player from Omen have budged up past that 50-yard line. They are playing this safe. They're waiting for a team push to come on in. And now you're looking for another break through the front side. Exceed puts down shots, but unfortunately he's going to get picked off. And now this is probably the best setup you've had if you're a Team War here at P2.
See if they can find anything here. Well, too real. Big shutdown. That will keep things safe in the first 20 seconds. But the play following through pool is looking good. Yuli has got a pinch set up for this, but yeah, everything comes to a bit of a pause here. Hardpoint staying open. Nice move from Yuli. Finds himself some safety inside the pool and also gets a read on the player topside palm. Rex still able to win that gunfight, but Team War get back into the hill.
Yeah, Team War have been able to manage this P2. Perfect, man. Every single time you think at home in Brooklyn, okay, they find a couple kills through the front. They should be able to find a break. But Team War just setting up the pinches, holding down the AR lanes, have fought their way right back into this game. Going to be tied, going in towards P3. The deciding factor who's going to walk away with this map right here, right now. P3 to P4 is going to win you the game.
We'll see if they can find a way to manifest that. So far over the 3, time again. Looking decent here for Team War. Yuli, pinch timing. Oh, it's going to be red. But Assault is not. He's going to find himself 2. It's just down to dealing with Exceed, former teammates here, and Exceed wins it. Team War will still get a couple of players to spawn on the left side of the map. And now it's a split spawn situation, and you can see Craze is somewhat aware of that, but the focus purely has to be on trying to rotate over to P4 now.
100%. But right now, you're forced to make a decision that's going to be a little bit more tougher because you have to play for this junk time. You know that you're not going to contest over towards P4 initially, but we can give ourselves a little bit more time to work with. That's a lot better. They find the initial kills. They find the initial 2, and this is how Omen Brooklyn do it every single time. Final 10 seconds of these money hard points. They find kills to flip the spawns, and now they have the numbers. They find a break, and this might be it if Team War can't get in.
We'll see. They do have players through Art. 2 around the back. That should move spawns around, and more so. Assault's able to find another inside. Rex is in trouble, and there's just nowhere for him to go. Can't even find a first, so the break is going to be solid for Team War. Craze able to find space in the front, but Diamond Con's double reduces that to only being a play through pool, which 2 reels the perfect spot to deal with. And this break is now established and comfortable for Team War, and they can reclaim the lead.
Yeah, and if you're Omen, you give it one more chance. That's why you took all that junk time there at P3, so you can fight this all the way to the very end. You had Craze already able to sneak behind enemy lines and wins the one-on-one. Now it's a one-on-one in the hard point. But by the time Mercules gets into the play, you know Yuli's going to have full health, so he's just going to play it a little bit safe. Team War able to respond with a perfect P4 hold. Up by 10, going into our 3rd set now.
Real clears out space on the crosses. Mercules was the one trying to contest it. Should be about 10 seconds of time here at P1. Exceed was seen on 2 reel's route, at least initially. Can't do much with that space, though, and will instead play off of the long flank. But up top, Amit Brooklyn keep themselves in a position of control. Trying for the beatdown was 2 reel. Craze sliding right into his arms, but the help from the SMGs too quick, too strong. Amit Brooklyn into the hard point, still 30 to fight, and at least at the moment, they've got the P2 side of the map on lock.
Yeah, they still have the spawns. They're still trading effectively through the middle of the map, and now Exceed starting to get a little bit more activated on the roster. He's found himself in a lot of crucial situations, and he keeps on prevailing. 13 seconds still to play with. Kills still in favor of Omen Brooklyn. Yuli responded with 2, though. Can you take a little bit of space and potentially spawn Omen across the map? But no, that does not happen. Now they're watching the OE. They're going to win the rotation over towards New, and they have a couple layers to go with it.
Craze, no, not going to keep the buffer in towards top hallway. Rex able to pick up where he had left off, but it's a pinstripe kill feed. Spawns are still in for a bit. But as Rex is shut down, Team War can develop now from the front at pool. Craze has an AR in hand. That's a hell of a way to swip up the composition as you start to get ready for this setup. One more player inside the hill. Yeah, heck of a rotation here from Craze. Off his next respawn, he drops into an AR position. And now he's on the spot to get this map a little bit more comfortable for Amit as they could possibly puts this past the 200-point mark.
Yeah, just continue to be in the play if you are Craze. Unfortunately, he does fall from the front lines, but now all of Team War with the numbers in their favor. Fight for that remaining junk time. Still going to be down. Going off the rotation over towards P3, P4 again. You only have one player in a position to contest it, and you got to believe it's going to be Adam Assault. He's just got to play his life on that side of the map.
Tough scenes right now for Team War. Every second is a dangerous second that you allow to come through at P3, but Assault, really solid map from him. 31 and 25. Knows it Exceed's down low, trying to chase him out. Exceed turns, gets out of dodge. Now just has to play his life. His teammates are working back into P3, and the hunt for Exceed has been a long one, and he's not done yet. Still alive and kicking. Assault the next one alive. Whoa, okay, got a little bit tight for a moment, but Assault now off the reload. Craze puts him out of commission, and you can see it. Team War are just sprinting across mid-map, trying to get to P4. They know they have to win this rotation.
Yeah, and they get past Craze. You make it 2-2, but the spawn should come in for Team War. The only thing about this is they don't reach that 190-point mark, so they cannot win it here at P4. The last time around, they had a flawless hold. Give yourself a nice little lead. Kills initially into the money hill. Going in favor of Team War. They're creating all these layers, and you can see how far pushed that they are in their setup. Omen Brooklyn, they're going to take a lot of time to even read this.
Oh, and Yuli's just shutting down the play. Rex catches one, but nothing more. Wait, spawns!
Spawns!
No way! They don't anchor! They don't anchor correctly, Jay! They've got no idea. 2 reels late to this read. He does win the first, but there's still more he's got to deal with. It's 3 down! What a colossal mistake! Team War kept pushing out B Street, and they lose spawn control because of it, and now the game may end here.
Yeah, the game can close it out. Omen Brooklyn just need one wave of kills. The cross is being watched, but the first kill goes in favor of Adam Assault. You got the numbers. You got to get in.
Oh, we blacked out, Jay. We blacked out. Now it's just got to be this hitman from the front. Yuli's with a pistol. Has to win one more battle. It's Yuli playing from the back door. That will get us to P1, but it may not matter. Rex holding the front side of U-Haul. You just got to back up into the hill, and Amit Brooklyn will capitalize on a massive mistake from Team War. Just blacking out and killing too much, pushing too far forward. They voluntarily give away the spawns, and Amit Brooklyn say thank you very much, and they punch a ticket to the winners finals next week.
That's exactly what it is, man. Just getting too many kills. You're thinking I have so much space that could be taking away, but if no one is hard blocking, that's when you give Omen an opportunity back into the map, back into that specific hard point. And unfortunately for them, that it happens at that hard point. Because if you do that at P3, okay, it can get mixy. You do that at P2, it's fine. We can still contest from the front. But to do it at the money hill, where you just got a full 60, where you just can't allow those mistakes to happen, man. If you're Team War, I expect it to be more polished. Because you have experienced guys. You know that we get this hole, we stand a pretty good chance at potentially forcing that game number 5, but that one mistake, I don't know what it was about today, but we saw a lot of mistakes from all of our top challengers team, and that one comes at the worst moment there for Team War to get knocked down to losers.
Oh man, that is tough, my man. I mean, I'm looking back at it right now on the stream. It's legitimately like we've got 3 players playing way out in front of the hard point. In that moment where you start to put together a couple of kills. Yeah, I mean, you had Assault, who's all the way up onto the pool mantle, my guy. Like, he's all the way up at the pool jump up. Yuli was initially playing top art, and Diamond Khan's pushing up in towards Lion, and as soon as Yuli drops, Rex takes away the angle, and then Merc spawns up because Assault is playing in a P2 spot frontside pool, essentially. Oh, no.
Yeah, that's bad, Alan.
You're about to see it right here, Jay. Look at this. Oh, never mind. We don't see it.
Just an absolute breakdown there from Team War. Breakers break. Usually the terminology around challengers. But that's just something I wouldn't expect from a team of that caliber. They know that they've been in multiple situations like this. Backs against the wall. We need to play some perfect Call of Duty, but when you gift it to them on the silver platter, Omen are going to be able to take advantage of it. They move on to the winners finals. Potentially, it's insane though, because on the EU side, we got Team Notorious. On the NA side, we got Omid Brooklyn. Both of them are playing for a three-peat.
Repeat.
This is insane. This is insane stuff out of both organizations.
Oof. Yeah, man, I've got the Bravo stream pause for a bit, get the flip, and like Salt is just too far forward. You have to play. If you got someone top art and you already have an AR watching the cross, like you have to just play inside that close corner, that little spot at marble at worst and square. That's tough. Just again, a little blackout moment. It's all it takes. You're in the middle of making a comeback. You think you've got it down. Doesn't work out. So the Royal Spartans 3-0 admit they first punched the ticket to the winners finals, and then that mistake there allows Admit Brooklyn to get into the winners finals. But where we'll start the action next week will be in Elimination Round 2. Team War and Luxury Exotics. Whoa, that could be fun. And then Admit and Cabal should be a decent one as well. So I think the biggest thing is, like, you know, for Luxury Exotics, can they showcase more improvement from this week to next week? Because they had a great week this week. They win their final round of round robin. It gets into the playoffs. It looks good in their lower bracket matchup. But now comes the question of how much better can you get to play up against some of the top teams that we've had historically this year in Challengers. That's going to be my big question mark.
Hey, but even some of the top teams today just didn't play to their best. There was a lot of mistakes. It's like Thursdays are just haunting them as soon as they woke up this morning. But the squads like Omid, who went flawless throughout stage, go 5-0. You wake up today and you have 2 barn burners of the opening 2 maps, but those are mistakes. You should have went up 2-0. Potentially close that out in 3. Fix that next week. All the teams that struggled today, just fix it next week, because Uncle Stud was not happy with a majority of your performance today. Be better. Be better.
We don't like an unhappy Uncle Stud. That's for sure. Oh boy. But he's worn black today. No more funeral processions, at least not for this week. We've got a couple more weeks worth of CDL, especially starting this upcoming tomorrow for qualifiers at Major 3 for Boca. So make sure you're following along with the action this weekend. We'll catch you guys back for next week's final and finale to Challengers Elite for the 2025 year. Weird to say when it's still April, but that's the way we run. That's the way we do it. We'll catch you guys next Wednesday for more playoffs. Bye-bye.